Chapter 81 The Pig-Head Butcher in a Small Mountain Village. Everyone has come down. Since the basement was too dark, Sui Jing asked after seeing that no one was coming down from above anymore. They're all here. Someone in the team replied. Let me go. What are these? Someone found the kerosene lamp in the house, and lit it before he could see clearly what was in the house. There was only one long chopping table in the entire basement. There were many pig carcasses on the table, but their original appearance could barely be seen. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, you could barely see that each one had been disemboweled, skinned and cramped. The chopping board was covered in blood and exuded a strong fishy odor, in addition to the corpses with skin and flesh remaining. There were also some fragments of bones left on the chopping board. There were also several piglets with complete corpses hanging above the chopping board, hanging on the floor above their heads with ropes. Well, Lu Wan turned her head away from the bloody scene, but because her sense of smell was so good, the smell couldn't help but penetrate into her nasal cavity. Sui Jing took a flashlight and looked around the chopping board, but found nothing else. She frowned, and all signs told her that this basement was by no means an ordinary room used for killing pigs. If that was the case, why would it be built underground, and there would be a password before entering? Sui Jing's eyes were suddenly attracted by the pile of bones. She stepped forward, and the flashlight's light on the pile of bones made her eyes widen suddenly. This looks like a human skull. Ng Qianyuan was more courageous. When he saw Sui Jing standing in front of the bones, he also came over. It's not like that, Sui Jing said. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, everyone else came over in panic, as if they had heard something extraordinary. These are human bones. Really? This village chief still kills people? Not only did he kill people, he also hid the bodies after killing them. No, they were all rotted into bones. The players all chirped in disgust. At this moment, they no longer cared about how disgusting the scene was. Only fear rushed into their minds. If the pig-headed butcher really wanted to kill people, wouldn't they all be dangerous? It's not rotten. Sui Jing's voice suddenly interrupted the others' conversation. What do you mean? Some players asked, not understanding what Sui Jing meant. The meat on these bones was removed artificially. Sui Jing moved the light source closer. Look! Ng Qianyuan slowly turned to look at Sui Jing. Then the village chief today. He didn't finish the rest of his words, but everyone immediately knew what he didn't finish. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Fortunately, they didn't touch the plate of meat today. In addition to Sui Jing's reminder, I also want to thank him for looking like he has no appetite, let alone eating. Therefore, the pigs raised by the head of Zutu village are not pigs at all, but humans. What their village does has always been human trafficking. After thinking about it, they searched the ground again. After making sure that nothing was missing, they all agreed to leave here first. After all, Lu Wan's condition does not look very good. After making sure everyone climbed up, Sui Jing grabbed the rope ladder and climbed up. After Sui Jing came up, he stepped on the floor tile again. He only heard a bang, and the floor was closed again and returned to its original appearance. Hey, Sister Sui Jing, how did you know that the password to enter the basement is 0? This question has troubled Ng Qianyuan for a long time, and he really didn't have time to ask anything else down there just now. Now that he was up, he could finally ask. Yes. How do you know? It seemed that other players were also interested in how Sui Jing knew the answer. Want to know? At this moment, they had arrived at the room next door where the piglets were kept. After asking, other players nodded repeatedly, their eyes full of curiosity. Sui Jing slightly raised his chin towards the pig pen and said, Look at their eyes. The other players then turned their heads and looked into the eyes of those piggies. There was fear, uneasiness, confusion, and sighs in their eyes. Every emotion in their eyes is not what an ordinary pig should have. After meeting their eyes, everyone was a little silent. I felt like my heart was being held tightly by an invisible hand, and I was even a little breathless. So, you knew from the beginning that they were not real pigs? Ng Qianyuan asked calmly. It could be heard that he was even a little sad. Sui Jing looked at everyone's depressed mood and suddenly couldn't bear it. She just sighed and replied, So be it. Can we rescue them? Lu Wan seemed to be feeling better, but she probably couldn't bear it anymore. So she asked. Although the other players did not speak, they stared directly at Sui Jing, trying to get a definite answer from her. Sui Jing suddenly remembered something from a long time ago, but it wasn't anything particularly important. Probably in a certain copy, a group of people looked at him with similar eyes, asking, Can we? She suddenly sighed. In this situation where her own life was difficult to guarantee, they even wanted to let the plot NPCs in the game escape. Even though they should be fighting each other and scheming against each other, they still maintain a kind and innocent heart. This may be the best result. This is the result they want to see most as humans. It is also the result that the system least wants to see. In the end, Sui Jing nodded. Okay. She seemed to be a little soft-hearted. At this moment, she didn't want to break their fragile kindness in danger. But not now. Maybe they also knew that their actions and thoughts were a bit ridiculous. And after getting this answer, they didn't feel there was anything wrong. This was the best answer. Maybe they just want to get an answer that satisfies them. As for whether this answer can be realized, it doesn't matter. That requires their own efforts to see the final results. But we should leave here now, Sui Jing said. The other players nodded. Except for them. They also wanted to survive. None of them can die here. Now that they have found the secret that belongs to this small mountain village. The next step is to make this secret never appear here again from now on. They have other tasks to complete. Everyone walked through the backyard. And Liang Shirxia, who was walking in front, was startled. Under the dim moonlight, they saw the village chief Su Tu standing at the back door of the house, looking at them motionless, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The dungeon mission has been started. I wish all players escape. The sound of the system suddenly sounded during the tense confrontation, causing ripples in the silent night. Chapter 82: The Pighead Butcher in a Small Mountain Village. At this moment, the strange singing sounded again, which undoubtedly reminded everyone that it was already 12 o'clock. There are a little more uncertain risk factors around us. But the atmosphere was tense at this time, and no one could distract from what it was singing. The pig-headed village chief stared behind them, seeming to have determined where they were coming from. Did you notice it? Shu Tu village chief grinned. What did you see? Every time he said a word, he would take a step forward, because his face looked so scary. The other players' legs couldn't help but move back. Seeing this, the Shu Tu village chief was even more happy. He liked the expression of others being afraid of him. He was very excited. But I'm curious. Why didn't you turn into pigs? Asked the pig-head village chief with a malicious smile. Stop! Sui Jing shouted softly. The long knife on his back was already unsheathed. The tip of the knife, with a faint cold light, was pointed directly at the chin of the pig-headed village chief. The pig-headed village chief glanced at the long knife pointed at him with a half-smile, and stopped moving forward according to his words. But the words in his mouth still did not stop. There is no way you can walk out of here alive. He looked at Sui Jing with a ferocious face. You will all become the livestock I raise. Of course Sui Jing knew where he had the confidence to say this. She looked at the monsters surrounding them from all directions, and clicked her tongue, taking advantage of Sui Jing's distraction. The Shu Tu village chief stepped back and retreated into the group of monsters. It would take some effort to catch him again at this time. But I'm not in a hurry. Sui Jing curled his lips expressionlessly, and saw clearly the strange things rushing towards him. They looked like large cockroaches, except that their heads have facial features similar to those of humans. The eyes, nose, mouth, etc. all have similarities. It looks several times more disgusting than a real cockroach. And it is much larger, almost the size of a domestic garden cat. The speed of their feet was extremely fast, and in just a moment, they were about to be surrounded. Sui Jing knew that there were too many of these monsters, and it would not be a wise idea to force their way through them. But if they wait any longer, they will definitely fall into a very dangerous situation. She suddenly saw from the corner of her eye that these monsters seemed to be consciously avoiding the position of Ying Qianyuan, who was holding a kerosene lamp. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes. Are these monsters afraid of fire? Sui Jing noticed that the eyesight of these monsters might not be very good. They seemed to sense where they were through the temperature emitted by their bodies. That would be much easier to do. She looked at the kitchen some distance away from them. The kitchens of self-built houses in the mountains were often built separately. There must be something lighter and alcoholic liquid inside, like rapeseed oil or something. Go towards the kitchen, Sui Jing said to Qianyuan. Ying Qianyuan also discovered that these monsters seemed to be a little afraid of fire. But they seemed to be attracted by fire. That was just in time. So they held a light and moved towards the kitchen step by step. The kerosene lamp was too weak. It could only prevent the monsters from approaching them, but it could not drive them away. The pig-headed butcher seemed to have seen through their thoughts. But at this time, he was also excluded from the periphery, and was helpless for a while. Sui Jing took the kerosene lamp from Ying Qianyuan's hand, and asked him to go into the kitchen and take out the kerosene and oil. Seeing the light of the fire, these monsters stopped moving, and they gradually gathered around. They were afraid that the temperature of the fire would burn them, but they also yearned for the light of the fire. Ng Qianyuan acted quickly and immediately took out the fire seal and a bucket of oil. Sui Jing walked some distance away with the kerosene lamp. When he saw that it was almost done, he looked at Ng Qianyuan and said, "Pour the oil out." As soon as he finished speaking, Ng Qianyuan poured the oil in another direction and threw the oil barrel away. Sui Jing used a long knife to kill some cockroaches that blocked her, placed the oil lamp where they poured oil and quickly retreated. Sure enough, those monsters were immediately attracted. Seeing that most of the monsters were attracted, only a small number remained around them. But if there were such a few, it was more than enough for them to pack them up. But suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the backyard. The flame of the kerosene lamp was easily blown out. Those monsters couldn't feel the warmth of the kerosene lamp, and were about to crawl towards them as soon as they turned around. In a matter of seconds, Sui Jing quickly lit the fire, and threw it at the large army of monsters. The monsters were instantly surrounded by blazing tongues of fire, and their death looked very painful. Wherever these monsters were touched by the tongues of fire, they instantly burned to ashes. Probably the temperature of the flame is still too high for them. Sui Jing and others cleared away some monsters that had not climbed into the fire scene, and turned to look at the Zhutu village chief. After seeing the power of Sui Jing and others, he turned around and tried to escape. Sui Jing sneered, not intending to give him a chance to escape. I saw Sui Jing throwing the long knife in his hand neatly and accurately hitting the pig-headed village chief in the thigh. He staggered and knelt on the ground. After seeing that he was unable to move, Sui Jing stepped forward and neatly pulled out the long knife inserted in his thigh. With extreme calmness, he broke the knee of his other leg with the handle of the knife. The pig-headed village chief howled again. His hands were in a dilemma, not knowing which leg to touch was better. You won't be able to run away this way, Sui Jing said lightly. And if you listen carefully, you could even hear a little bit of subtle pleasure. As if this is a trivial matter. If they hadn't seen her just break the kneecap of the pig-headed village chief without blinking an eye, others would actually think she was in a good mood. Sui Jing dragged Zhutu village chief by his collar and walked towards the yard in front of the house with no expression on his face. Both legs of Zhutu village chief were bleeding, leaving a long trail of blood wherever he was dragged. Ng Qianyuan, who was following her, glanced at Sui Jing's back, gave Luwan a thumbs up, and muttered, "So hacking handsome." Although Luwan thought it was a little bloody, it was undeniable that he was handsome, so she nodded in agreement. Sui Jing threw the Zhutu village chief into the yard, and no matter how miserable his screams were, he asked Ng Qianyuan to find a rope and tie him up. You pervert, devil," the pig-headed butcher cursed Sui Jing hoarsely, as if Sui Jing was an evil ghost crawling out of H.L. Humph. Sui Jing snorted coldly, stood still in front of him, leaned forward slightly, with murderous intent in his eyes. "If you say another word I don't like, I'll give you a discount on my hand. Tie them up." After saying that, Sui Jing stood up straight and glanced at the pig-headed butcher from a bird's-eye view. "Don't play tricks on me. Tell me everything you need to explain." The pig-headed village chief stared, not daring to imagine what she would do to him next. The head of Zhutu village, who has been domineering in the small mountain village for many years, finally realized the old saying, "Evil people will be punished by evil people." Chapter 83: The Pig-head Butcher in a Small Mountain Village. How on earth did those people in the backyard turn into pigs? The Zhutu village chief was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. But he looked into Sui Jing's indifferent eyes and spoke anyway. "I don't know. They were already like that when they were sent here. However, as long as you eat a piece of their meat, normal people will become like them." The pig-head village chief continued with a hoarse voice. "This is a curse. Where did all those people come from?" The Zhutu village chief took a deep breath and shook his head. "Then I don't even know. From a long time ago, there will be a person who regularly sends me a batch of piglets." Sui Jing narrowed her eyes. She guessed that it probably started when the system was born. After a series of interrogations, Sui Jing roughly knew the hidden story of this copy. The head of Zhutu village was originally just an ordinary butcher. But every time he killed pigs, he would do it when it was dark at night, so as not to disturb the pigs. But one time, he woke up the pigs and accidentally fell in the pig pen. So the piglets waiting to be slaughtered ate him. Not long after, all the piglets who ate him died inexplicably. The death was very ugly. They were all disemboweled. Their heads and tails were cut off, and they bled to death. No one knew what happened. But a few days after the piglet died, the butcher came back to life. The only difference from before was that his head turned into a pig's head. But no one in the village felt anything unusual. From then on, someone would send a batch of piglets from time to time, and a group of strangers would come to this remote village at the same time. In the end, they will eat the meat cut from the piglets, and then completely become the same livestock as them. Only after death can one become his original self. The livestock that his own family cannot use up will be returned to other villagers in barter, especially the young and strong villagers. Why are the villagers okay after eating those pigs? Lu Wan asked. Shutu village chief chuckled when he heard her ask. Who said they are fine? You mean, they will also turn into pigs? Into pigs. After saying that, he laughed maniacally, as if he was possessed by a demon. Shut up. Sui Jing stepped on his injured knee, causing him to scream in pain. After a long night of work, it was almost dawn. Sui Jing looked around the village, then turned his head and whispered something to Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan glanced at her with some embarrassment, and seeing her firm gaze, he had no choice but to nod. Then he saw Qian Yuan walking in different directions with 3 young men. After all, there is strength in numbers. What did they do? Even though the pain in his legs was unbearable, the Sutu village chief asked. It has nothing to do with you, Sui Jing said coldly. She asked the only remaining uncle to take out the pork they had hidden behind the tree this afternoon. The uncle handed the bag to Sui Jing, then stood aside and watched the show. It looks like there's no need for him anyway. You? What do you want to do? Shutu village chief saw Sui Jing holding the bag, although he didn't know what it was. Seeing Sui Jing's indifferent expression, a bad premonition came to his heart, and his body couldn't help but want to go back away. But his legs were firmly stepped on by Sui Jing, and he couldn't move an inch. He could only watch as Sui Jing opened the plastic bag. And there was the pork he had given them for lunch this afternoon. You really didn't eat? Shutu village chief struggled hard. He actually looked a little angry. Lu Wan looked on, still a little worried. The system requires that you cannot violate the requirements of Shutu village chief. Now that he knows about it, he doesn't know whether it counts as a violation of the requirements. I don't know why Sui Jing took him out even though he was well hidden. Of course Sui Jing also considered this, but that was not important anymore. Now he can no longer afford to make any trouble. Sui Jing stared at him. Obviously, there was no emotion in her eyes. But the Shutu village chief was a little scared by her stare. Sui Jing's expression did not change, but he was exerting force with his feet. The Shutu village chief opened his mouth wide in pain and howled. He became cruel as soon as he saw Sui Jing. Shutu village chief instantly knew what Sui Jing wanted to do and wanted to shut his mouth immediately. But it was already too late. Sui Jing had already poured all the pork into his mouth. The pork slid down his throat and into his stomach, and finally disappeared. Sui Jing removed his foot from his leg and looked at him coldly, looking embarrassed as he kept retching but couldn't spit anything out. After eating pork, the effects are immediate. The pig-headed village chief's limbs and body gradually turned into that of a pig. Lu Wan exclaimed. Even though she had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't help being a little surprised when she saw such a scene with her own eyes. She silently thought that if it weren't for Sui Jing, they would most likely be like this. The village chief, who had turned into a pig, was still bleeding from his hind legs, and the injuries he sustained had not disappeared. Calculating the time, Qian Yuan and the others should be almost done. Sui Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Their luggage had already been moved out, so there was nothing worth hesitating about. She turned to the middle-aged man and said, Brother Wang, come with me to release them from the backyard. Regardless of whether they can be restored to their original state, they cannot be locked up any longer. She promised them. Brother Wang obviously didn't expect that Sui Jing would still remember this. He smiled kindly and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Looking at Sui Jing's tall and thin back, Brother Wang couldn't help but think more. Although this girl looks strong and cold, she is actually a kind-hearted young man. If Sui Jing knew what he was thinking in his heart, he probably wouldn't refute anything and would just laugh it off. If a person's kindness can be easily seen, then there is a high probability that he is really kind. And she is obviously not a kind person. She just agreed to them. That's all. When the two of them arrived at the pig pen, the pigs were all hiding in the corner and grunting feebly. But when they found out that it was not the village chief, their eyes shone with a vague light again. Sui Jing pursed her lips, worked with Brother Wang to open the wooden gate that closed them, and then stepped aside. The pigs were a little disbelieving when they saw the open wooden gate. They didn't seem to understand why the door was opened. In the past, the village chief would only open this door when he wanted to kill them. But they didn't look like they were going to kill them. One of them looked like the leader of the pig group. She looked at Sui Jing and the others with wide eyes. Sui Jing looked back. Not sure if they could understand. They said softly, "You are free. Let's go." Sui Jing knew that although they couldn't speak, they all understood. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't know whether she trusted her or really wanted to go out. The pigs all ran away, no matter if it was a trap or not, since freedom was right in front of them. There was no harm in taking advantage of it. Huh? Brother Wang looked at Sui Jing and seemed to have heard her murmuring something just now. It's just that the sound is too soft, and coupled with the sound of pigs running, it doesn't sound very real. Nothing. Sui Jing shook his head. Let's go too. People who have been in prison for a long time will feel afraid even if they escape. Chapter 84 The Pig-Head Butcher in a Small Mountain Village. When Sui Jing and Brother Wang walked into the courtyard, no one else had returned yet. However, thick smoke billowed out from most of the houses that could be seen, and the hot tongues of fire licked those houses mercilessly until they were burned to ashes. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes unconsciously. It seemed that they had successfully completed the task of explaining Ying Qianyuan. She lowered her eyes and looked at the pig-headed village chief, who was lying on the ground unable to move, and let out a light tut. What's the best way to deal with this? After a long time, Sui Jing sighed slowly, looking at the dazzling fires burning everywhere. Sui Jing thought for a while. This copy was probably destroyed anyway, so it was not impossible to just leave it alone. But in the end, I decided to solve it all together. Everyone stood at the door of the yard, waiting for Ying Qianyuan and the others to come back. There was a high probability that the game would be successfully cleared this time. All the mysteries have been revealed, and there is always some evil taking root in unknown corners. Sister, what he said is indeed correct. Ying Qianyuan came back and pointed at the pig-headed butcher lying motionless on the ground. When we went to those villagers' houses to check the situation, we found that there was no one in their houses. Usually there are a few pigs running around the house. Sui Jing nodded, picked up the lighter in his hand, and prepared to burn it. Before Ying Qianyuan came back, she spread fuel around the house, and even on the roof. Although she had no obsession with arson, it was the fastest and most convenient way after all. Moreover, it can be solved once, and for all to avoid future troubles. Under normal circumstances, this kind of damage to the game copy scene is irreversible. Sui Jing. Let me do it. Lu Wan stared at Sui Jing eagerly, as if stars were about to appear in her eyes the next second. Sui Jing was stunned and handed the lighter in his hand to her. I saw Lu Wan running back happily with a lighter, and immediately lit the room on fire. The scorching flames burned like red lotuses, and the rising fire seemed to penetrate the towering clouds. It scurried around with the breeze blowing from the mountain, swallowing everything in this small mountain village unscrupulously. It seemed that everything was burned away by this arrogant fire. Everything was turned into ashes, and the dust settled. Congratulations to all the players for successfully clearing the hidden mountain village in the game copy. Now start settling individual scores. Everyone waited silently as the system started calculating points. Although Sui Jing no longer cares about these things, and if the system doesn't clear it, she doesn't know how many points she still has. But other people still care. There is no doubt that Sui Jing's score this time is still the highest. But it doesn't add up to that. Other players were also vaguely happy. After all, this time it was really a pure bonus point, and no rules or deductions were violated. I also added a lot of points, which is already pretty good, due to all the players in this group participating in the malicious damage copy operation. The system has collapsed. In view of the provisions of the punishment mechanism, all players in this group are asked to go to the special dungeon for the next round of the game in 3 days. The system's voice sounded haggard for some reason, and Sui Jing could hear a deep sense of powerlessness. Players, please leave this instance immediately and go to the rest area. It can be heard that it is chasing people away. However, Sui Jing was a little puzzled. This system was so good-natured. It destroyed so many copies, but nothing happened to her. System, the one in Versailles can take a break. Let's go. Let's take you down the mountain. The tractor that sent them arrived at some time in front of them, and the driver on top greeted them. Everyone got into the car as they were told, and the tractor-trailer driver took them to the foot of the mountain and left just as he had come. After he left, a forest path suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain with dense trees planted on both sides. There was no diffuse fog, but the trees blocked the sky and the sun. The light inside was very dim, but you could still see the road at a glance. It is the passage left for them to return to the resting place. Although no one knows exactly what will happen in 3 days. They may feel scared and uneasy, but they all decided to continue without hesitation. As soon as Sui Jing and other players walked into the middle of the trail, they felt that all the light around them was absorbed by the trees. Except for a little light at the end. Nothing could be seen. Sui Jing frowned and thought for a moment that they should be safe. So he dragged his suitcase towards the end. Fortunately, they didn't walk for long. Sui Jing only felt that he was hit by the warm sun on his face. And then he realized that he had arrived at the resting place. Sui Jing planned to wait at the intersection for a while. Maybe there were others behind her, in case someone was looking for her. They said that the next dungeon will be together, so the resting place should be the same. Although she believed that the system had the ability to send them to the same copy even if they were not in the same resting place. Sui Jing waited for a while, and frowned when he saw no one came out again, thinking that they might have left first, or they were not in the same resting place. She dragged her suitcase, and was about to turn around and leave when she saw a young man in uniform walking towards her. Although you can't be too young to be a supervisor in the game, there is still a hint of childishness on the face of the handsome man in front of you. The young man stood still in front of her and stared at her for a long time, opening and closing his mouth several times. Sui Jing also couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. After a while, the young man finally spoke, with a voice full of vitality. "Hello. I am System Inspector Yu Huan. Number 258. She didn't know if it was Sui Jing's illusion, but she always felt that there was a hint of awe and a hint of worry in his tone. "Yes," Sui Jing agreed softly. But for some reason, the young man in front of him straightened up even more. Sui Jing? Judging from his demeanor and language, Sui Jing could probably guess that the young man in front of him knew him, and he should be quite familiar with him. It's just that he probably didn't know that he had recovered some memories. Before Sui Jing finished speaking, Yu Huan already knew what she was going to say, and quickly answered. "The others have been sent back to their residences. I'm here to pick you up this time." "Why?" "Because you are going to open a special copy in 3 days. The higher-up sent me to check if there is anything abnormal." Sui Jing nodded after hearing this, and walked towards the hotel. Yu Huan followed her, keeping pace with her, but lagging slightly behind. "Which group are you in?" Sui Jing slowed down slightly from the front and asked calmly. Yu Huan's eyes lit up. "Do you remember?" But he didn't say anything. After all, there were system informants everywhere. Sui Jing naturally knew his concerns. She still didn't understand the system's thinking. He had wiped her memory and sent her out. But now, he was forcefully calling her back. After listening to Qi Yun's wishes, he still wanted to bring her into the system's side again. Her question was a test of the system's attitude toward her memory recovery. After all, what she was least afraid of was seeking death. Anyway, she didn't say it explicitly, but it was impossible that the system couldn't detect it. If they had been in the wrong direction all along, if the system didn't want her to regain her memory, then there was only one point. Her memory may not have been forcibly erased by the system, but there may be another reason for her amnesia. In contrast, the system may prefer that she think of it, but it doesn't want her to think of it too much. After all, what it wanted was the original Sui Jing, who had no desires or demands, was cold-hearted and cold-hearted. Only that kind of Sui Jing can make better use of the system. She shouldn't have other feelings. It just needs to run like a perfect program. Chapter 85 Fleeing in the Ocean. Sui Jing came back to his senses and realized that he might have thought too far. After not hearing the answer from the person following him for a long time, Sui Jing stopped and glanced at Yu Huan doubtfully. "Oh, I'm a member of the J1 team." Yu Huan looked a little nervous and stammered in reply. Sui Jing nodded and continued walking forward. "So, you are my team member?" It wasn't a question. Sui Jing had already clearly guessed the answer. "Yes," Yu Huan replied, and he also realized that this seemed to be a topic that could be discussed. "Boss, has your memory recovered?" There was a hint of excitement in his tone, like a child who got candy. She had no idea that her former teammates had such a good relationship with her. Of course, it is also possible that the child himself is very lively. Sui Jing laughed silently in front, and shook his head again. "Unfortunately, most of them don't remember much." "When did you join Team J?" Yu Huan thought for a moment. "I don't remember much. But I only stayed with you for 2 years. And then you disappeared. There are various theories from the outside world. Some say that you were removed from the system. And some say that you were wiped out. He actually felt a little aggrieved. I can't tell which of them is telling the truth. Fortunately, you came back safely in the end. Thank you for your hard work. Although Sui Jing didn't know what happened during her absence, she thought that her team members also had a hard time. It's not hard. Yu Huan smiled and raised the small pear dimples at the corners of his mouth. Since the system failure, we have nothing to do except being unable to go out. We are much more leisurely than before. Besides, no one dares to cause trouble in the game. After he said that, he felt something was wrong. He glanced at Sui Jing and realized that the person standing in front of him was a professional in causing trouble. He had heard about her heroic deeds from her first violation. He was so embarrassed that he laughed twice. I didn't mean to cause any trouble, but I am secretly complaining in my heart. It is difficult to find 1 out of 10 people like you. Sui Jing didn't take it seriously, just glanced at him lightly and stopped at the door of a magnificent hotel. This is the players' resting area. Oh? Yes, this is the resting place. The topic changed a bit too quickly, and Yu Huan almost didn't react. Seeing that Yu Huan still wanted to follow her in, Sui Jing turned her head and glanced at him lightly. Are you very free? Does it mean that the inspector follows the players all day long? Just as Yu Huan was about to step into the hotel door, he retracted his feet. He touched his nose awkwardly. No, I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Let's go, boss. After saying that, he turned and left, for fear of staying a second longer. Sui Jing shook her head helplessly, wondering if everyone in her team had this kind of extravagant temperament. She suddenly clicked her tongue, forgetting to ask Yu Huan what was the difference between the special copy and their previous copies. After entering the hotel, Sui Jing first got his room card. Then I saw Lu Wan and his group sitting in the restaurant chatting. Sui Jing thought for a while and decided not to join in the fun. As a result, before she even stepped onto the stairs, Lu Wan shouted, Sui Jing! She turned around and saw Lu Wan waving to her crazily. Helpless, Sui Jing had no choice but to retreat and walk towards them. Sui Jing first took a plate of food from the window, then pulled out a chair and sat down casually, placing the suitcase gently at his feet. Looking at the large slices of pork in Sui Jing's bowl, Lu Wan felt her bad memories come back to her. Sui Jing, you can still eat pork? Are you still a normal person? The psychological quality is also too strong. Why can't you eat it? It's delicious. The cold voice had no fluctuations, but it was full of conviction. You can believe that the sliced meat in the bowl is really delicious. You can try it, Sui Jing said. The other players looked at their bowls, which were full of vegetables that could no longer be vegetarian, and waved their hands. No. Sui Jing did not force himself and lowered his head to eat the rice in his bowl. After a while, Sui Jing's meal was taken care of by himself. She obviously didn't seem to be in a hurry when eating. So why was she eating so fast? Do you feel okay? Sui Jing wiped his mouth and asked. After all, there is a high probability that this is their first time being punished, so it is normal to feel scared. After all, she was responsible for this disaster. Unexpectedly, the others looked at each other and laughed. Under Sui Jing's puzzled gaze, Lu Wan said, We were a little scared at first, but, as she said that, she pretended to be mysterious. It's a little exciting to think about it. After all, among us no one has seen what this special copy looks like. After saying that, she winked slyly. What if it's interesting? Sui Jing couldn't help but twitching at the corners of her eyes. Should she say that this girl has a big heart? Or should she say that all these people have a big heart? Under this situation, I was still thinking about whether it was fun or not. Whether it was exciting or not. Sui Jing, don't worry too much. Liang Shirxiao put her arm on Sui Jing's shoulder. Seeing Sui Jing frowning, she took her arm back as if nothing happened. Ha. I'm sorry. Liang Shirxiao laughed heartily. I just want to say that we will pass the custom safely. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at Sui Jing. Isn't it you? Sui Jing sighed helplessly. Where did they get their confidence? By the way, are you familiar with the inspector who just sent us here? Lu Wan asked. Apparently, Sui Jing and Yu Huan were seen talking at the door of the hotel. How did you know he was the inspector? Could it be that she was the last person to know the names of the people working within the system? He said it himself. Ing Qianyuan cleared his throat and imitated Yu Huan. Hello. I am Inspector Yu Huan. Number 258. How come this unlucky kid always introduces himself to everyone he sees? Probably not very familiar with him. Anyway, her memory has not been completely restored. And now she is indeed not very familiar with him. Whether you were familiar with it before or not is another matter. What do you mean should? Luan pouted and said unconvinced. He knows you at the first sight. Maybe I've met before. Sui Jing's face never changed when he lied. And he could keep his face straight. So that's it. Everyone else believed her words. After all, they had gone through so many dungeons. And it seemed normal to meet a few inspectors. Seeing that they had been fooled by him. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows casually. Even if you reveal your true identity, it will probably be of no use. You still have to pass the copies that should be passed. Okay. I'm going back to my room first. You guys can talk first. Sui Jing stood up, put the dishes and chopsticks in the recycling bin, then turned around and went upstairs, dragging his small suitcase. When the other players saw Sui Jing returning to the room, they dispersed after a while. After Sui Jing returned to the room, he washed up first as before. After all, since you have this condition, don't waste it. After washing, Sui Jing opened the curtains in the room to both sides. The sunlight shines directly on the ground through the glass. She just looked out the window at the neatly arranged buildings. At first glance, they looked systematic and orderly. Somehow, she suddenly felt tired. She hasn't seen the world outside the system for a long time. For some reason, the face of Song Huisheng that he saw last time on his mobile phone suddenly appeared in Sui Jing's mind. Sui Jing narrowed her eyes, and outsiders couldn't tell what she was thinking at the moment. Song Huisheng, I will definitely find you. Most definitely. Even not now. Chapter 86 Fleeing in the Ocean. The time in the resting place is always fleeting. No. It's time to enter the next instance. But this time it seemed a little different from before. Because Sui Jing and the others did not find the entrance to the copy. Just when everyone was wondering, Yu Yuan ran up to them from a distance and stood still. Yu Yuan first subconsciously nodded to Sui Jing, and then faced everyone. You are punished for violating the rules this time, and it does not count as a normal clearance copy, so you will not see the passage when you go out like before. He looked at everyone's confused expressions and smiled. Come with me. After saying that, he turned around and led everyone to a bronze door that was not very conspicuous and even somewhat rusty. He raised his hand and gestured in the direction of the door. You can just go in from here this time. Thank you. Sui Jing nodded. As soon as he entered, the mist hid his face. Sui Jing frowned uncomfortably, feeling that there was something wrong with the system. After walking a few more steps forward, the thick fog in front of him gradually dispersed, and Sui Jing could see normally. In front of us is a vast blue sea, which is calm at the moment. There is a huge wooden ship moored near the pier, which looks a bit like the kind used to transport goods in Europe during the Middle Ages. Sui Jing waited there for a while, and then the players behind him caught up one after another. Wow! What a big ship! Ing Qianyuan exclaimed. I have never seen such a big wooden cargo ship before. Liang Shixiao rolled her eyes and muttered to herself. What a fuss! The huge sails were tied up with ropes, and the tall masts seemed to reach into the sky. Because the ship is so tall, all players are considering whether they want to board the ship to participate in this round of dungeons. Hey, come up quickly. What are you doing standing around? I saw an old man suddenly appeared on the side of the ship. He was wearing a gray-brown linen jacket, a brown vest, and black wide-legged trousers. Wear a pair of cowhide short boots that are clearly aged. The old man glanced at them and threw down a long bundle of rope ladders. Sui Jing wrinkled his nose. This rope ladder, which had not been washed for 800 years, exuded a charming atmosphere that could make people die on the spot. Sui Jing asked other players to go up first, and he was the last one to climb up the rope ladder. It's not that Sui Jing is being pretentious. It's just that this rope ladder not only smells extremely unpleasant, but also feels slippery. So he's a little curious about how it was made. After Sui Jing stood firm on the deck, the old man, the boatman of the ship, retracted the rope ladder, then untied the ropes tied to the sails, and prepared to set sail. The ship sailed slowly toward the center of the sea. No one knew where the ship would take them. Welcome all players to the secret of the dungeon ocean. In ancient legends, the blue sea can hide too many secrets. The sea is tolerant and cruel. It will wash away everything that is not worthy of being remembered, and it will devour everything ruthlessly. There are no groups or main tasks in this copy. Players are asked to survive on the ship for 7 days. Or maybe you found a way to end it early. Good luck to everyone. Sui Jing frowned slightly after hearing what the system said. It really didn't give any clues this time. Could this be a special copy? There are no clues. Moreover, is it okay to just survive? Don't stand here blocking the road. A bunch of young people will watch me. An old man? Busy here. The old man walked from one end of the boat to the other, with a bundle of fishing nets in his arms. When passing by everyone, he glanced at them sideways, with a look of disdain on his face. Go and clean up your room yourself. Or sleep on the deck, the old man said, ignoring them and walking away. I guessed that he might have a bad temper, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. Sui Jing sighed helplessly, and found the trap door on the deck. Sui Jing stepped on the deck with his feet, knowing that going down from here should be the cabin. But Sui Jing did not immediately move to open the deck. After all, she wanted to find a handy thing to pry open. Although the long knife on her back is of good quality, and should be able to be pried open. But if it breaks, it will be a bit bad. So find some other tools. My eyes wandered around the deck, and I saw a shovel as long as an arm at the boatman's feet. Sui Jing walked over, dragging the shovel back under the boatman's blank gaze. The shovel was dragged on the deck with a clanking sound. The boatman had a bad intuition and quickly followed Sui Jing to pan in. Before he could fully see what Sui Jing wanted to do, he heard a thud. He hurried over and saw Sui Jing using a shovel to poke a hole in the door. Huh? The boatman's words were still stuck in his throat, and he saw Sui Jing jamming the tip of the shovel into the hole. The boatman's eyebrows jumped, and he took 2 steps back. Sui Jing pried hard, and the wind and rain-beaten deck instantly shattered into pieces, leaving no trace of its original appearance. Below the deck is a staircase leading to the interior of the cabin, which is brightly lit by kerosene lamps. The boatman stretched out his hand and hesitated, opening and closing his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know what he just wanted to say. Sui Jing looked at the boatman, who was speechless and choked, and handed the shovel back to the boatman. Don't worry. I didn't break your shovel. The boatman took the heavy shovel and felt something was wrong. No, the shovel is not broken, but my deck is. But when he reacted, Sui Jing and his party had already arrived in the cabin. There was only a bang, and the boatman knew that they had closed the door to the room below. The boatman had nothing to do with them, and he had no tools to repair the deck. So he had no choice but to let it sit here. I hope it won't rain these days. Otherwise, if the water rises, the whole boat will be flooded. Thinking of this, the boatman had no choice but to follow him down into the cabin. There was only one single room left in the cabin, and that was his room. By the way, Sui Jing and the others came to the room and looked at the moldy furniture and sheets with confused expressions on their faces. Obviously, as a normal person who is still very awake, there is no way to rest here. Sui Jing found 2 long wooden benches in the corner that were barely big enough to sit on. They should be enough for sitting on them. Probably no one wanted to touch those black sheets. Sit down. Sui Jing looked at the others. It's been such a long time after all. It's not a problem to stand all the time. Logically speaking, these 2 stools are quite long and can accommodate 8 people without a big problem. But others sensed Sui Jing's aloof and repulsive temperament, and were a little afraid of her. Even though he knew she had a good heart, it felt a little offensive to be so close to her. Moreover, one of them is a man who is a bit too tall. If 4 people squeeze together, it may be relatively uncomfortable. Although one shouldn't be so particular in this situation. After all, it's not to the point of disregarding life and death. Everyone's tangled mental activities didn't stop until Sui Jing took out a folding ponytail from the suitcase. Other players, I'm convinced. You're a prophet. Suddenly there was a loud sound that lifted everyone's hearts in their stomachs. If you listen carefully, it seems to be the snoring coming from the single room next door. The captain saw that there was nothing wrong with him and fell asleep, making a loud roar. Everyone looked at each other and felt like their hearts were blown to pieces by a gust of wind. Chapter 87: Fleeing in the Ocean. Since the requirements for this copy only require them to successfully survive, it means that there is no main mission. But there must be something that threatens their life safety. Otherwise this point would not be emphasized. What could cost us our lives on this ship? Ng Qianyuan asked while sitting on the bench. Is it possible a storm, tsunami, or other natural factors? Lu Wan shook her head. I think it's impossible. With that said, Lu Wan looked at Sui Jing, trying to find some sense of recognition from her. Lu Wan is right, Sui Jing said. Although I am not sure. I am more inclined to think that there will be an unnatural force that will cause our death. In order to take precautions in time. Sui Jing stood up. while the boatman is asleep now. Let's go search the boat to see if there is anything wrong. Everyone else felt that Sui Jing's suggestion was reasonable, and they all stood up and followed Sui Jing out of the room where he was currently staying. To be honest, there is still a lot of space under the deck. At least there are a few extra rooms besides the rooms where they and the boatman stay. But since there was no natural light below deck, they had to turn on their flashlights. Every time they passed a door, they opened it to see what was inside, but found that the house was full of debris, fishing gear and the like. There was only one room that should be the kitchen, with cutting boards, knives and some dead fish that hadn't been processed yet. It seems that there is nothing to gain down there. There's nothing here? Ng Qianyuan muttered. Could it be that we guessed wrong and there's actually nothing on the ship? Sui Jing narrowed his eyes. It would be a good thing if there really was nothing on the ship, so they wouldn't have to worry about hidden dangers hiding so close to them that they didn't even know about. Go up and have a look. Sui Jing turned around and went up the steps, preparing to go to the deck to have a look. If she remembered correctly, there should be some rooms above the deck. If it's not a place for people to live up there, what is it used for? Sui Jing couldn't figure it out, but there was no need to think about it. She stood in front of the door of this row of rooms, slightly curling her lips. The cabins above the deck are arranged in a U shape. Each cabin should be separated by only one wooden board and are closely adjacent to each other. Sui Jing pushed the door and found that for some reason, each of these doors seemed to be locked from the inside and could not be opened from the outside. But it's strange. Why is a door locked from the inside? Are there other people inside? Or are they unable to open these doors? What exactly is hidden inside? What are you doing here? The boatman's angry voice came from behind, and there was a hint of anger in it. It's nothing. Sui Jing turned around calmly. I'm just curious why the door can't be opened. The other players looked at the boatman's dark expression and winked at Sui Jing crazily, signaling her not to be so clear. However, Sui Jing understood it but refused to do it. She casually placed her hand on the door and patted it rhythmically. She tilted her head slightly and glanced at the boatman. What's hidden in here? Her eyes were sharp and slightly cold. If it is an ordinary person, the psychological defense may collapse. But this boatman has been on this boat for who knows how many years. The heart is much better than the average person. Hearing this, he did not answer, but just made a driving gesture. Get out of here quickly. Sui Jing saw that he couldn't find anything useful, so he had to give up for the time being. Even if she was curious about what was inside, it would be better to break the door panel in front of the boatman. She was not that kind of person, and she still wanted to save some face for the innocent boatman. Sui Jing passed by the boatman. When he walked behind him, he paused slightly and asked, "But why did you come out?" The boatman turned around and said, "It's going to rain heavily. I have to lower the sails and mast. Otherwise, you'll all be waiting to jump into the sea." Sui Jing squinted his eyes, and the air on the sea seemed to become oppressive, extremely dull. But the sea was so calm that it made me feel a little uneasy. Dark clouds rolled in on the far side of the sky, seemingly merging with the sea level. It looks like it's really going to rain heavily. After the old man said this, he glared at Sui Jing and the others. They are obviously a group of young people, but they still want me, an old man over 50 years old, to do such a thing. Sui Jing and everyone looked at his muscular arms, one of which was thick against the two of them. Ah, yes, you are right. Then do you need any help from us? Although he felt that it would be better for them not to help, Brother Wang still asked aloud. Some of you can go and lower the sail first, and then tie it with a rope. After the boatman finished speaking, he threw a bundle of hemp rope to them. Having said so, it was hard for everyone to refuse. They all grabbed the rope and ran towards the sail, trying to lower the sail and mast before it rained. The boatman was actually right. If the boat was not lowered, a storm would easily capsize the boat. At that time, it's really time to feed the sharks. I don't know if there are such things as sharks in this sea. Before they were done, there were already big drops of rain falling on them. Within a short time, they felt that their clothes were almost soaked. After everything was done, the boatman shouted to everyone to get into the cabin quickly because the storm was coming soon. After everyone got down to the cabin, the boatman was still tinkering with something above. It turned out that the trap door on the deck was broken by Sui Jing, and the boatman had to use another object to block the door to prevent it from leaking into the cabin. What bad luck. The boatman, all wet, pulled out a stove from his single cabin and placed it on the ground outside. Sui Jing and the others did not return to the cabin, and everyone gathered around the stove to keep warm. Although the temperature at this time is not that low. After being caught in the rain, your body will eventually feel a little cool. So drying it is of course the best choice. Jing Qianyuan rubbed his nose and smiled. I'm sorry. My nose suddenly felt a little itchy. Are you okay? Lu Wan asked with concern. It's okay. Am I feeling well? Qianyuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Even if there is really something wrong with him, he can only get through it at this time. The boatman also glanced at him, but remained silent. On his ship, there were people who died due to various reasons. If they died of illness, they might be considered lucky. But your ears are also very red, Lu Wan said. This doesn't look like anything is going on. It's okay. Qianyuan smiled and sneezed again. Seeing Lu Wan's worried eyes, he suddenly became a little scared. Being sick at this time is no fun. Otherwise, your life will be lost here. Expose your arms. A cold voice sounded, and you knew who it was without turning around. Everyone only knew that Sui Jing had gone back to the room when they heard Qianyuan sneezing. At this time, she was holding a needle in her hand, and the needle tip was still spraying out potion. I have to say that Sui Jing is really well prepared, but he has never used it, and there were no medical staff in their team this time. So Sui Jing had to do it himself. Sister. Qianyuan felt a little dizzy at this moment. She was probably really sick. He pulled down his clothes and looked at Sui Jing with a pair of big droopy dog eyes. Be gentle. Sui Jing didn't know why he suddenly thought of Sui Yi. She relaxed her brows and agreed. Yes. Ouch. The moment the needle penetrated the skin, a scream was heard. The scream was so tragic that everyone present could not bear to look at it. Chapter 88 Fleeing in the Ocean. I'm sorry. I can't control my strength. Sui Jing twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, with a slight smile in his eyes. Sister, I have no grudge against you. Right? Qianyuan said with a pout. He looked at the arm that had been pricked by the needle, with a look of grievance on his face. No experience. Sui Jing replied. Just try it a few more times, and it will be fine. After saying that, Sui Jing took the needle off the needle tube and threw it into the stove. Ah? Qianyuan moved back in fear. Then there's no need. Sui Jing glanced at him strangely. But she didn't say that she would keep pricking needles on him. And it is true that she has no experience. After all, she has never learned any relevant knowledge. At least not in her current memory. I just gave him a shot based on my own instinct. Okay. The boatman's angry voice stopped their conversation. Now that your clothes are dry, go back to your room and rest. As he spoke, he was about to move the stove back to his cabin. Approaching the cabin door, he turned his head again and said, No matter what noise you hear at night, it's best not to step out of the room. After saying that, his cabin door was firmly closed with a snap. Let's go, Sui Jing said. The boatmen must have a reason for saying this. They still don't understand the situation on the boat, so they should not take risks rashly. After everyone entered the cabin, the person at the inn wanted to lock the door, but found that the door could not be locked at all, and could only be closed gently. If there was no wind below the deck, the door would have been blown open by the wind. Sui Jing looked at the damp and moldy bed and other wooden furniture, thinking that it would be impossible to rest in this place. The rain outside seemed to be falling very hard. Even though they were under the deck now, they could hear the dull sound of raindrops hitting the deck above. And it was very regular. How should I rest? Lu Wan said. If you don't rest, your mental state will be very bad. Right? Hey, I have a solution for this, Uncle Wang suddenly said. When everyone turned their attention to him, Uncle Wang just smiled shyly. I have a prop card. As he spoke, he took out a black card from his pocket. Other players moved closer to get a better look. I saw, furniture change, written on the card. There is also a line of small words below. Are you still worried about not being able to sleep well? Sitting down or standing up? Are you still worried about missing a unique piece of furniture? With it, you no longer have to worry about changing your furniture. When I first got it, I disliked it. I thought it would be of little use. Uncle Wang scratched his head. I didn't expect it to be really useful. This is not a very practical prop card. It is even a bit useless. But now it is really useful. One time, Sui Jing took the card. The card says how to use this prop card. Write the furniture you need in the blank space of the card to redeem successfully. Note, please be sure to write your requirements clearly. One off. Uncle Wang knew what Sui Jing wanted to say, but he was just afraid that he would not be able to let it go. But why would you want to part with such a prop card? Aren't prop cards just to help players like them? This is where it comes in handy. And it can help everyone. So why not do it? It doesn't matter. Just use it, Uncle Juan said boldly. He is of no use. Not even the prop card is a rare thing. But he is happy to be able to help everyone. Only I didn't bring a pen. He looked at the others again and said, "Have you brought your pens?" The other players shook their heads. Apparently no one had the consciousness to bring a pen in the game. But fortunately Sui Jing took care of him. Sui Jing took out a black carbon pen from his pocket and wrote the request on the card. After finishing writing, Sui Jing capped the pen and put the carbon pen back into his pocket. The black card suddenly emitted a burst of light that was not too dazzling. The next second, the moldy bed in the cabin disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a large and neat bed. The length of this bed almost covers the entire cabin, which is more than enough to sleep 8 people. Now the problem is solved. And it's not too early. Everyone tidied up for a while and got ready to go to bed to rest. Although their cabin was below deck, they had a window in the bulkhead as was customary. Can clearly see things in the corridor outside. Sui Jing slept on the side closest to the window. It was always difficult for her to fall asleep quickly in an unfamiliar environment. So she had to close her eyes and slowly brew sleepiness. There probably wasn't any strange smell in the house today. And maybe she was a little tired. But Lu Wan fell asleep quickly. Sui Jing could hear her steady breathing while lying next to her. Sui Jing turned over, feeling faintly that sleep was brewing. And his 5 senses were almost shut down. Just when Sui Jing was about to fall asleep completely, she suddenly felt a dark shadow flashing before her eyes. It seems a bit inaccurate to say that it is in front of me. It is more like the light outside the window has changed slightly. Although it was very fast. Sui Jing still captured it clearly. The heavy rain on the deck had not stopped at this time, which seemed even more strange under the circumstances. Even though the light in the corridor outside the cabin was very dark. Their room was indeed lit by kerosene lamps. The windows in the cabin were made of craft paper, and the flame of the kerosene lamp could just shine through the windows to illuminate the corridor facing the windows. Not only that, before she entered the cabin, she moved the candlelight in the corridor to face the window, so that any change in light could be well captured. Sui Jing moved his fingers inadvertently. Did something escape? And before going to bed, she closed the window because she was afraid that something would come in while they were not paying attention. But at this time, Sui Jing closed his eyes, and there was no movement. She clearly felt the coolness coming from the window. Then this is even more inappropriate. There is no way the wind can blow in inside the cabin. And this is not on the deck. Just when Sui Jing was about to open her eyes to take a look, she suddenly felt a shadow falling on her eyes, also accompanied by a slight breathing sound. Sui Jing's alarm bell sounded, and the thing was looking at her. Even if Sui Jing wanted to pretend that he was asleep, it would be uncomfortable to be stared at by an unknown ghost all the time. After an unknown amount of time, the dark figure seemed to see that Sui Jing showed no signs of waking up and left again. Sui Jing suddenly opened her eyes, and there was no trace of sleepiness in her beautiful and cold eyes. She got out of bed quietly. If she guessed correctly, the black shadow would definitely come back again. Not for anything else. Just to see if anyone was still awake. Sui Jing hid behind the window, which was blocked by 2 protruding long wooden boards on the left and right sides. If anyone outside wanted to see her, regardless of whether they were human or not, they would have to put their heads in completely. Sui Jing squinted his eyes and tightened his grip on the long knife, revealing veins with clear veins. Huh? The candlelight outside the window was completely blocked again, and the black shadow indeed appeared at the window again. Chapter 89 Fleeing in the Ocean. Sui Jing subconsciously held his breath and stared unblinking at the dark figure that was about to poke through the window. Sui Jing finally used the candlelight to see clearly the appearance of the black figure this time, except for its outline, which was roughly the shape of a person. The rest of it was pitch black, like thick oil covering its body. Can't even see where the eyes are. The head of the black shadow poked into the window, and Sui Jing probably judged that it must have been staring at her in this posture just now. But this time, it didn't see Sui Jing, who was supposed to be on the bed. The black shadow found that someone had woken up, and suddenly became excited, and his whole head twisted in an abnormal state. It seemed to want to find Sui Jing's figure in the room, gradually extending its neck, and its entire body assumed a deformed posture. However, it seemed that its eyesight was not ideal. It was possible that only its head was in the cabin, and it did not even notice Sui Jing hiding behind the window for a while. It froze for a moment, thinking that the guest who woke up inside might have escaped while he wasn't paying attention. So he slowly retracted his stretched out neck. Sui Jing looked at the head that had been completely retracted. Before he could take a breath, his slender fingers were already slightly blue due to excessive exertion. Just as Sui Jing was about to walk out of the window, the dark head suddenly turned back to face her. Sui Jing, staring at the unknown object in front of him. He was speechless for a moment. But obviously, besides Sui Jing himself, she felt that Hanging might also be shocked, because Sui Jing actually saw the expression on that dark, irregular face. Sui Jing frowned. This realization made her feel slightly uncomfortable. But the black shadow was just sluggish for a moment. The knowledge that Sui Jing was awake made it very happy. It could finally have a full meal. The next second, the black shadow suddenly opened its mouth. Although the inside of its mouth was also dark. However, Sui Jing's reaction was faster than that, and he neatly pushed the knife handle towards what seemed to be its lower jaw. Of course, that's if it has a jaw. The black shadow obviously didn't expect Sui Jing to resist, and she had weapons prepared in advance. After all, most of the players who had seen it before either stayed in place and were too frightened to move, or were too frightened to turn around and run away. The black shadow was traumatized and quickly retreated without clinging to the current craving. Although it is not sure whether the person in front of it can defeat it. It knows that if a person is stimulated to have great potential, it may be itself that is injured. Before Sui Jing could react, it disappeared. Sui Jing also breathed out when he saw it gone. She encountered such a tricky thing when she was not fully prepared, and she was not completely sure that she could kill it with one blow. The most important thing is that she didn't even understand the whole body of the black figure. What you can see most clearly is its head and neck. Just look at how flexibly its neck can stretch. It must not be something easy to deal with. Sui Jing's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked out the window. It seemed that this time was very interesting. She closed the wide-open window again, then returned to her position and lay down peacefully, thinking that no more messy things would come here. As she wished, the rest of the night was generally peaceful and uneventful. As for whether it was really calm, or whether the monster came again in the middle of the night, she didn't know. After all, after the monster left, she fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed until dawn. I slept so well last night. I didn't even dream. Lu Wan stretched and said, Indeed. I fell asleep as soon as I touched the bed. Ng Qianyuan nodded in agreement. But I wanted to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. But I was a little lazy. And it was too dark outside. And I didn't dare to go out alone. So I didn't get up. Ng Qianyuan said as he walked outside, looking a little anxious. Everyone tidied up in the cabin and prepared to go to the deck. After all, there's really not much light underground. And it is still a bit uncomfortable after staying there for a long time. It is probably a bit depressing. Moreover, they didn't hear the sound from the deck, and the heavy rain had probably stopped. Hey, wait for me. Ng Qianyuan came back quickly, thought about it, and took the backpack with him, and then followed the others up. The temperature in the morning after a heavy rain is always particularly pleasant. The water marks on the deck after the all-night heavy rain are still wet, mixed with the blowing sea breeze, carrying the unique salty smell of the sea. Sui Jing, was there anything unusual last night? Lu Wan asked after walking onto the deck. Liang Shixia also looked at Sui Jing after hearing this. Maybe girls always have to be more careful. Or maybe they have a sixth sense. They notice something subtle. Sui Jing pursed his lips, thinking about whether to tell them what happened last night. Finally, Sui Jing said, Last night, after you guys went to bed. Sui Jing briefly recounted what happened. But the others were dumbfounded. Really? Lu Wan's eyes widened. That's too scary. Are you injured? As she said that, she pulled Sui Jing's arm to check if she was injured. Probably after getting to know this girl. She has a lively and outgoing personality. After having sex, I remembered that Sui Jing didn't seem to like physical contact with others. She put down Sui Jing's arm and coughed twice. Sorry. I was so nervous at the moment. Sui Jing shook his head. I'm fine. She wasn't an indifferent person. After all, she really cared about herself. But that black shadow is a little strange, Sui Jing said. It was lingering outside the window last night. It only reacted when it saw me waking up. Lu Wan supported her chin with one hand and thought thoughtfully. In other words, if it falls asleep, does it mean it can't attack me? How can it be that easy? What if you wake up in the middle of the night like me? Ng Qianyuan shook his head in disapproval. Sister Sui Jing drove it away last night. Otherwise I would have been doomed. Ing Qianyuan rubbed the goosebumps that appeared on his body. Still feeling frightened just thinking about it. Yeah. Liang Shirxia also agreed. And it seems to be able to sense whether you are awake or not. After all, the breathing frequency of a person when he is awake is different from when he is asleep. That ghost is so smart. He must be able to hear it. Right? Sister Sui Jing has been seen through by it. Let alone us. Ing Qianyuan approached Lu Wan and prepared to scare her. Wait a minute, and it will stare at you. Can you really hold it in? Lu Wan opened her mouth. But it was difficult to say anything. After all, what they said was the truth. If that ghost kept staring at her when she woke up, she would definitely tremble with fear. Then, they will be discovered and eaten. The more Lu Wan thought about it, the more scared she became. She looked at Sui Jing. So should we find it first? So that we won't be passively controlled by others. Sui Jing nodded. It's best if you can find it. If you can't find it, you can only do your best. After all, she loves seeking death very much. Chapter 90 Fleeing in the Ocean. No matter how hard the boatman tried to stop her today, she had to go into those cabins. At this moment, the boatman didn't know where he was, and his figure was not seen on the deck. Sui Jing felt that if there was nothing on the deck, there was a high probability that it was still below and had not come up. The others followed Sui Jing to those doors again. Since they couldn't open them, they would have to use slightly more violent methods. Sui Jing pushed the door first, and the door could only be pushed open through a finger-long gap. But it was impossible to see what was inside through this small gap. Although there was plenty of light outside because it was early morning, it was pitch dark inside the cabin. The two doors were locked with a thick iron chain. No wonder they couldn't be opened from the outside. Sui Jing pulled out the long sword from its sheath, and the cold and shiny blade made a series of sounds. She jammed the long knife into the crack of the door, hoping that the knife would be strong enough not to cut off the chain and cut herself off. After all, it took a lot of points to get it. Sui Jing took a deep breath and pushed his wrist downwards. There was only a dull sound as the iron chain behind the door was cut into two pieces and simply fell to the deck. The door in front of me slowly opened to both sides as the chain fell to the ground. Sui Jing took back the long knife and looked carefully for any signs of damage. I have to say that the quality of this knife is really good. It cut through such a thick chain without even a single gap. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows and put the knife back into the scabbard. After glancing at the others, he took the lead and walked towards the cabin. Boom! Sui Jing turned around and saw that after they all came in, the door behind them closed automatically. What's going on? Someone among the players asked, his voice trembling a little, and he seemed to be frightened. I don't know. Sui Jing replied calmly. Don't be afraid. Stay calm. Upon hearing this, the player nodded crazily, regardless of whether Sui Jing could see it or not. Indeed, if you don't calm down at this time, you will fall into the enemy's trap. Sui Jing stood there and walked around. Although her night vision ability was not top-notch, it was still pretty good, but she couldn't see anything in the cabin. It could be said that she couldn't see anything in the true sense. With a silent sigh, Sui Jing clicked and lit the lighter he was holding. Although there is only a little light, it is not in a state of darkness. I have a torch, Ing Qianyuan said, taking out an almost extinct torch from his backpack. This is a big help. After all, it is not a problem to use a lighter for lighting all the time. With a bang, the torch ignited with blazing fire, illuminating the entire cabin and even the corners. Only then did everyone see clearly that there were a lot of strange items covered with black cloth inside the cabin. Judging from the shape, Sui Jing guessed that they were probably statues. That being said, it does look like it. Lu Wan nodded. Could it be that this is a studio? It's too exaggerated, Ing Qianyuan said. Who built a studio on the boat? And the boatman doesn't look like he understands art. That's right, Lu Wan said and took 2 steps forward. Why don't you tear open these black cloths and see what's inside? After saying that, she looked at Sui Jing again, as if asking for her consent. Among their group, Sui Jing had unknowingly become their backbone, and they would always subconsciously seek her opinion when making decisions. Sui Jing frowned. She always felt that there was something strange in this cabin, but she couldn't place it at the moment. And this scene always reminded her of the man lying in the crystal coffin during the first copy. That not-so-wonderful feeling is particularly similar, but it's not exactly the same. Her subconscious tells her that even if these black cloths are uncovered, there won't be any particular danger. After a long time, she nodded and signaled Lu Wan to remove the black cloth covering it. After getting permission, Lu Wan pulled off the black cloth covering the items. As Sui Jing expected, there was indeed a statue under the black cloth. At the same time, others also took off all the other black cloths. Without exception, they are all human statues. The height, clothing, and appearance of these people are all different, and they are both male and female. But the expressions on their faces were without exception fear, shock and horror. Every statue is lifelike, as if they will come alive in the next second. It gives people goosebumps. Sui Jing stretched out his hand and slightly touched the statue of the man closest to him. But his hand paused slightly when it just touched the statue. This action was so light that other players didn't notice anything unusual. She casually took her hands off the statue's face. Her eyelids were half-draped. Her long eyelashes concealed the emotions in her eyes. And she looked calmly at other places on the deck. She was sure that it was not an illusion. She clearly saw that the moment her fingers touched the statue, she felt the statue's eyes move. Although the statue's eyes were the same white as the rest of its body, and only the lighting from the torch was not particularly clear. Its line of sight did follow Sui Jing's hand for a short distance just now. Sui Jing curled his lips slightly, feeling that it was finally interesting. It seemed that the ship was not as peaceful as she imagined. Hey, there are many easels and drawing papers here, Liang Shirxia suddenly said. But they all seem to be unused. And they are all white. Sui Jing heard what she said, and walked towards the direction where the easel was. After seeing the drawing papers, she narrowed her eyes slightly. If you take a cursory look at these drawing papers, you probably won't see anything strange about them, because it is indeed white. But if you want to say that it has never been used, Sui Jing is not sure about this. Is there anything wrong with these papers? Liang Shirxia asked. I saw Sui Jing pulling off a piece of white paper from the easel and looking at it carefully. After a long time, she finally said, Don't you think this paper is too white? Ing Qianyuan took the drawing paper in her hand and looked at it carefully. Yeah, this paper doesn't look like ordinary white paper at all, he said while twisting the paper with his fingers. It doesn't feel right either. Then why should a piece of paper be painted white? Lu Wan didn't understand. That's not how painting is done. Sui Jing shook her head. She couldn't explain the reason, but she just felt it was very strange. And this kind of whiteness, how should I put it, looks very fake. As if there is something hidden under this layer of whiteness. Sui Jing took the paper back from Ing Qianyuan's hand, preparing to tear it open to see if there was any abnormality. Sui Jing. Before Sui Jing had time to react, he felt like he was being lifted up by something. At this time, the hatch was opened again, and the thing wrapped around her and quickly flew outside. She frowned. Only then did she see that the shadow carrying her was the shadow from last night. I don't know if it was the same one, but at least it was the same kind. Only this time it has no arms or legs, and looks a bit like a blackened ghost. To be more precise, the black shadow wrapped around her neck and stopped at the side of the ship, making it unclear what it wanted to do. Want to throw her into the sea? Sui Jing thought. This can't be done. Right? Sui Jing was so wrapped that she couldn't breathe, but she still raised her eyebrows sarcastically, wondering why the monster didn't tie her hands. The next second, the long knife in Sui Jing's hand struck at it fiercely. Even if it was strangled by the neck, the force of the knife was still unstoppable. Chapter 91 Fleeing in the Ocean. The scene flashed back to the moment when Sui Jing was choked. Although she did not escape the black shadow's attack in time, she picked up the long knife that she had inadvertently placed at her feet when she was tearing up the drawing paper a second before she was caught. Of course, the black shadow didn't notice this little move of hers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised when he looked at the pierced part of his body. The black shadow instantly became furious, because the long knife penetrated its body. It kept twisting its body, trying to shake the long knife out. It had no arms or legs, and the long knife was so stuck that it couldn't come out easily. Sui Jing was shaken by it, and felt a little dizzy. Perhaps because he had just been stabbed. The black shadow wrapped around Sui Jing with even greater strength. Sui Jing's mind was already a little confused due to lack of oxygen, and the scene in front of him gradually became blurry. Sui Jing. Sister. Before closing his eyes completely, Sui Jing only heard the shouts of others. Then he vaguely saw his long knife being thrown into the sea by the black shadow monster. He didn't know if he could still find it. Otherwise it would be a pity. After thinking about it, Sui Jing closed his eyes completely and temporarily lost consciousness. Sui Jing. When Lu Wan just ran out of the cabin, she saw a black shadow wrapped in a ball, lifting Sui Jing high. Sui Jing's close-fitting long knife was still inserted into his body. But the next second, the long knife was thrown into the sea, and Sui Jing was also wrapped in a black shadow to the outside of the ship. Plop! Lu Wan and others opened their eyes wide, seeing Sui Jing being thrown down. But they could do nothing. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at the black shadow monster, ready to fight it. But they found that the place where the black shadow monster was pierced gradually spread, and after a while, the black shadow completely dissipated. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It turned out that Sui Jing had already left a way out for them. With that stabbing, she might die, but they would still survive. At least they were alive before she died. Lu Wan was the first to react and strode to the side of the ship, trying to find Sui Jing. But at this time, there was no wind or waves in the sea, and it looked calm. But no one knew that just now, someone might have died under this calm. Lu Wan took a breath, shook her head, and tried her best to comfort herself. It'll be fine. She's so powerful. So she'll be fine. She is so powerful. She will definitely leave a way out for herself. And she will definitely not do something that is completely uncertain. Ng Qianyuan also walked up to her, patted her shoulder and said, "If we cheer up, Sister Sui Jing will be fine. And we must survive. This is the way out that Sister Sui Jing has worked out for us." Lu Wan wiped away the tears in her eyes and nodded vigorously. Although she also knew that what Ng Qianyuan said was very reasonable. She was also constantly doing some psychological construction. But in this vast sea, even if she is Sui Jing, is her chance of survival really high? At this time, the boatman came up from the cabin below the deck and was a little shocked to see the lifeless looks on their faces. Obviously, 1 and 2 of them were still alive and kicking last night. Why do you look so disheveled now, as if you're about to go to mourning the next second? As a result, the boatman counted the number of people present and found that 1 person seemed to be missing. The most beautiful but smelliest person in the group was missing. Suddenly, he saw the cabin door open behind everyone again, and his expression changed drastically. "You guys went in?" Although everyone didn't want to say anything else, they couldn't ignore the boatman's words. So they all nodded weakly. "Have you touched anything inside?" The boatman's tone sounded urgent and panicked. Lu Wan didn't understand why an NPC in his game reacted like this, but she still replied obediently, "It's moving." Afraid that the boatman wouldn't understand, he thoughtfully added, Sui Jing also tore off a piece of drawing paper. After they finished speaking, they watched the boatman's face turn from green to livid, and the smell was outrageous. "Do you know anything?" Lu Wan was no longer afraid and boldly walked up to the boatman. "Is there a way to save her?" "Is not it?" When he first arrived, Lu Wan was really afraid of the boatman. Besides being an NPC, he doesn't look very approachable. But now, she didn't know where the courage came from, and she actually dared to go up and question him. The boatman's expression became calm again, and he just shook his head. "I can't save her. Impossible." Lu Wan could no longer hold back her tears, and her hope collapsed in front of her once again. "You must have a way to save her." Ng Qianyuan saw that Lu Wan was a little too excited, so he gently grabbed her to prevent her from doing something bad for herself and others. "I really have no choice." The boatman looked at the sea and suddenly sighed. "But she may not die." Hearing the boatman say this, everyone's eyes lit up. "Why is this?" Ng Qianyuan asked. The boatman took them to the middle of the deck, motioned for them to sit down and said, "What do you think this sea looks like?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the sea. A player replied, "Quiet. This sea is too quiet, and it has a strong and depressing feeling. Even though it doesn't have rough seas, the initial impression it gives is that of danger. Very dangerous. Actually, this sea area was not like this originally." The boatman nodded, put down his hand, and opened his mouth, but did not speak immediately, as if he was thinking about where to start. After a long time, he seemed to have recovered. This sea area was very good a long time ago. Many fishermen like to come here after going to sea. There are abundant seafood here, with various types of fish and high quality. It is considered a holy land for fishing," the boatman said and sighed. But later, "I don't know if the fishermen were fishing too much. All the fish here suddenly disappeared overnight. The sea surface also became lifeless. At first, some fishermen said this was a natural punishment. God wanted to punish them for being greedy. So he turned the sea area into a lifeless dead sea. I thought so at first." The boatman lowered his eyes. "But I later discovered that this matter is not as simple as it seems. At first, some fishermen didn't believe in this evil and wanted to come here to catch fish. See if they could try their luck? After all, everyone saw how prosperous this place was in the past. Most people don't want to give up easily. This place. The boatman paused. Until that time, a group of fishermen who went to sea came back. Having said this, the boatman was silent for a while, his eyes half closed, as if he was about to fall asleep. Qian Yuan pushed him slightly and asked, "What next?" Then, the boatman opened his eyes and said impatiently, "Then didn't you all see it?" The boatman pointed to the cabins with open doors. "What you see inside is what things are like." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave to do other things. Qian Yuan frowned. What could they know? This old man was deliberately titillating. "Uncle, please finish." Qian Yuan grabbed his sleeves to prevent him from standing up, and said, "We don't completely know." The boatman looked at their eager eyes, and finally nodded and agreed. Okay. Chapter 92 Fleeing in the Ocean. The boatman sat down on the deck again and said, "The fishermen were still sent back by the fishing boat that took them out to sea. But when they came back they were like the ones in the cabin, turned into statues." "Then why are they on your boat again?" Qian Yuan asked. The boatman laughed lowly and replied, "Because I am also an unlucky person. When I was born, my mother died due to childbirth. And my father also failed to come back smoothly because he went fishing. From then on, I became the person with the curse in the village. Fortunately, there was an old woman who saw how pitiful I was alone and adopted me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lived this long. I would have starved to death long ago." After that, the boatman waved his hand pretending not to care. "However, she also died when I was a little older. I am the only one left in this world. Other fishermen don't like me. In the fishing village, I could only do some dirty work and barely make ends meet. Later I learned to go to sea and fish, and at least I was able to survive. The fishermen put all these statues and figures on my boat. Anyway, I was the only one in my family. In the end, I just became a boatman on the sea." He said, sighed. "If you can survive, it doesn't matter where you are or what you do." "Are all the people in the cabin fishermen?" Qian Yuan recalled the clothes of the statues in the cabin. Some of them did not seem to resemble the fishermen. The boatman said. "Not quite," said the boatman. "Some of them are just like you. Every once in a while they will show up at the dock and board my boat." "So, they will also become statues?" Luan thought for a while. Then why was Sui Jing not turned into a statue but thrown into the sea? "Not everyone will turn into a statue," the boatman said. "If some people tear open the drawing paper like the one in your team, they will be killed and eaten by the monster inside. This is also the first time I've seen him thrown into the sea." "Then do you know what's going on with these monsters?" Qian Yuan asked. The boatman shook his head. "I don't know. No one knows where these monsters come from, and no one knows how to destroy them. But the lady who fell into the sea may have found the trick." Qian Yuan nodded. "And they saw Sui Jing kill the black shadow monster with their own eyes. This shows that they can cause harm to it. However, they also saw how fast the black shadow monster was, and knew how big the strength gap between themselves and that monster was. After all, even Sui Jing couldn't avoid the monster's attack in time. Can it be done just by them? Forget it. That's not the point." Qian Yuan looked at the boatman again. "You just said that Sister Sui Jing may not die. Why is that?" The boatman hesitated. "You may not know, but it is said that there are sharks living under the sea." Qian Yuan frowned. "Why is it said?" The boatman looked at him like he was an idiot. "Of course, it's because no one has seen it." "Okay, that's an idiot question. Actually, among the fishermen who went out to sea that time, there was still one sole survivor," the boatman said. "When he was halfway there, he gave up when he saw the lifeless sea. He hid at the bottom of the deck and refused to come out. The other fishermen laughed at him when they saw him like this, but they didn't try to persuade him. Later, when the fishing boat returned to the village, he emerged from under the deck. The fishermen were shocked to find that except him, everyone else had turned into sculptures. Players learned from the boatman's narrative the possible reasons for the formation of these humanoid sculptures. After the timid fishermen return to the village, they will naturally be asked what happened on the way out to sea to make them what they are now. He naturally answered clearly, but because he was hiding under the deck at the time, he couldn't fully describe the entire process. All he knew was that the fishing boat that had been sailing for many days suddenly stopped. And then he heard a burst of beautiful singing. But there was a chill behind him, as if the singing was coming to claim his life. He hid under the deck, not daring to make a sound. Keep waiting. Waiting. He couldn't tell the difference between day and night below the deck. He could only take out his pocket watch from time to time and use the light of the kerosene lamp to judge how much time had passed. Finally, 3 days passed. He felt the fishing boat start again, but reverse direction. He didn't know where the fishing boat would be driven, but he still didn't dare to go out, so he could only stay below the deck. He still had some food left, which could barely maintain his vitality. He first thought the ship was going to HL, until he heard the familiar shouts from the fishing village. Only then did he realize that he was actually home. I was still in the fishing village at the time, and I watched him being carried down with my own eyes. His whole body had lost weight, and he was yellow and dry, the boatman said. But fortunately, after about a week of recuperation, the person came back to life. But other people who became sculptures never came back to life. You know the siren, right? I suspect it's a monster similar to it. The boatman looked a little excited. The other players glanced at him and didn't answer. Thanks for the invitation. I didn't really want to know. The boatman felt bored and continued talking to himself. Those sculptures are naturally regarded as ominous symbols. Just like me. The boatman's tone was as calm as if he was not talking about himself. But I was eager to go out on the water, so they put these sculptures on my boat. Anyway, I am an ominous person, so I plan to go to this so-called cursed sea. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. But the strange thing is that after I went to sea, I could never go back, the boatman said. No matter how I control the rudder, I am always on this sea area. The only place I can reach is the dock where I just picked you up. Ng Qianyuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Then have you seen that shark? Lu Wan asked. The boatman shook his head. I haven't seen it. Then if they turned into sculptures? Didn't you even see them? Ng Qianyuan pointed to the sculptures in the cabin and asked in disbelief. No, the boatman replied confidently. Although I seem to have heard the so-called singing. Maybe. But I have never seen it with my own eyes. Every time I heard the songs, I would faint, said the boatman. And every time I woke up again, they would turn into sculptures. Then I would put them in the cabin. Although I was a little scared when I first heard it, I later discovered that I would not be turned into a sculpture. It seems that the system blocks the influence of other NPCs in the game on the boatman. Ng Qianyuan sighed. It seemed that these people were players just like them. But they just lost their lives. But you still missed the point. Ng Qianyuan complained. We want to know why Sui Jing will not die. We are not here to listen to your story. The boatman rolled his eyes at him. Young people are impetuous. If you don't listen to me tell the whole story, how can you understand what I'm saying? Ng Qianyuan was choked by him, and didn't know what to say. It seems that what he said makes sense. But something seems not quite right. If she would be picked up by the sharks and not killed, she should be able to survive. Ng Qianyuan was stunned. Although this possibility was not impossible. Was it really realistic? Chapter 93 Fleeing in the Ocean. Because Sui Jing was thrown into the sea in a coma. He was suffering from severe hypoxia, and his heartbeat became weak. She seemed to feel that she was on the verge of death. But her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and she could not move her limbs. The instinct to survive gave her a surge of adrenaline at this moment. But it was of little use. She could only feel the sea water pouring into her nasal cavity. And it was already very difficult for her lungs to function. I don't know how long it took. But time seemed to be stretched infinitely. Sui Jing felt that he didn't seem to be sinking anymore. His body seemed to have stopped in one place, and stopped moving. Am I already dead? Sui Jing thought. She was not particularly touched by death itself. She could live like this. But death was not something she was particularly afraid of. As Sui Jing thought about it, his consciousness gradually became blurred. Breathing slowly becomes exhausted due to airway obstruction. And at this time, she basically couldn't feel the outside environment. I could only hear my own weak heartbeat, which was particularly clear under the water pressure, as if it would stop beating in the next second. She suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with dying like this. At least it wouldn't be an ugly death. I just don't know what is happening to the group of people above. When Sui Jing regained some consciousness, he felt as if something had been put into his throat, and there was still a faint coolness on his lips. She slowly opened her eyes. Although the process was a bit difficult, her subconscious told her that she was alive. The light at the bottom of the sea was very dim, and Sui Jing took a while to adapt before he could barely see what was in front of him. Only then did she realize that she was lying on a flat stone slab, surrounded by colorful coral reefs distributed irregularly on the seabed. Sui Jing sat up with his arms propped up and looked at the person sitting in front of him. Half of his face hidden in the backlight. The shark? If she guessed correctly, He should have saved her. She didn't know what he fed her. Although her whole body was now covered in sea water, she had no difficulty breathing at all. Sui Jing blinked. And when he saw the shark's appearance clearly, his pupils trembled slightly. This face was the god-level NPC she saw in the first copy of the game. And it was also the face that appeared in the SD card left by Lu Shuang. Although his hair turned silver-white this time, his eyes as moist as glass still glowed with a touch of blue. Just like the quietest sea under the night light. As always, the dark blue scales reflect a beautiful luster on the long fish tail. As beautiful as if it were covered with stars, and covered with the gentlest and brightest moonlight on the sea. Sui Jing had a lump in his throat, and kept mumbling his name in his mouth. But in the end, he didn't say it out. He was once a living person. What exactly happened in the first place? And why did he become like this? He seemed to sense Sui Jing's displeasure. So he moved closer to her, but did not dare to get too close. Sui Jing glanced at him. And after confirming that he seemed to be in no danger except that he had no memory, he asked, "Did you give me something to eat just now? Is there anything else?" Sui Jing squinted his eyes. With that thing, wouldn't he no longer be afraid of drowning? He didn't answer, just glanced at her quickly, and then immediately looked away. It seems there is no more. If not, then there isn't. Sui Jing was a little confused. But she didn't want to beat him. He is obviously an NPC now. So why is he so afraid? The Sui Grand Inspector, who was full of doubts, did not notice that the base of the shark's ears hidden in the darkness were actually slightly pink. Oh! Sui Jing sighed lightly and ignored him, thinking about how to get up. Sui Jing, who was lost in thought, felt his arm being poked and lowered his head to take a look. I saw the shark holding his own long knife in his hand. It seemed that after saving himself, he also picked up her knife. Sui Jing took the long knife, raised his eyes, and glanced at him, with a faint smile overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Thanks. The shark didn't know if it was due to a language barrier or something else. But he just shook his head and did not answer Sui Jing's words. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't it? He obviously spoke during the first dungeon. But why is he now mute? But Sui Jing didn't care. And he didn't look like anything was wrong. Can you send me up? Sui Jing asked. The shark's brilliant blue eyes inadvertently rested on Sui Jing's face for 2 seconds. And then he shook his head. This result was expected. After all, he was now an NPC and a part of the system. She shouldn't have expected anything from him to help her. It was a blessing and misfortune that he could save her life. Sui Jing sighed silently again. Qing Juan's eyebrows suddenly raised slightly, and he looked at the shark. If I want to go up, you won't stop me. When the shark heard what Sui Jing said, he just stared at her motionless. After a long time, just when Sui Jing thought he would not answer the question, the shark shook his head silently. Sui Jing was surprised. He wanted to kill her the last time they met. But he could let her go this time? Sui Jing pursed her lips. She really wanted to ask if there was really no trap. But looking at his eyes, Sui Jing felt a little hesitant to ask. He didn't seem to have the slightest intention of harming himself. Sure enough, when I knew that this face was inextricably related to me, I still felt a little reluctant to do those initial actions. But Sui Jing's eyes suddenly showed a hint of not-so-obvious malice. She was still a little worried. After all, he didn't say he had recovered his memory. Now, he can be considered a super dangerous person no matter what. Sui Jing thought for a while, looked up at the sea, and then turned to look at the shark. The shark's eyes were as bright as stars, filled with innocence. Forget it. Since he is so good, she should be gentler this time. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at his masterpiece, and raised a smile of relief that was not obvious at the corner of his mouth. Just in case. I'm really sorry, Sui Jing said. But this shouldn't hold you back for long. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Sui Jing said the words goodbye very softly, as if it was just a whisper, washed away by the sea before it was heard clearly. After saying that, Sui Jing went up to the sea and never looked back. Her goal is not here, and what she wants to do is not here. She still has her own unfinished mission. So she can't linger, even if she feels reluctant to let go. The remaining sharks were tied to a huge coral reef by Sui Jing with unusually long water plants. Although no one knew exactly how he was tied up, there was a faint bruise on his arms. He must have been beaten. Right? A group of sea snake-like creatures swam out from behind the huge coral reef. They were yellow-green and had flat bodies. When they swam next to the sharks, They actually transformed into several women with snake-tail bodies, which looked weird and funny. The basilisk swam forward to help the sharks untie the rope. One of them, a snake girl, said angrily, "That woman is so vicious." The master saved her, but she still attacked him secretly. "Yeah," echoed the other. He also asked the shark's opinion. "Master, how about we help you take care of her?" When she said this, a snake touched her from behind. She didn't understand and turned to look at the shark. I saw that his blue eyes were no longer as bright and clear as when he faced Sui Jing. At this time, his eyes had unclear emotions, like the waves on the sea before a heavy rain. The snake girl knew that she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Master, I was wrong. We just won't go." Just when it thought it was going to be doomed, the shark looked up at the direction Sui Jing left and slowly shook his head. The sound he makes is as captivating as the myths and legends from ancient times to the present. And what is different from others is that his voice also contains a kind of indifference and divinity. The two feelings were mixed together, but there was no sense of dissonance at all. Equality yet insignificance. All living beings yet unrelated. He glanced at the snake girls lightly, but what he said made them a little confused. "No. You have to go." Chapter 94, Fleeing in the Ocean. Since Sui Jing was not afraid of the seawater at all, she swam up relatively fast. Of course Sui Jing didn't know what was happening under the sea. And even if she knew, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything as she was underwater now. The top priority was to get back to the ship first. Fortunately, as soon as she surfaced, she saw the ship sailing slowly not far away. Seeing this, she continued swimming in the direction of the wooden boat. When he came under the wooden boat, Sui Jing roughly estimated the height of the boat and found that he seemed unable to get up with his bare hands. Now she needs someone to help her. Sui Jing frowned slightly. Should he attract the attention of the people on the boat first? But she doesn't have any equipment on her now. So how can she attract attention? Sui Jing looked down at the long knife in his hand, then looked up at the height of the wooden boat. He felt that it was not impossible. So he took a deep breath. Clang. The long knife, that was still in his hand 1 second, fell to the deck the next second, making a crisp sound. Hearing the faint voices coming from the boat, Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, knowing that he had made the right bet. There was indeed someone on the deck. It's Sui Jing. Lu Wan was the first to run to the side of the boat. When she saw the person floating under the boat was Sui Jing, she quickly shouted to the people coming from behind, "Get the rope quickly." The players behind also listened to her words and hurriedly borrowed the rope from the boatman. They tied the rope firmly to the mast on the deck, formed the other end into a ring, and threw it to Sui Jing. Sui Jing knew that they most likely wanted her to tie the knot around her body and pull her up. However, the shape of this boat is not suitable for pulling people or objects from above. It is more practical to use a fishing rod. They were probably a little impatient and didn't take this into consideration. Sui Jing sighed silently, tied the rope around his waist, and then stepped on the hull to climb up. Fortunately, this was not a difficult task for Sui Jing, and it was quite easy. In less than a moment, Sui Jing was already standing firmly on the deck. Under everyone's eager gaze, she raised her lips and said, "I'm fine." When I turned around, I saw the boatman with a confused look on his face, as if he didn't believe that anyone could actually come out of the sea alive. "How did you get up here? Could it be that she really met the legendary shark?" Although others were also full of questions, their first concern was Sui Jing's personal safety. Only then did he react when he heard the boatman ask this. Sui Jing took off the rope from his waist and threw it on the deck. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard noises coming from under the boat. Sui Jing frowned, and a bad feeling came into his heart. When they reached the edge of the boat, they looked down and found several huge sea snake-like creatures swimming on the side of the boat. When the group of sea snakes saw someone sticking their head out from above, they suddenly transformed into beautiful women. But the part hidden under the water is still the snake's tail. Looking at them, Sui Jing vaguely guessed their origins. He had just saved himself, and now he was sending people to attack him. Sui Jing thought about the clear and harmless look in the shark's eyes just now, and for some reason, what flashed in his mind more was his inhuman look when he was wandering the dungeon for the first time. At that time, he was determined to kill himself. Now he clearly saved her life 1 second, and the next second, Sui Jing suddenly realized that maybe his memory was more seriously damaged than hers, which made his behavior sometimes puzzling. "Don't look down." Sui Jing stopped the others back. The group of snakes have been wandering down there for so long without seeing them come up. I don't know if they can't come up, or they don't want to come up for the time being. Suddenly, Sui Jing felt a burst of unintelligible notes coming from his ears, which seemed to be coming from under the boat. She frowned. Although she didn't quite understand, her intuition told her that this was not a good thing. Sure enough, when she turned to look at the other players, someone was already walking towards the side of the ship as if they were bewitched. Without any hesitation, Sui Jing grabbed the rope on the ground, tied those people into a ball, and threw them on the deck. If they were allowed to go on, their fate might not be much better than those locked in the cabin. Sui Jing felt a little pain in her forehead. Maybe she was not completely immune to these sounds. But Lu Wan seemed to be fine. Oh! Of course. The boatman seemed fine. He just fell asleep peacefully. After a while, there seemed to be no movement under the boat. Sui Jing motioned to Lu Wan to follow her, and not make any noise. Lu Wan nodded, slowed down her breathing rate, and slowly moved behind Sui Jing. The group of basilisks under the boat seemed to be judging whether there was anyone on the boat who had not been affected by their sounds. But they are also a little confused. People on the boat have jumped into the sea in the past. So why is there no movement this time? After listening for a while, they didn't seem to hear any other movement. The next second, Sui Jing heard the sound of sliding along the hull. It seems that they didn't get the results they wanted. So they came up in person. After the group of snake girls landed on the deck, they found that a group of people were tied together, and they were a little confused. So one of them asked, "Did they tie themselves up?" A snake girl, who looked a little older, didn't talk to her immediately. She felt that something was wrong. However, they still approached the group of tied players first and stared at them for a few seconds before the players all turned into statues exactly like those in the cabin. The elder snake girl's pupils suddenly dilated, as if she had realized something. "There are not enough people," the older snake girl whispered. "Ah!" Before the other snake girls could react, it suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way." It was too late. Sui Jing used his sword like the wind, and before they had time to prepare, several snake girls were impaled and fell to the deck in an instant. Only the snake girl, who looked slightly older, was able to avoid the massacre because she saw Sui Jing's attack. It looked at Sui Jing, trying to let Sui Jing see its eyes. However, Sui Jing closed his eyes, as if he had expected it. The snake girl moved her tail forward, trying to bring Sui Jing down, but was avoided, taking advantage of Sui Jing's opportunity to dodge. It seemed to want to escape. It didn't even think about taking the other companions away. It turned around and wanted to jump onto the side of the ship. How could Sui Jing give it this chance? She threw the long knife forward quickly and accurately. The snake girl was stabbed in the heart and nailed to the side wall of the wooden boat. Sui Jing did not pull out her long knife immediately. She waited until the snake girl died completely before she stepped forward. She pulled out the long knife that was stabbed into the snake girl's body. Red blood flowed down the dark green blade and dripped from the tip onto the deck. Lu Wan witnessed all this with her own eyes, even though she and Sui Jing experienced two copies. But she always felt that she didn't understand this person. Not even the most superficial understanding. At this moment, Sui Jing was standing there holding a bloody long knife. She was very calm. So calm that people felt a little scared for no reason. I saw Sui Jing taking out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiping the cold blade. His movements extremely calm and indifferent. After she finished wiping, the handkerchief slid down her hand and fell on the snake girl's face, completely covering her face. She didn't know whether she said it to herself or to the long knife. "I seem to remember your name." But it was immediately blown away by the sea breeze and became blurry. Even Lu Wan only saw her lips move, but didn't hear what she said. Chapter 95: Fleeing in the Ocean. Sui Jing put the sword back into the scabbard, but was surprised to find that the blood flowing from the snake girl seemed to be spreading continuously in all directions, as if it would cover the entire deck in the next second. Sui Jing secretly raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't expect so much blood to flow out of the snake girl's body. But the blood seems to be flowing in the same direction. She looked in the direction of the blood flow and found that it was the cabin where the sculptures were placed. Sui Jing quickly took 2 steps forward, helped Lu Wan, who was sitting on the ground, and wanted to follow him to see what would happen. She followed the blood trail to the door of the cabin and saw blood rushing inside through the cracks in the door. Sui Jing pushed open the hatch, and the dark blood climbed along the statues as if it had a soul, until it enveloped the whole body of the statues. At the moment when the statue was completely wrapped, Sui Jing found that the limbs of the statue that could not move suddenly started to move, like a rusty machine that had just been repaired. Sui Jing frowned. Sure enough, things were not as simple as she imagined. The death of the snake girl is just a step needed to awaken these statues. What they really need to face are these statues. They are now invulnerable to all kinds of poisons. But it is much more difficult to deal with than the snake girl. Sui Jing took advantage of their actions before they fully recovered. Quickly closed the hatch again. And kindly locked it. Seeing all the blood flowing into each cabin. The deck had returned to its original appearance. And it didn't look like it had just been washed with blood. Sui Jing suddenly realized that the people who came to the dungeon with her seemed to have turned into stone statues. She was just about to go see how they were doing when she saw Lu Wan running towards her anxiously. Subconsciously, Sui Jing was told that their situation was probably not optimistic. Sui Jing. They all turned into stone statues and became motionless. Hearing what Lu Wan said, Sui Jing breathed a sigh of relief. His motionlessness showed that they were not infected by the snake girl's blood like the statues in the cabin. But now we must find a way to change them back first. Sui Jing turned around and glanced at the banging cabin door, knowing that it would not last long. While she was deep in thought, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the boatman lying motionless on the deck. As an NPC, he must know something. Wake up! Sui Jing patted the boatman's face, trying to wake him up from his deep sleep. Wake up! Logically speaking, the snake girl is dead, and the boatman should wake up. The boatman opened his eyes dimly, and saw Sui Jing's head still a little dazed. What's going on? It's nothing. It's just that the statues came to life. Sui Jing said calmly, and without any guilt. What? The boatman was so frightened that he jumped up from the deck. You? Say it again. What happened? Sui Jing stretched out his hand, and motioned him to look in the direction of the snake girl's body. As you can see, the boatman suddenly felt his eyes go dark. His two legs were fighting. And he almost wanted to leave first. Don't be afraid, Sui Jing said. But it was not convincing at all against the fierce knocking on the door. You must know what to do. Right. The boatman glanced at Sui Jing, who was standing in front of him with an expressionless face, and suddenly wanted to curse. It's not like he caused the trouble. So why should he be asked to clean up this mess again? They will run out if you don't say anything. Sui Jing's tone was very calm, but the boatman could hear a threatening tone in it. Tears. The boatman sighed, seemingly helpless and unwilling. As long as there are tears from a person with a clear mind, the curse of the snake girl can be lifted. Sui Jing was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that the method to lift the curse would be so hasty. But she didn't have any tears. Then she turned to look at Lu Wan. Perhaps Lu Wan was the key to lifting the curse. But how to judge whether she is the person they need? Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, as if he had an idea. Did you hear the strange noise made by the snake demon just now? Sui Jing asked. What? Lu Wan didn't quite understand what Sui Jing was talking about, but she still answered obediently. I didn't hear anything. What she said was indeed true. She saw other players suddenly become abnormal, and then walk towards the side of the ship. Fortunately, Sui Jing rescued them in time. Sui Jing nodded, knowing that Lu Wan's tears could probably break the so-called curse on the sculpture. Okay. Sui Jing looked at the boatman. How many tears do you want? After all, tears are not something that can just be said to exist. Nor can you get as many as you want. 1 drop is enough. Sui Jing understood what the boatman meant. That is, after the tears were diluted, their effectiveness still existed. Seeing that the hatch was about to be pushed down, Sui Jing ran down the deck and pulled out a spray can from someone's backpack. Before going on the deck, she filled it with water and then handed it to Lu Wan. Cry. Lu Wan looked at the spray in her hand and didn't know what to do for a moment. She wasn't sure if her tears were really effective. But seeing Sui Jing's confident look, she had no choice but to squeeze out a few tears. I really can't cry anymore. Lu Wan handed the spray back to Sui Jing with a slight apology. Sui Jing shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's enough. At this moment, hordes of statues burst out of the door. They were completely dyed red and mutated at this moment, and they were rushing towards the 3 of them. Sui Jing raised the spray and sprayed it towards the sculpture, only to find that the spray that was supposed to work had no effect at all. Sui Jing's heart sank. And just when she was about to turn around and ask the boatman what was going on, and what was the benefit of deceiving her, a statue rushed towards Sui Jing. With no other choice, Sui Jing had no choice but to dodge sideways and throw the spray on the ground. However, these statues seemed to be here to attack her, and did not go up to surround Lu Wan and the boatman. Sui Jing rolled his eyes in his heart. Why did the blame always lead to the debtor? or they both had their own self-defense buffs. Sui Jing couldn't help but think about the situation in front of him. The number of statues was too huge, and he couldn't chop them down or break them after beating them. Sui Jing had no choice but to keep dodging. But no matter how agile Sui Jing was, he was still outnumbered. Soon, Sui Jing was forced into a corner. A sculpture reached out towards Sui Jing, but Sui Jing sidestepped it, threw it over his shoulder, and threw it into the sea. But at this moment, a sculpture came up from behind and punched Sui Jing in the abdomen while Sui Jing looked away. Sui Jing snorted in discomfort, and in a flash of lightning, he grabbed the sculpture's arm with one hand, clamped its neck with the other, and threw it out hard. The weight of the sculpture also brought the sculptures behind it to the ground. Lu Wan saw Sui Jing frown, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth uncontrollably. The extreme red color of the blood contrasted with her somewhat light lip color, and combined with her eyes covered with a layer of frost and snow, created a thrilling and strong contrast. Sui Jing casually wiped the blood from the corners of his lips, and expressed Lu Wan's peace of mind with a flat look. But when she looked at the sculpture standing up from the deck again and rushing towards her, she uncontrollably pressed the corners of her mouth, obviously feeling a little bad, thinking about the statue that did not resurface. Sui Jing thought about throwing them all into the sea. However, facing the vast army of statues, the workload is obviously a bit huge. Chapter 96: Fleeing in the Ocean. Get away! Sui Jing saw a statue walking towards Lu Wan, and his emotions rarely fluctuated slightly. Sui Jing frowned. Wouldn't these statues attack Lu Wan? Why did he suddenly attack her again? Sui Jing quickly came to Lu Wan, only to find that the sculpture suddenly changed its direction and hit her with his fist. Cough. Sui Jing coughed up a pool of blood. The statue of emotion was also playing tricks. It was trying to attack the east. Sui Jing. Lu Wan squeezed the sprayer she just picked up from the ground with both hands. How could it be useless? Her tears couldn't stop flowing. Sui Jing clearly said that her tears were useful. But why didn't they work? Calm down. Calm down. Lu Wan muttered while taking a deep breath, trying to calm down. But seeing Sui Jing being seriously injured, he couldn't calm down at all. Rumble thunder rang out from the sky at the right time, and it seemed like God was grieving for their experience. The sea surface, which was calm just a few minutes ago, is now turbulent. The three people who had experienced the storm not long ago knew that another heavy rain was coming. However, the boatman knows very well that in this place, all weather has its own rules. But this time, there was a little surprise. According to past experience, everyone should have turned into statues by this time. And these statues will not be resurrected. Now everything has deviated from the established course. The boatman couldn't help but take another look at Sui Jing. She had broken all the established rules. But now the person who broke the rules was obviously exhausted. He had been hit countless times, and his chest was already stained with blood. Even though she was still standing there calmly, both Lu Wan and the boatman knew that she was reaching her limit. The patter of raindrops quickly fell on the deck. Heavy rain on the sea always comes quickly. Seeing that Sui Jing's condition was really bad, Lu Wan couldn't care so much. She flicked the spray in her hand and rushed forward to hug the shaky Sui Jing. She discovered that these statues would not attack her. Does this mean that as long as she is by Sui Jing's side, Sui Jing will be fine? Go away. Sui Jing managed to stand steady with the help of her arm, and then let go of her hand. After bleeding too much, my voice became hoarse and my voice was very weak. No, I won't leave you. Lu Wan shook her head vigorously, quite willing to live and die together. You? Before Sui Jing could finish his words, the sculpture suddenly stopped in place and stopped attacking. Sui Jing and Lu Wan were both a little confused. They didn't know why this happened. Even the boatman was a little shocked for a moment. But the next second, Sui Jing watched Lu Wan's tears falling down, mixed with rainwater, being carried to various places on the deck. And he instantly understood what was going on. The owner of the tears was unaware at this time, and his eyes were like water gushing out of a floodgate. It seems that it is not the tears that are useless, but the tears that are squeezed out are useless. As soon as the rain mixed with tears touched the sculptures, the red color on the sculptures quickly faded, and the sculptures gradually revealed their original appearance. Just when everyone thought it was over, cracks suddenly appeared on the surfaces of the sculptures, as if they were about to break. Lu Wan opened her eyes wide to observe what would happen next. After the sculpture cracked, the outer shell fell on the deck, revealing the racks of white bones inside. Everyone inside is dead? All that's left is the skeleton. The horrifying-looking white bones melted on the spot the second they were exposed to the rain, leaving no trace behind. This surprising and weird scene scared Luwan, and she quickly turned around to look at the players who came with her. She found that they were still complete people after their cement SHLs were removed, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that scary. Otherwise she would have wondered if she was dreaming. Sui Jing. It's over. Luwan turned around to share the good news with Sui Jing. But she saw Sui Jing standing aside, half of her body leaning on the boat, her eyelids hanging down weakly, her long eyelashes wet and sticky from the rain. Her pale face looked like a butterfly that was about to flutter in the rain. At this moment, Sui Jing's breathing became very light. Even if Luwan walked in front of her at this moment, it would be difficult to hear Sui Jing's exhalation. Sui Jing. Luwan called her name softly, but it had no effect. Sui Jing's situation is not optimistic, and it is not yet time for the copy to be completed. If this continues, Sui Jing will die. Luwan gritted her teeth and walked to the other players to help them untie the ropes. Wake up! Everyone! Wake up! Luwan was a little anxious. They should not be injured. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to take care of so many people. However, Luwan's voice did not wake up this group of people. She suddenly felt a little desperate, and a deep sense of powerlessness suddenly came to her heart. She always seems to be unable to do anything. The clothes on each of them were soaked, but no one woke up. It's over. The voice was so soft that it seemed like it would be blown away by the wind. What? Luwan didn't realize who was speaking at first, until she turned around and saw Sui Jing reluctantly leaning against the hull, covering her abdomen with one hand, and holding her long knife in the other hand. She looked upward, and Luwan also followed her line of sight, but saw nothing. She quickly ran to Sui Jing's side and said, Sui Jing, go below the deck and bandage it first. Sui Jing shook his head without looking away. No need. She suffered internal injuries, and the medicine she brought couldn't help at all. Congratulations to all players for finding the secret to lifting the ocean curse in advance. Here, greed and desire coexist, and ugliness and goodness are in opposition. People's desires are endless. They don't listen to advice and insist on going their own way. They are selfish and greedy. They become slaves to desire, incurring terrible punishment. He himself was driven and enslaved by others. But there will always be someone with a pure heart who will save everyone from fire and water. People who help each other will burst out with unexpected power. Congratulations to everyone for successfully clearing the special copy of Death in the Ocean. You guys survived again. Congratulations. Is it over? Luwan opened her eyes in disbelief. The group of people sitting on the ground were also a little confused as to why the mission was completed and the dungeon was cleared as soon as they woke up. Is this the so-called lying down to win? Moreover, after the system voice announcement, the boatman had disappeared. But at this time, no one had the energy to deal with the boatman. Now start transmitting 3, 2, 1, but, Sui Jing. Before Luwan could finish her words, she suddenly disappeared on the deck. Before disappearing, she met Sui Jing's eyes, which were full of emotions she couldn't understand. Solemn, free and unrestrained. Who is she? This was the last question that came to Luwan's mind. But she probably couldn't get the answer to this question. At least, it won't be available in the near future. Before Sui Jing closed his eyes, he seemed to see a slender figure emerging leisurely on the sea not far away. But the rain was too heavy, and her mind was not clear now, so she couldn't tell whether it was an illusion or not. However, that is no longer important. Whether it's an illusion or reality, it's all unimportant. She sighed softly and closed her eyes silently. This time, she was really on the verge of death, frantically testing, and not dying could only be regarded as her destiny. Chapter 97 Fleeing in the Ocean. Sui Jing slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the pure white ceiling. I don't know where I am being sent now, and it doesn't look like a hospital. But then again, are there hospitals in the game world? I know I'm awake. This familiar voice sounded beside the bed, causing Sui Jing to turn around to find the source of the sound. You? Why are you here? Before Sui Jing could ask the question, he found that his throat was dry, hoarse, and extremely painful. It seemed that Naorin was a little hurt. Thinking of this, Sui Jing couldn't help but raise his left hand to touch his forehead. Hey, don't move. The man shouted to stop Sui Jing's behavior. He walked up to her with an unhappy look on his face. I'm telling you, can you save your life? No matter how good your body is, it can't withstand your pretentiousness. What on earth do you want to do? Chi-yun. Sui Jing interrupted the chatter of the person in front of him. For the sake of me being a patient now, please spare me. What Chi-yun wanted to say was stuck in her throat. Hearing what Sui Jing said, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at her, and did not continue nagging. What's going on with you? The punishment period has expired? Sui Jing asked. Obviously she was very confused about Chi-yun's appearance here. No. Chi-yun had an expression of boredom on her face. I just finished the last dungeon. As soon as I returned to the rest area, I saw a group of people gathered together, including 2 inspectors, who didn't know what they were discussing. I walked up to see what was going on. But, what are you doing here? Chi-yun pulled away the crowd and walked to the center to face the 2 supervisors. Isn't this Q? One of them said with a playful smile. He should be under the command of another chief inspector. After all, she didn't look familiar. However, Chi-yun is the chief supervisor, and most people know her. There is a player here who was probably injured in the dungeon. Now we are trying to find a way to take her for treatment. You don't have to think about it, Chi-yun said. As an experienced veteran, she said that this was not a routine operation. Send her to a rest area and then find a doctor. Of course we know this. Another young supervisor sighed. But you also know that there are only a few doctors in each rest area. And there are so many injured players this time that they are simply too busy. We originally planned to send her to the rest area first. But we need proof of identity before checking in. But we can't go through her luggage. These words explained why they stood here hesitating. I'll do it, Chi-yun said. The person lying on the ground was indeed seriously injured. I'll take her to the hotel first. Then you can get some medicine. Every inspector in the game will deal with and diagnose injuries. But they are not as professional as real doctors. That's great. The young inspector breathed a sigh of relief. We feel more at ease with you here. Then I'll leave it to you. You can send us the room number later, and we'll move the medicine there right away. After saying that, the 2 of them left with the white panels in their hands. Chi-yun looked at Sui Jing, with a hint of anger on her face. I was so scared when I saw clearly that the person lying on the ground was your ghost. Sui Jing was speechless for a moment. Now that she was so angry, it seemed like nothing she could say was appropriate. Thankfully I happened to be here, Chi-yun said. Otherwise you don't know what would have happened. Thanks. I've been thinking about you for a long time, not because of your thank you. Chi-yun quite hates that iron cannot become steel. I hope you won't always make fun of your own life in the future. I didn't. Sui Jing argued helplessly. I have a reason why I have to do it. You? Chi-yun was angry. You always have a reason. Am I okay? Sui Jing smiled lightly. Don't worry. Chi-yun sighed. After all, there was really nothing she could do against Sui Jing. You may have been caught in the rain and have a fever, Chi-yun said. She was shocked when she first saw Sui Jing lying wet on the ground. There may be some minor fractures in some parts, but fortunately you are in pretty good health. Overall, although it is serious, as long as you rest for a few days, there should be no major problems. This means that I don't need to continue to the next copy for the time being. Sui Jing caught the key point of her words. Yes. Chi-yun nodded. When you first arrived at the rest area, the 2 inspectors had already reported your situation. Your rest period has been extended to 7 days. She looked at Sui Jing's pale face and warned. You'd better take good care of yourself first. Don't run around. Sui Jing nodded. I'm not a child anymore. I know it myself. There are a lot of farts. Do you think you know it for yourself? Chi-yun rolled her eyes in her heart, but did not dare to show it, causing the expression on her face to be slightly distorted. What's wrong with your eyes? Sui Jing asked. Nothing. Chi-yun looked at her watch. It's almost time. I have to leave. You need to take care of yourself. After saying that, Chi-yun picked up the coat hanging on the chair and waved to Sui Jing. Let's go! With a bang, the door to the room was closed. Sui Jing sat up and leaned against the bed. It seemed that 3 days had passed. Sui Jing glanced at the intravenous drip bottle that was almost empty, and waited for a while. She picked up the water glass that Chi-yun filled with water from the bedside. Her dry throat felt much better after being moistened by the warm water. A few minutes passed, and Sui Jing put the water glass back on the bedside table. He neatly pulled out the needle on the back of his hand. After seeing that the bleeding didn't continue, she walked to the bathroom to wash up. Maybe the injury was serious this time. His face did not look very good. There was no trace of blood on his cheeks. Even his lips were slightly white. There was some slight peeling due to not drinking water for 3 days. After Sui Jing came out of the bathroom, He changed out of his hospital gown. I don't know if I should say the system was considerate or something else. But at least her box was returned. After Sui Jing finished cleaning up, he took his ID and prepared to go out. You'll get suffocated if you stay in the room all the time. So I just took advantage of this break to go out for a walk. After Sui Jing walked out of the hotel, he was wondering where to go when he saw two young men wearing inspector uniforms walking towards him. There were not too many people in the rest area now, so the two inspectors naturally saw Sui Jing. They walked up to Sui Jing, and one of them asked, "Is your injury feeling better?" Sui Jing knew that they were the two inspectors Qi Yun mentioned. She nodded and replied, "Not bad. That's good." The young inspector smiled. "Your rest time is not over yet. You can wander around in the rest area, although there is nothing to see." As soon as he finished speaking, he was nudged by another person. "If you really have nothing to do, you can go to the casino over there." "Casino? Why is there a casino here?" "That's right." The inspector smiled. "You may have been to other casinos before, but this one is different. Not only can you draw cards, but you may also be able to predict some information about the next dungeon." Another inspector next to him coughed twice, as if to signal him to stop talking. He turned around and said, "It doesn't matter. These are things that everyone can know by default." Then he turned to Sui Jing and said, "Okay, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first." After that, without waiting for Sui Jing's answer, the two left in the other direction. Sui Jing squinted his eyes, feeling that he had met more inspectors recently, although they were not chief inspectors. They did not meet her in the resting area at the beginning. What happened?" Sui Jing shook his head, thinking that he might have thought too much. Isn't it normal to meet the inspector in the game? After all, isn't that what their responsibilities are? And there are so many of them. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Chapter 98 Gambling. By the way, do you think she looks familiar? The inspector who had just spoken to Sui Jing muttered to the other one softly. The other one glanced at him with a smart look, but didn't answer. "Hey, what's your attitude?" The inspector was quite unconvinced. "I'm serious. You really don't think we have seen her anywhere?" The other person sighed and said seriously, "I've never seen her before. You must have confused her with other people's memories. But I've been with you all day, and I haven't seen anyone else. Besides, she looks quite impressive." Before he finished speaking, he saw another person walking straight ahead without waiting for him. He had no choice but to stop worrying and follow her quickly, saying something, "I don't know what I am thinking about." After Sui Jing saw the two of them gradually walking away, he walked in the opposite direction to them. She came to the so-called casino and stood in front of the building. If it weren't for the word casino written on the plaque, no one would think it was a casino. On the surface, this building looks extremely ordinary. It looks more like a tea house than a casino. Sui Jing showed his identity certificate to the staff guarding the door to register. Once registered, it is impossible for the player to break the contract and escape. No matter where he is, he can always be found in the end. The staff looked at Sui Jing's points and couldn't help but be a little shocked. After all, few people's points could reach such a terrifying level. However, due to his professionalism, he quickly regained his composure. "You can go in." The staff handed the ID card back to Sui Jing, gently pushed the door open, and let someone in. After entering the gate, the first thing you see is not a gaming table or anything like that, but a Chinese-style screen. After bypassing the screen, it is the real casino. There were many people gathered around every set table. It was not as crowded inside as Sui Jing thought. Although the crowd was large, it was also very orderly. Although money has no practical value here, there are points for alternatives. In addition, anything you can think of that is valuable to others can also be used as chips to join this gamble. But the purpose of Sui Jing's coming here was not to gamble in exchange for points. She just heard from the inspector that she could get some information about the next copy to try her luck. It doesn't matter if you can win or not. She wandered around the casino for a few times, and found that every gambling game here had no fixed category. Whatever you want to exchange is random, as long as the other party is willing to accept it. Whatever you put out as a bet is allowed. But for now, she hasn't seen anyone ask for information related to the next copy. It wasn't that the others were unlucky and didn't ask. It was just that she had been standing here for so long and no one asked. Although there were people coming and going in the casino, Sui Jing stood here without moving, which indeed attracted some people's attention. This beautiful one. After receiving Sui Jing's cold gaze, the visitor swallowed back the word beauty. Although beauty is good, she must be blessed to enjoy it. The man, who seemed a little greasy to Sui Jing, smiled awkwardly. Do you want to bet? Sui Jing lightly raised his eyelids, looked at the man quietly for a few times, and concluded that he was most likely not a player. Immediately, Sui Jing nodded slightly, indicating that he wanted to join the gambling game. Then what do you want to play? The man asked politely. Mahjong, chess and cards or... The man was introducing the casino games to Sui Jing in great detail. Unexpectedly, Sui Jing turned a deaf ear and uttered a few words with her beautiful lips. Let's bet on the big or small. Of course. We still have one here. The man was stunned and his eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Sui Jing looked at him and said word by word. I said, bet big or small. The man's eyes when he looked at Sui Jing suddenly changed, and he suddenly felt that the man in front of him was a little unreasonable. Indeed, there are not many people who come to this casino to gamble, but they are very few. And after all, it is not exciting enough. And he doesn't like this project either. And he doesn't want to see any excitement at all. And they assume that the people who come to play this project are a bunch of poor people. So there is nothing to see. And she didn't look like she was just gambling. Actually, the man's expression was stiff. But he still brought Sui Jing to a table. You can stay here. After saying that, he wanted to leave with a look on his face. Hey, wait. Sui Jing stopped him. I don't know how to play. Please tell me the rules. The man stopped abruptly, walked up to Sui Jing, and said with a forced smile, to put it simply, there are 3 dices in this dice basin. Before the dealer shakes the dice basin, you bet that the sum of the numbers in it is greater than 10. If it's still less than 10, the winner of the bet will be the winner. After saying that, he looked at Sui Jing and said, do you understand? Sui Jing nodded, took out his ID card, put it on the table and said calmly, I'll hold on to it. As the man thought, there were indeed not many people betting on big or small, and there were only a few of them, including Sui Jing. At this time, the others stopped when they saw Sui Jing being so arrogant, and the one with the best luck among them had a showdown with Sui Jing. Another player saw Sui Jing betting big, so he turned around and voted small. The man who was just about to leave saw this and turned back. He took a look at Sui Jing's astonishing points and had only one thought in his mind. That is, this man was definitely suffering from a serious illness. But this time it was much more interesting. He wanted to see what this beauty would look like if she lost. It would be very interesting if there was a panicked look on this cold face. He winked at the dealer, who immediately understood. After shaking the dice basin a few times, he placed it on the table. The exciting moment has arrived. Under the focused gaze of another player, the dealer opened the lid and said, Xiao. It's Xiao. The man looked at Sui Jing with interest, trying to find a different look on her face. But unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Sui Jing took out the wish fulfillment card from his pocket without even moving an eyebrow. I'll press it big. After putting down the card, he didn't care about the surprised expression of the player on the other side. She glanced sideways at the man. There was no emotion in her eyes. But the man felt that she had seen something through. Sui Jing rested his hands on the gambling table and tapped the table with the index finger of his right hand. He said, Let's get started. He paused, looked at the dealer, and smiled with a smile that was not noticed by others. Shake well. No one knew what that smile meant. But the banker's back was slightly wet with sweat at this moment. The banker pretended to glance at the man unintentionally, wanting to know what the man meant. The man did not react immediately. He looked at Sui Jing again, and she was looking at the dice basin with a nonchalant look. The eyelashes cast a faint shadow under the eyes under the light. For a moment, the man was a little unclear as to what Sui Jing was thinking and what he wanted to do. The man had no choice but to shake his head at the banker, indicating that he should just follow the normal steps. Having said that, it was indeed his fault just now. But this woman is too keen. Right? Did she see all this? He is obviously a noob who doesn't even know the rules of gambling. The dealer, under great pressure, picked up the dice basin like a hot potato. He had never felt that a gambling game had caused him so much pain. Except for the 3 of them. No other players knew about the turmoil at the table. Especially the one who was betting against Sui Jing showed a clear sense of stupidity in his eyes when he looked at the dice basin in the dealer's hand. Chapter 99 Living Coffin. After shaking it for a few times, the dealer put down the dice basin again, took a deep breath, and opened the lid with trembling hands. Big. This time it's big. The dealer almost cried with joy. If the boss hadn't been here, he would have almost run away just now. It seems like I'm lucky this time. Although she said this, she didn't look very happy. After that, she took back the wishful thinking card placed on the table. Fortunately, the dealer didn't act like a monster again. Otherwise she wasn't sure she would just let it go. She doesn't care about winning or losing. But that doesn't mean she can be teased like a fool. On the contrary, the player on the opposite side had a disgusted expression on his face, and reluctantly returned the points he had just received, and even lost his points to Sui Jing. But Sui Jing took a look and didn't ask for his points. She glanced at the man and said, "I heard you can buy news here." Of course. The man was not surprised. Apart from news, a player like Sui Jing didn't seem to have anything worthy of her entering this casino. Although the casino has its own rules. In the final analysis, since it is established in the game, it still abides by the rules of the system. As for the news that the casino can find out each player's next copy, it is also half true and false. It can be found, but it's not 100% accurate. You can only use the computer in the casino to calculate the probability of which copy the next copy will be based on the copies the player has experienced. And I can't give specific content. I can only give some vague hints. However, players will not know this until they experience it themselves. The man glanced at Sui Jing and said with an unclear smile, "Follow me." Sui Jing ignored his uncomfortable smile and followed him to the second floor. The room at the far end of the second floor near the stairs looks different from the other rooms. The man pushed open the carved wooden door, and the layout inside was what a modern office should look like. Sofa, desk, etc. After entering, the man first closed the carved wooden door, then sat on the leather seat, and then turned on the computer. "Please sit down." He motioned for Sui Jing to sit on the sofa opposite him. Sui Jing shook his head. "No. You continue." The man smiled and did not continue to struggle. He just muttered softly, "I'm quite defensive." Sui Jing naturally heard it, but she ignored it. After all, it wasn't an exaggerated statement, and it wasn't worth distracting her attention on, even if the remarks are unfavorable to her. Depending on her temperament, she may not be able to say a word in defense. About 10 minutes later, the printer next to the man printed out an A4 paper. The man folded the paper. He stood up and handed it to Sui Jing. "This is your clue for the next round." The man paused. "It's not entirely accurate. As a person, the most important thing is to rely on yourself." "Thank you," Sui Jing said lightly, and put the piece of paper into his pocket. The man was not surprised by Sui Jing's attitude. He had noticed since she started the gambling game that she might be here just for fun. It's like seeing a cute kitten on the roadside. She might stop and play with it, but she won't necessarily take it home. She didn't particularly want to gain anything, and she didn't particularly care about what she would lose. The man shook his head in his heart. He was so wishless and cold-blooded. But before Sui Jing left, the man stopped Sui Jing. "Hey, let's make friends. More friends means more paths." As he said this, the man stretched out his right hand. "This is the first time we meet. I'm an Yunj." When Sui Jing heard this, he raised his eyes and glanced at the person in front of him. To be honest, if Sui Jing wasn't so greasy at the beginning, his first impression of him would be greatly reduced. In fact, he is quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a dignified appearance. It's just that his conduct doesn't seem to be very good. First time meeting? Sui Jing. Sui Jing stretched out his right hand and shook it gently, then immediately took it back. Although she doesn't have any misophobia, she doesn't seem like a good person. Well, first impression is really important. There was nothing fishy about Sui Jing's expression, but through her behavior and eye contact in the first few seconds, and Yunj had already guessed Sui Jing's thoughts. "Go slowly. Don't see me off." Seeing Sui Jing turn around and go out without stopping, he knew that he was being disliked again, and Yunj sighed leisurely. The last time he was disliked was the last time. After Sui Jing walked out of the casino, he went straight back to the hotel. She took out the flimsy piece of paper and wanted to see how powerful that casino was. Sui Jing was really speechless when he saw a few phrases written on such a large piece of paper. Wedding, wedding banquet, funeral, mourning. Sui Jing's eyes lingered on these phrases for a moment. Then he folded the paper in half several times and threw it casually into the trash can. With just a few clues, it's obvious that this is nonsense. Probably some players will use these clues to speculate on the content of the next dungeon. But Sui Jing doesn't want to do so. because as far as she is concerned, it doesn't make sense, and she doesn't rely on this to pass the level. Although Sui Jing also remembered this a little bit. He didn't put much thought into it. After all, the clues are so vague. So let's just take it one step at a time. In the next few days, Sui Jing really stayed in the hotel to recover from his injuries. She knew her own body best. Although she reluctantly went out that day, her ribs felt a little sore after she came back. In this case, it is better to take good care of your health first. After all, no one can say what you will encounter in the next dungeon. In the blink of an eye, Sui Jing's rest time was over. She packed up her trolley suitcase and walked downstairs to the hotel. Looking at a group of people standing on a high-tech disc-like thing outside, Sui Jing knew that this time it was probably teleportation, and it would be wherever it went. As soon as Sui Jing stepped on the disc emitted a burst of dazzling red light, and then they disappeared from the spot. Before Sui Jing had time to adapt to the dim environment in front of him, the system's announcement sounded. As a notorious place, it attracts all kinds of people. They are violent, greedy, feudal, selfish, and vicious. The ugliness of human nature is clearly visible in them. In the long years, they have not learned the true civilization of mankind. They still live in their own backward cultural circle, with the most absurd excuses and the most vicious hearts. They killed every innocent person indiscriminately. Welcome all players to the copy of Living Coffin. As long as you can keep them alive and punish them at the same time. There is no limit to the type of punishment. You may be able to leave early afterward, or live until the day the copy ends. This copy lasts for 7 days. I hope you can survive until that day. I wish you all good luck. Please note that there are no fixed bonus points in this round of games, and players need to find bonus points by themselves. Please do not deliberately disobey the villagers' requests. Discuss this with them, and they may forgive you for your rudeness. Oh, by the way, remember to attend their wedding. Don't forget it. After the system finished speaking, the surroundings returned to a dead silence. Sui Jing always felt that the word deliberately emphasized by the system was connoting her. They were in a deserted forest, with towering trees everywhere, and they couldn't tell the direction at the moment. A gust of evening wind blew, and in the forest that had been buried in darkness, there was the sound of rustling leaves and the hoarse and bone-gnawing neigh of crows. This takes the fear to another level. The pale moonlight shines on the ground through the treetops, adding a touch of horror to the atmosphere. Chapter 100 Living Coffin. There were 8 people in their group including Sui Jing. 4 men and 4 women. Evenly divided. It just said it was going to a wedding. Right? Asked a boy standing next to Sui Jing. It seems so. Another man who looked slightly older replied. But how are we going to get out now? How can we go to a wedding if we can't get out? Follow them, Sui Jing said coldly, surprising everyone else. Not that they didn't notice her. To be honest, with her appearance and overall aura, it is difficult for people not to notice her. It's just that at first glance, he doesn't like to talk. They thought she had a somewhat cold temperament, so they didn't plan to have too much communication with her. But now it seems that they can communicate normally. Who are they? The boy who asked the first question glanced around and suddenly felt a chill on his body. Shh! There are footsteps. A girl patted the boy's shoulder, thinking that they might have known each other before this copy. Sui Jing glanced at the girl with slight admiration, although there was no obvious difference from her usual look. The girl also noticed the way Sui Jing looked at her and smiled at her. Looking quite bright, Sui Jing calmly withdrew his gaze. The boy immediately fell silent because he heard it too. And there were not only footsteps, but also the sound of Swana playing. Putting aside everything else, the sound of the Swana alone in this environment is scary enough. Who would play Swana in the wilderness in the middle of the night? A group of people were standing still, not daring to move, waiting for the person hiding in the darkness to appear. The footsteps and the sound of the Swana are gradually getting closer. Everyone saw what looked like a wedding team coming out of the dense woods on the side. Everyone was wearing red clothes, and the 2 people leading the way were holding big wooden signs with a single happy character on them. Behind them, 4 bearers carried a wedding sedan smoothly and steadily towards the front. What was frightening was not only their sudden appearance in the Huangshan Mountains. Under the moonlight, everyone in this wedding team looked as pale as if they had applied white powder. Their cheeks were purple and bright red, and the corners of their mouths were uniform. The arc is rising. Suddenly a gust of mountain wind blew up in the forest, blowing open the curtain of the wedding sedan. Players can vaguely see the bride sitting in the sedan, wearing a bright red wedding dress. The bride-to-be team walked straight over as if they hadn't seen Sui Jing and the others. You mean we have to follow them? The boy came slightly closer to Sui Jing and asked in a lowered voice. Before Sui Jing had time to reply, a woman who was following the wedding sedan seemed to have heard what he said and turned her neck to look in their direction. Both of her eyes were dark, as if they had no whites. After staring at everyone like this for a while, the woman's mouth suddenly arched even wider, and a hoarse voice came out of her throat. Follow me. After that, without waiting for their reaction, he quickly followed the wedding sedan. This was not the first time for the players to experience the dungeon, so they were scared. But they didn't have any particularly extreme reactions. When everyone heard what the woman said, they couldn't help but look up at Sui Jing, and saw Sui Jing nodded. Everyone had no choice but to take a deep breath and follow him up. I don't know how long they walked, but everyone finally saw some lights in the distance as far as their eyes could see. When I walked in, I discovered that it was an ancient house. The yard was very large, but some places looked a bit shabby. But overall it's still a big family. Before entering, the road outside was already covered with red blankets, and the entire house was hung with red ribbons symbolizing happiness. The huge front yard was almost full of guests. Although it was a wedding, there was no trace of joy. Sui Jing couldn't help but think of the messages exchanged in the casino, which had the word wedding written on them. Looking at the very strange scene in front of him, Sui Jing's eyes twitched slightly, although it was somewhat different from the wedding he imagined. You can tell it was this or not. But a wedding is a wedding. But this wedding banquet. Just tell me where this joy comes from. No one here looked happy. Besides, isn't it ridiculous that a good person would get married in the middle of the night? The bearer carried the sedan to the red carpet outside the yard and stopped. The woman stepped forward to help the bride get off the sedan, and walked step by step into the yard. Sui Jing and others looked at each other and followed him into the courtyard. But instead of following the bride through the main entrance, they found a side entrance to enter. After entering, they found that everyone's eyes were focused on the bride, and no one noticed them. It just so happens that they don't want to attract too many people's attention. So they found a slightly empty table near the corner and sat down. This position is not too eye-catching, but it is just enough to observe the overall situation and pay attention to every move in the front court. I just say that this table is slightly empty because there are actually two people at this table. The condition of these two people was similar to that of those in the wedding team. Their faces were pale, their cheeks were flushed, and their eyes were empty. Overall, they just don't look like real people. Sui Jing looked away. She didn't feel any joy at this wedding banquet, but the death aura was almost visible to the naked eye. Sui Jing frowned. She felt a little uncomfortable seeing this scene. Suddenly, she felt a gaze falling on her. She turned around and found that it was the boy, Mu Yunfei. Seeing that the boy hesitated to speak, Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. There's something wrong. Mu Yunfei's face wrinkled up, and he pointed to the side. Sister Sui Jing. Look. Sui Jing looked in the direction he pointed, and saw the corners of the mouths of the two local guests next to him suddenly getting wider and wider, and it felt like they were going to reach their ears in the next second. Sui Jing. She had been paying almost all of her attention to the bride. And then she noticed that almost all the guests sitting around were looking at them, and they all showed scary smiles invariably. The other players were more or less frightened when they saw the scene. But everyone knew that since they were all here, there was no point in being afraid. It was better to calm down and wait and see what would happen. Sui Jing looked towards the front hall and saw that the bride had been sent away. At this moment, even the eyes of the groom and the groom's parents were glued to them. Sui Jing couldn't quite describe this feeling for a while. It was a little too ridiculous. Ron? Mu Yunfei asked. Sui Jing shook his head. I don't think we can escape. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the woman who was welcoming the bride and the groom's parents walking towards them. It seems that the groom's family is indeed a prominent figure in this place. After all, as soon as they came over, the rest of the people didn't dare to stick their eyes here, and all looked away. How many are foreigners? The bridegroom's mother spoke first. Her tone was calm, but her eyes didn't look like that. Yes. Mu Yunfei nodded and replied. What's the matter with you coming here? After hearing Mu Yunfei's answer, her tone suddenly became serious, as if she didn't welcome them. This Mu Yunfei glanced at everyone and didn't know how to answer. I watched the sky at night and found that bad luck would come here. I brought someone to help you get rid of evil spirits and bring good luck. Sui Jing glanced at the groom and his parents lightly and said nonsense seriously. Players 6. Groom and his parents. Chapter 101 Living Coffin. The groom's family was unable to accept Sui Jing's nonsense for a while. And they stood stunned for a while. It took a while for the bridegroom's mother to react. She opened her mouth in a stiff arc and said, "Glib." Sui Jing's expression remained unchanged. And his demeanor was calm. "I would rather believe that it exists than that it doesn't exist." "Humph." The groom's mother snorted coldly, and said to the woman following them, "Since they have come all the way, let's take them to the back room to rest." The woman bowed slightly towards her, and said to Sui Jing and his group, "Follow me." Since they all sincerely invited me, there was no reason for them to refuse. So they all picked up their luggage, and followed the woman into the house. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, the groom's mother added, "It's not peaceful at night, so don't come out casually." At first glance, one might think that she was reminding them. But Sui Jing turned to look at her and found that her eyes were staring directly at them, with undisguised murderous intent in her eyes. Sui Jing turned his eyes indifferently and followed in. Probably because of the new marriage. There is a red ribbon hanging in front of every room. But there was an eerie silence in the backyard. After the sound of the swana and firecrackers stopped, no other noise was heard. The entire house was shrouded in deathly silence. And at this moment, everyone's breathing seemed particularly clear. The woman led them to a wing slightly to the back and said, "You can stay here. The other vacant rooms have not been cleaned up yet. But this one is clean." After that, regardless of whether they had any opinions, he turned around and left. Sui Jing took a brief look at the location of their wing. Although this room is relatively close to the inside, it is not very far from the couple's new house, located directly on the southeast side of the new house. "Do we really want to live here?" Mu Yunfei looked around. "I always feel like this place is weird and gloomy." "Then what can we do?" The girl from before, whose name seemed to be Yin Ci, spread her hands. "They asked us to live here, and we don't seem to be able to refuse. Go in first." Sui Jing pushed open the door to the room. And standing at the door was not an option. As the woman said, this room must have been tidied up. At least, there was no dust on the visible furniture. "This looks like a girl's room." Yin Ci walked around the room and came to this conclusion. "That's right." Sui Jing placed the trolley box near the corner. "It's a woman's boudoir." They didn't guess this by guessing. The screen, bed curtain, and dresser in the room could all support their thoughts. What's more, there is a piece of classical women's clothing hanging on the hanger behind the screen. This should be the daughter's room of this family. But there is a question as to why she doesn't continue to live there. In fact, maybe the answer is not as complicated as they thought. Death, abduction, and marriage are all possible. After all, the background of this copy is not in modern times. And whatever happens is possible and reasonable. But, Sui Jing frowned slightly, as she looked at the neatly arranged furniture in the room. She always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. "I'm a little sleepy," Mu Yunfei said embarrassedly, and also gave a big yawn. This drew Sui Jing's attention back. Seeing that everyone seemed a little tired, he said, "Let's rest first. It's not too late to talk about the rest after we rest." However, although this room was quite big, everyone still gathered together. Either lean on the pillar or lean on the wall to rest for a while. "Sister Sui Jing, aren't you going to rest?" Yin Ci couldn't help but feel curious when she saw that Sui Jing showed no signs of resting. Sui Jing glanced at her in confusion, feeling that she was paying too much attention to him. She didn't seem to have a lively temperament, but was quite stable on the contrary. Unlike Cheng Shiyu and Lu Wan, Yin Ci doesn't seem to have much empathy. But she didn't feel any malice, and she seemed younger than herself. So she just let her go. "Wait a minute." Sui Jing looked away and replied calmly, "Let's make some preparations first to take precautions." As she said that, Sui Jing took out a bunch of golden bells from the trolley case, which she bought by the way after reading the note Yunj gave her. To be honest, she didn't think much about it at the time. She just went to the store for a walk, thinking that if it was really a horror copy, it might be of some use. There was a long string of golden bells. Sui Jing and Yin Ci hung the golden bells behind the door and the window together, so that she would know if someone opened the door or window in the middle of the night. The premise is that it has to go through a door or window, rather than appearing in the room out of thin air. After they finished everything, Sui Jing looked at Yin Ci and said, "Thank you." Yin Ci smiled, with a slight dimple forming at the corner of his mouth. "You're welcome. We are also helping ourselves." "Yes." Sui Jing nodded, walked to the imperial concubine's fallen feet, and sat down, supporting his head with one hand and closing his eyes. When Yan Ci saw Sui Jing sitting down, he moved next to Sui Jing and sat down not far from her. Sui Jing naturally felt that there was another person next to her, but she had no other thoughts at all. If Yan Ci wanted to hurt her, there would be no reason at all. But her behavior was indeed a bit weird. It may be that he was injured not long ago, even though he seems to have fully recovered now. Sui Jing's mental state has not been ideal because he took too many drugs during that period. So Sui Jing didn't plan to sleep at first. She just wanted to close her eyes and rest her mind. But she didn't expect that she fell asleep in just a short while. Seeing that Sui Jing's breathing had become steady, Yan Ci moved her position slightly. Now she was no more than 2 fists away from Sui Jing. Looking at Sui Jing's sleeping face, she didn't feel sleepy at all. Moreover, Sui Jing's face did not look rosy. So he must have been injured. Yan Ci looked at it, and there was a trace of less obvious tears in those clear dog eyes. As if realizing his rudeness, Yan Ci quickly wiped away her tears with her hands. He also fell asleep leaning on the imperial concubine's couch. Sui Jing was woken up by the ringing of the bell in the middle of the night, accompanied by the sound of knocking on the door. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yan Ci, who was almost next to him. Sui Jing opened his eyes slightly, as if he didn't understand when she ran over. But Sui Jing is Sui Jing after all. Even if he was shocked, it only lasted for a moment, and he soon returned to his usual cold demeanor. The golden bell behind the door continued to ring until everyone in the house was awakened. Sui Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't faint like before. Otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. After all, she felt that the things outside were beyond their scope of cognition. After everyone woke up, Sui Jing motioned them not to speak, because they didn't know what was outside the door, and they were not sure what harm the thing outside the door would do to them. While Sui Jing was still thinking of countermeasures, the ringing of the golden bell and the knocking on the door suddenly stopped, and the whole house returned to silence. Even the sound of the wind blowing on the ground and the grass disappeared. Chapter 102 Living Coffin. It was clear that the golden bell was ringing loudly just now, and now it suddenly stopped. There must be something fishy in it. Sui Jing picked up the long knife he carried with him and stood up from the collapse. The long knife flashed past Yan Ci's eyes, and she vaguely saw 2 characters engraved on the top of the handle. It was the thin gold body that Sui Jing was good at. It looked like it must have been engraved by his own hands. The handwriting is elegant. The literary talent is brilliant, and the name Zhan Huashu is engraved on it. Although he was a little curious as to why Sui Jing gave the sword this name, Yan Ci was still sensible and didn't ask any further questions. After all, Sui Jing probably no longer remembers who she is. Even before, she was not taken seriously either. After everyone had tidied up, they saw that Sui Jing had moved behind the wooden door. This kind of paper doors and windows makes it easy to see what's going on outside. But Sui Jing did not poke a hole in the door, but listened carefully to what was going on outside. After listening for a while, Sui Jing straightened up and shook his head at everyone, meaning that for now, it was quite safe outside. Sui Jing had been thinking since the bell rang just now. The creature outside, whether it was a human or a ghost, had been lingering outside the door for who knows how long. Logically speaking, she just hung a bunch of bells on the door. If it wanted to come in, the bunch of bells couldn't stop it. But it kept lingering at the door. And even though it kept knocking, it had no intention of barging in directly. Sui Jing felt that this strange behavior was more like trying to lure them out. But where to lead them? She couldn't think of an answer anyway, so she simply gave it a try. She had never been a timid person. She turned to the others and said, "If you don't want to go out, I won't force you. But it's best not to run around. There are many uncertainties here." Just when she thought most people would stay, no one wanted to stay. "I want to go. I can go too. We can go together. One more person and one more solution," everyone said in a variety of ways. But the central idea was to advance and retreat together. It's not the moment of separation yet, and no one can afford to watch one person take risks alone. What's more, they are not timid people. There is no player who can survive to this day without 2 brushes. Sui Jing nodded. "Let's go then." With that, she opened the door. Even though he was prepared, Sui Jing was still slightly shocked by the sight in front of him. The entire backyard was completely different from when they arrived, although the overall layout and orientation of the house had not changed. The layout was completely different. All the red ribbons symbolizing celebration were replaced by white ribbons symbolizing mourning. There are paper figures of different shapes in the yard. It turned out that there were 2 white mourning flags standing on both sides of the door of the new house. And the entire backyard had become a mourning hall. Sui Jing frowned. She knew that there was nothing good going on when she saw the groom's family and their guests, who looked lifeless. These paper figures are quite scary, Mu Yunfei complained. It feels like the same people I met earlier. After what he said, Sui Jing realized that this was indeed the case. These paper figures have flushed cheeks and exaggerated smiles. Except for the lack of black eyes. They are exactly the same as the people in this house. If I had to say there was any difference, it would probably be that the skin and body shapes of those people looked more realistic. Overall, there was probably not a living person in the house except them. Sui Jing looked at it for a few times, then walked straight to the main house without stopping. Although these paper figures looked strange and scary, she did not think that the movement just now was caused by them. After all, the paper figures were just paper figures after all. The rest of the people swallowed and walked around from the pile of paper figures to the door of the new house. As Mu Yunfei walked away, he kept chanting, "Buddha bless you. Buddha bless you." Little did they know that when they walked towards the door, the paper figures all over the backyard suddenly seemed to have come to life, with strange smiles blooming on their paper faces. The paper figures, whose backs were not turned to everyone, followed them closely, even though they had no eyeballs. Sui Jing and others stood at the door, and could vaguely see the candlelight coming from the house. Everything now can no longer be explained by common sense. Sui Jing put his hand on the door, thinking of giving it a gentle push. As a result, the door opened by itself without any effort. He raised his eyebrows vigorously, and retracted his hand calmly. She looked down at the hand she had just withdrawn. A faint smile appeared on her lips, but there was no emotion in her eyes. Yanxi's eyes were almost always glued to Sui Jing, and the changes in Sui Jing's demeanor and details of his behavior naturally did not escape her eyes. "Here. What is this?" One player pointed at something in the lobby, and felt that his soul was shocked. "Coffin?" Sui Jing walked straight in. There was a huge coffin placed neatly in the lobby, which looked like it could fit 2 tall adults side by side. There were 2 chairs on the high hall in front of the coffin, and a pair of candles were burning on the table. It's just that they are not wedding candles, but candles specially used for funerals. Why is there a coffin? Other players also walked in one after another. When everyone came in, the wooden door behind them was slammed shut. The other players subconsciously turned their heads to look. Only Sui Jing walked around the screen and walked into the inner room without looking back. If it was a wedding, the bride would be sitting on the bed in the inner room. Sui Jing did not see the bride. Sui Jing walked out from behind the screen, not to mention anything else. She didn't even see the groom, which was really strange. Sui Jing walked to the coffin and tried to open the lid of the coffin, but found that the coffin seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms and could not be pushed no matter what. Even though everyone came to help, the coffin lid was not loosened at all. Sui Jing walked around the coffin and found that the lid seemed to be nailed shut. That means that it is impossible to open the coffin from the inside. Sui Jing frowned slightly, as if something suddenly occurred to him, and returned to his normal expression the next second. "TSK. Sui Jing said lightly and said, "There should be a lot of nails on this coffin. Let's take a look." After that, everyone gathered around the coffin to search, and finally found a total of 27 nails, each about 10 centimeters in length and 3 to 4 millimeters in diameter. Moreover, these nails were not nailed to the coffin lid, but each nail was nailed to the joint, completely sealing the coffin. Everyone worked together for a while before prying out all the nails on the coffin. This was thanks to someone in the team who had prepared relevant tools. Now that the nails are gone, the coffin can be easily opened. Sui Jing stood in front of the coffin and pushed the coffin lid gently in the opposite direction. The coffin lid slid down to the floor, making a dull impact. Sui Jing pursed her lips. She always felt like someone was leading them forward, opening the door and opening the coffin. After the coffin lid fell to the ground, no one took any action immediately. They were not sure if there was someone hiding in the dark. After waiting for a while and noticing that there was no movement, everyone moved closer to the coffin, with the mentality of building again and again. Everyone ran to the side of the coffin to look at the situation inside, but they were all shocked by the scene inside. Even Sui Jing was rarely surprised, his beautiful glass-like eyes clearly showing a trace of disgust and anger. Chapter 103 Living Coffin. This is 2. Mu Yunfei talked for a long time, but in the end, he didn't say the last half of the sentence. But everyone present could understand his state of mind. which could only be understood but not expressed. Lying upright in the middle of the coffin was a woman, with a beautiful face and a rosy complexion. She did not look like a dead person at all. Of course, it's possible that she didn't actually die, or that she died not long ago. She was wearing a blood-red wedding dress, with a bridal crown on her head, her hands folded on her abdomen, and her whole body was as lively as if she was asleep. But there is a yellow talisman stuck on the woman's forehead. Not only her forehead, but also the same talisman is stuck on her arms and calves. Moreover, his hands and feet were nailed tightly into the coffin with iron nails. Sui Jing bent down and used his hand to explore the woman's breath. As expected, the woman was no longer breathing and looked like a dead person. Yes, after being tortured like this, it is really strange not to die. What do the people in this house want to do? And why do they put a woman in a coffin? Sui Jing lowered his eyes and stared at the woman in the coffin for a while. Just as he was about to take off the talisman on her forehead, he heard a banging sound coming from outside the door. Someone is banging on the door. They blocked the door as soon as they came in. Therefore, it is indeed not that easy for the creatures outside to come in. But now the noise of banging on the door is so strong. It seems that they will not stop until they come in. Sui Jing looked up at the roof, then walked around the screen to the inner room to see if there were any other doors in the room through which he could go out. At this glance, she really found it. There was no door, but there was a window in the inner room near the dresser. The thing outside the door seems to be on a one-way street, and has not yet realized that there are other ways to get into the room. Sui Jing waved to the others and asked them to go out first. But they still had to carefully observe the situation outside and pay attention to safety. The other players nodded and climbed out of the window neatly. Sui Jing always stayed behind. Before she left, she glanced at the banging wooden door. The cabinet blocking the door was about to be pushed open. Then her eyes stayed on the bride in the coffin for 2 seconds. Seeing that everyone except her had gone out, she walked to the coffin with a big stride, bent down and removed the talismans on the bride's forehead and hands and feet. Teared off. Then he quickly left the crime scene regardless of what would happen. "How's it going? Are you okay?" Everyone saw that Sui Jing had waited for a while before coming out, and they were a little worried that she might have encountered some danger inside. Sui Jing shook her head. Just when she wanted to say that she was fine, she felt a huge attraction coming from behind. She didn't know what happened next, but she saw everyone being sucked in by the attraction. No one knows where they will be taken. High Priest. High Priest? What's wrong with you? Sui Jing's eyes were confused for a moment. High Priest? Are you calling her? Wasn't she still in that house just now? Sui Jing narrowed his eyes. Oh, yes. They were all sucked to an unknown place by a strange suction force. She looked at the huge crowd in front of her. Most of them were wearing coarse linen clothes, with at most a rough-looking fur on top. Only a small number of them wore silk clothes that seemed to be worn only by wealthy people. This group of people gathered next to a wide river, and almost everyone seemed to be looking at Sui Jing eagerly, anticipating her next move. Sui Jing subconsciously looked for other players, and found that all the boys among them were standing in the crowd, while the remaining female players were standing behind her, each of them holding something in their hands. Although they are not familiar with this place, at least they are still themselves at this moment, and their body is also their own body. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this some kind of role-playing? High Priest? A woman wearing a white dress and a high hat in front of Sui Jing became a little anxious when she saw that Sui Jing still didn't respond. Huh? Although Sui Jing didn't understand what happened for a while, he didn't know what to answer. However, she was born with a cold voice, and the airy word at this time was quite intimidating. Yin Xiai stood behind her, and could clearly see Sui Jing at this moment. At this time, due to his status as a priest, Sui Jing was lined with a white straight-sleeved double-breasted gown, with silver dark patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs, and a black wide-sleeved gown with silver thread piping on the outside. The top of the gown was embroidered with red and blue silk threads. The geography of mountains and rivers is gorgeous and complicated. A vermilion silk ribbon is tied around the waist, and a pure white jade pendant is embellished on the side of the waist. Her black hair, which is slightly over her shoulders, is completely coiled up. She wears a silver crescent-shaped hair ornament about 3 fingers long on the back of her head. She also holds a sheepskin scroll of some age in her right hand. She has a slender figure and a tall and straight posture, which makes her whole person stand out. Solemn and solemn. Dignified and dignified. High Priest. The sacrifice is about to begin. Are you ready? The woman who looked like her assistant asked a little worriedly. After all, this is the first time that the new high priest has presided over this kind of ceremony. So nervousness is inevitable. Sui Jing had no idea what they wanted to sacrifice. But it seemed inappropriate to ask at this time. Okay. Even so, Sui Jing still replied bravely. Just take it one step at a time. But fortunately, it was not as difficult as she imagined. Because before she took the next step, the assistant beside her would tell her what she was going to do next. And she only needed to follow her guidance. Compared to her, Sui Jing felt that she was just playing the role of a mascot. The crowd below seems to believe in the priest's divine power. Sui Jing was like playing a customs clearance game, following the prescribed lines and actions to complete this so-called sacrifice step by step. At this point, Sui Jing probably understood what they were offering sacrifices to. They are worshipping the local river god and praying for good weather and peace in the coming year. This seemed to be similar to the sacrificial process she had read about in the book, except that this time as a participant. She experienced the sacrificial ritual firsthand. The women behind her who were holding tributes placed the tributes on the altar in front of Sui Jing one by one, then turned around and walked to the sides behind Sui Jing to stand again. Seeing that the sacrifices had been placed, the female assistant handed the 3 sticks of incense she held to Sui Jing and asked Sui Jing to insert them into the incense burner. While Sui Jing took the incense, the female assistant was chanting something with a solemn expression. After finishing the recitation, the female assistant took a bottle of wine from the tray of the female attendant beside her and handed it to Sui Jing. Sui Jing filled the 3 wine glasses on the altar in front of her in turn. After doing this, Sui Jing stepped aside, and a wrinkled old man walked out from behind the female assistant. She walked to the place where Sui Jing was standing in front of the altar, clasped her hands together, and muttered some sacrificial inscriptions that Sui Jing could not understand. After a while, the old man put down his hand and stepped aside again. Only this time she stood behind Sui Jing instead of returning to her original position. At this time, Sui Jing began to issue the command kneel. Everyone on the stage and off the stage knelt down facing the altar. Bow! Everyone kowtowed to the altar. Get up! Everyone then stood up and stood up. After 3 bows and 3 kowtows, the sacrifice was coming to an end. Logically speaking, the sacrifice should be almost over at this time. But unlike what Sui Jing thought, the female assistant spoke again. Bring the river god bride. Welcome. Sui Jing's hands were slightly clenched in the wide sleeves of his robe, and the corners of his mouth were slightly depressed. She knew that this mission would not be that simple. Chapter 104 Living Coffin. Seeing Sui Jing frowning, the female assistant obviously had no intention of taking the next step. So she couldn't help but secretly urge from the side. High priest. Continue quickly. The people are watching. Sui Jing turned to look at the woman kneeling on the ground. She always felt a faint sense of familiarity between her eyebrows. But she was very sure that she had never seen anyone with the same appearance as her before. Seeing that Sui Jing was still in a daze, the female assistant gritted her teeth and prepared to take charge of the last step. Although logically she cannot overstep. In this case, completing the sacrifice to the river god is the most important thing. The female assistant walked up to the woman and muttered something. After finishing reading, she handed her a small glass of wine in her hand. As long as she drinks this glass of wine, the sacrificial ceremony will be 90% complete. The moment the woman took the wine glass, the female assistant heard a crisp sound behind her, and then saw a black shadow flash past her eyes. The next second, the woman was no longer where she was, leaving only the hand she had just handed to her, the woman's wine glass, and the wine stains scattered on the floor. What gradually faded away in her sight was the burst of red and black. The young black-robed girl priest pulled the young girl, who was already wearing a red wedding dress, and was about to be enshrined to the river god. Risking the risk of offending the public, she took a step, one step, and disappeared from her sight. The crescent-shaped silver ornament that the girl priest originally wore on her head was also discarded on the ground. Looking worthless, the female assistant frowned. How treasonous and contrary to nature. Catch them back, the female assistant ordered. And the group of soldiers who had been guarding the altar from the beginning began to play their role and ran in the direction where Sui Jing and the others escaped. Seeing that the situation was in chaos, the remaining players were worried that Sui Jing would be in danger, so they quickly followed. Yin Ci observed the surrounding route, then thought about the direction Sui Jing had just escaped from, and pointed to a narrow fork in the road. Go this way. Sui Jing led the woman running wildly. Her hair, which was carefully tied up, fell down, and the coat that covered her body was also a little loose. She lost the dignity and solemnity on the altar, but had a youthful look that was unique to her. Of wanton freedom. Sui Jing wanted to run forward a little further, but his sleeve was pulled. She turned around and saw the woman smiling at her. Her smile full of gentleness and transparency. What's wrong? Sui Jing was a little confused as to why he stopped suddenly. The woman took Sui Jing's hand and smiled. Why did you take me to escape? This question stumped Sui Jing for a while. She said that she was probably impulsive when she first took the woman away. She was just a little unhappy, so she subconsciously wanted to take her away. Later, while running wildly, she figured out that her dissatisfaction came from her not wanting to see such a living woman sink to the bottom of the river where the sun never shines, just for some ridiculous concepts. Throughout the ages, women should not be abandoned as burial objects. Why should we believe some unfounded futile remarks and harm a woman's life as a matter of course? This is ultimately undesirable. I don't think that should be your death, Sui Jing replied. Perhaps people can die of illness, old age, or any other death. But it must be a natural death instead of being forced to die, Sui Jing said lightly. But the words he spoke were loud and clear. People can follow the laws of nature, but they must also follow the laws of society. It may not be correct, but it must not be obviously wrong. The woman's almond-shaped eyes widened, as if she was a little surprised by Sui Jing's words. But she turned around and smiled gently, as if the spring breeze was blowing. Although I don't quite understand what you are talking about. I think you are right. The woman took off a jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Sui Jing. Take it. Consider it a gift from me. After saying that, she paused. After all, you are the first to say these words to me. People, the woman sighed and said, there are many people who saved me, but you are the only one who told me this. Let's go. The woman let go of Sui Jing's hand and waved to her. Your companions are here too. Please leave quickly. When Sui Jing heard what she said, he looked behind him and saw that other players were coming over. In addition, there were soldiers rushing to chase her. Sui Jing still wanted to say something, but saw green fire suddenly ignited around them. The soldiers chasing them also turned into skeletons, and the surrounding houses disappeared and turned into trees. Towering trees. All she could see in her sight was that the woman still maintained her original appearance. She was still smiling, and the skeleton soldiers behind her had caught her, but there was no fear on her face. Sui Jing's eyes were still fixed on her before he disappeared. The woman's red lips opened slightly, but what she said made Sui Jing's heart sink. Let's go. It's time for me to face my fate. Sui Jing and other players were completely enveloped in darkness. At this time, they were not immediately teleported to other places, but were waiting in this chaos. Sui Jing. How are you? Yin Ci walked to her side and hesitated. How are you? What? Sui Jing turned his head and looked at her, thinking that Yin Ci probably thought he was a little sad, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I'm fine. To say she is sad is actually not accurate. She rarely feels sad for a stranger. Not to mention that in a sense, she is not a person. She just felt a little helpless. I don't know where this feeling comes from, and I don't know how to get rid of it. But fortunately, she was not a sentimental person, and she had already adjusted her emotions in just one breath. Congratulations to player Sui Jing for obtaining the key prop, the bride's bracelet. Just when everyone thought they were going to say something else, at least tell them what the bracelet was used for. The black chaos around them slowly approached them. The next second, just like before coming here, they all suddenly lost consciousness. But having experienced it once, everyone was already prepared in their hearts. So when they opened their eyes again, the first thing everyone did was to observe the surrounding environment to obtain more relevant information. Last time, I was lucky, except for Sui Jing. Everyone else played less important roles. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do if the character I played was OC. Hey, why are you still hanging around? Why don't you catch up quickly? Someone from behind urged. All the players looked at each other and looked at the armored soldiers behind them. And they all understood that they seemed to be urging them, although they were very curious about where they were going. No one asked. They had to take a step at a time to adapt to the situation. However, they were all wearing uniform clothes at this time, except for the slightly different shapes of men's and women's clothing. There was not much difference. Not only them, there were many people around them who were also wearing the same clothes as them. They all had their heads lowered and followed the leader in the same direction with sad and fearful expressions on their faces. There were several soldiers escorting them around. Each soldier was tall and round, holding a spear in his hand, and looked extremely difficult to deal with. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, seemingly determined not to give up until they were sent to their destination. Chapter 105 Living Coffin. But they all also know that since they are teleported here, it must be very unrealistic to escape. Yin Xi quickly moved to Sui Jing's side and asked quietly, "Sister, where do you think we are going?" Sui Jing didn't worry about why her title changed to sister so naturally, and she still replied, "I don't know." He ignored the others around him and said, "Let's take a step and see." "Yeah." Yin Xi nodded, agreeing with Sui Jing's behavior. When everyone saw the huge mausoleum standing in front of them, they finally realized what they were here for. They were sent to be buried. Sui Jing's face remained calm, but his heart was already spinning 1,000 times. This time she didn't see any instructive clues, and so far, she didn't know what to do. However, the act of burying a living person is an extremely cruel and barbaric act at any time. But this time the target became them. The soldiers led everyone down to the tomb. As soon as they all entered, the soldiers closed the stone door leading to the exit of the tomb again. Those NPCs were very dedicated and cried and begged for mercy at the door. But no one paid any attention to them. This mausoleum is very huge. There is a long stone staircase leading down from the stone gate. On both sides of the stone steps are burning incense candles, as thick as an adult woman's forearm. There are also scattered luminous pearls inlaid on the wall. This also results in that even though it is underground, it looks as bright as if it were on the ground. After descending the stone steps, the road ahead is still long and has no end in sight. Their backpacks were all left in the original house, and except for the tools they held in their hands, they didn't have anything else on them. In order to prevent the front view from being blocked, Sui Jing casually took an incense candle from the wall. However, this scented candle looks a little different from ordinary scented candles. Although I don't know when it was put up, it has not dripped a drop of wax until now. Sui Jing didn't have time to explore the material of this incense candle. At most, he unconsciously noticed this detail. After descending the stone steps, everyone walked towards the interior of the mausoleum. After passing through the long and narrow corridor, the view suddenly became wider. However, the corridor is relatively narrow, mainly because the space they are currently in is too wide. But the incense candle that Sui Jing took was never put to use. The walls along the way were inlaid with huge luminous pearls, as bright as day. The location where they are now should be the main tomb of this mausoleum. The overall construction is very grand. Inside, gold is used as hills, jade is used as riverbed, mercury is used as flowing water, and there are various colorful murals engraved on the walls. It can be said to be extremely luxurious, with carved beams and painted buildings and magnificent splendor. Judging from these murals, they should be about the life of the owner of the tomb, from his birth until his death. Judging from the size of the mausoleum, the identity of the owner of the mausoleum can no longer be summarized as that of a distinguished official. There was a gorgeous golden coffin placed in the center of the main tomb. Everyone took a few steps forward. They were not going to open the coffin. After all, if it was really a pure gold coffin, even the few of them would be able to open it. Not open. Even the NPCs outside, who were still immersed in the drama, would not help them open the coffin. Sui Jing walked to and stood in front of the coffin. She leaned forward and found that the coffin owner's basic information was engraved in small seals on the coffin lid. After looking at it for a while, Sui Jing straightened up again. There are many auxiliary tombs dug around the wall facing the main tomb. Since there are no useful clues in the main tomb, let's go to the auxiliary tomb and have a look. Thinking about it, Sui Jing walked towards one of the auxiliary tombs. Seeing Sui Jing randomly choose one and go in, the others also went into other tombs separately. But after a while, they all came out, because there was nothing in the tomb. Not even a coffin was seen. There is a coffin here. Yin Xi came out of a tomb and looked at everyone outside before saying. After hearing what she said, Sui Jing turned around and walked towards the tomb where Yin Xi was. And the others quickly followed after seeing this. This tomb is much smaller than the main tomb, and there are not that many decorations. Except for the incense candles and luminous pearls inlaid on the walls, there is only a solitary coffin in the center. Next to the coffin, also kneeling, was a white skeleton. This skeleton should be that of a maid who was buried with the owner in the coffin. Sui Jing frowned slightly. This coffin was different from the one outside. It was not made of gold, but of golden nanmu. This can be opened. In order not to waste his efforts, Sui Jing first checked whether there were nails on the coffin. After walking around, I found that it was just an ordinary coffin. Sui Jing found a place to put the incense candle down, put his hands on the coffin lid, and pushed it hard. And the coffin lid was pushed halfway open. Everyone looked inside the coffin. There were many funerary objects inside the coffin, any one of which was priceless. But in the coffin, there was no body. Even if the corpse had been left for thousands of years, and the body had rotted away, the bones would still be there. If the bones had disappeared, there would have been some traces left. But there was no trace of a corpse inside. It's like there are only these funerary objects inside. But Sui Jing looked at the skeleton outside. Since it still exists, does it mean that the people who were supposed to be inside did not come in at that time? However, this seems unreasonable. In this era of strict system and hierarchy, if the powerful want you to die, can you really escape? Moreover, the owner of this mausoleum is not an ordinary powerful person. Judging from the information recorded on the golden coffin lid outside, the person lying inside the coffin should be a certain prince. And judging from the life on the mural, this prince's status should be as high as that of a pilgrim. And the one who should be lying in this golden Nama coffin should be his princess. If a prince wanted someone else to die, would he really let her escape? This is really incredible. But if he didn't escape before being buried, did he escape after being buried? Sui Jing looked up and observed the structure of the mausoleum. The surroundings of the mausoleum were all made of marble and bricks. She had already seen it on the way here. Apart from the stone door they entered through, there was no other way out. And that stone door weighs 1,000 kilograms. And it is not something that a weak woman can lift easily. Before entering the mausoleum, she listened to the conversations of the soldiers, saying that ordinary people like them, who were buried in the mausoleum, would be reselected in 5 years, and then sent in a group. Only at this time, the gate of the mausoleum would open. Will open once. But, can this princess really still be alive, after being buried in the mausoleum for 5 years? Sui Jing still couldn't figure out what went wrong. She looked at the other players, and gave a rough summary of her judgment, hoping to get a different opinion. But other players also shook their heads, not knowing what to do for a moment. Sui Jing sighed softly, and was about to go out before talking. The incense candles in the auxiliary tomb suddenly shook, and the light inside flickered, making everyone's eyes hurt from the shaking. However, there was a sudden breeze in the supposedly airtight mausoleum. Sui Jing rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and suddenly an ethereal but slightly sinister female voice came from behind him. Are you looking for me? Chapter 106 Living Coffin. Sui Jing's pupils shrank slightly, and immediately turned around. She had no idea when she appeared behind her. Standing in front of them was a woman with a calm temperament and beautiful appearance. But what is different from others is that her composure does not come from innate gains, but more like it has been accumulated over a long period of time. The woman wears a goose yellow 1,000-petal chrysanthemum top and a moon-white pleated ruby skirt. For example, her dark hair is combed into an inverted bun, with a jasper zon and phoenix hairpin inserted diagonally between the bun, golden filament beaded tassels falling down, and ruby earrings swaying on her ears. The most surprising thing is the gauze dress she wears on the outside that looks like it is made of gold thread. It is simple in form, but exquisite in workmanship. The woman bent down and picked up the incense candle that Sui Jing had casually put aside. She held it in her hand and looked at it carefully without speaking first. Sui Jing was not in a hurry. She had always been a calm person. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, she was willing to wait. Although Yan Xi didn't understand why she didn't ask directly, she saw that Sui Jing had no intention of speaking, so she was not prepared to get involved. But the atmosphere between the three of them was strange, and the others were a little anxious. Mu Yunfei was of course the first to speak. Are you the owner of this coffin? He asked, pointing to the golden Nama coffin. The woman seemed to have finally reached the bottom of the stairs and replied, Yes, but not quite. Mu Yunfei, he shouldn't be mean-mouthed. Why? Sui Jing's eyes scanned her face carefully, not wanting to miss any detail. The woman finally waited until Sui Jing spoke, with a bit of teasing between her brows. She moved closer to Sui Jing, and the tip of her nose seemed to be touching Sui Jing's. You want to know? If she hadn't already lost her breath would probably spray on Sui Jing's face. Sui Jing looked at the conversation in front of him and felt that something was wrong, so he subconsciously took a step back. Of course, the woman noticed Sui Jing's resistance, but she didn't care, because what was even more interesting was that from the moment she approached Sui Jing, a slightly vicious gaze followed them. But when she looked up, she didn't find anything unusual. The woman looked straight at Sui Jing, with a smile of unknown meaning on her lips. It's really interesting that there is a puppy with a strong territorial awareness in your team. What do you mean? Sui Jing frowned, not knowing what she was talking about. Nothing. The woman pushed away. Aren't you asking if that is my coffin? I can tell you. The woman smiled. Her smile was calm and indifferent. But you have to listen to me tell a story first. When I finish telling the story, you will know what you want to know. Sui Jing did not answer her directly, but her eyes told the woman that she was listening to her. The woman sat down cross-legged. When the other players saw this, they sat down on the floor tiles unceremoniously. I don't know how many years ago, a prince appeared in the current dynasty who was capable of literary and military work, had great military exploits, was proficient in political affairs, and understood the sentiments of the people. This prince was deeply loved by the previous dynasty. And for a while, this prince became famous. If you want wind, you will get wind. If you want rain, you will get rain. The woman paused and continued. Not long after, the former emperor collapsed on the bed due to illness. This emperor had not established a prince before. Just when everyone thought that this prince was about to ascend the throne, something unexpected happened. After the imperial decree comes out, the person who is about to ascend the throne is not the prince who has high hopes from the people, but the current emperor, the eldest prince at that time. The woman actually sighed as she said, no one could have imagined this situation at the time. Even the prince didn't think of it. No one understood why he, who had so many honors and favors, and was crowned king early, did not succeed in ascending the throne. Later it was discovered that this prince was not the biological son of the previous emperor, but his mother, who was married to someone else. The child was conceived before the Holy Spirit, but the Holy One didn't know it at the time. After the prince grew up, it was difficult for him to find his own shadow in the prince. The prince was handsome and 70% resembled the prince's biological mother, who was the imperial concubine at that time. Another 3% is the appearance of the prince's biological father. Wait! Mu Yunfei interrupted the woman's narration. Why did the Holy Emperor marry a pregnant woman and also made her an imperial concubine? The woman smiled and said, You've got the point right. The imperial concubine and the former emperor were childhood sweethearts. But she grew up with not only the emperor, but also the son of the former general, the then crowned prince. The imperial concubine and the prince had been in love since childhood. They vowed to become husband and wife. But on the eve of their wedding, an imperial edict was issued and the imperial concubine was summoned to the palace. After this incident, the prince was so angry that he could never wake up. This pair of miserable mandarin ducks never saw each other again. What the Holy Father didn't know was that the imperial concubine was already pregnant before entering the palace. The imperial concubine died on the night she gave birth to the prince. What the world doesn't know is that the imperial concubine was actually smiling before she passed away. At first, the Holy Emperor thought that the prince was the child of him and the woman he loved most. And he doted on him and cultivated him with all his heart. But the older the prince grew, the more he could see the shadow of another person on the prince's face. In the heart of the emperor, suspicion once it is born, it is difficult to eliminate. Sui Jing frowned. Then what does this have to do with you? They were not sitting here for so long. Not here to listen to stories. Don't worry. The woman glanced at Sui Jing and said calmly, From then on, the Holy Lord favored the prince on the surface. But in fact, there were all kinds of calculations and suspicions behind the scenes. So although the prince was wise and brave, in the end, the ministers in the court, it is still the help left by the former emperor for the current emperor. And it has nothing to do with the prince. After the death of the Holy Lord, the current Holy Lord told the prince all this. Only then did the prince understand why his father wanted to take back his military power even after he had clearly repelled the enemy. Why the strategy he proposed in the court finally failed. It's all attributed to his royal brother. At first, I thought it was because he had good intentions and didn't want his talents to be too exposed. Only then did I realize that my father, whom I had always admired, had planned it from the beginning and wanted to destroy me because I was not his biological son. Since then, the prince has become increasingly depressed and his mood has become extremely unstable and became thinner and thinner day by day and eventually died young. Despite this, the previous emperor did not allow his identity to be made public. Therefore, the current emperor still buried the prince with the highest royal courtesy after the emperor. When Sui Jing heard this, she raised her eyebrows slightly, because she knew that the point was about to come. The woman felt the sudden interest in Sui Jing's gaze and continued. The highest royal courtesy in the current dynasty is indispensable, which is to bury a living person. Whether it is a wife, concubine, or a servant, there must always be someone. After saying that, the woman looked unhappy. And I am the chosen unlucky person who will be bitten by the vicious dogs encountered on the road. Chapter 107 Living Coffin. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, but was quite surprised by what the woman said. How you said that? You may not believe it. The woman sighed. Actually, I am not a real princess. As soon as this statement came out, everyone felt that their brains were not enough. Mu Yunfei asked. How is that possible? Then who are you? The woman's reaction to them was as expected, and she spread her hands. I was just an ordinary citizen. The day before the prince's burial, I went to the street to buy some food needed for my family, and I was knocked unconscious. Perhaps it had been too long. So the woman was not so smooth when she said this, and she paused several times. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I was taken to a luxurious mansion. The woman squinted her eyes. I was kneeling on the ground. When I looked up, I found that my boss was sitting there, a graceful and noble woman. From the name of the servants in her palace, I know she is the princess. But that's not the most important thing. What surprised me most at the time was that the princess's face was at least 79 similar to mine. You mean, the princess found you and asked you to be buried in her place? Yin Ci asked. You're right. The woman gave Yin Ci a look of approval. I've known since I was a child that I'm pretty good looking. But at that moment, I wished I was as ugly as a yiksha, with a green face and fangs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so unlucky. But this should be the crime of deceiving the emperor, Mu Yunfei said. Her servants are also willing to help her hide it. Of course. The woman smiled, as if she was laughing at his naivety. They are all going to die anyway. But if I don't help the princess, then their families will not be able to escape either. Sui Jing's expression did not move. His eyes flickered over the woman's mocking eyes, waiting for her next words. The woman paused and continued. Actually, if I am the only one in the family, it doesn't matter if I die. But in fact, I have an elderly grandma, a monk, and a young brother in my family. The princess threat is very useful. If I agree, she may not take good care of my family as she promised, but they will at least have a way to survive. But if I don't agree, not only will I die, but they will also can't live. Mu Yunfei opened his eyes wide. So you agreed? The woman rolled her eyes at him. What else? Mu Yunfei scratched his head and laughed dryly. In this case, most people would agree. Seeing that I agreed, the princess was very happy. She first gave me the gold-threaded garment. The woman raised her sleeves. This is the one I am wearing. Then I sent someone to dress me up. After dressing up, I was almost 90% similar to the princess. As long as I didn't identify them carefully, I couldn't tell who was who. And I was close in age to the princess. At that time, I couldn't help but wonder. The princess and I are biological sisters. However, I did not get the answer to this question. Before I completely lost consciousness, I only remembered that the princess handed me a glass of wine. There's something wrong with the wine, Sui Jing said lightly. Indeed? The woman nodded. When I woke up again, I was already in the coffin. I was a little scared at the time because it was really dark inside. I tried to knock on the coffin in the hope that someone outside could help me. But I kept knocking for a long time and no one responded. Just when I didn't have any hope, someone outside really responded to me. The woman pointed to the skeleton kneeling next to the coffin. Well, it's her. In fact, except for the ordinary people who are buried every 5 years. Outside of that, the only people in the palace are me and her. Because I am a substitute, and she is the princess's personal maid. She must live and die with the princess. Even if it is me, a fake princess. She helped me open the coffin. And then I came out on my own. The woman said it lightly, but hidden behind it was unknown bitterness and fear. Even if you are prepared, you will still be scared when you open your eyes and find yourself in the coffin. After I came out, I found that there were some tributes placed next to the coffin. The woman frowned. People are about to die, so there are still some tributes placed here. But people always have hope. Even if they are locked up in the mausoleum, they still feel that they still have a chance to get out. I went to the main tomb again and found some tributes placed next to the prince's coffin. I just take them all. But this food, even if we save on it, is only enough for the two of us to survive for half a month. And the most important problem is not food, but water. We have no water. In the end, we also finished eating the tribute. Speaking of this, the woman seemed to be unable to bear it. You have seen the ending. The maid became thinner day by day, and she did not survive in the end. But I discovered that I am not dead. The woman's eyebrows were lowered, making her expression unclear. To be precise, I can no longer die. So, the wine that princess gave you before can make you immortal, Sui Jing said, not as a question, but as an affirmation. Yes, the woman nodded. That glass of wine prevents me from aging further, and this gold-threaded garment keeps my body from decaying. That's it. Yanxi's eyes seemed to understand something. Do you know what this candle is made of? The woman suddenly changed the subject. What? Mu Yunfei obviously hadn't realized what she was asking. However, the woman did not intend to hear their answer. Actually, I don't know either. But this is a very magical candle. It will last all year round, and will not be extinguished by the wind. It can speed up the decay of ordinary corpses. But it can prevent mine from decaying for thousands of years. It can be said that the glass of wine, gold-threaded clothes, and incense candles are all indispensable for me to live until now. So, how long have you been here? Mu Yunfei asked. The woman chuckled and said, I don't remember. There is no daylight here. I can only judge how long it has been by the number of times the mortars came in. In total, it seems to have been 90 years. I have seen too many people turn from living beings into piles of bones. You said there were so many people coming in. Why didn't I see those bones along the way? Mu Yunfei asked a question that everyone was curious about. The woman raised her eyebrows slightly. Didn't you see the fake river when you came in? She couldn't help laughing when she saw Mu Yunfei's shocked expression. That river is much deeper than you imagined. I was so boring in there. Whenever there are bones, I drag them all into the fake river. And I don't know what kind of water is in the river. The bones will slowly rot in it, and eventually disappear. That's why you didn't see them when you came in. I see. Sui Jing lowered his eyelashes slightly, which meant that it was actually not mercury. After all, mercury water is generally not corrosive. Have you ever seen anyone go out? Sui Jing asked. It seems there are, the woman replied. They are people like you. They come up and ask questions. It's annoying. Sui Jing and everyone. Isn't that what you insisted on saying? The woman seemed to ignore everyone's doubtful glances and said to herself, but it's been too long. And I rarely see her recently. The woman sighed again. Everyone is actually very pitiful. Then do you want to go out? Sui Jing asked again. What? The woman thought she heard wrongly. But she looked into Sui Jing's eyes. Although the emotions in her beautiful eyes were light, they were serious and not fake at all. At this glance, the woman chose to believe her, even though she no longer had any hope. She was already numb underground. I have seen many people. Some have gone out, and some will never get out. No matter what. Treat her as a passerby. And she is the first person willing to take her out. For this possibility, she was willing to believe in her and give it a try. Even if she was shattered to pieces, she would not regret it. After all, who would want to stay underground forever? Even though it was bright here, it was not the light she wanted to pursue. Chapter 108 Living Coffin. Sui Jing nodded. In that case, let's get ready to go. Do you know how to get out? The woman stood up and walked to Sui Jing's side. Sui Jing's calm look didn't seem like he was faking it. But logically speaking, she has never been to this place. And she probably doesn't know much about it. Actually, I don't know, Sui Jing replied. But I have a guess that needs to be verified. What guess? Sui Jing did not answer immediately this time, but directly left the auxiliary tomb where they were and came to the main tomb. After walking around the main tomb, she stopped behind the rockery. This rockery made of gold still looked very majestic. She carefully looked at all parts of the rockery and found a very inconsistent concave design on the rockery farther away from the coffin. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, this concave design was not deliberately designed. But in Sui Jing's eyes, since this thing was designed, it must have its use. After all, if the system wanted to design this copy, it would not design this unexplainable place alone. Sui Jing put his hand on the groove on the rockery and pressed hard into it. As expected, a wall behind the rockery suddenly moved to the right, revealing a magnificent stone door. Although I didn't know for a while whether it was an exit leading to the outside. But now that I had a choice, I should put aside my hesitation and just go on. Sui Jing glanced back at the others and motioned for them to follow him quickly. After all, she couldn't tell whether they would encounter something that could kill them along the way. Come on. Let's open this door together. Mu Yunfei walked to the front, full of passion. Isn't this the mechanism for opening the door? Sui Jing put his hand on the eyes of the mythical beast carved on the stone door and pressed hard. The stone door opened on both sides, revealing a dark passage. Sui Jing looked at Mu Yunfei with confusion, who was rolling up his sleeves and preparing to open the door with brute force. He felt that this child might have a simple mind and strong limbs. Mu Yunfei, it's over. It's embarrassing again. There is no other difference between this passage and the passage they passed through when they first entered, except that there are no night pearls and incense candles all over the wall. Now each of them had to get a scented candle from outside. After all, they didn't bring a flashlight. Right? After entering the passage, the woman and Yin Ci walked to Sui Jing's side at the same time. They looked at each other and spoke at the same time. Sister, how do you know there is a passage here? Why do you know there is a hidden passage here? The woman looked at Yin Ci and smiled softly. But only Yin Ci knew what was contained in that smile. Sui Jing could always feel the inexplicable smell of gunpowder smoke. But he didn't know where the gunpowder smell came from. So he had to pretend not to know and answer their questions. Generally, when craftsmen build these mausoleums and tombs, they will leave a passage for themselves to escape. They will never just leave the entrance through which they entered. Based on this point of view, I wanted to try to see if I could find the so-called escape exit inside. Anyway, there seems to be no other exit inside. The woman's smile became even brighter. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? I've been here for so many years. And you are indeed more powerful. With that said, she patted Sui Jing's shoulder gently, and then walked aside. Sui Jing frowned, wondering if there was something wrong with this person. And with so many players coming and going, she must not be the only one to have thought of this. But maybe this fake princess has never been taken along before. However, somewhere she didn't notice, the woman raised her eyebrows slightly at Yin Ci, revealing a smile that was not malicious but slightly provocative. Yin Ci looked at it, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The hands hidden in his sleeves clenched tightly into fists, and then immediately released them. She glanced at the woman's leading figure calmly, then turned to Sui Jing. Sister. Sui Jing seemed to know what she wanted to ask, and continued as he walked. What I just said is one of the reasons. After all, she doesn't know that we are not from here. Nor does she know that the system exists. I think if the system puts us here, there must be a reason. It won't leave us no room at all, and just leave us trapped here alive. After all, our mission this time is not to let us survive in the grave. Judging from the results of the last transmission, it definitely wants us to get something here this time. Halfway through, she glanced at Yin Ci and saw her serious face, and continued, in this case, escaping is definitely not our first priority, so it won't be so difficult. After all, even if we after escaping from here, we still will not return to the previous copy, nor will we return to the resting place. It's like an exam. As long as you find out the purpose of the question maker, you won't put so much effort into other unimportant areas. Yin Ci nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, there was still a certain gap between him and his sister. She lowered her eyelids to cover the emotions in her eyes. When will she become as powerful as her sister, so that she can protect her sister? When Sui Jing saw that she stopped talking, he stopped talking and walked straight forward with the incense candle in one hand. While walking, Sui Jing suddenly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. What's wrong? The woman came to stand next to her. Sui Jing did not answer. She knelt down and waved the incense candle in her hand in front of her. This time everyone could clearly see the candlelight reflecting wisps of light in front of her. This is... Mu Yunfei stepped forward. After he saw it clearly, he exclaimed, Wow! It's a mechanism! That's right. Sui Jing stood up again. As they could see, there was an extremely thin thread running across Sui Jing's feet. It may not be accurate to say that it is silk thread. After all, it looks quite tough, regardless of the thickness. In terms of material, it is more like a piano string, Mu Yunfei said bluntly. It doesn't feel like we are in a survival dungeon now, but more like we are robbing a tomb. Indeed, so far, no supernatural events have occurred here. Only some man-made mechanisms. Sui Jing glanced at him lightly, and didn't say anything. After all, this fake princess is just an NPC. Even if she knew their true identity, she might not understand them. Sure enough, the woman was a little confused at this moment. What is a survival copy? Sui Jing naturally didn't want to spend more time explaining such useless things. So he didn't answer the question and turned his eyes to the silk thread at his feet, pretending that it had nothing to do with him. Yin Ci was naturally even less likely to answer his question. The other players did not want to be responsible for the consequences of Miyunfei's actions, and pretended not to hear them. Only Miyunfei realized it in hindsight, and stayed in place. How? Is he isolated? But looking at the woman's confused eyes, Miyunfei felt that it was not appropriate to ignore her. But it might not make sense to explain. So he had to make fun of it. Nothing. Nothing. After saying that, he looked at Sui Jing's tall but slim figure through the candlelight with a look of resentment. It's a pity that Sui Jing can't feel his resentment. Chapter 109 Living Coffin. Don't touch the silk threads on the ground if you can. Sui Jing calmly changed the topic and said, That's what we say. But we don't know how many threads there are on the ground. A player said. It's so dark in front of here. You can't see clearly at all. His worries are not unreasonable. After all, there are many people in their team. If any unexpected situation occurs, it will be difficult to take care of it. Sui Jing lowered his eyebrows. The only feasible way now is for someone to go to the front to check on Lei. But when it comes to this group of people, she actually doesn't know much about it. So she still has to do it herself. Yin Ci seemed to have read through Sui Jing's thoughts, and held Sui Jing's wrist with one hand. Before Sui Jing had time to react, she immediately let go. She looked at Sui Jing, maybe a little nervous, and her words became a little stuttered. Sister, I can go. Sui Jing wanted to refuse, but looking at Yin Ci's slightly cautious eyes, she finally compromised. Okay. Be careful. Yin Ci nodded and walked forward with an incense candle. Seeing this, Sui Jing turned to the others and said, Follow me. Don't fall behind. After saying that, she quickly followed Yin Ci, just in case she could help her in time when she encountered danger. Yin Ci didn't have any surprises, but it went smoothly, which was a bit surprising. These threads run between the two walls. Some are high and some are low. Intricate. It is difficult to avoid it, let alone in this dark corridor with basically no light. Even Sui Jing himself did not dare to guarantee that he could pass as smoothly as Yin Ci under such circumstances. After all, Yin Ci's speed was actually not too slow. Although the route was tortuous, overall it looked like walking on flat ground. The corridor covered with silk threads was not very long in general. But after a while, everyone had passed this difficult problem under the leadership of Yin Ci. Sui Jing raised her eyes and glanced at Yin Ci's side face hidden under the candlelight, and raised her eyebrows slightly. From the first time she saw Yin Ci, she felt that there was something hidden under Yin Ci's soft appearance. But she couldn't tell. Moreover, she felt that Yin Ci must have other aspirations in this team besides just passing the level. She slowly looked away and stopped delving into it. Anyway, Yin Ci has not shown any actions or behaviors that are detrimental to her in the team. On the contrary, she just helped them. Didn't she? Sui Jing walked to the front again with the incense candle. This may be due to her nature. She is not used to being in a protected situation, even if it is just a matter of position. Sui Jing and others slowly groped forward in the darkness, because they didn't know what dangers lay ahead. Everyone didn't move very fast. Hey! Someone suddenly made a noise in the darkness. Sui Jing frowned, and before he could say anything, he suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind coming from diagonally above the walls on both sides. Sui Jing dodged an arrow, and Zhang Wanshu was immediately unsheathed. With the sound of rushing wind, most of the arrows fired from around her were shot down to the ground. Although the fighting moves and skills of the other people in the team are not as sharp as Sui Jing's, they still have the ability to protect themselves. Maybe it is due to the environment, but everyone has developed it. Sui Jing picked up the incense candle that had fallen on the ground when he was blocking the arrow. Surprisingly, even though the incense candle rolled back and forth on the ground several times, the candle flame still did not go out. Is anyone injured? Sui Jing asked. Although she saw at a glance that everyone was standing where they were, she couldn't tell if someone was hit by an arrow because they didn't react at first. No one answered for a while. Everyone was looking at you and me. But in this dim environment with candlelight, it was probably impossible to see clearly. Sui Jing was not in a hurry and didn't ask again. She just stood there, waiting for their answer. About 10 seconds later, an angry voice sounded from the place leaning against the wall. I'm hurt. Only then did everyone realize that this middle-aged man, who was not too old, had indeed been hit by an arrow in his left shoulder. Not surprisingly, Sui Jing walked up to the man and planned to check his injuries by candlelight. When the man saw Sui Jing coming over, he simply sat down on the ground. Sui Jing first carefully observed whether there were any signs of black and purple color around the wound to determine whether the arrow was poisonous. It would be troublesome if it was poisonous. After all, they didn't carry anything with them. But this man was lucky, and the arrow was not poisoned. Sui Jing asked someone else in her party to borrow a dagger, and after disinfecting it on the candlelight, she asked another person standing behind her to hold the incense candle for her. Just as the man was about to stretch out his hand, Yin Ci snatched it away. Yin Ci stood next to Sui Jing, and the candlelight just illuminated the man's wounds clearly. Sui Jing didn't say anything when he saw this, but neatly cut open the man's sleeve. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and the clothing material had not yet stuck to the wound, so it was relatively easy to deal with. This arrow has a barb, so I will cut out some of the skin on your shoulder. It may hurt a little, so please bear with it. After Sui Jing finished speaking, he focused on the wound. Sui Jing almost never lied to others. What she said was a little painful, but that was for her. But it actually hurts a lot. After all, she was not a professional, so it was difficult to control the strength in her hands, and her attack was inevitably a bit heavy. Moreover, I had seen the man talking in an angry and submissive manner, but I didn't expect him to be a tough guy. It was so painful that he sweated on his forehead and his veins popped out. He gritted his teeth and didn't make a single moan. 20 minutes later, Sui Jing pulled out the arrow. The bronze arrow still held some weight in his hand. She threw the arrow at the wall casually and looked at the woman. The woman looked confused. What are you doing? The material of your clothes is very good, Sui Jing said calmly. The hemostatic effect should also be very good. The woman took 2 steps back with a shocked look on her face, lowered her head, and smoothed her sleeves, saying in disbelief, This is fine material. Very expensive. She looked at Sui Jing, and saw that Sui Jing's expression had not changed, and there was no hint of joking. The meaning expressed in his glass-like eyes was very obvious. You are about to die, and you don't care whether the material of his clothes is expensive or not. The woman choked, which seemed to make sense. But the woman looked at her dress with a heartbroken look on her face, somewhat reluctant to part with it. After all, she had worn it for almost 100 years. Finally, the woman gritted her teeth, tore off a piece of fabric from the corner of her skirt, and handed it to Sui Jing with a pained expression. Here you go. Here you go. Really. Thank you. Sui Jing took the cloth. The smile in his eyes was very dazzling under the candlelight. However, in a blink of an eye, before the woman could see clearly, she had already returned to her usual cold demeanor. She quickly bandaged the man's injured shoulder with both hands, and tied a small bow in a playful manner. The woman rolled her eyes, knowing that she was being teased, and complained secretly in her heart. The face of a human is the heart of an animal, and the clothing is that of an animal. Fortunately, she didn't say this out loud for Sui Jing to hear. Otherwise Sui Jing would have glanced at her gently, and then replied in a cold tone, Thank you for the compliment. No joy. No evil. No sorrow. No joy. It seems to be even more irritating. Chapter 110 Living Coffin. The bandaged man looked up at Sui Jing, who was standing in front of him. His speech returned to his previous submissive manner, which was completely different from the one where he just gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Did you already know that I was injured? How else to explain that she still didn't move forward after asking that question, but waited where she was? Although Sui Jing is not a talkative and gentle person in nature, her good upbringing makes it impossible for her not to respond to other people's words. She hummed lightly. To be precise, I don't know that you are injured, but I know that someone in our team is injured. The smell of blood is too strong. Sui Jing turned his head to the other side and answered the rest of the man's questions. Seeing this, the man slowly closed his mouth that had not yet been fully opened, and let out a dull hum from his nose. He also subconsciously wanted to smell if the smell of blood was that strong, but unfortunately, he couldn't smell it. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows suspiciously, then reheated the borrowed dagger to disinfect it, wiped it clean, and returned it to its original owner. When the woman in the tomb saw the scene, she couldn't help but find it a little funny. To be honest, although this man was hit by an arrow, the amount of bleeding was not that big. The woman said that the smell of blood was strong, and she raised her eyebrows in disapproval. This heavy is probably just based on Sui Jing's own feeling. However, her nose works quite well. Keep walking. Be careful not to accidentally touch the mechanism. After Sui Jing finished speaking, He took Yin Ci and held it in his hand. John Wanshu and walked forward. What Sui Jing said actually didn't mean anything. It was just an extra reminder. But the injured man lowered his head in shame and followed behind. If he hadn't accidentally touched the mechanism on the wall, he wouldn't have attracted so many flying arrows. He wouldn't have been injured. And in the end, it would have hindered everyone. Just as he was thinking wildly, Sui Jing suddenly slowed down. Although she was still in front of him, the distance between her and him had become much closer. He looked around and found that not only Sui Jing, but also everyone else had also deliberately slowed down their pace. At this time, he was no longer at the back of the team, but was surrounded in the middle. The man's eyes suddenly became sparkling, as if they were filled with stars. The man quickened his pace. Even though his shoulder was injured now, no one abandoned him, and he didn't want to be a drag on everyone. Sui Jing walked, and his footsteps gradually stopped. As soon as she stopped, everyone knew that there must be something dangerous ahead. Sister? Although Yin Ci was talking to Sui Jing, her eyes were staring at the front of the passage. But no one notices it now. What's wrong? Shoo. Sui Jing's eyes were fixed on the front. Although she rarely showed her emotions, through her behavior, other players could judge that there was something comparable to a scourge ahead. Sui Jing frowned and concentrated on listening to the movement ahead. In fact, this movement is not big, even very weak. But this kind of weak movement is more dangerous in this environment. Tick, tick. Everyone looked up and found that liquid was falling down the wall above the passage. A drop of liquid fell on Sui Jing's hand. Sui Jing frowned and brought the drop close to his nose. Sui Jing's pupils tightened and she blurted out, "It's kerosene." She suddenly looked forward and bit her back teeth. This is to prepare to pour oil first and then set fire. There is no way forward now. Once the fire strikes, the entire mausoleum will be reduced to nothing, and there really will be no way to survive. Sui Jing suddenly heard a loud noise and looked sideways. Sister, there is a door here. Yin Ci didn't know when he stood next to the wall, and a secret door was indeed opened on the side wall. Go in quickly. Everyone hurriedly squeezed into the secret door, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone felt like they were on the verge of death again. Sister? Yin Ci looked anxiously at Sui Jing, who hadn't come in yet. When Sui Jing heard Yin Ci shout, he turned his head and glanced at the front of the passage. He could see that the raging fire had already illuminated the location where they were just now. It was feared that it would burn in less than half a minute. Sui Jing ran into the secret door with long strides, only to hear the secret door slamming and closing again, cutting off their close contact with the flames. The moment the secret door was closed, raging fire roared past the outside of the secret door. Through the small gap in the secret door, one could still see the bright light of the fire outside. If Sui Jing had been a little later, there would most likely be no bones left. Sister, are you okay? Yin Ci circled around Sui Jing, looking up and down. I hope my sister will never be burned by the flames. After watching Yin Ci check Sui Jing meticulously, and finding that even the corner of his clothes was not damaged, he felt relieved. The woman chuckled. But no one paid attention to this person. It's okay. It's okay. Yin Ci smiled. A small and shallow pear dimple was raised at the corner of his mouth. Very well behaved. Sui Jing couldn't help but look at her a second time. She always felt that Yin Ci was strange, and she felt that Yin Ci was always tense in front of her. And the self she showed now was not the real Yin Ci. In front of her, Yin Ci was too cautious and cautious. This feeling is like, afraid that she will be unhappy. Sui Jing didn't understand. The two of them probably didn't know each other. Did they know each other before? But she forgot. Then why didn't she say anything? Sui Jing sighed softly, suddenly feeling that it was really difficult to lose his memory. After a moment of rest, everyone continued to move forward. This secret passage is different from the one outside. Narrower and shorter. Taller people have to walk with rickets. Not long after everyone left, they discovered that the secret passage had ended. The road ahead has been completely blocked, and there is no room left. If the passage just now was just a bait, then its purpose was to lure the player in, causing the game to fail, and the player to die. In this case, this should be the real secret passage for escape. But why is there no way to go here? It seems like you can see the sun here. Mu Yunfei pointed at the heads of everyone and said. Sui Jing looked up and found that the structure here was indeed different from the top of other passages. Several long and narrow gaps could be seen, letting in weak light. It seems you can get out here. With this in mind, Sui Jing started to practice it first. She first scraped off the soil on the surface. The soil was already caked, so it was not easy to operate. However, with the combined efforts of everyone, all the soil was scraped away, revealing its original appearance. 2 stone slabs. It shouldn't be very thick, but they probably wouldn't be able to lift it up. And this thing is right above them, so it's not easy to use force. Sui Jing was a little unhappy. Why not let himself take the remaining micro blaster? That would be much easier. System, don't even think about destroying my copy. It's that simple. Don't be so rough and aggressive. There seems to be a switch here? The woman pointed to the stone slab. Only then did everyone realize that there did seem to be a slightly protruding stone in the shape of an adult's hand on the stone slab. At first glance, it looked like it was asking someone to put their hands on it. I'm telling you, we're already here. Why is it so difficult to set up? Mu Yunfei said with a smile, feeling like he was already outside. Chapter 111 Living Coffin. After saying that, Mu Yunfei put his palm up and pushed it. As a result, the palm print push was pushed in a little, but the stone slab did not loosen at all. Huh? Mu Yunfei pressed hard again, but there was still no change. Mu Yunfei put down his hand and muttered, "That's really weird. Why can't it work?" Seeing this, others also stepped forward to try it out. And the results were the same as Mu Yunfei's. How do you open this? Isn't this actually a mechanism for getting out, but just a cover? Suddenly, Mu Yunfei's eyes lit up. I know. This must be just a cover-up. This is not the real mechanism. During this process, Sui Jing just watched them go back and forth without saying a word. After a long while, Sui Jing looked at the unmoved woman standing aside. Why don't you try it? However, the woman seemed to have lost her soul, and her expression was even a little dazed. Sui Jing took a few steps closer to her, stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of her. What's wrong? The woman then looked at Sui Jing as if she had recovered, and asked with a smile. What? Sui Jing was sure that she didn't hear clearly what he asked just now, but it was a bit strange that her state suddenly became so dissociated. Nothing. Sui Jing motioned her to look at the stone slab. Why don't you try it? Me? The woman pointed at herself. For some reason, her expression at this moment was full of expectation, but more of confusion. But he returned to normal in an instant. Didn't you try it too? Indeed, Sui Jing replied. But you know, it is not prepared for us. This sentence blocked all the woman's escape routes. She smiled helplessly and walked under the stone slab. Did I never tell you my name? The woman put her hand on the palm print of the stone and suddenly asked in a confused manner, although Sui Jing didn't quite understand the purpose of her question. Looking at the palm print that fit perfectly with the woman's palm, he still replied, No. What's wrong? Lu Sheng. My name is Lu Sheng. After the woman, Lu Sheng, said, the stone slabs retracted to both sides, and the gap above them continued to grow until the stone slabs were completely retracted. Lu Sheng? Although Sui Jing called her name, his eyes were looking at the open stone slab. You can go out. Lu Sheng naturally noticed Sui Jing's actions, but she did not react. The corners of his mouth curved into a forced, but not rude smile. At this time, few people noticed her. When she said this, someone was the first to pull both sides out, and then the person in front of them pulled the person behind them out, and the relay continued in turn. There was only Lu Sheng, and Sui Jing watched her take a few steps back. Sui Jing lowered his eyes slightly, feeling that Lu Sheng was a little absent-minded from the moment he arrived at the exit. Sister, come up quickly. Yan Ci, who had already gone out, stretched out his hand towards Sui Jing, interrupting Sui Jing's thoughts. Yes. Sui Jing first handed Zhang Wangshu out, then stretched out his hand to hold Yan Ci, and used the force of the wall to easily pull out of the mausoleum. At this time, Lu Sheng was still under the mausoleum, looking at them with a sad expression. Suddenly she felt like a different person. Lu Sheng raised his head and looked at Sui Jing, who stretched out a hand towards him. Although her expression was cold, Lu Sheng suddenly felt that there was cold frost and snow on the surface of her eyes. But upon closer inspection, there was actually a pool of melted ice underneath. The spring water is not blooming. She just stood in the sun with the light behind her. Lu Sheng felt that her face was clearer than ever at this moment. What are you waiting for? Sui Jing interrupted Lu Sheng's distraction. Lu Sheng shook his head and slowly handed his hand to Sui Jing. Seeing that Lu Sheng had already held his hand, Sui Jing and everyone quickly pulled her up. It's finally out? This is such a poor place. I hope there is no cemetery in heaven. What nonsense. Ha ha ha. Although the game this time is not over yet. Everyone is very open-minded. Taking pleasure in the moment, and not complaining or giving up is the way to survive. That's great. Lu Sheng stood aside and watched them laugh. His voice was gentle and gentle. Yeah. That's good. Sui Jing responded. I should leave. Lu Sheng said, looking straight ahead without looking at Sui Jing. But Sui Jing felt the sadness in her words. Yeah. Sui Jing responded without turning his head to look at her. You don't ask me where I'm going? Lu Sheng was a little confused. Is this person really not curious at all? No more questions. Lu Sheng chuckled and reached out to catch the sun. The weather is so nice. After a pause, she continued. I like this. Under the sun and in the breeze. Sui Jing could feel that the person standing next to him a second ago turned into smoke and dispersed with the wind. It was like she had never been here. They had never seen her. Everything was just their illusion. After a long while, Sui Jing sighed and murmured softly. Yeah, I like it too. She then turned to look at the place where Lu Sheng was standing just now. Everything disappeared, leaving only the gold-threaded dress she wore on the outside. Sui Jing bent down and picked up the gold-threaded garment, and then said, You can go back. No one realized who she was talking to at first, until the system's voice sounded the next second. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the key item Buried Golden Clothes. Start transmitting now. Buried Gold Line Garment? Is it really just this piece of clothing that has been trapped underground for several years? Although she didn't know if the NPCs in these games really had human consciousness. Lu Sheng's previous state was indeed difficult to ignore. She wanted to escape. But she also knew that once she came out, even her body would no longer exist. The closer she got to the exit, the more frightened she became, fear making her choice. She is torn between being alive and being free. She has lived for nearly 100 years. But she lives in confusion. So she hopes she can live again. But living underground is not the life she hopes for. At some point, she may feel that it would be better to die if she remains buried deep underground. But she was afraid of death. People are always afraid of the unknown. But she also knew that when she chose to live, she was no longer truly alive. After being immortal for hundreds of years, is she still a real person? But if she chooses freedom, although she will die physically, her soul will never die. And at that time, she was indeed truly free. The last thing she reached out to Sui Jing was not just her hand, but also her last illusion in the world, and her new beginning towards freedom. Hey! As soon as Mu Yunfei landed, he found that his back collar was being pulled. Just as he was about to speak, he found that he almost came into face-to-face close contact with the paper figures in the yard. This system is really not human. Can the transmission be done well? With rumors like this, you don't want to die? If you don't want it, I want it. Sui Jing pushed Mu Yunfei back neatly, raised the knife in his hand, and dropped it. Before the knife came out of its sheath, the paper man in front of him had been broken into pieces. Mu Yunfei was in shock, looking at Sui Jing with admiration in his eyes. Sui Jing didn't pay attention to Mu Yunfei's mental state, because she found that the yard was now in a mess. The paper figures placed in the yard were killing each other, but the bride they first saw in the coffin was missing. Sui Jing took one look and looked away. These paper figures were probably manipulated. There's no one else here now, so you don't have to guess who it is. Miss Sui, what should we do now? Someone in the team asked. After a series of things that had happened, they still recognized Sui Jing's strength. Wait. Sui Jing looked forward with a calm expression. Wait until they kill each other. We will reap the benefits. Chapter 112 Living Coffin. What do you mean? Mu Yunfei felt confused online. Why did Sister Sui Jing speak so mysteriously? She clearly knew that he was not very smart. Sui Jing glanced at him. Even though there was no unnecessary expression on her face, she could still feel a little helplessness through her eyes. She sighed and said, What is the task given to us by the system? Survive for 7 days, and punish the locals. And those who have already completed it will attend the wedding. Yin Ci briefly summarized their mission. When Sui Jing asked the question, she had already thought of an answer. Oh, so we are now using the bride's hand to punish those people? This can be regarded as completing the punishment. After all, the system does not stipulate the form of punishment. Mu Yunfei made it clear. Then he flattered me with a smile and said, Sister Sui Jing is a good strategist. System, definitely next time. Sui Jing was too lazy to pay attention to him for a moment. Most of the paper figures in front of them were in tatters due to excessive tearing for a long time. She walked through a yard of paper figures and stepped across the porch. Walked towards the front hall. Although this is the backyard. The groom and his parents are not here. And not even the wedding guests are here. It can be understood that the guests are not here because they have gone back after attending the wedding. After all, there is not only this house around, but also some scattered residences nearby. But since a living person was placed in the coffin, it seemed very suspicious that the person involved was not here. Most of the other players followed Sui Jing to the front hall, and the remaining two volunteered to go to the guest room to pick up their luggage. We don't all have much luggage, so as long as two people can carry it without any accidents, it won't be a problem. There seems to be no living person among the residents in this place, but I don't know if the bride can take advantage of it. After all, the number of people is small, and the strength is small. Sui Jing subconsciously took a step back and raised his eyes to look at the woman blocking the way. Dressed in plain clothes, her face looked normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that she was actually not breathing. It's a dead man. Thinking like this, Sui Jing said, "Who are you, and why are you blocking the road?" The woman smiled and shook her head. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I'm here to save you." Sui Jing looked at the woman in front of him and thought about it carefully. Suddenly, a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You are the person who was wandering in front of our room door before." The woman's eyes widened slightly, but after a moment, she returned to normal. "Not bad. You can guess this." Who would have thought that this was just random nonsense by Sui Jing? After all, in her impression, in addition to the bride, the other normal-looking female ghost in the house was the one who knocked on their door, but never showed up. "Then tell me, how do you want to save us?" "Actually, I can only tell you the method," the woman in plain clothes said. "As long as you can make the newlywed bride calm down and get out again." "Oh no. Lie back in the coffin. Everything will be fine." Sui Jing suppressed the complicated emotions in his eyes, and continued to answer her words. "Then how can we calm her down?" "Well," the woman in plain clothes looked at the gold-lined clothes in Sui Jing's arms, and the jade bracelet in her hands. With an imperceptible greed in her eyes, she pointed at the gold-threaded clothes and said, "These treasures can make her look normal again, and she will not continue to harm others." The woman's pronunciation also deliberately emphasized the word harmful, as if to remind Sui Jing and their bride of the evil deeds. But what the real purpose is still unclear. "Normal?" Sui Jing sneered. "If lying back in the coffin is called normal, it would be better to remain abnormal like this." "Yeah," Sui Jing responded lightly. Maybe what she said was true. But even so, she wouldn't let these people go so easily. "Is there anything else?" Sui Jing asked when he saw that the woman in plain clothes had no intention of leaving. The woman smiled and replied, "No, but I want to follow you and have a look. Is that okay?" the woman requested. But she may not have realized that the intention in her eyes was so strong and so difficult to conceal. But Sui Jing didn't expose her right away. Otherwise the game would be unplayable. Wouldn't it? "It's up to you." After Sui Jing said that, he raised his feet and continued walking towards the front yard. Seeing this, the woman quickly followed the others. As they reached the front yard, everyone felt that the atmosphere became more and more stagnant. There is a strange smell floating in the air, which makes people feel slightly uncomfortable. Sui Jing glanced at the surrounding rooms and found that only one room had candles burning so far. Everyone hurried towards the bright room, and what they saw after opening the door was shocking. The groom and his parents, who were in the auditorium not long ago and had threatened Sui Jing and others, were now lying on their backs on the ground like rotten fish and shrimps. They were probably dying. After the three of them felt someone pushing the door and entering, their bodies swayed even more, as if to make them realize that they were still alive. But let alone Sui Jing. Even others were unwilling to save them. After all, you don't need to be very friendly towards something that has threatened your life, and you don't even know whether it is a human or a ghost. Sui Jing walked up to the bridegroom's mother, lowered her head slightly, and raised the corners of her eyes and eyebrows with a somewhat mocking arc. "Did you have a good rest tonight? It seems that the night here is not very peaceful." After saying this, Sui Jing's eyes still remained. He glanced at the three of them with pretense of regret. "Ho ho!" The groom's mother seemed to be in a hurry, and kept stretching out her hand in the direction of Sui Jing. But she did not utter any effective syllables. Only then did everyone realize that her neck had been broken and a bloody hole had been pierced in her throat. It was quite miserable. The conditions of the other two people were not far behind, and they were already in a state of no return. But the bridegroom's mother kept reaching out to Sui Jing and making ho-ho sounds from her mouth. This made Sui Jing a little puzzled. She just mocked a few times. Why was she so angry? But the next second Sui Jing realized something was wrong. Because the groom's mother's eyes didn't seem to be looking at him, but looking behind him. Behind her. Behind her now is... Sui Jing pretended not to realize it and glanced out the door. Where do you think she will go? In fact, she knows this problem better than anyone else. Judging from the prompts mentioned when the system issued the task and everyone's attitude at the wedding, everyone here was an accomplice to this result. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for the bride to seek revenge from them. And it is even reasonable. In a sense, killing everyone here is not a bad thing for them. The only thing that is unpredictable now is whether the bride will treat them as enemies and attack them indiscriminately. After all, the bride had not met any of them so far. As long as she doesn't attack indiscriminately, their lives will not be threatened, and their survival mission can be considered completed. As for the punishment required in the mission, punishment is necessary. But if everyone dies, what is the punishment? And it doesn't say that punishment must be done by oneself. Right? By leveraging your strength. You won't spend too much energy. Chapter 113 Living Coffin. Just when Sui Jing exited the room, she saw the bride stepping through the door and walking into the courtyard. The bride saw a group of people standing in the center of the yard at a glance. Of course, it was impossible to pretend not to see them. After all, they were too big for the target group. At this time, the bride's wedding dress was probably stained red by blood, and it had turned dark red, even a little black. But what confused Sui Jing was that when the bride saw them for the first time, she didn't seem to want to talk to them. The good news is, they are not being targeted. Bad news, they were completely ignored. However, she suddenly turned back and walked towards Sui Jing. You let me out. Logically speaking, the bride was asking Sui Jing. But her tone clearly told Sui Jing that this was not a question, but a statement of fact. Yes. Sui Jing was surprised. After all, when she took off the talisman on the bride's forehead, her eyes were obviously closed. The bride's eyes stayed on the clothes in Sui Jing's arms for a few seconds, and then she looked away as if nothing had happened. You can leave. I won't stop you. When Wu Yunfei heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Do you think we don't want to leave? Do you think we can leave now? Maybe? In the bride's stunned eyes, Sui Jing naturally changed the subject. You don't want this? She said, raising the gold-threaded garment in her hand. They worked so hard to get these two things. It's impossible for them to be useless at all. The bride slowly looked at Sui Jing. Her red lips parted lightly. To be honest, I don't really want it. Really? The corner of Sui Jing's lips raised slightly. This lady. I really want it. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Jing casually dodged the attack from behind. The sudden change occurred. Except for Sui Jing. No one else had much reaction. For a moment, they all widened their eyes slightly and froze on the spot. The woman in plain clothes who had been following them suddenly attacked. But to their surprise, Sui Jing easily dodged it. Seeing that she had not succeeded once, the woman did not immediately take action again. She just stared at Sui Jing with cold eyes. When did you find out? Of course Sui Jing knew what the woman in plain clothes was asking. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, What do you think? After a pause, she added, Miss Hu. The cold voice instantly shattered all the pretense of the woman in plain clothes. The bride herself was unwilling to get involved in their affairs. But when she heard Sui Jing say the word Miss Hu, she stopped abruptly as she was about to leave, and stood there without moving. How do you know my identity? Miss Hien looked at Sui Jing with eyes like poisonous snakes. Sui Jing did not answer her question immediately, but raised his chin, and his beautiful and handsome jawline outlined a hint of arrogance. Miss Hu is so smart. Why not take a guess? Miss Hu narrowed her eyes slightly and said after a while, You didn't believe me from the beginning. Of course I won't believe you. Sui Jing continued. Would anyone believe a person who appears suddenly, is a stranger, and doesn't have a trace of vitality in his body? When I was in the room just now, the groom's mother who was lying on the ground stretched out her hand to me, as if asking for help. This behavior itself was very surprising. After all, I would not save her. But in an instant, I realized that you were standing beside me at that time after that. Her behavior will be much more reasonable. Besides, the strong desire in your eyes is really not very well hidden. Sui Jing really didn't have any emotion when he said this. But Miss Hu just felt a little ironic. Hearing this, Miss Hu touched her eyes with one hand and smiled softly. That's so smart. It's a pity that you have to stay here. As she said that, Miss Hu put down her hands covering her eyes. Her whole body was exuding bursts of black energy that were visible to the naked eye. You also have to keep this thing. Just when her long nails were about to touch Sui Jing, the bride, who had been standing nearby for an unknown length of time, stepped in front of Miss Hu, grabbed her neck with one hand, and effortlessly threw Miss Hu away. When you instigated your parents and brothers to do such things, did you ever think of today? Miss Hu was thrown to the ground and could hardly get up. The bride walked up to her slowly and looked at Miss Hu condescendingly, her words full of resentment. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, knowing that there was probably some deep hatred between the two people. But it doesn't matter, as long as the mission can be successfully completed. It doesn't matter what the plot is like. However, judging from the task questions, there is probably no good person in this place. Since they are all cannibalistic evil spirits, it is natural that death is not a pity. To her, it didn't matter who died. And this bride looked so much better than the others. Basically not on the same level. Ho ho. Zheng Yu. Shouldn't it be your blessing to be able to marry my brother? She covered her neck where she had been pinched, even though she was lying on the ground in an extremely embarrassed state. Miss Hu still raised a nervous smile. Blessed? Zheng Yu's eyes were full of anger, as if he was very angry. Hu Shuang. If you say so, then I hope you have such a blessing. Ho 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 ho. I don't need it anymore. Miss Hu, that is, Hu Shuang, laughed even more crazily. A pair of eyes looked at Zheng Yu and Sui Jing almost crazily. When I die, you will all be buried with me. You? Just when Zheng Yu was about to crush Hu Shuang's throat with one foot, Sui Jing stopped her. Foreigner, what do you want to do? Zheng Yu was a little unhappy. Miss Zheng. Wait a minute. Sui Jing answered Zheng Yu first, then turned to look at Hu Shuang. I'm a little curious as to why you want this. As she said that, she waved the gold-threaded garment in front of Hu Shuang. He hung it back on his arm again. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a naked humiliation, and it is impossible for Hu Shuang not to notice it. So she just gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the woman in front of her, who looked cold and indifferent, but was actually extremely evil. Sui Jing received her look and nodded with a brisk tone. It seems that you don't want to tell me. And it doesn't matter? Sui Jing asked Zheng Yu. Do you really not need this? Zheng Yu looked at her and shook her head. Okay. Sui Jing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, threw the golden thread clothes on the ground casually, and dropped a fire. The golden thread clothes instantly ignited with raging fire, and within a short time, it turned into ashes. Seeing the treasure being destroyed, Hu Shuang's eyes showed a rare hint of disbelief. This woman was really a madman. Zheng Yu smiled appreciatively, feeling that Sui Jing suited her very well. You? Before Hu Shuang could say the rest of his words, Zheng Yu stepped on him and broke his neck. Although she was obviously a ghost, it seemed a bit hasty to die like this. But Zheng Yu is also a ghost, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem. This is called fighting fire with fire, using strength to fight against strength. It's a pity that the only thing Lu Sheng left behind has to go with her. I just hope Lu Sheng doesn't blame her. I'll give this to you. Sui Jing handed the jade bracelet to Zheng Yu, without the golden lining. This is probably an ordinary jade bracelet. How do you know this is an ordinary jade bracelet? Zheng Yu took the bracelet and smiled. Is not it? Not exactly, Zheng Yu said. Actually, it depends on whether these two things are treasures, or whether they are divided into people. For Hu Shuang and the others, the gold-threaded clothes can make their bodies incorruptible and help resist attacks from other people. The jade bracelets can reduce the invasion of death energy to them, etc. In short, they are all good things. But it really takes them both together to be most effective. Then why don't you? Zheng Yu shook his head. It's not that I don't want them. It's because they are probably of no use to me. I am different from them. Then this jade bracelet. Sui Jing wanted to know what would happen if Zheng Yu wore a jade bracelet. This. Zheng Yu put the jade bracelet on her wrist. Just restore it to its original state. She suddenly looked at Sui Jing, her eyes extremely determined. I don't want to be locked up. It's really dark. Sui Jing was just about to ask what the original meaning was when he saw Zheng Yu falling towards the ground as if he suddenly had no bones. Sui Jing was startled and immediately stepped forward to catch her. I saw that Zheng Yu's whole body instantly became extremely pale, and even his lips, which were bright red just now, became bloodless. The whole person showed a real lifelessness. Dead? Mu Yunfei walked to the side and asked when he saw this scene. Yes. Sui Jing responded softly. She saw the shape of Zheng Yu's mouth before he fell to the ground. And it was clear that my wish has come true. I have no regrets. Yes. This is her wish. And it is also theirs. Sui Jing raised her eyes and looked around. Seeing that dawn was about to break on the horizon, she saw a huge banyan tree with lush branches. She bent down and carried Zheng Yu onto the banyan tree, letting her back lean against the thick trunk of the banyan tree. From here, you can just see the rising sun. Congratulations to all players for clearing the copy of Living Coffin. Players are requested to return to the rest area as soon as possible. In view of player Sui Jing's outstanding performance, we are hereby given a chance to draw cards. Sorry, player Sui Jing. Please keep up the good work. The system saw that Sui Jing had won the lottery again and thanked him for participating, and said happily, "May everyone learn true civilization." Chapter 114, The Merciful Father. Hurry! Open the door! Guests are coming. An elderly man with gray hair on his temples told the deacon standing beside him to open the door quickly, even though there was no knock on the church door. Yes, Bishop. The younger man bowed politely to the old man, turned around and walked towards the church door. Then the bishop and all the believers crossed themselves on their chests and chanted some incantations. It was completely dark now, and candles had already been lit inside the church. The bishop sat directly in front of the room, with many believers sitting scattered underneath. Everyone felt uneasy about the visitors who were about to enter. Bishop, people are being brought in. The deacon stretched out an arm and gestured backwards. Looking along his arm, he saw only a group of people wearing black cloaks. Because the cloaks were too big. If they didn't take off the cloaks, the others would. It is difficult for people to see their faces clearly. I know. Come back. Jace. The bishop's old voice sounded. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the group of people wearing black cloaks. Visitors, can you please take off your cloaks? After praying in the church, you will be blessed by God. There is no need to cover your appearance. The Lord will not blame you for your rudeness, the bishop said. The group of people didn't say anything, but they all took off the hats on their cloaks one after another. And the woman standing in front on the left is none other than Sui Jing. Welcome all players to the copy of Merciful Father. Church is a sacred symbol. Here, the sins and evil deeds carried by those who have made mistakes can be washed away, and they can get a chance to be reborn. The Lord will bless everyone who prays sincerely and bring good luck to every believer. It regards kindness as the first criterion. The red, green, and yellow stained glass in the church is engraved with images of the Virgin Mary and Jesus. They will witness your piety and guide you in the right direction. However, if a demon sneaks into the church with ill intentions and attempts to disrupt the original order of the church, he will lead you to make wrong choices. Or is it that the devil has not just infiltrated the church? How will you deal with it when the time comes? There is no specific grouping in this game, and the game mission is to survive within a time limit. You only have 1 week. Please find out whether the demons exist in the church or other places in this instance before the purification day. Warm reminder, life is extremely precious. Players, please cherish your life and do not seek the answer to death easily. Sui Jing's eyelashes trembled slightly, as this last sentence always seemed to hit her. Please everyone, seize the opportunity and work hard to survive. Only they can hear the sound of the system issuing tasks. Or in other words, only they need to hear it. Oh, guests who have come from afar. If you are not in a hurry, please stay here for a few days. In a few days, it will be the purification day of our town, the bishop said. His voice was old and a little weak, which is quite consistent with his age characteristics. Live. They naturally want to live. Since we want to find the demons hidden in the game, we shouldn't let them sleep on the streets. But since the guests are going to stay here, just follow my few words of advice. The bishop continued. You are not allowed to eat raw food in our church. And you are not allowed to leave the church to go to other places after nightfall. The church it's your only refuge. And it's absolutely safe. Well, at least until it appears. The bishop just muttered the last sentence, not intending for them to hear it clearly. Also, don't say anything depressing, especially when the weather is bad. Like now. As all players know, it is pouring rain outside the church at this time. After all, the cloaks they wore outside were almost completely soaked. One last point. Don't question the Lord's decision. All the Lord's instructions are correct. The bishop said this sentence with a particularly sonorous tone and full of emotion. After saying it, He couldn't help but cough a few times. Besides the Lord, you must be wary of anyone else. The bishop suddenly became mysterious. You may not know that there is an apostle of the devil among us. If we are not careful, he will destroy us. Taken to HL. He will never be able to recover. After 7 days, the Lord will come on time and save us from our sins. At that time, all hypocrisy and sin will no longer exist. Dear players, thank you. I already know. Okay. You follow Walls to the room to rest. After saying that, the bishop slowly turned around and walked towards his original seat. I don't know what was said above. And all the believers began to disperse. Walls is a young girl with long flaxen hair wearing a black nun's uniform. This is where you will rest. Walls led them through a long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a spiral marble staircase, which seemed to lead to the upper floor. Sui Jing remembered that they had just come up from the left side of the church, and that the church looked like a Trinity European-style building from the outside. In the middle is the main church, which has the most solemn appearance. The towering cross on the top of the church is like the bright stars in the sky. Solemn and solemn. Countless intricately carved spears rise one after another. It also covers the largest area. The auxiliary buildings on both sides are relatively simple, but also very majestic. They complement each other and do not overwhelm the bishop. Each floor is connected to the corresponding floor of the main church with a curved arch bridge, making it easier for the three churches to communicate with each other. However, the main church in the middle should be a place where believers can engage in religious activities or provide commandments that lead people to do good or wisdom in doing things. From the layout point of view, the two buildings on both sides look more like temporary residences for monks or outsiders. Walls handed the keys to each of them individually. There were 9 people in their group, but they were only given 5 keys. After receiving the confused looks from everyone, Walls smiled sheepishly. We have always taken in a lot of temporarily homeless people here, so there are not many rooms left. Please just make do with it and squeeze in. Bar. After saying that, she held up her skirt and hurried downstairs. Before going downstairs, he also told them to listen to the bishop. Otherwise the devil will come to them. Then let's rest first and discuss anything tomorrow. One of the players, an elegant man wearing black-rimmed glasses, said, in this situation, he still seems to be at ease, and he is most likely a veteran. Everyone nodded and had no objection. Sister, can we share a room? Yanci shook the key in his hand and asked. Seeing Yanci's sincere eyes, the corners of Sui Jing's eyes twitched slightly. She didn't understand why Yanci was still following her, although it was not unusual for her to meet her former teammates in the game. She had not done so twice in a row with someone she knew. Oh, except for being punished. Seeing that everyone else had entered the room one after another, Sui Jing could only nod his head, and Yanci quickly unlocked the door with a click. After the door was opened, the furnishings inside were instantly revealed. The furnishings of the room are extremely simple, probably because it is only a temporary residence. There are only 2 single wooden beds, a wooden table, and a wooden wardrobe in the room. There was nothing else. Not even a bench. Fortunately, there is an independent bathroom, which is a blessing among misfortunes. Chapter 115, The Merciful Father. After Sui Jing and Yanci entered the house, they first took off their cloaks that were wet from the rain, then dug out 2 hangers from the closet and hung the cloaks to dry by the window. Although the material of this cloak looks extremely thin, it is actually waterproof, so it is just dripping water on the surface. As for its origin, it was not that Sui Jing and the others had the foresight to predict what they would need for the next dungeon, but that someone gave it to them after entering the dungeon. This time the dungeon was different from what they had experienced before. After walking through the long passage, the first thing they saw was a retro town full of European style. It was dusk in the town at this time. Under the setting sun, you could clearly see that the streets were all red tiles and white walls, almost exactly the same as the European-style buildings that everyone had imagined in the past. As soon as they walked out of the passage, an old man with completely gray hair and a kind face walked towards their direction. The old man walked up to them and stared at them with a smile for a long time before asking, "You don't look like locals?" Sui Jing raised his head slightly and glanced at the people walking on the street. All of them, without exception, had high noses and deep eyes. Very typical European faces. Isn't it obvious that they are not locals? The other players seemed to be overly vigilant and looked at each other. He didn't answer the old man's question immediately. Sui Jing guessed that they might have encountered similar scenes before, but the results were most likely not very good. Sui Jing thought for a moment, and out of politeness, answered his question. We are indeed not locals. Oh! Seeing someone replying to him, the old man was even more happy. Then where are you from? You may not believe it. Sui Jing paused and said in a calm voice under the shocked eyes of everyone. We come from the Eastern Land and the Tang dynasty. The old man felt that his brain had been greatly impacted. Not only him, but other players also suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. But there were some things engraved in the DNA that actually made them want to complete the second half of Sui Jing's unfinished sentence. Ahem. The old man cleared his throat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No matter where you come from. As long as you come to us. You are our most distinguished guest. As he spoke, the old man took out 9 cloaks and handed them to each of them in turn. However, recently our residents are not allowed to accommodate outsiders in their homes. If you don't mind, you can go to the only cathedral in our town from here to seek some help. After distributing the cloaks, the old man pointed them in a direction. Thank you. Sui Jing thanked the old man distantly but politely. She felt that this must be one of the clues. It may rain heavily tonight. You should be careful when walking at night, the old man warned, and glanced at Sui Jing with a smile. Beautiful lady, you and your friends should pay attention to safety. Sui Jing received the old man's gaze. Although she didn't know why the old man wanted to give her a special instruction, the upbringing in her bones prevented her from ignoring the old man's words. So she still nodded to him. I will remember it. Then all the players turned and left, ignoring the old man who kept smiling behind him. He slowly put away the amiable smile on his face. And at night, it really started pouring rain. And this cloak really came in handy. Even so, Sui Jing still felt that this cloak was not just used to keep out wind and rain, but must have other uses. But since no one is planning to tell you, there is no need for you to ask. Sister? Yanxi's voice brought Sui Jing back from her thoughts, causing her attention to shift to the current situation. What's wrong? Sui Jing asked. It seems like something is written here. Yanxi's eyes stood next to the wooden table and pointed to the upper left corner of the wooden table with one finger. What was written? Sui Jing raised his feet and walked towards the wooden table. Standing in front of the wooden table, you can see that there are indeed 2 strange symbols engraved on the upper left corner of the wooden table. And they also have a faint golden luster. Can you understand what's engraved on it? Yanxi asked. Sui Jing bent down and tried to identify the 2 symbols carefully, and said, I can only tell that it is a kind of writing, not some strange symbols. Fu shook his head again. I don't know what this means. That's it. Yanxi shrugged helplessly. Then we can only wait until daybreak to ask others if they can understand it. Yeah. Sui Jing responded lightly. This was the only way at the moment. Then let's take a rest today. Yanxi glanced at the 2 wooden beds placed in the center of the room and asked tentatively. Sui Jing probably didn't realize what Yanxi meant. So he replied, Okay. Do you wash up first or should I? I'll go first. Yanxi said. I take a shower very quickly. That's okay. Sui Jing nodded indifferently. She didn't have any opinion on who should wash first and who should wash last. With that said, Yanxi took a change of clothes and entered the bathroom. Sure enough, Yanxi came out within a short while, her body still steaming with steam, and she looked like she was washing in a hurry. Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. Sui Jing's eyes revealed a small smile, as if a crack suddenly appeared on the ice. Just wait a little longer. However, Yanxi's eyes seemed to have been suddenly burned, and quickly lowered his head, muttering in a low voice. I take showers very quickly, so I'm not in a hurry. Sui Jing naturally heard her justification and did not continue to speak. He just shook his head and walked towards the bathroom with his clothes. Having said that, Sui Jing actually washes up very quickly. After all, in this situation, few people can take a bath safely and comfortably, except when they are in a rest area. After Sui Jing opened the bathroom door, he walked straight to the trolley box next to his bed, folded the changed clothes and put them in. Then she saw Yanxi standing in front of her bed with a confused look on her face, holding an open bottle of mineral water in her hand. Just as Sui Jing was about to ask what happened, he looked up and saw Yanxi's watery eyes staring at him with blinking eyes. As if he said one more word, she would cry immediately. You? Sui Jing hesitated whether to ask or not. But Yanxi said, Sister, I accidentally wet the quilt. There was an obvious cry in his voice. Sui Jing rarely saw others cry, except for Lu Wan. She was the second one. So she was a little confused for a moment, not knowing what she should do. And the temperature at night is indeed quite low. If you don't cover yourself with a quilt at night, you will probably still be cold. It doesn't matter. You can cover me with the quilt. However, Sui Jing was stunned for only 1 second. After 1 second, she made this decision. Yin Xi was obviously stunned. She didn't expect that Sui Jing would let her sleep with her. After all, Sui Jing didn't seem to like having too much physical contact with others. It wasn't until she saw Sui Jing skillfully taking out the thin blanket from the trolley case that she realized that she had really thought too much. When she said covering her with a quilt, she really meant covering her with a quilt. And she covered it by herself. Chapter 116 Merciful Father. Early the next morning, Sui Jing was awakened by a gentle knock on the door from next door. At this time, the light coming through the window glass can tell that it is bright outside. She raised her wrist and glanced at the time on the dial. The minute hand was almost pointing to 6:30. The time on her watch is calibrated based on the time in the resting place. So she always knows the correct time no matter what the day and night conditions of the replica are. Sui Jing sat up, glanced at Yin Xi who was still sleeping, and decided to wake her up later. As a result, as soon as she tied her shoelaces, she heard a gentle knock on the door of their room. Sui Jing walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside the door was Walls, the young girl who sent them up last night. When Walls saw Sui Jing standing inside the door, he raised a bright smile. The bishop asked me to invite you all to go down for breakfast. Please freshen up as soon as possible. I will wait for you at the corner of the stairs. We must arrive for dinner before 7 o'clock. Location. With that said, before Sui Jing could say anything, Walls bowed slightly to her and left. Sui Jing closed the door gently and turned around to find that Yin Xi had sat up from the bed. Hurry up and wash up. Sui Jing first neatly folded the blanket on the bed and placed it at the end of the bed, then walked to the bathroom sink. Wars is waiting for us outside. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them had finished washing up, because their room was the one closest to the stairs. So after opening the door, they saw others standing at the corner of the stairs waiting for them. It seems they are the last two. Sui Jing closed the door, locked it, and then walked towards everyone. Great. Walls smiled and clapped his hands. Everyone is here. Let's set off now. We can't keep the bishop waiting too long. Walls led everyone down the stairs, through the bright corridor, and arrived at a delicately decorated and very spacious room. That's it. Everyone, please take your seats. Walls gestured for several people to take their seats. Although there was more than one table in the room, only the table where the bishop was sitting was still empty. The other tables were all filled with other believers. And even the only seat left at a certain table was taken by Walls in a hurry. The players had no choice but to share a table with the bishop. It was a weird feeling. Like meeting your teacher in the cafeteria at noon or evening during school, and you had to have dinner with him. After everyone sat down, they found that no one in the restaurant started to enjoy the food in front of them. Sui Jing first looked at the piece of toast and a small bowl of milk oatmeal in front of him. I feel like I can finally eat some normal food this time, although it may not taste that good. Then he lowered his eyes and glanced at his watch. 6:59. She raised her eyebrows, guessing that they were probably waiting to start eating at 7 o'clock. Sure enough, when the hands on her watch had just reached 7 o'clock, she heard the clear and sonorous bell ringing from the clock tower outside. The bishop and other believers clasped their hands together. When Sui Jing and others saw this, in order not to be criticized, they clasped their hands together and pretended to join them. But even so, it was very difficult for them to understand the series of words they said next, let alone follow them. Sui Jing could only tell that what they were saying was thanking the Lord and praying to the Lord to cleanse the food. But it doesn't matter. They don't understand this themselves. As long as their attitude is correct, they don't need to care too much about other things. After everyone finished their meal, they performed another after-dinner prayer. And then someone took away the tableware on the table. The meal was considered completely finished. After finishing the meal, the bishop came to them and said, "There is nothing important in the church today. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the church. But please do not touch anything in the church. Of course, you can also go to the church. Take a look around. Maybe you can find something you like." After saying that, the bishop left, leaving only his stumbling figure behind. Seeing this, everyone turned and left the restaurant. Yin Xi asked, "Have you noticed the symbol on the table in the room? Does anyone understand what is written?" As soon as this was said, some people felt confused and said they didn't even notice what was on the table. Some people saw it and just shook their heads to express that they didn't recognize it. Sui Jing took out the symbol she copied on the paper before going out and circulated them to everyone. This seems to be the writing of some country. Right. Really? I can't quite understand it. All the players looked at the paper with confused expressions. Perhaps Baruch knows? One of the men suddenly said. Baruch is of mixed race from 2 countries. As he said this, he pointed at the foreign man with curly brown hair who could not integrate into everyone's discussion because of the language barrier. Friends. The man brought the note to Baruch and asked in English. Do you know what this means? Baruch looked at it carefully, then shook his head and replied in German. I have never seen such writing. He said he hadn't seen it. The man spread his hands helplessly, indicating that he was helpless. Even the only foreign friend in the team was not used. Everyone was at a loss for a while. If they all had this symbol in their room, it meant that it must still be able to provide some clues. It's just that they can't decipher it now. And it's no use having clues. While everyone was worried, Sui Jing took the note in the man's hand and walked in the other direction. Sui Jing quickly caught up with Walls, who was passing by, and asked, Do you know what this is about? Walls looked at it and said, It looks like it's in ancient Greek. But I'm not sure. If you want to know, you can go to the library in the town and have a look. After Sui Jing thanked him, he put the note back into his coat pocket and walked back in the direction of the other players. The man looked at Sui Jing's calm face and couldn't help but ask his companion, Has she always been so brave? His companion shook his head, also expressing shock. Wall said this is probably ancient Greek writing. We can go to the town library to look for clues. Sui Jing came back and said, As soon as they left, everyone immediately set off to the small town library. Fortunately, Sui Jing asked Walls about the location of the library. Otherwise, it might not be easy to find the library among a bunch of buildings with similar styles. Looking at the 2 floors of books in front of him, Sui Jing finally asked the librarian where the books on ancient Greek texts were. Probably because I have stayed here for too long. I am too familiar with the location of the books here. The librarian pointed in the direction of everyone with his hand without raising his head. That row of bookshelves is full of them. Everyone came to the 2nd floor and looked at the whole wall of books in front of them, and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. For 2 words, they had to rummage through the bookshelf. However, complaints are complaints, and the work that needs to be done still needs to be done. However, their focus only needs to be found in the dictionary, and there is no need to look through other books in the collection. I don't know if it is to make it more difficult for them, but the books here are either ancient Greek translated from English, or ancient Greek translated into English. Sui Jing casually picked up an ancient Greek dictionary from the bookshelf. These are all dictionaries. After Sui Jing finished speaking, he opened the book and started reading. She just took a quick glance and saw that there were about 11 dictionaries here. Even if there were 9 of them, they would probably take a while to read. Sui Jing looked at the comparison between English and ancient Greek, and suddenly became distracted and realized that everything in this town was written and displayed in English. But other people, including people in the church, and their normal communication language was still Chinese. Is it because most of the players are not foreigners? Or is this just a place where the system settings let them slip? She retracted her thoughts and looked at the books in her hands. Her brows raised slightly. It was better not to let go of the water. Chapter 117, The Merciful Father. As time passed, everyone held the brick-thick books in their hands and searched for the 2 obscure characters page by page. It's hard to find those 2 words. But now I'm even more frustrated when I try to find them in English. Sui Jing pinched her eyebrows tiredly. Her search speed was a little faster than the others. But even so, the long-term operation of her eyes was a bit overwhelming for her. Unknowingly, the sun was going to set again. But they still had a book that they hadn't started to read. This can't help but make everyone a little anxious. After all, Walls had specifically told them, before going out, to get back to the church before it got completely dark. This is what the bishop told them yesterday. Not to go out after dark. If the librarian hadn't allowed them to take the books out of the library, they wouldn't have stayed there for nearly a day. Found it, Sui Jing said. She had almost finished reading the 2nd book when she discovered the same words as the 2 characters carved on the wooden table. Transform. Someone among the players read out the corresponding English word on the page. Change. What does that mean? I prefer to understand it as transformation. Sui Jing closed the book and put it back on the bookshelf. Now that you've found it, let's leave quickly. That's right, everyone said, After arranging the books, they hurriedly left the library and headed to the church. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Hua Changwen was the man who just spoke in the library. He put one hand on his waist and waved the other hand constantly to fan himself. He looked very tired, and the sky behind them happened to be completely dark the moment they stepped into the church. "You're back." Walls hurriedly walked out of the room inside the church, apparently waiting for them. "It scared me to death. I thought you wouldn't come back. Are you waiting for us?" "What happened?" Hua Wenchang asked, seeing Walls' nervous expression. "That's not true. The bishop just asked me if you were back," Walls explained. "I also told you that it is very dangerous to spend the night outside. In our small town, after dark, outside there won't be anyone," Walls said as he led them to the bishop. "Bishop, they're back," Walls said. The bishop looked them up and down carefully, as if they might have something unclean on them. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing unusual about them, he clasped his hands together and said, "My lord, bless you, and we have brought you back safely." Then he recited a long sentence, probably thanking the Lord or something like that. "You came back in time. It will be dinner time soon," the bishop said with a smile, and walked to the place where he had dinner this morning. After eating, "You should go back to your room quickly. Tomorrow will be a bit busy." Everyone didn't quite understand what he meant by busyness, but they still followed him towards the restaurant. Familiar positions, familiar people. Even the bench is still in its original position. Dinner is a piece of cheese, a small plate of tomatoes, and a glass of hot milk, which seems to be quite simple. After finishing the meal, everyone got up and left with the permission of the bishop. "This dinner doesn't taste good at all?" someone in the team complained. "Indeed, this cheese is too choking." It's not that the food they serve here is unpalatable, but everyone suddenly realized that as long as they were in church during mealtime, they seemed to have to eat this meal. If they don't want to eat, they're not allowed to. If they left without enjoying the food, the bishop would look at them with a very serious look and say a lot of unintelligible things. Just like just now, because Sui Jing didn't touch the tomatoes on the plate very much. He was pulled by the bishop after the meal and confessed to the Lord for a long time. This made them secretly glad that even though they didn't like the meal very much, they still ate it all up as they didn't dare to waste it. On the other hand, Sui Jing's face, which was originally expressionless and handsome, was now even darker. "Sister, are you unhappy?" Yin Xi caught up with Sui Jing and asked cautiously. After all, the air pressure around Sui Jing is quite low now. No, Sui Jing was not angry or unhappy because of such a trivial matter, but he just felt that the system mastermind was a little convulsive. Can it even think of such a damaging setting? Just blow up your CPU. After returning to the room, Sui Jing asked Yin Xi to wash up first. She herself walked to the wooden table and studied the 2 words on it carefully. Sui Jing reached out and touched the word Beta Delta Alpha engraved on the table, with a dark and unclear look in his eyes. "Transformation," Sui Jing murmured. Although there are many translations of this word, the meaning is actually quite different. But she intuitively felt that the current translation should be the most appropriate. But Sui Jing still couldn't figure out what the purpose of deliberately carving this word on the corner of the table was to imply to them. Sui Jing turned around and leaned against the edge of the table in a daze. It was not until Yin Xi came out that she realized that she had been dazed for a long time. Sui Jing would not force himself to think clearly about a problem that he couldn't figure out at the moment. So she picked up her clothes and walked towards the bathroom. After Sui Jing finished washing, the 2 of them simply washed the clothes they had changed in the past 2 days in the bathroom and hung them to dry by the window. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Sui Jing looked towards the door with stern eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Before coming back tonight, the bishop also gave them extra instructions. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you last night. After returning to the room at night, no matter what is going on outside, don't open the door." Although Sui Jing wanted to ask what would happen if he opened the door at first, seeing the bishop's nonchalant and serious look on his face, he still did not speak. However, the knocking on the door seemed to show no sign of stopping. Moreover, Sui Jing did not hear the knocking at the door of other rooms. It seemed that this thing only knocked on their door. Yin Xi looked at Sui Jing. "Sister, do you want to take care of me?" Sui Jing shook his head and said he didn't need to worry about him. Sure enough, after a while, the unknown thing at the door saw that there was no movement inside the door after knocking for so long, and the knocking gradually disappeared. Sui Jing didn't even hear its footsteps leaving. Sui Jing turned around and saw Yanxi's slightly worried look, and said, "It's okay. Go to sleep." After that, they both got ready and lay down on the bed. After blowing out the candles, Sui Jing did not close her eyes immediately. After what happened just now, she still had doubts in her heart. Since that thing keeps knocking on the door and doesn't come in directly, does that mean it doesn't have that ability? At least they are safe now. But why did he knock on their door? Sui Jing carefully recalled the series of events she had done today, and they seemed to be similar to everyone else. It seems like she hasn't done anything out of the ordinary yet. Suddenly, Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, as if he thought of something. Is it because she didn't finish the plate of tomatoes at night? Chapter 118 Merciful Father. Sui Jing didn't sleep well that night. I don't know what influenced me, but I always have the same dream over and over again. In the dream, she should still be an inspector, still wearing a black uniform. At that time, the entire inspector's accommodation area suddenly erupted into bursts of sharp and ear-piercing sirens, while flames shot into the sky behind her. Sui Jing suddenly woke up from her sleep. She touched her forehead, and there was already a trace of cold sweat. She raised her wrist and looked at the time. The hands had already passed 5:30. Yanxi was still sleeping soundly, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Sui Jing got up gently and put on his shoes and socks, then went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then washed himself. She tried to make as little noise as possible during the process. Tap tap tap. Sui Jing squinted his eyes slightly, and seemed to hear the sound of tiny footsteps coming from somewhere. She turned her head and glanced at Yanxi, who was still sleeping soundly, then quietly opened the door and walked out. Although she had experienced so much now, her original intention was not to break the rules and cause some trouble soon after the game started. But in this situation, it was a little inappropriate for her not to go out with him. Plop. With a very slight sound, the door was closed again by Sui Jing. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps continued, indicating that the man was still moving forward. Sui Jing followed the sound of footsteps and slowly walked towards the direction of the man. But to be honest, even if Sui Jing could hear some movement, she knew that the sound was actually quite far away from them. She first went downstairs and came to the corridor on the first floor, then walked around a corner and came to the building where the main church was located. Seeing that she seemed to be getting closer and closer to the footsteps, Sui Jing subconsciously squinted her eyes. She always felt that this thing seemed a bit weird, probably because he didn't get enough rest. Sui Jing was unable to react for a while. Only then did I suddenly realize that something was wrong. If the footsteps were indeed heard in the main church, how could she hear them on the fourth floor of the auxiliary church? Although this matter was full of doubts, Sui Jingshan thought that he had already come down, and there was no reason to go back like this. And who can be sure that this sound was not heard intentionally? Sui Jing thought this, and walked steadily forward without stopping. She just followed the footsteps not far or close to prevent herself from being discovered by the people in front of her, and to avoid losing herself. However, the person who was followed before did not notice Sui Jing's existence yet. He took Sui Jing to the basement level of the church, turned a corner and stopped in front of an iron door. No longer moving. It's close. It's already very close. Sui Jing also slowed down his pace and stopped near the corner. Getting closer, she could almost hear the breathing of the man in front of her. She was now in a position where she could clearly see every move of the man in front of her. But that man was also wearing a black cloak. There were many people in the church. Sui Jing could not yet tell who this person was just based on his body shape. The man paused at the door for a while. Sui Jing guessed that he was opening the door. Anyway, he did fiddle with the door for a while, but Sui Jing couldn't see clearly what he did. As soon as the cloaked man put down his hands, the iron door slowly opened from the inside. The cloaked man looked around cautiously, then quickly walked into the room. When the cloaked man turned his head, Sui Jing quickly averted his gaze and hid his entire body behind the wall, thus missing the opportunity to face the cloaked man's face. Sui Jing heard the sound of the cloaked man entering, and then a click. She knew it was the sound of the door being locked. She poked her head out a little, and sure enough, the door had been tightly closed, and there was no one at the door. It was as if what she had just seen was an illusion. Sui Jing was thinking about when she would come to explore this room. The high vigilance and quick reflexes she had cultivated since childhood made her frown slightly. Someone is following her. Sui Jing was very sure that the person who was following her had not been following her from the beginning. Otherwise she would not have been aware of it with her vigilance for so long. But there is no place to hide here. And since that person has been following her for a while, it won't help even if she hides now. Sui Jing adjusted his expression slightly, turned around and looked behind him. My friend, why are you here? The man in front of him spoke first. To Sui Jing's surprise, this man turned out to be the bishop he had just met at dinner. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he didn't intend to tell the truth. After all, judging from the bishop's tone, it seemed that he didn't intend to expose her behavior now. So Sui Jing said without changing his expression, Actually, I'm a little hungry. You know, I only had a little bit of dinner, she said casually, ignoring the bishop's somewhat surprised expression. But she still looked calm, making it difficult for people to tell the truth of her words for a moment. I wanted to go to the kitchen and see if there was any food left. It's just that the architectural styles here are too similar. As I was walking, I didn't know which floor I was on. I saw a staircase and came down. Really? The bishop looked at Sui Jing with a half smile, obviously not believing what she said. But in fact, it didn't matter whether he believed it or not. He didn't take her down immediately, but listened to his random talk here. Sui Jing knew that he wouldn't want her life in a short time. In other words, he was not allowed to take his own life. Maybe she could be of some greater use. Sui Jing didn't know, but he didn't care either. Of course. Sui Jing nodded, with a handsome and cold face. But he meant his words sincerely. Don't you believe it? Uh-huh. The bishop laughed strangely. My friend, are you still hungry? It's okay now. Sui Jing replied vaguely, not saying he was hungry, nor that he wasn't hungry. In that case, let's go back quickly, the bishop said, and was about to lead Sui Jing up. Be sure to eat well next night. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Fortunately, I'm here this time. If you come out in the middle of the night next time, you won't even know how you died. When the bishop said this, Sui Jing actually felt a strange kindness. This gave Sui Jing goosebumps all over his body, and he felt like they would fall all over the floor with just a gentle rub. I hope you can find your way back to your room, but don't go anywhere else. Thanks for the reminder. I tried my best to remember. Sui Jing slightly nodded to the bishop. He walked towards the other end of the corridor. Halfway through, Sui Jing didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly turned his head and said to the bishop, Actually, it's not midnight anymore, he said, pointing to the watch on his wrist. After saying that, she ran away, leaving the bishop alone in a mess. Chapter 119 Merciful Father. Of course, Sui Jing returned to the room smoothly. She closed the door gently and found that Yan Ci still showed no sign of waking up. She felt a little confused in her heart. Judging from Yan Ci's temperament and past behavioral habits, she really didn't look like the kind of person who could let down her guard casually and sleep so soundly in an unknown environment without any precautions. And she always felt that Yan Ci was inexplicably dependent on her subconsciously, or that he trusted her too much, trusting her enough to change his judgment. At certain times, Yan Ci even gave her a strange feeling. That is, she and Yan Ci must have met before, perhaps in the fragments of her lost memory, and there was a high probability that they were familiar with each other. Sui Jing sat on the bed and was stunned. He put his right hand on his left wrist and rubbed the delicate dial from time to time. He looked like he was thinking about something. It was almost 6:30 when there was movement on Yan Ci's bed. When she opened her eyes, she found Sui Jing sitting on her bed. When she raised her eyes, she could see that Sui Jing's slightly lowered eyes outlined the beautiful upper eyeline, and the long and thick eyelashes cast a thick shadow under the eyelids. Shadow. Sister? Yan Ci sat up on the mattress, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. Why did you get up so early today? Sui Jing put down his right hand that was fiddling with his watch and raised his eyes to look at her. I woke up in the middle and couldn't fall asleep. She didn't intend to tell Yan Ci that she had just gone out not long ago. Oh! Yan Ci had no doubts. She got off the bed without any delay, put on all her clothes, and walked to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, the knock on the door rang on time. But the person standing at the door knocking was not Walls, but another slightly older nun. Remember to bring your cloak. The bishop will take you to do things together today, the nun said, without giving Sui Jing a chance to ask questions. She turned around and went downstairs with her skirt in hand. I guess it was because they had already stayed in the church for a day, so there was no problem of finding the restaurant. Sui Jing left the door open, and Yan Ci could clearly hear what the nun was talking to her inside. She turned around and walked into the house, grabbed her cloak and saber, and then walked downstairs with Yen Ci. Since Sui Jing and Yen Ci got up earlier today, among all the players, they were the two fastest to arrive at the restaurant. Even so, the bishop and others were already sitting in their respective seats and waiting. Sui Jing glanced briefly at the seats of the other nuns. Strangely, Waltz was not in her original position. Sui Jing sat down in his seat, first holding the sword by his side, but felt the bishop's teasing gaze. This caused her some slight discomfort. She raised her head to face the bishop's eyes, but she only saw the bishop's kind smile. This friend is not lost today. Yen Ci looked confused when he heard this. He didn't understand why the bishop said this. My sister wasn't lost yesterday either? Just when Yen Ci wanted to get an answer from Sui Jing, Sui Jing slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, although you may be sleepy, I still want to thank you for your concern. Sui Jing calmly kicked the ball back, and looking at the bishop's worried look, she said, I want to ask, where is Waltz today? This question blocked the bishop's attempt to refute Sui Jing's words. He did not expect that this man was so sharp. What was rare was that he was also unusually courageous. She is contaminated. The bishop lowered his eyelids and said lightly. At this time, other players happened to come down one after another. The bishop did not want to say more, but said, you will all know later. After everyone was successfully seated, the bells outside the church rang as usual. Almost all the players finished the breakfast in front of them in a few seconds, watching the bishop eager to give it a try. After all, I have been here for a day and 2 nights, and there are no useful clues. They all have an intuition that there will be some major discovery next. Sui Jing was not so anxious. She slowly put down the knife and fork in her hand, and then looked at everyone. The word angry was written on almost everyone's face. It's useless to be anxious. Sui Jing raised his chin and motioned for everyone to take a look at the bishop. The bishop was not even in a hurry, and everyone was eager to help him eat the food. The bishop probably couldn't stand the scorching gazes. Sui Jing could feel that his eating speed had obviously increased. Ahem. The bishop coughed twice as if he had been choked, then picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Since you are so enthusiastic, let's go. After that, the bishop picked up his cloak from the back of the chair and led everyone outside the church. Not only them, the bishop also brought some other nuns and monks from the church. The bishop led them through the bustling area of the town and headed straight to a place similar to the edge of the town. Just when everyone was wondering where the bishop was taking them, they saw the bishop stopping in front of a black and red building. Everyone could tell at a glance that this seemed to be a small church that had long been abandoned. The outside of the church is overgrown with weeds, and the outer walls are almost covered with long thorns. Only a narrow path that was artificially mined in the later period leads to the church door. The bishop seemed to be very familiar with this place, and walked towards the church without stopping a step. As soon as she reached the door of the church, Sui Jing smelled a stench that was so strong that it could not be concealed. She wrinkled her nose subconsciously, unable to imagine what was going on inside. What's going on? Hu Wenchang held his nose with his hand and screamed. Are they dead? No one answered him, and the other players didn't know what was going on inside. But the group of monks who knew the situation were unwilling to answer his questions. Sui Jing raised his eyes and saw that the entire church was almost full of people. Everyone was just lying on a thin wooden board, covered with a piece of black cloth. She took a few steps forward, getting closer to the people lying on the wooden boards. Everyone's face looked ugly. Some were pale and a little blue. And the closer you get to these people, the stronger the stench is. Sui Jing took a quick glance and then returned to his original position. Sister, did you find anything? Yen Ci asked. Sui Jing shook his head. These people couldn't tell what happened from their faces. The body was still covered with a black cloth. If you didn't lift it, you wouldn't be able to see anything. But there was no doubt that the strong stench came from them. Bishop. Sui Jing walked up to the bishop. What on earth is it? Alas. The bishop sighed deeply. As you can see, these are all the work of the devil. You all smell it, right? The bishop pointed to the people on the ground. They are all tainted by demons. After being contaminated by demons. Although the skin and flesh will not change in any way, the bones will exude the smell of being cursed by demons. Their bones will rot inch by inch over time. They will not die until their bones are completely rotten, and they can clearly feel the changes in their bodies. It won't stop breathing until all the bones are corroded away. Chapter 120 Merciful Father. When Sui Jing heard this, she just lowered her head slightly to observe the conditions of those people closer to her on the ground. Other than that, She had no other unnecessary emotions. According to the bishop, they were brought here just to pray and perform simple debridement on the patients lying on the ground. After all, if they were in too much pain, they might commit some acts of self-mutilation. Of course they can't pray. But simple debridement is fine. Is that Walls? Huo Wenchang, who had been busy all morning, suddenly frowned and pointed to the patient lying in the corner against the wall. Everyone was busy with what they were doing, and there were quite a few people lying in the abandoned church. But out of curiosity, they couldn't help but walk over to take a look at the situation. After all, they have met each other a few times, so they are not considered pure strangers. Sui Jing did not follow him immediately. She lowered her eyelids lightly, as if she was thinking about something for a moment, and finally walked over. The bishop raised his hand, as if he wanted to stop, but was a little confused, until finally everyone had walked over, and the bishop didn't say what he wanted to say. Wall's face was blue, and there was no blood on his lips. Yesterday, it was a fresh and young life, and today it is lying here suffering from torture. Wall seemed to have fainted without pain. Her eyes, which were originally light blue and looked like lakes, were now almost lifeless and lifeless. The moment he saw Sui Jing and the others, there seemed to be some excitement in those empty eyes. Wars, how do you feel? Baruch spoke first, probably because he was a Westerner and had a familiar face. He still couldn't bear it. Walls no longer had the strength to shake his head. After hearing Baruch's question, she just blinked slowly as her only answer now. It's so pitiful. The man who was traveling with Baruch couldn't help but sigh when he saw Baruch's sad face. Yushin, you still understand me. Baruch wished he could just hug that man and cry first. Indeed, Sui Jing said, but no one could feel any sadness in her tone, as if she was just responding slightly out of politeness. She bent slightly and got closer to Walls, carefully studied Walls's face for a while, and said bluntly, how did you become like this? What did you see? She didn't believe that Walls would suddenly become like this despite everything going well. There must be details that they didn't notice. For example, there was a strange knock on the door last night. Walls is suffering from extreme pain, and it is extremely difficult for her to say a complete sentence. But when she bumped into Sui Jing's indifferent eyes, which were as cold as snow mountains, she couldn't help but feel a little lost. She felt as if she had been bewitched, immersed in a boundless snowfield, and even the pain that penetrated her bone marrow seemed to be relieved. She opened her mouth and tried her best to spit out a few incomplete syllables. It's him. Who is he? Sui Jing's face did not loosen at all, but his eyes were still staring straight at Walls. He is. Walls's eyes were originally in a somewhat chaotic state, and he was about to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. But suddenly he frowned and kept muttering, I don't know. I don't know. Sui Jing frowned, and just stood up and wanted to take a few steps back. But his arm was grabbed by Walls, who suddenly went crazy. Dang! Sui Jing instantly let go of the saber in his right hand, and fell to the ground with a not-so-clear impact sound. Sister! Yin Ci quickly rushed forward and kicked Walls to the ground. Sui Jing wore a slim-fitting white shirt under his cloak. The sleeves were rolled up on his arms before entering the church, leaving only a porcelain-white forearm exposed. At this moment, a dazzling tooth mark was bitten on the smooth forearm. Because Walls was not very conscious and his lower jaw was not serious, there was already a trace of blood oozing from the tooth marks. And the most puzzling thing is that there is a faint blue-black circle around the bitten area, just like the skin of those lying on the ground. Vaccine. Has anyone brought the vaccine now? Yin Ci could be heard to be a little anxious, with a hint of crying in his tone. I have a temporary blocking agent here. If it is poisoned. Yushin looked at the wound on Sui Jing's arm and was not sure. It should be able to come in handy. But I have other medicines in the church room. We can go back later for the next step of treatment. Thank you. Yin Ci took Yushin and took out a small tube of barrier agent from the backpack he carried with him. Then walked toward Sui Jing and quickly injected the barrier agent into Sui Jing's forearm. During this process, she paid no attention to Sui Jing's reaction. But although Yin Ci looked anxious, she acted neatly. After injecting the blocking agent, Yin Ci asked the bishop for some medicine and gauze, and briefly bandaged Sui Jing's wound. After the bandage was finished, Yin Ci felt the unignorable gaze on her head. She gritted her teeth, thinking that her sister always didn't like other people's touch, so she was being reckless this time. Yin Ci adjusted his expression and raised his head to meet Sui Jing's gaze. Yin Ci was slightly startled. Different from what she imagined, Sui Jing didn't look as angry or uncomfortable as she imagined when he looked at her. It was more like watching a young and innocent child who accidentally did something that offended her, but in her eyes could be completely forgiven. At this moment, there was a hint of astonishment and tenderness in Sui Jing's eyes. For others, even though Yan Ci didn't want to admit it, Sui Jing's eyes were as cold as ever. Just like when we first met. It is true that Sui Jing's expression is like this most of the time. And occasionally there will be a slightly different emotion. Maybe it was a psychological effect. But now coupled with the obvious tolerance, it even made Yan Ci feel more hurt. At first, Yan Ci was most afraid of seeing Sui Jing's mostly cold eyes. Even though it was like this when they first met. But after getting along for a long time, she gradually got used to it. After all, she seemed to be like this to everyone. But now, seeing Sui Jing like this in this situation, it was even more difficult for her to accept it. Her heart ached uncontrollably. And Sui Jing's indifferent attitude and eyes that almost saw through her almost made her breathless for a moment. Yan Ci hurriedly avoided Sui Jing's sight, turned around as if running away, and returned the gauze and medicine to the bishop. During this process, they never made eye contact. Sui Jing looked thoughtfully at the tightly bandaged wound. When she was injured before, the wound always healed quickly. But this time, the wound showed no sign of healing. Sui Jing lowered his arms and sighed silently. And judging from the situation just now, no matter how dull she is about these things, she can still feel Yan Ci's extraordinary feelings for her. Unfortunately, she couldn't give the response she wanted to Yan Ci's expectations. Instead of giving her unrealistic expectations and her desires directly. Maybe this is too cruel for Yan Ci now. But this may be the best outcome for both of them. Moreover, Yan Ci is still young, and she may not necessarily be able to tell what kind of feelings she has for her. When she becomes more mature and can face her feelings, she may find that everything in the past is the misperceptions you have imagined are not true. Chapter 121 Merciful Father. Bishop, why don't we go back today? Huo Wenchang asked the bishop, although no one expected such a thing to happen. After all, human life was at stake, so it was better to go back to the church to deal with it first. The bishop had been in a state of disbelief since Sui Jing was injured. It was not until Huo Wenchang called him that he calmed down a little. That's fine. The bishop nodded. It was my dereliction of duty today that caused such consequences. Then go back first. After that, the orderer packed up the tools he brought and prepared to return to the church. Before leaving, Sui Jing took a deep look back at Walls, who was still lying on the ground muttering in pain. He always felt something was strange. Just as she was about to get something out of Walls' mouth, she was suddenly interrupted. It's totally unreasonable no matter how you look at it, since Sui Jing's injuries were not expected by everyone, and no one could predict the severity of the injuries. Everyone speeded up their return journey. It's over. Huo Wenchang stood panting in the church hall and wailed. You guys wait here. I'll go upstairs to get the medicine. After saying that, he went straight to the bedroom on the 4th floor. Sui Jing wanted to say there was no need to bother, but Huo Wenchang's speed was too fast, and he disappeared around the corner of the corridor before he could say anything. Sui Jing had no choice but to shut his mouth silently. In fact, she had prepared some necessary medicines herself, and she was not sure whether these medicines would be useful to her now. They were currently in the church hall. As soon as they entered the door, the bishop asked the other believers to leave on their own, leaving him alone to accompany Sui Jing and the others. Sui Jing found a seat at random and sat down. She took off her cloak and put it lightly on the backrest. She was as calm and relaxed as if the person bitten was not her, while she asked the other players to take their seats. She also raised her chin to signal the bishop to sit down as well. When the bishop saw Sui Jing sitting down unceremoniously, he suddenly felt that something was not right about the direction of this matter. Whose home field is this? Complaints were complaints. The bishop felt that he was an old man after all, so he would not be angry with a young man who was still immature in his eyes. So he also sat down next to Sui Jing. The young man who was still immature in his eyes did not say anything immediately, but consciously lowered his eyes and glanced at the watch on his wrist. Just when everyone felt that the atmosphere was too weird, Sui Jing spoke up to break the suspicious embarrassment in the air. Do you think my arm can recover? There was no indicative personal pronoun in Sui Jing's words, but everyone immediately understood that she was asking the bishop. The bishop looked at Sui Jing's bandaged wound, sighed, and shook his head. There is no way. This is a curse from the devil. The other players were shocked. What does it mean that there is no way? Could it be that Sui Jing is going to die here? Curse? Upon hearing this, Sui Jing lowered his eyelids slightly and let out a disdainful chuckle in his throat. as if he was questioning what the bishop said. Since it is a curse, there must be a way to break the curse. Sui Jing looked at the bishop with playful eyes. Do you think so, Bishop? The bishop was given goosebumps by Sui Jing's claim. Of course, there was a way to lift the curse, but that method was too bizarre and difficult. And so far no one had been able to really succeed. He raised his eyes to look at Sui Jing, and saw those beautiful eyes full of determination, as if he had already secured victory. After much hesitation, the bishop decided to reveal his solution. As for whether they can succeed or not, it depends on their luck. The reason why there is a curse from the devil is because of the existence of the devil, the bishop said. Actually, the method is very simple. As long as the demon dies, the curse will naturally cease to exist. Didn't I say that a few days will be the purification day? Then find the devil and let him undergo purification, and the devil will disappear, Baruch said. This friend is right. But it is not easy to find the devil. Under this situation, the bishop actually showed a special smile. And how do you know that what you found is the real devil? The only thing you should hope for now is that your partners will survive until that day, the bishop said, giving Sui Jing a meaningful look. You should pray every day that your friends will not die so quickly. Baruch was speechless for a moment, because he found that what the bishop said did seem to make sense. Okay. The bishop stood up and smoothed the hem of his robe. I've told you enough. I'm leaving first. Oh, by the way, remember to arrive at the restaurant on time. Don't be late. After saying that, he left without looking back, seemingly not caring about Sui Jing's life or death at all. Why did you just leave? A player asked. Isn't this the same as not asking anything? Sui Jing looked thoughtfully at the bishop's leaving figure. It was obvious that he still had many things that he had not told them. It is difficult for them to get more important information from these few words. It seems that it will be necessary to wait. Coming. Huo Wenchang's voice interrupted Sui Jing's thinking, and he was seen running from a distance with a small medical kit. Quickly, take off the gauze. Let's reapply the medicine first. Even though he had just learned from the bishop that ordinary medicine would probably not work on Sui Jing's current wounds. But Huo Wenchang's enthusiasm is really hard to refuse. Sui Jing had no choice but to remove the gauze and expose the bite wound, even though the bishop said that the curse could not be eliminated. In fact, after the blocking agent was injected, the black and purple on the skin did not continue to spread. Huo Wenchang first took out the medicine and disinfected Sui Jing carefully, and then injected him with a vaccine. He originally wanted Yan Ci to help Sui Jing rebandage. After all, her technique just now looked very skillful. However, as keen as he was, he naturally felt that something unspeakable seemed to have happened between the two of them. His eyes lingered on the two people for a while, and then he turned around and asked another little girl in the team to help Sui Jing wrap the bandage. It doesn't look like the injury is serious. It should be fine soon. I don't know where he got the confidence. It was probably because he didn't hear the conversation he had with the bishop just now. But no one corrected him at this time. Everyone here was a human being, so they naturally knew that there was something in what the bishop just said. So even if I tell Huo Wenchang now, except that one more person knows, it won't be of much help. Okay. The little girl helped Sui Jing wrap up the wound and smiled sweetly at her. Thank you. Sui Jing thanked him politely, and naturally folded his injured arm under the other arm. She pretended to inadvertently glance at Yan Ci, who was sitting farthest away from her, and saw that Yan Ci glanced at her hands in a hurry, then hurriedly looked away and lowered his head, looking like a puppy soaked in the rain. Extremely pitiful. This expression made Sui Jing's words that he wanted to say suddenly get stuck in his throat, neither advancing nor retreating. It's really a bit annoying. Whatever. Sui Jing thought to himself and sighed silently. There are too many people now, so I'd better have a good talk with her when I go back to the room next time. I just hope that Yan Ci won't blindly escape. Chapter 122 Merciful Father. According to their previous understanding, it was not too long before dinner time, and no one had any intention of going up. They simply sat in the hall and exchanged their thoughts. By the way, we have been here for 2 days. Apart from deciphering the mysterious symbols we saw on the first day, there are no other clues. Yeah. And we only have a week, and we have no clue at the moment. Everyone was talking about it, and they all seemed confused about this mission. Although they saw the so-called people cursed by demons, they did not actually see the existence of demons. Sui Jing squinted his eyes, and suddenly recalled the strange figure he saw under the church this morning. Could it be that he or she is the devil that people say they are? What she didn't understand even more was why the bishop discovered her, but didn't expose her, and what his identity was. After sitting in the lobby for a while, some of the players looked at the time. It's almost o'clock. Let's go to the restaurant quickly. No one forgot the bishop's instructions not to be late. Sui Jing picked up his cloak and put it on his arms, preparing to walk towards the restaurant. As soon as he looked up, he saw Yin Xi leaving first without looking back. When they arrived at the restaurant, Sui Jing walked last, and everyone else was already sitting in their seats. Sui Jing found that the seat reserved for her was indeed the one she had been sitting in before. But the person on the seat next to her was not Yin Xi, but the little girl who had just helped bandage her wound. Sui Jing glanced at where Yin Xi was sitting, only to find that Yin Xi had his head lowered and his eyes were staring blankly at the food on the plate, not intending to have direct eye contact with her. She knew Yin Xi was avoiding her. Sui Jing frowned slightly and sighed silently in his heart. It seemed that Yin Xi was planning to keep running away. Sui Jing withdrew his gaze and sat down in the empty seat. The little girl next to her probably saw something fishy, so she moved closer to Sui Jing and asked softly next to Sui Jing, "Did you have a quarrel?" Sui Jing was slightly stunned, looked at the little girl, and asked doubtfully, "Why do you think so?" "Because you were all together yesterday, and when we were divided into rooms, the sister specifically asked you if you wanted to be together. So I felt that your relationship should be pretty good. But since you were injured," the little girl was forced to stop talking due to Sui Jing's invisible aura. But Sui Jing already understood what she had not finished. It's not surprising that she asked this. The way she and Yin Xi got along at the beginning, anyone would think that they have a good relationship. But now the two of them not only didn't exchange a word, they didn't even sit together. Sui Jing shook his head helplessly. "We didn't quarrel. It was more of a one-sided Cold War than a quarrel. That's it." The little girl didn't know what happened between the two of them in a short period of time, so she had to advise, "Why don't you go back and talk to that sister? She looks very sad." Sui Jing curled her lips slightly and accepted the little girl's kindness. "Okay, I'll talk to her when I get back. But the premise is, Yin Xi is willing to talk to her." "That's good." The little girl received Sui Jing's affirmative answer and sat upright again. Yin Xi sat in the seat farthest from Sui Jing. Although she avoided eye contact with Sui Jing, she still followed Sui Jing's every move. Naturally, he saw Sui Jing and the little girl coming closer to talk. Even though she couldn't hear what they said, she still couldn't help but blush when she saw Sui Jing smiling at the little girl. The two hands held together under the table were competing with each other. Yin Xi quickly lowered her head, not wanting others to notice her gaffe. At this time, the bells rang outside the church, and everyone began to enjoy the food on the plates in front of them. Yin Xi's hands were a little weak now, because he used too much force just now. While she was eating the food on her plate, she couldn't help but think wildly. "It's okay if I don't think about it. The more I think about it, the more I feel wronged and out of control." The food on the plate was finished, and the tears in his eyes were full. She put the knife and fork away, got up and left the restaurant without saying a word. Before leaving, she only prayed that Sui Jing would not see her in such a miserable state. How could Sui Jing not see it? She had been worried about Yin Xi's mental state from the beginning, so she would observe her situation from time to time. So she naturally saw that Yin Xi was trying his best not to let her tears fall. Looking at it now, she probably couldn't help it anymore. Sui Jing was a little worried. She had never encountered such a situation before in her entire life. After finishing the food on her plate, she said something to everyone. "I go first." Sui Jing hesitated at the door of the room for a while, wondering if it would be bad to go in by himself if Yin Xi was crying in the room now. She gritted her teeth and pushed the door open, but unexpectedly found that the door was not locked. Each room has only one key, and the key to their room naturally belongs to Yin Xi. It seems that this is the door Yin Xi left specially for her. She walked into the room, but didn't see Yin Xi. Suddenly hearing the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Sui Jing understood that Yin Xi was taking a shower. Yin Xi opened the door and came out. She saw Sui Jing sitting on the edge of her bed. 2 buttons on the top of her white shirt were undone, revealing a small piece of delicate collarbone. She had her eyebrows downcast, making it difficult to see her expression clearly, so it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Yin Xi naturally knew that Sui Jing was back, so she stayed in the bathroom for a while and tried her best to adjust her emotions before she dared to come out. Sui Jing heard the sound of opening the door and looked sideways, only to see Yin Xi's eyes were red, and it seemed that he was crying hard. "Yin Xi, let's talk." Sui Jing called out to Yin Ci before she wanted to run away again. Yin Ci's back was turned to Sui Jing, and his hands were hanging tightly by his sides. Even at this time, she had no way to refuse Sui Jing's request. Yin Ci still didn't turn his head away, and his voice was trembling obviously, but it was full of stubbornness. I cannot do it. Sui Jing frowned slightly, a little confused. What did you say? I said. I can't do it. Yin Ci turned around. I can't pretend that I don't know you. And I can't forget you. And I can't even pretend that you hate me. You don't have to like me. But she said in a soft and waxy tone, and started to choke with tears as she spoke. It fell to the ground with a clatter. Don't hate me. Okay? Yin Ci cried so hard that she couldn't even speak. Her eyes, which had been red from crying, were filled with tears again, and she looked extremely pitiful. Sui Jing was confused by Yin Ci's words. It took him a while to understand why Yin Ci was so scared and sad. I don't hate you. She softened her tone, and even the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were dyed with a gentle smile. This little bit of tenderness warmed the long-lasting ice in her eyes. In Yin Ci's eyes, that is the vitality that belongs to her. Chapter 123 Merciful Father. Really? Yin Ci blinked and looked at Sui Jing, as if in disbelief. Sui Jing suddenly felt that Yin Ci was a little cute like this. The previous Yin Ci always had a kind of stability and calmness that did not belong to her age. This cry revealed her youthfulness. Really? Sui Jing responded as if coaxing a child. She watched Yin Ci's tears being suppressed immediately, and was a little surprised. She continued. Sit down. We just need to have a good chat. This is not a big deal. Yin Ci put down the towel and obediently walked to the bed and sat down. You are? Sui Jing thought about his words for a moment. When did you start? Sister. Yin Ci hesitated, as if he didn't want to answer the question for the time being. But she didn't want to hide it from Sui Jing. So her brows furrowed into the character Sichuan. Yin Ci was still very confused. What would her sister think of her if she knew that she had already had unwanted thoughts about her? While he was thinking, Yin Ci heard a faint chuckle in front of him, followed by Sui Jing's cold voice. But you can easily hear the comfort in the words. Don't worry. I won't blame you. Yin Ci gritted his teeth and decided to tell Sui Jing. You probably don't remember. That was the first time we met. That was the first time Yin Ci entered the dungeon. At that time, she didn't know the rules of the game very well. And because she was too young, other players don't trust her either. Throughout the game, you can only follow your teammates and occasionally express your own opinions. The likelihood of adoption is still slim. That copy took place in an abandoned rental house. They were hiding in the basement of a rental house. Since no one had much experience, no one brought lighting tools, so it was almost impossible to see inside. Now that I think about it, the main mission of that dungeon was actually quite simple. It just required all their players to survive in the basement for 3 days. As long as the person is still alive at the end of the time, it can be considered as a successful pass. At first no one wanted to go above ground. Everyone knew there were bad things on the ground, and only the basement was absolutely safe. At least, that's what the system told them. But, is it really absolutely safe? But on the 3rd day, something unexpected happened. There was a player who kept saying that he wanted to go up and have a look. But he couldn't stop him. Other players suspected that he was bewitched by something strange. But no one knows exactly what happened. No one else could stop him in the end. The end result was that they heard a piercing scream. And the man who went up never came back. Everyone became afraid, fearing that they would be the next to die. Yin Ci was woken up by the continuous banging in the afternoon. She opened her eyes, and found that the other players were awake and staring at the iron door that was being hit in horror. It is an abandoned rental house, so the basement door is naturally not very strong. No one knows why everything went smoothly in the past 2 days. But this unexpected situation occurred today. No one dared to speak. No one even dared to take a deep breath. Yin Ci could clearly feel that the palms of his hands holding the stick were sweating. Seeing that the rusty iron door was about to be knocked open, she was nervous, scared, uneasy. At that moment, almost all negative emotions surrounded her. Yin Ci swallowed nervously and stared in the direction of the iron door with both eyes. It seemed like he was going to have a fight to the death with the unknown creature outside the door in the next second. Suddenly stretched out a wooden tentacle from the iron door, and it could be extended indefinitely, as if it wanted to catch a random player. The players who had been trying to suppress their fear could no longer hold it in at this moment, and they all screamed in panic. Don't make any noise. Don't make any noise, Yin Xi advised. As soon as they screamed, wouldn't the monster outside the door be able to identify their location through the sound? But soon her voice was drowned in the chaos of screams, and no one heard her. Sure enough, the monster didn't move immediately. It waited for a while, and the limb inserted into the door began to turn quickly and stab towards a young player in the team. Yin Xi quickly knocked the person to the ground, turned around and hit the disgusting tentacle hard with a stick. But it was like hitting an egg against a stone, with no effect. The monster may have been a little angry. It twisted its limbs towards Yin Xi, and Yin Xi was forced to dodge again and again. But what lies outside the door cannot always be defeated by individual strength. The monster seemed to have noticed that Yin Xi was cornered, and it was not in a hurry. Its tentacles kept wandering around Yin Xi's body. Yin Xi wanted to run, but the result was obvious. She couldn't move at all. The other players were blocked on the other side by one of its tentacles that suddenly extended in, and no one came to help her. The monster seems to enjoy the fear of humans. It is not in a hurry to kill them, but passes through an iron gate and quietly appreciates their fear and despair. After admiring enough, the monster begins to prepare to attack. Its tentacles are held upright like a huge, extremely sharp stick. Yin Xi looked at the tentacles coming towards him quickly and closed his eyes in fear. After waiting for a long time, the pain I imagined did not come. Yin Xi was confused and thought, maybe it wouldn't hurt to be killed by this monster. So is she dead now? She slowly opened her eyes and found that the tentacle that was in front of her just now had been extended back at some point. If it weren't for the horrified expressions of the other players and the two holes in the door, she would have thought it was an illusion. Everyone was thankful that they survived the disaster. But Yin Xi wanted to know why the monster suddenly disappeared, until she heard an unclear conversation coming from outside the door. Fortunately, we arrived in time. It looks like no one was injured. Yes, fortunately, the boss noticed the abnormality in this copy in time. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. But this is too strange. How can a good dungeon have bugs even if it is said to have bugs? Have you not checked it before? Then I don't know. This is not our business. Yin Xi probably understood that there was something wrong with their copy. So the monster came to the basement. Otherwise, the basement is really the only safe place. Yin Xi heard the conversation outside the door continue, and she held her breath and listened attentively. Boss, what should we do now? This monster is dead. Do we still want to continue the dungeon? An indifferent female voice sounded. Stop this copy and take them back to the resting place first. Yes. Then, Yin Xi saw the iron door opened, and there were 5 people in black uniforms standing outside the door. She knew that these people were the inspectors in the game and powerful representatives of the system. One of the male inspectors walked up to them and said, You are frightened. Come back to the rest area with me first. But Yin Xi couldn't hear what he said next. She only saw the person standing in the middle. He was tall and had long legs, and his uniform was neat and beautiful on her body. She just stood there, without saying anything or doing anything, just making people feel unable to take their eyes away for no reason. Let's go, player. The male inspector looked at Yin Xi, who was still in a daze, and waved his hand in front of her. Oh, let's go now. Yin Xi followed everyone towards the door, but her eyes never left. When passing that person seemed to notice that Yin Xi was looking at her, and just nodded towards her, without any extra emotion in his eyes, which made Yin Xi feel cold for no reason for a moment. Moreover, her eyes fell on the mechanical dial worn by the man on his left wrist. Different from others, her black dial seemed to display a not-so-bright J character, at least in the dim environment now. I can't see clearly. Chapter 124 Merciful Father. That light and fluttering glance was like snowflakes falling inadvertently from the snow-capped mountains, swept into the softest breeze of early spring, and falling with God's most ordinary mercy. A glance that lasts forever. After finishing speaking, Yin Xi glanced at Sui Jing and asked, Sister, do you still remember what happened that day? Sui Jing raised a hand and rubbed his forehead, and said softly, I can't remember clearly. According to them, I suffered some brain damage, which led to the loss and disorder of previous memories. But I have a general impression of what you're talking about, Sui Jing said. From time to time, she would recall some past events, but they were very disorganized, just fragmentary details. Moreover, the content recalled is also greatly affected by environmental factors. When Yin Xi finished telling her experience, she had no memory of it. The fragments Yin Xi provided to her reminded her of something else. The reason why she was able to reach Yanxi's dungeon in time was because she happened to pass by the dungeon observation center that day. Every wall of the observation center is projected with dense images of copies in progress, which is helpful for system staff to monitor information related to copies. Although they have no way to prevent the death of other people, they will not allow accidents caused by some ridiculous accidents themselves. This is one of the reasons why the system has established an observation center for absolute insurance. Let's not talk about whether this arrangement is useful, but it has reduced some damage. So Sui Jing has no objection to this arrangement. Great. Jay, you happen to be here. When Sui Jing passed by, the door of the observation center was open from the inside, and a middle-aged man wearing a white coat came out. There seems to be something abnormal in this copy. After finishing speaking, the middle-aged man turned sideways and let Sui Jing enter the observation center. This is it. He pointed to a certain picture on the wall and said, according to equipment monitoring, there are subtle energy fluctuations here. There should be a bug. Look. Is it necessary to send a few people to take a look? Each copy in the game itself has a self-healing function. So if some minor bugs appear at some point, you basically won't care about it. This is why middle-aged people ask this. Sui Jing saw in the projection screen that the monster on the ground floor of the abandoned rental house seemed to be going crazy, and his whole body was twitching extremely manically. According to the system settings, this is unlikely to happen. Is there something wrong with the system itself? Or are there other reasons that cause this result? Sui Jing lowered his eyebrows and stared at the projection carefully for a while. His voice was clear and cool. I understand. I'll take someone over to see the situation first. After that, she walked out of the observation center quickly. Sister? Yanxi called Sui Jing softly, but she suddenly became distracted for some reason. Huh? Sui Jing calmed down. What's wrong? So, can we still be friends? Yanxi asked, her tone trembling. Sui Jing raised his eyes, looked straight into her eyes, and asked word by word. As long as you want. It's okay. But they can only be friends. She did not bring any personal feelings into her words, because she felt from the bottom of her heart that what Yanxi needed to pass was her own hurdle. This had nothing to do with the current Sui Jing, but only with the current herself. Call her cold or heartless. She didn't want Yanxi to fall into this trap any longer. It was unfair, and of no benefit to her. Yanxi seemed to understand the meaning of Sui Jing's words. She was suddenly stunned. Then she narrowed her eyes, and curved them into the shape of a crescent moon, and raised the corner of her mouth into a sudden smile. I understand, sister. Although Yanxi was smiling, I could feel the sadness hidden deep in her heart. But since she chose to hide that side, Sui Jing could only pretend that she didn't notice it. Yeah. Sui Jing nodded and stood up. You should rest first. I have something else to do. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Yanxi grabbed Sui Jing's wrist and put his hand down when he sensed something was wrong. Where are you going? And I didn't say you couldn't go out in the middle of the night. Wouldn't it be dangerous to do so? Don't worry. Sui Jing didn't intend to tell Yanxi the truth, so she looked into Yanxi's eyes and comforted her softly. I'll be back soon. You can rest first. But Yanxi was just about to say something more when he felt that his consciousness was getting blurry and his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Sui Jing sighed softly, walked over and gently placed Yanxi on the bed, picked up the cloak placed aside, then turned around and walked out, closing the door gently again. The whole process was completed in one go, without any pause. What she didn't see was that the moment she closed the door, a tear slowly slipped from the corner of Yanxi's eyes, and then slipped into the pillow, never being seen again. For someone you like from the first time you meet, even if a long time has passed, your love will continue to take root in your heart. If you want to erase this love one day, you have to cut out the heart and cut the roots out. Pull it out bit by bit. Then sew the bloody heart back together and put it back in place. The moment the heart is cut open, pain will penetrate the whole body, and the whole person will feel as if he is on the verge of death. It is said that people cannot live without a heart. But is the repaired heart still the same one? Sui Jing quietly turned around the corridor, wanting to go to the bishop's room. She wanted to find out something from him. If only he would give her the chance. She went around and around and found the location of the bishop's room based on the descriptions of other believers and her own memory. Since she was a relatively polite person, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Who is it? The bishop's voice sounded from inside the room, and Sui Jing heard footsteps one after another. It's you? As soon as the bishop opened the door, He saw Sui Jing wearing a cloak at the door, and the wide hood covered most of her face. His eyes widened with fright, and then he began to mutter, "How dare you run out again in the middle of the night? Didn't I warn you not to come out? There's something wrong." Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. "I can't sleep until you figure it out. Don't you invite me to come in and sit down?" Sui Jing said confidently. "What should I do if I get discovered by something terrible later?" The bishop was speechless. "You really don't seem to be afraid of being discovered." When Sui Jing saw that the bishop had not moved for a long time, he pushed hard against the door while he was not paying attention. She was already standing in the bishop's room in an instant. Bang! Sui Jing closed the door smoothly and showed an insincere smile to the bishop. "You're welcome. For your safety, it's best to close the door." "Bishop, thank you very much. What are you here for?" The bishop was a little annoyed. He ignored Sui Jing standing at the door and turned around and walked inside. Sui Jing was not polite. She directly followed the bishop's steps and said as she walked, "I told you. I want to ask you something." She pretended to comfort her and said, "Don't worry. It won't be long." Chapter 125 Merciful Father. "I won't tell you." The bishop found a chair and sat down and turned his head, as if he would not be swayed no matter what Sui Jing said. Seeing this, Sui Jing also moved a chair and placed it in front of the bishop. "Don't refuse in such a hurry." Sui Jing took off his hood, leaned forward slightly, suddenly reached out and pinched the bishop's chin, and forcefully turned his face away. The bishop did not expect this sudden change, and he was a little confused. His cheeks turned red with anger due to Sui Jing's offense, and he couldn't hold back anything for a long time. He raised his eyes to look at Sui Jing. The moment he saw Sui Jing's eyes, he seemed to see a white light flashing quickly. Then he felt that his mind seemed to become confused, and he was in a state of dizziness. "It seems that we can cooperate." Sui Jing retracted his hand with satisfaction, pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, and slowly wiped the fingers that had pinched the bishop. "First of all, it's that question." Sui Jing put the handkerchief on the wooden table aside. His two slender legs crossed casually, and looked at the bishop with cold and meaningless eyes. "How can we find all the so-called demons?" "It can't be found." The bishop replied confusedly. "It doesn't just represent one person. There is no way to find it. You would never guess it." "Guess what?" Seeing that he didn't answer, Sui Jing chuckled and continued. "Then let's change the question. Why did you stop me yesterday? This is the Lord's command and I must do this." Sui Jing really hated him for talking like he was squeezing out toothpaste, asking questions and talking. She endured her temper. "Reason." The bishop was silent for a long time, seeming to be thinking about whether he could say this or whether his own will was struggling fiercely in his mind. Sui Jing was always very patient with this kind of thing, and she was not in a hurry to rush him. She just sat on the chair and waited quietly. "The Lord said that it's not yet time." The bishop paused. "And you can't die. The Lord seems to appreciate you very much. The Lord has not revealed anything else to me. The person I saw yesterday must be the Lord in your mouth." Sui Jing said this with great confidence. Through these short conversations, she guessed that he was almost the same. The bishop didn't answer her, but his attitude said it all. Sui Jing guessed correctly. Sui Jing naturally believed that he could no longer lie at this moment, but she was still very confused as to what benefit it would bring to the master to keep her. "But haven't I been cursed? I shouldn't be happy anymore," Sui Jing said lightly, as if he didn't care about life and death. "You will not die. The Lord will save you. You are still important to the Lord for the time being." Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, and sometimes said that he admired her, and sometimes said that she was very important. She didn't know that she had such a great ability that a game NPC would value her so much. "Your Lord is so powerful. Why don't you destroy the demon yourself?" "The Lord cannot do it. This is the Lord's own destiny." Sui Jing. "So it harms others?" "Right." Sui Jing knew that there was nothing more he could ask about this question, so he changed the topic. "By the way, does the cloak we wear have any special function?" "That cloak is not an ordinary cloak. It can isolate our breath so that the devil cannot find us through the smell. At night, it can also conceal our body so that the devil cannot get close." "Huh?" Sui Jing really didn't expect that the cloak could be used as a defensive shield or something like that. However, she believed that the effects of the cloak were not limited to these. "Do you know what this means?" Sui Jing took out the two symbols she copied before, although they already know what it means. It's safe to ask to see what it does and what it implies. The bishop stared at the string of symbols for a long time. Just when Sui Jing thought he couldn't read, He spoke out. I don't know. I have never seen such words. Yeah. It's better not to ask. Sui Jing reluctantly put the note back. There is another question. Why do we have to go downstairs to eat every day? Don't tell us that this is your canon rule. This is a way of purification. The bishop replied. The Lord sprinkles benevolence and kindness into the grains. As long as you eat food that has been specially purified by the Lord, you will not be infested by evil spirits. The bishop's tone was pious, and did not seem to be hypocritical. It seems he really thinks so. However, Sui Jing didn't particularly believe it. It wasn't that he didn't believe what the bishop said was false, but he doubted the authenticity of the matter. Then I'm still infected? Sui Jing changed his position, and lowered his folded legs. His eyes were filled with faint doubts. The bishop also answered all questions. Even in a chaotic state, he could still communicate normally. That's not because you didn't finish one meal. Sui Jing was stunned and speechless. Didn't I repent then? Although it was brought by the bishop. She was just pretending. But you still wasted food. The bishop and Sui Jing argued back and forth, even though it was a one-sided argument. Okay. Sui Jing sighed. That's it. She waved her hand, not wanting to say anything more. After saying that, he walked out of the house. When he reached the door, Sui Jing paused slightly, turned to look at the bishop who was still sitting there without making any movement, and walked back helplessly. She stretched out her index finger and tapped the bishop's forehead, and the bishop immediately closed his eyes, as if falling asleep. Sui Jing leaned him gently on the back of the chair and whispered, Sleep well. If someone could see Sui Jing's eyes at this time, they would find the fleeting light in her eyes. Sui Jing sighed softly after closing the door. This operation went smoother than she imagined. This is also thanks to the prop cards obtained from the last copy. When Sui Jing took out the prop card in the rest area, he saw 3 large characters of hypnosis card clearly printed on it. Congratulations to player Sui Jing for getting the prop card. The prop card this time is a hypnosis card. This time the prop card attribute system was not hidden. It was announced the moment she drew the card. But she didn't take a closer look. Only then did I notice the line of small words at the bottom. The duration of this prop is 1 copy. As long as the player stares into the eyes of the hypnotized person for 3 seconds, he can enter the hypnotic state. To be honest, Sui Jing's luck was not very good, and sometimes it could even be said to be extremely unsatisfactory. Not to mention that sometimes most of the cards are drawn to thank you for participating. Even if you draw a prop card, it will probably be of a very useless type. There are only a handful of times when you can draw a higher quality item card. She was a little surprised to be able to draw this hypnosis card this time. Now that I think about it, it is indeed a very useful skill. With it, many things become much more convenient. As Sui Jing walked, he thought about some of the minor details that had happened in the past few days. The last time he hypnotized walls, he was interrupted, which surprised Sui Jing. But apart from the players, the only ones with her at that time were the believers. Is there some powerful person hiding among the believers, monitoring their every move? As he walked, Sui Jing's eyelids twitched slightly, and a bad feeling suddenly came over him. It is an innate sense of impending danger. She calmly looked at the man in black robe, who appeared in front of her instantly without making any movement. The man slowly raised his face. That completely exposed face made Sui Jing, who had always been calm and composed, really not understand. Chapter 126 Merciful Father. Yin Ci slept drowsily in the room, his eyebrows furrowed, probably because he was not very peaceful in his sleep. Yin Ci suddenly opened his eyes, and found that he was lying on the bed. She rubbed her forehead and sat up, thinking about why she suddenly fell asleep. She frowned slightly, as if she suddenly understood something. She took out her phone and found that there were still more than 2 hours before dawn. But Sui Jing seemed to have been out for a long time. She said she would be back soon. Yin Ci has no doubt about the authenticity of Sui Jing's words. Her sister always has her own ideas, and can always arrange things appropriately. But now almost the whole night has passed, and not even a single person has been seen. If something important wasn't delayed, then there must have been an unexpected danger. And now she felt that her heart was beating extremely violently, which made her very uneasy. But Sui Jing didn't tell her where he was going before he left. Even if she wanted to go out and look for it now, she would have no clue. And even if she really goes out now, can she be of any help? It may not cause worse trouble. Obviously, Yin Ci does not have the confidence to retire after success. But there was no way she could do it safely if she was asked to sit in the room and wait for so long. After thinking about it, Yin Si decided to go to the next room to ask other teammates to discuss whether there was any solution. After all, a person's power is always very meager. Yin Si turned her ear to the door to carefully identify whether there were other sounds in the corridor outside. After making sure that no one was outside the door, she opened the door gently. It was still dark at this time. The corridor outside was still dark, with only the faint light from the candles on the wall. Knock knock. Yin Si lightly knocked on the door next door twice. He was not sure whether the people inside would open the door if they heard it at this time. After waiting for a while, Yin Si couldn't help but feel a little confused when he saw that there was no movement inside. Didn't you hear that? Still afraid to open the door? Yin Si knocked on the door again and said softly, I'm Yin Si. It's an emergency. Please open the door quickly. There was still no sound inside. She didn't believe that anyone could really sleep that deep. And this room is occupied by Baruch and Tian Yusheng. Baruch didn't know, but Tian Yusheng once said that his sleep quality at night was very poor. As long as he hears the slightest movement, he will wake up immediately. This is why Yin Si came to them first. But now, Yin Si thought that although her knocking on the door was not particularly loud, it would not be inaudible at all indoors. Yin Si suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart, and her intuition told her that the two people in the room might also be in trouble. She gritted her teeth and took out a paper clip from her coat. She first straightened the paper clip and then inserted it into the keyhole. This method can only open some relatively simple locks. But fortunately, the door lock on this door is not too complicated. With a click, the door was opened. Yin Si refolded the paper clip and put it back into his pocket, then walked into the house. When Sui Jing woke up, he found himself sitting on the floor of a seemingly abandoned utility room. The room was filled with tattered books and sundries. She felt some discomfort in her limbs, and when she lowered her head, she realized that her hands and feet were tied with ropes. It's just that the person who tied her up didn't have much experience. Who would tie their hands in front of them when they tied someone up? Sui Jing's eyes flashed with tiny glints. It didn't look like he was smiling, but more like he had thought of some interesting idea. She didn't move immediately. She just sat on the ground, looking at the figure in the black cloak facing away from her. Thoughtfully, the cloaked man was standing in front of a wooden table not too far away from her, and he didn't know what he was doing. Sui Jing woke up for a while, but he didn't turn around. Perhaps Sui Jing's gaze was too powerful. So the cloaked man finally turned around. He walked towards Sui Jing step by step, and stopped about half a meter away from Sui Jing. You're awake, the cloaked man said. His tone was actually quite gentle. How do you feel? What? Sui Jing didn't understand how she could feel now that her hands and feet were tied. The cloaked man looked at Sui Jing for a few times, and suddenly chuckled. Looks pretty good. Even Sui Jing was confused at this moment, not knowing what kind of riddle this strange man in front of him was playing. Why are you arresting me? Sui Jing asked. Shoo. The cloaked man raised his index finger in front of his lips. This is a secret. A secret between the two of us. After saying that, the cloaked man turned back to the old wooden table and continued his work. Sui Jing was speechless for a while. Why don't you tell me what the secret is, and then talk about other things? But Sui Jing's eyes kept following the cloaked man. He always felt like he had seen his face before somewhere. Although the face of the cloaked man is very ordinary, he is an extremely popular type that cannot be recognized in a crowd of people. But Sui Jing is still very confident in her memory, and she has an excessive sensitivity to human faces. If it was really a face she had never seen before, she would not have such a familiar feeling. However, this sense of familiarity is not strong. It seems that I have not met him a few times, and it is more likely that I have met him once. This was also the reason why she felt a little confused the moment she saw his face in the corridor. Sui Jing carefully sifted through the people he had seen in the past few days in his mind, and it seemed that he had never seen the cloaked man. But since he is wearing this exclusive cloak, it means that he is indeed from this church. So, who did she miss? Sui Jing looked up and down at the cloaked man. When the cloaked man turned his face towards her, she vaguely saw what seemed to be a small scar between the cloaked man's eyebrows. It's almost hard to notice if you don't look closely. Sui Jing had a flash of inspiration and his eyes widened slightly. She had indeed seen this man. She had seen this face yesterday when she was in the abandoned church. But it was not the normal believers who were following them, but one of the patients lying on the ground. And he was closest to the church door, so they could see him at first sight after entering the church. But they had seen that man. His bones were broken and his skin and flesh were tightened. The whole person has been tortured by the so-called curse. and currently only the skull seems to be intact. It was through the structure of the skull, and the scar between the eyebrows, that Sui Jing could barely remember the real owner of this face. They took a closer look yesterday, and found that the man had no chance of survival. So it was impossible for him to stand in front of her unharmed as he was now. Therefore, the cloaked man in front of her now was undoubtedly a fake. He disguises himself with the faces of the dying. Thinking of this, Sui Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and her vigilance suddenly increased. She didn't know what the purpose of this person was, to disguise himself as someone else and sneak into the church. To confuse the public, or to take the opportunity to kill someone. Sui Jing didn't think about it. His eyebrows were lowered, and his tied hand slowly reached towards the edge of his shoes. Chapter 127 Merciful Father. I saw Sui Jing pulling out a small and thin dagger from his black marten boots. The entire blade was only as long as a palm. Before the cloaked man noticed her movements, Sui Jing pulled the dagger out of the scabbard and cut the rope around her wrist with her backhand. After her hands were completely free, she unhurriedly untied the restraints on her legs and feet. The cloaked man was obviously in a good mood, and he kept humming an unknown tune. Suddenly, the cloaked man turned his head and saw that Sui Jing had stood behind him at some point. The whole process was so quiet that he didn't notice at all. His eyes widened in surprise, and before he could say anything, Sui Jing knocked him to the ground. After he was forced to fall, Sui Jing's overwhelming one-sided beating followed. "Oh, yeah." The cloaked man kept waving his hands. "What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it!" Sui Jing grabbed his collar with one hand and made a fist with the other hand, about to smash him down. When he heard his pleading, his ears hurt from the noise. She only paused for a moment and said coldly, "Shut up." Randomly, fists still rained down on the cloaked man. Congratulations to player Sui Jing for successfully committing suicide. The value of committing suicide is plus 30. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes happily, as if he had had enough. She stood up slowly, looked at the scarred man in cloak lying on the floor expressionlessly, and asked, "Who are you?" The cloaked man glared at Sui Jing, but dared not say anything, and climbed up from the floor with difficulty. He kept comforting himself. It must be because he was attacked by a sneak attack just now, and he was unprepared. So he was beaten in such a mess. That must be the case. He was so distracted that he did not answer what Sui Jing just asked. So when he looked up and saw Sui Jing's half-smiling eyes and lightly clasped right hand, he subconsciously took a step back. "What do you mean?" The cloaked man was so stubborn that he thought Sui Jing didn't see the clues and was deceiving himself. Sui Jing naturally saw what he was thinking and just tilted his head slightly. "What's your name?" His eyes clearly showed his opinion of whether you were stupid. "Oh!" The cloaked man finally reacted. "Tut. My name is Tut." The man in the cloak acted well on his face, but in his heart, he couldn't help but laugh at Sui Jing's shallow knowledge. "Really?" Sui Jing pretended to almost believe him, raising the corners of his lips slightly. However, just when the cloaked man was feeling complacent, she changed the subject. "How was your curse lifted?" The smile on the cloaked man's lips became extremely stiff in an instant. He knew from the first time he saw this woman that she was definitely not a kind person. "You know?" The cloaked man's tone suddenly became gloomy. "How did you know?" "Humph." Sui Jing snorted disdainfully. "You're not nearly as smart as you think." Sui Jing actually didn't know anything except that he was someone else pretending to be someone else. Of course she was blowing him up. The cloaked man was stunned for 2 seconds, as if he was shocked by Sui Jing's words. But he laughed to himself a few seconds later. "You are smarter than I think." Sui Jing didn't understand why he suddenly went crazy. So he just stood there and watched him go crazy alone. He even took a half step back in disgust. The cloaked man did not notice this detail. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he could not speak for a long time. "What do you know?" The cloaked man took a step closer to Sui Jing, with a smile on his face. His mouth and voice were smiling, but his eyes were full of evil. "Why don't you let me guess? You probably know that this is not my true face, because you saw this face in that abandoned church. But you probably haven't guessed who I am. Otherwise you wouldn't have asked me directly. And you must be very curious about my identity now. After all, you must have felt something was wrong when you beat me just now." As he spoke, he glanced at Sui Jing's right hand hanging by his side and sneered. "You were deceiving me just now, trying to reveal who I was and what was my plan." The cloaked man looked into Sui Jing's eyes, with a smile that made people feel cold all over. "Tell me, am I right? This is a beautiful and cunning young lady." Sui Jing's pupils tightened, The person in front of him was really too smart. Sui Jing has never been like now. An invisible pressure is slowly coming towards him. Sui Jing followed the cloaked man's gaze and looked down at his right hand. The area where the cloaked man's skin had just been touched was now showing an abnormal bright red color. Not only that, the subcutaneous tissue around the bite wound also spread with streaks of blood, like a bright flower that was blooming on the arm, which was particularly eye-catching on the porcelain white arm. The cloaked man was indeed right. She noticed something was wrong from the first punch she punched him. There were obviously scars on his face, but the feeling when she hit him was like hitting a puddle of mud. But if I had to describe it more vividly, it's actually more like water. The moment he hit it, Sui Jing felt that most of his strength was taken away. Sui Jing's purpose of throwing so many punches is actually very simple. She is provoking and testing. But the cloaked man was very calm and didn't fight back even once. And even though his body was like mud, there were still so many injuries on his skin. It seems like it's starting to happen. The cloaked man gradually approached Sui Jing. Sui Jing wanted to retreat, but found that he suddenly couldn't move. His whole figure was nailed in place. Apart from blinking and breathing, he couldn't do anything else. It's so beautiful. The cloaked man bent down and looked at the bloody lines spreading on Sui Jing's arms, his tone full of admiration. Look! Isn't it beautiful? The cloaked man did not stand up straight. He looked up at Sui Jing with a crooked smile. I knew it would suit you. Sui Jing didn't want to answer. But she couldn't answer now. She could only try to ignore this weird man, who was constantly looking for a presence in front of her. Although she didn't know what he wanted to do. Sui Jing felt that the blood lines on her right hand were almost covering her entire forearm. And her intuition told her that what was going to happen next must be very bad. Don't ignore me. Okay. The cloaked man retreated to a position where he was just eye level with Sui Jing. Aren't you happy? Sui Jing lowered his eyes and did not look at him. This person is designated to be a bit crazy. And his illness is not serious. I really hate people like you. The cloaked man spread his hands helplessly. No matter what I do, it can't produce any emotion that I like. The cloaked man suddenly leaned towards Sui Jing's ear, as if he remembered something. How about I tell you something that will interest you? Sui Jing closed her eyes, not wanting to hear him rambling on here anymore. She was already very impatient. It feels like there are 10,000 flies flying around my ears. Alas. The cloaked figure sighed, as if feeling regret. I don't know how many of your companions. He deliberately paused for half a second to observe Sui Jing's expression. How many of them can survive? Chapter 128 Merciful Father. Sui Jing suddenly opened his eyes, and the cold light inside them was revealed. What do you mean? The cloaked man seemed to be appreciating the hint of anger mixed with Sui Jing's cold expression. Squinting his eyes and smiling. It seems that he is not completely emotionless. Although he didn't know exactly what his words meant, Sui Jing actually understood it very well. Having mood swings means that the person is not perfect. She inadvertently exposed her weakness. Moreover, she had tried many times just now, but her hypnotic function had no effect on him at all. Sui Jing pursed his lips. If looks could kill, the cloaked man would have died thousands of times. Yeah. Don't look at me like that. The man in the cloak said so, but he smiled as if he didn't care. Actually, I guess more. Do you want to hear it? Sui Jing couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. He had no choice and no desire to continue communicating with him. So he simply closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. But the cloaked man seemed very dissatisfied with Sui Jing's attitude. The smile on his face froze for a moment, and his whole person suddenly looked a little funny. He seemed to realize his embarrassment and grinned. But in the end, he didn't smile again. Aren't you afraid that I will know what you talked about with that bishop? You really don't care at all? Don't you want to know how I guessed it? No matter how the cloaked man jumped in front of him, Sui Jing remained unmoved. Anyway, he just knew it. And there was nothing he could do about it. It depends on how much he knows. You, the man in the cloak, was angry, pointing at Sui Jing, with a look of rotten wood that cannot be carved. Seeing that the cloaked man had nothing to say, Sui Jing slowly opened his eyes, and there was no wave in his eyes. Finished? You poisoned me. Sui Jing said it in a declarative sentence, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. Although the cloaked man didn't answer, his expression said it all. Sui Jing's expression was indifferent. She said that she felt a strange feeling in her body, and there was still an odor in her throat that was so light that it was almost negligible. Combined with the strange questions asked by the cloaked man before, it is not difficult to deduce. Seeing that the cloaked man did not answer, she continued, Okay, Then tell me why you must capture me. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes, with a hint of a joking smile at the corners of his eyes. The so-called lord? Or should I call you uncle? Huh? The cloaked man glanced at her up and down, his eyes full of suspicion and vigilance. He muttered a few words before looking at Sui Jing with sharp eyes. When did you find out? Me? Sui Jing rarely had a smile in his tone, although the cloaked man didn't feel very comfortable hearing it at the moment. Just as soon as the word just now came out, the cloaked man instantly realized that Sui Jing was deceiving him. She actually didn't have enough evidence to prove his identity. It was just her own guess. Now it seemed that he had not calmed down. The cloaked man was about to laugh out loud. If this woman wasn't useful to him, he would have wanted to kill her directly. He gritted his teeth and said, I underestimated you. You are really cunning. Sui Jing, who received the murderous eye dagger from the cloaked man, seemed not to care, and even said provocatively, Miozan, it's just a fluke. The subtext is that I didn't expect you to be so naive. But I'm curious. Since you tied me up, what's the point of hiding your identity? Sui Jing asked. She really didn't quite understand the purpose of this operation. Humph. The cloaked man rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. How can ordinary people like you know that everything I do has its own meaning? Oh! If Sui Jing hadn't been able to move only her eyes and mouth, she would have shown an expression pretending to be surprised. Why don't you let me guess? After finishing speaking, without waiting for the cloaked man to agree, he said to himself, You don't want your followers to find out that your faith is actually a sinner with a human face and a beast's heart, who is heinous and can compete with ugly demons. If I guess correctly, there should be a portrait or statue of your original appearance in the church. What? Are you still feeling guilty? Although I don't know what happened in the middle. But there is a high probability that you are not the original you. Your hands are full of sin. Sui Jing said lightly. It's quite disgusting. Shut up. The cloaked man shouted. Can't you listen anymore? Sui Jing asked. And the sarcasm in his tone was easily audible. Okay. I won't talk anymore. After saying that, she actually didn't continue speaking. The cloaked man was filled with anger and laughed angrily. Since you are so good at guessing, why not guess again? What exactly am I going to do to you? The cloaked man didn't care how reluctant he was to tell Sui Jing his series of plans before. But now, he just wanted to tear up this eloquent person. Mouth, wanting to see the panicked look on her face. If you want to tell me, just tell me, and I won't have to guess. Sui Jing's voice was clear and cold, with an air of saying that if you don't want to tell me, I don't need to know. This made the cloaked man really angry again, and he stared at Sui Jing with a sinister look. I hope you can still be so calm later. Oh, it seems he doesn't want to talk anymore, Sui Jing said. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. I really don't know what to show off. So I lost my appetite and walked away. Humph. Some things are more exciting if you witness them with your own eyes. The cloaked man smiled even more, no matter how sarcastic Sui Jing was. But I will reveal a little bit. Don't you think I'm disgusting? Then I will make you become like me. How are you? Are you happy? Even though Sui Jing didn't know what he meant by becoming like him, he couldn't be at a disadvantage after all. It's okay. Do you want me to be happy? Very good. He has sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. The cloaked man probably realized that he was not as good at talking as Sui Jing. This was the first time he had seen such an irritating person. Simply calm down and stop provoking her. It won't do you any good. It's a pity that your friends are not as good as you. Have you helped them think of their last words? Sui Jing knew that the inhuman thing in front of her wanted to see her negative emotions. She tried her best to suppress her expression, not wanting him to see any other clues. Are you so confident? Although she is indeed a little worried about the group of people now, she believes that they should also properly trust their abilities. After all, everyone has experienced narrow escapes from death again and again, so it may not be impossible this time. Even if they do encounter some danger now, they will not be forced into a desperate situation so soon. Moreover, she didn't know much about other people, but Yin Xia was so smart. Maybe he would find a way. The cloaked man was just intimidating her. From the moment he realized Sui Jing had a weakness, or rather earlier, he had already wanted to break down Sui Jing's psychological defenses layer by layer and make her completely sink into the emptiness of her soul. But that doesn't matter anymore, the cloaked man said, not knowing what he was talking about. What you should be worried about now is yourself. Sui Jing originally wanted to say thank you for your concern, but she suddenly felt strange words appearing in front of her eyes. One after another, pouring into her mind. It will definitely succeed this time. Sui Jing vaguely heard the man in the cloak say such a meaningless sentence, and it was difficult to think about what it meant. Chapter 129, The Merciful Father. I will take you to experience deeper bliss. Sui Jing only heard these words from the cloak man before he lost consciousness again. But that was no longer important. All Sui Jing thought about was whether he could finish this instant soberly. If you can't knock her out at every turn, it really doesn't feel like a game experience at all. Seeing that Sui Jing had completely fallen asleep, the cloak man opened his mouth and muttered some spells. Sui Jing, who could only stand stiffly before, instantly collapsed. The cloak man stepped in front of her in time to hold her up. The man in cloak supported Sui Jing all the way, and finally found a wheelchair in the utility room that was not too shabby. He placed Sui Jing safely in the wheelchair, covered Sui Jing with the cloak that had fallen to the ground, and pushed her out of the utility room. The cloak man looked very happy, even from the face that didn't belong to him. He knew that Sui Jing did think carefully, but what she didn't expect was that the cloak was far more useful than she knew. Maybe she did notice something unusual, but looking at her current state, it didn't matter. This cloak can indeed block the prying eyes of other demons, but for him, it is undoubtedly an excellent tracker. The whereabouts of their group are under his control. That's why he dressed up as a white-haired old man at the beginning and gave the cloak to them smoothly. This is for ordinary people like them. As for demons, once they possess this cloak, they can perfectly hide their identity and reduce their presence as much as possible, so that no one can detect their aura. So when Sui Jing followed him, he actually knew it already. But there was no need for a head-on confrontation at that time. So he asked the bishop to take her away. But I have to say that she is indeed very sharp and calm and bold. He is worthy of being the best candidate he picked. It would be extremely interesting if such a person could do that kind of thing. Here we are. The cloaked man smiled. Judging from the appearance and layout, they looked like a large altar in front of them, with exclusive religious symbols engraved on the wall behind the altar. The cloaked man helped Sui Jing up and made her sit on the only seat on the altar that could accommodate people. Then he started painting on the ground around her, seemingly arranging a formation or something. After a long while, the cloaked man was finally done. The ground was filled with densely packed words that others could not understand, and it was still emitting a faint fluorescent light at the moment. The cloaked man looked at his masterpiece and clapped his hands with satisfaction. The cloaked man took off his hood and restored his original appearance in an instant. At this time, you can find that he is actually very similar to the appearance of the character in the mural on the wall. But it is not exactly the same. The most striking difference is that the person on the mural is holy and extraordinary, but his eyebrows and eyes are full of gloom and gloom. He crossed the fingers of his hands and raised them to the center of his eyebrows, and kept chanting obscure incantations in his mouth. As the spell came out of his mouth, the light from the formation became more dazzling. A milky white light pillar was about to form and completely surround Sui Jing. After a long time, the beam of light finally completely covered Sui Jing. Seeing this, the cloaked man stopped chanting the curse. He looked at the dazzling white light, and seemed to see his own hope in his eyes. After waiting for about another quarter of an hour, the dazzling white light finally dimmed slowly, and through the thin layer of light, Sui Jing could be seen sitting in the center of the circle. At this time, Sui Jing seemed to be a different person. The originally black and slightly curly hair has now turned into a dazzling silvery white, reaching to her waist. Every strand of hair seems to be covered with a faint layer of soft light. Wearing a wide white satin round neck robe with rich patterns that covers the toes, a shawl of the same color with a gold blue collar button, and gold and silver silk threads on the edge of the robe. The whole person exudes a cool and solemn temperament. Her face is still the same as Sui Jing's, but in this outfit, you will suddenly feel that she is somewhat similar to the character on the mural behind her. The resemblance may not be the appearance, but the holy and mysterious atmosphere. That's not right. The cloaked man, who was still complacent at first, suddenly saw this scene, and the cloaked man's eyes widened. No, it shouldn't be like this. She clearly should be like him. What's the point of being so similar to the mural now? What went wrong? He walked quickly to Sui Jing's side, wanting to take Sui Jing's arm and check her wounds. Before the cloaked man could lift up his loose sleeves, he saw Sui Jing spitting out a mouthful of blood. This made the cloaked man, who was already unsure, even more panicked. What's going on? The cloaked man frowned and muttered. He quickly ran to Sui Jing again, since it was a bit annoying. He had to wipe away the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and half crouched beside her to check her condition. However, Although Sui Jing spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression remained normal, and he did not appear to be in any discomfort. It's strange. Then, why Sui Duanwan suddenly vomits blood? And so far, Sui Jing shows no sign of waking up. Could it be that there was something wrong with his formation? So the ceremony was not successful this time. Just as the cloaked man was pacing anxiously in front of Sui Jing, scratching his head and ears, Sui Jing, who was sitting quietly behind him, slowly opened his eyes. Who are you? Sui Jing's voice was like pearls. But the overwhelming coldness was even worse than before. Huh? The cloaked man turned his head when he heard Sui Jing's voice, and saw Sui Jing looking at him with an indifferent expression, as if he were looking at a tiny speck of dust. You don't remember me? Why should I remember you? Sui Jing's glazed eyes were full of coldness, as if he was not interested in anything, and turned a blind eye to everything. He has truly achieved the goal of being cold-hearted and cold-blooded, and cutting off all kindness and righteousness. That look is very different from the benevolent and kind-hearted image of the god depicted in the murals. On the contrary, it's more like his kind of people. No, he is more ruthless and cold-blooded than people like him. After all, although the devil is murderous and has bad conduct, he still has his own emotions and desires. But she seems to have none at all. In this way, she will not feel guilty in anything she does, nor will she have any unnecessary emotions of her own. And now she looks like she doesn't remember anything. So she's completely under his control. The cloaked man chuckled. It seemed that he succeeded, although there was a slight deviation in the middle. The result was still as he expected. But since he succeeded, it means that Sui Jing cannot be easily angered. After all, she has no idea about life and death. Life is life. Death is death. There is no difference to her. He half knelt in front of Sui Jing, took Sui Jing's cursed hand, lowered his head slightly, pressed his forehead against the back of Sui Jing's hand, and spoke softly. I am your only guide. Fortunately, Yin Xi found out early. When she saw Tian Yuxing and Baruch lying straight on the bed, she immediately realized that something was wrong. She walked quickly to the bed and found that their lips were a little black, like signs of poisoning. But how can one be poisoned for no reason? Yin Xi couldn't understand. But when she looked at their lips, she suddenly felt that the color was very similar to the color of the wound on Sui Jing's arm. Could it be? Instead of being poisoned, they were also cursed. Chapter 130 The Merciful Father. Yin Xi stood there and thought for a while, carefully recalling what everyone had done recently. If only one person is cursed, it is most likely that he himself has done something inappropriate. But if everyone is cursed at the same time, they must have the same opportunity. Yin Xi's frown suddenly relaxed. There's something wrong with the church's food, Yin Xi murmured, his eyes suddenly brightening. Yes, what each of them have in common is that they have eaten the meals provided in the church, and they have all finished them without exception. And the bishop always warned them that they must finish the food without leaving any leftovers. They may not have thought much about it before, but now it seems that something is indeed wrong. After thinking clearly, Yin Xi squatted in front of their bed, but suddenly felt at a loss. Originally, we wanted to induce vomiting on them, but they were not conscious yet. Inducing vomiting hastily may cause suffocation and endanger their lives. Now the disease has been found, but the right medicine cannot be prescribed. Yin Xi looked up. She seemed to see Tian Yuxing's eyes trembling slightly, as if he was showing signs of waking up. But he still didn't open his eyes. Seeing that the sky was about to get brighter, Yin Xi didn't care much, turned back to his room, and took out a row of slender steel needles. At present, it seems that Tian Yuxing at least still has his own consciousness. Giving him a slight stimulation may be able to wake him up. She inserted the steel needle into some of Tian Yuxing's acupuncture points. Tian Yuxing frowned slightly, and opened his eyes after a while. Why are you here? Tian Yuxing was puzzled that Yin Xi was in his room. He felt a stinging pain on his head. He raised his hand, and touched the densely packed steel needles. How did I become a hedgehog? It's a long story, Yin Xi said. But you need to know the most important thing right now. You are all cursed. What? Tada Yuxing exclaimed. Real or false? How could this happen? Look at Baruch. Yin Xi pointed at Baruch. Your symptoms are not much better than his. Initial speculation is that we ate food from the church. Tian Yuxing is also a smart man. After Yin Xi mentioned this, he immediately figured out the whole story. But your symptoms don't seem to be as severe as Baruch's. Why is that? Tian Yuxing sighed. Maybe it's because I didn't finish all the food. I'm ashamed to say, I'm lactose intolerant, and I feel very uncomfortable every time I eat dairy products. So after I finish eating, I will vomit it up quietly when no one is around. That's it. Yin Si nodded. Others may not be as lucky as you. You see? Baluk shows no signs of waking up now. Where is Miss Sui who is with you? She won't also. If someone as powerful as Sui Jing is poisoned, how should they deal with themselves? Yin Si shook his head. She's fine. But her current situation may not be good either. Yin Si briefly described the situation to Tian Yusheng. Indeed? Tian Yusheng nodded. But since we don't know where she is, there is no way to help her. Yin Si knew that what he said made sense. Not to mention that they were in a situation where they could not protect themselves. #Baruch, who was lying on the other bed, muttered something, which made the two of them hurry over. It seems they haven't reached the end of their rope yet. Baruch, wake up. Baruch. The two shook Baruch gently, hoping that he would wake up quickly. Don't shake. Don't shake. I'm going to vomit. Baruch pushed the two of them away, jumped out of bed, and went straight to the bathroom. After a long while, Baruch finally opened the door and came out. It seems it's not time to give them an ultimatum yet. At dawn, they can temporarily wake up. Wash up first, and we'll talk later. Yin Si did not answer Baruch's question. She urged the two of them to wash up quickly. After that, someone would definitely call them to go down to eat. Sure enough, while the two were washing, there was a familiar knock on the door. Yin Si walked up to open the door. Bishop. Please, eh? The female monk looked at Yin Si coming out of the room, and then looked at the door next to her. She remembered that this was not this lady's room. Did she remember it wrong? Strangely enough, the female monk quickly regained her decent smile. The bishop asked me to invite you downstairs for dinner. Why don't you leave? Tian Yusheng stuck his head out from behind and asked. Female monk. Why are you in the room? The female monk took 2 steps back in shock, with a look of disbelief on her face. Why can't I be in the room? Tian Yusheng obviously did not understand the meaning of the female monk's words. What are you doing here? I'm not going to eat. Baruch pushed Tian Yusheng away and pretended to go out. Female monk. Absolutely. Simply the female monk's whole face turned red. It's inappropriate. After saying that, regardless of the fact that there was a room next to him, he picked up his skirt and ran downstairs in a panic. Baruch scratched his head, looking puzzled. What's wrong with her is really weird. Yin Si and Tian Yusheng looked at each other and knew that she must have misunderstood something. But they were too lazy to explain. It's just an NPC anyway. Seeing that everyone had come out of the room, Yin Si gave a rough summary of what had happened and his own inferences, and reminded everyone to be careful when eating later and remember not to eat more. Otherwise they would be really exhausted. Everyone nodded seriously, because everyone felt something was wrong with themselves after getting up this morning, and their lips were indeed a little black. If only one person feels this way, it may not be taken seriously. But if everyone feels the same, it proves that Yin Si's words are still very credible. But no one noticed one detail. That is, Yin Si's eyes seemed to be fine. Otherwise she would not have gone to see Tian Yusheng and the others so early in the morning. Even Tian Yusheng didn't notice this. Sui Jing looked at the man half kneeling in front of him with cold eyes, his expression indifferent. Guide? She took out her right hand indifferently. There was no wave in his tone. Why? The cloaked man watched Sui Jing take out his hand, and his 2 raised hands froze in midair. He had thought that the Sui Jing in front of him would probably disown him, and his heart would be as cold as ice. But I didn't expect that he would be so arrogant. The cloaked man could only smile awkwardly, trying to ease the current stagnant atmosphere. But Sui Jing didn't seem to want to buy it. He should be holy, benevolent and peaceful. But at the moment, he was as cold as ice. When you first arrive here, if you don't have anyone to guide you, you want to capture this place, and you don't know the situation, how should you handle yourself? The cloaked man asked. Sui Jing was silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at the man in the cloak. His frost-like eyes were suddenly overflowing with murderous intent, and an evil smile appeared at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Just kill him. Understatement. Treating human life as trivial. The cloaked man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Well, this is the god he is most satisfied with shaping with his own hands. She will fulfill his unfinished wish, and she will eventually become a bloodless and tearless god of death that everyone fears but avoids. Chapter 131 Merciful Father. Name. Sui Jing put away the smile on her face in an instant, lowered her eyebrows, and looked at the man in cloak who was half kneeling in front of her. There was no emotion or anger in her voice. The cloaked man was stunned, as if he didn't expect Sui Jing to suddenly ask his name. After all, her attitude was still so condescending just now. But he was still very happy about it. Does this mean that the awakened Sui Jing has recognized his role? My name is Anthony Layton, the cloaked man said hurriedly. Just call me Anthony. Yes. Sui Jing responded lightly, and said no more. It seemed like she was just asking casually, and it didn't matter to her what his name was. Where are you going? Anthony watched as Sui Jing suddenly stood up from her seat, and a few strands of her silver hair fell in front of her as she stood up. Sui Jing just glanced at him lightly, and Anthony knew that he had asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. That look clearly said, "You are not qualified to ask." Anthony waved his hands in a panic and quickly explained, "I didn't want to ask about your whereabouts, but you are too eye-catching when you go out like this. It will make those people alert." Sui Jing stood there, staring at Anthony with a very oppressive look in his eyes for a while. Seeing that Anthony's expression was serious and not pretending, he said softly, "How are you doing?" Anthony breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Literally, his back was almost soaked. He is neither a pure god nor a pure demon. He is just a dirty thing who was discarded and hated at birth. Although Sui Jing was just a human at first, after going through the awakening formation, her divine power, no, it should be said to be demonic power, purer than his. So he couldn't confront her head-on, because he had no chance of winning. I know that you are eager to capture this place, and want to turn it into AHL on Earth. But now everyone is scattered everywhere, and it is difficult to gather. It is inevitable that some fish will slip through the net. Why don't I explain it to the bishop and say that the purification day has been brought forward to today? I'm sure he won't refuse," Anthony said flatteringly. "In this way, we can catch them all, and with your current appearance, as long as you use some tricks, they will follow you without hesitation. You go to the church hall now. I will go find and communicate with the bishop. I will arrive later," Anthony said. "Remember, don't show up in front of everyone before I arrive at the hall." Sui Jing pursed his lips. "What you said makes sense. Then we will split up." "Yes, sir." Anthony found a plain cloak from somewhere, and handed it to Sui Jing. "Sir, if you wear this, you can better conceal your aura. In this way, no one can easily detect your whereabouts." After receiving Sui Jing's eyes, Anthony explained. "Yeah." Sui Jing nodded slightly. "You go first." She raised her eyes and looked at him. "Don't let me down." "Yes." Anthony stood up, bowed respectfully to Sui Jing, turned around and walked outside. This is just a small altar, not in the center of the church, and probably still some distance away from restaurants, halls, and other places. Sui Jing lowered his eyes and looked at the cloak in his hand, a strange emotion flashing across his eyes. She followed Anthony's suggestion, put her cloak on her body, and walked outside. It's just that she didn't go directly to the hall as Anthony asked, but took a slight detour. Lord God. The bishop had already had breakfast and was reading in his room. After seeing Anthony come in, he quickly put down the book and bowed seriously. "I have an order to give." Anthony didn't seem as submissive as he did in front of Sui Jing at this moment. Instead, he really had the aura of a god. The instructions of the Lord God are the oracles. The bishop lowered his head. "We should obey it." "Very good." Anthony raised his lips. "Then let's move the purification day forward." "What?" The bishop's eyes widened in shock. "Lord God, the time of the purification day cannot be changed at will. Moreover, the dirt on the bodies of the new guests has not been completely removed. Isn't it a bit hasty to perform the purification ceremony at this time?" "Bishop," Anthony said quietly, "they are already very clean. The most important thing now is the filth hidden among everyone. Do you want to watch them hide among us and then erode everyone step by step?" Anthony asked. "Do you want to be the sinner who causes everyone to become infected with evil?" "I'm not." The bishop wanted to explain eagerly, but didn't know what to say. He always felt that today's main god was strange. He didn't give up and wanted to persuade him again. "But the Lord God." "Prince," Anthony interrupted, his eyes dark. "Do you want to disobey me?" "I dare not." The bishop lowered his head. "I'll do it right away." After saying that, he quickly walked out the door. I don't know if it was his imagination, but he always felt that the Lord God seemed to have changed. He would never have acted so recklessly before, regardless of the consequences. Nor would he have thought of it all. Moreover, The main god I saw today seemed to have some slight changes in appearance. However, the last time he saw the true appearance of the main god was decades ago. So it is normal for him to not remember clearly. This old man with gray hair would never have thought that the main god he worshipped had long been replaced by someone else. Sister? Yin Si's eyes were fixed on the slender figure in a plain cloak in front of him. And even his voice was slightly trembling. The slender figure stopped on the spot, but did not turn around. Yin Si quickly walked towards the man, taking 2 steps at a time, a faint mist welling up in his eyes. She was really scared, afraid that something would happen to Sui Jing. Sister. Yin Si walked around to Sui Jing, seeing Sui Jing's current attire and appearance. He was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. Sister. Your hair. She tried hard to suppress the doubts and surprise in her heart, circled her tongue in her mouth, and said only one sentence. Are you okay? Who are you? Sui Jing's voice was still cold. But Yin Si suddenly sensed that something was wrong with Sui Jing. Only then did she notice Sui Jing's eyes. There was an evil spirit, an astonishing chill in them that she had never seen before. Even when they first met, they had not reached this level. Sister, don't you remember me? I'm Yin Si. Yin Si couldn't help but take 2 steps back, unable to believe that Sui Jing had lost his memory. Yin Si? Sui Jing repeated in a low voice. I don't remember. But you said I was your sister. So you must be a god too. Without waiting for Yin Si to explain, Sui Jing said to herself. But I didn't feel the divine power in you. She raised her eyebrows slightly. You weren't sent to kill me. Were you? The color on Yin Si's face suddenly faded away. No. Yin Si opened and closed her mouth, but couldn't say a single extra word. It doesn't matter. Sui Jing turned his head as if he didn't care, and said lightly, since you are my sister, let's follow you. After that, regardless of whether Yin Si followed or not, she walked straight towards the church hall where she and Anthony had agreed. Chapter 132 Merciful Father. Yin Si followed Sui Jing uneasily, feeling a little surprised and a little aggrieved. After all, she finally reminded her sister of something about herself. But now she forgot it again. And judging from Sui Jing's current state, it's hard not to suspect that something dangerous will happen. You wait outside. Sui Jing brought Yin Si to the church hall. She asked Yin Si to sit down on the bench outside, while she walked around the altar and entered the side compartment. Yin Si nodded. She naturally felt something was wrong with Sui Jing, although she didn't want to believe that Sui Jing would do something appalling. Her situation now was indeed extraordinary. What she should do now is inform everyone to take preventive measures. The best way is to keep everyone away from this place. But now that the crowd has dispersed, she doesn't know where the others are. Just when Yin Si was very anxious, she heard other people's voices coming from the corridor one after another. Yin Si's heart sank, knowing that it was too late. Okay. The bishop walked at the front. He stood on the altar and clapped his hands. Everyone, be quiet. I follow the Lord's oracle to advance the purification day in 3 days. The bishop suppressed the restless discussion among the people below and explained. At this moment, our entire town is about to be filled with filth. Even the church is not exempt from it. If the purification ceremony is not carried out, all of us will die from the curse. The bishop's old voice revealed a hint of exhaustion, like those people in the chapel. Hearing this, the voices of other believers discussing gradually stopped. Yin Si turned around to look for other players, and found that they happened to be sitting together. Worryingly, they are already cursed. If purification is really required, will their lives be in danger? Thinking of this, they all subconsciously touched their lips, hoping that their abnormality would not be noticed. Now, the Lord God will preside over and start the purification ceremony, the bishop said, wanting to move back to make way for Anthony. However, there was no one behind him at this time. What? Will the Lord God be there in person? I have been a religious believer for so many years, but I have never seen the main God. I thought the main God did not exist. Could it be someone else pretending to be someone else? Hasn't it happened once before? That person said he was the Son of God. But luckily the bishop found out. But this time the bishop agreed. Is it possible that this person even deceived the bishop? Impossible. Right? Who knows? I hope not. Hearing what others were talking about, Yin Si squeezed her hand. She did see a man in a cloak following the bishop just now, but the man's whole body was covered. She could see whether he was a man or a woman. Not clear. Lord. The bishop was a little confused. wondering why a good person suddenly disappeared. He had no choice but to try calling again. Before he finished speaking, he saw Anthony walking out of the cubicle, followed by a young man with silver hair and white clothes. It's no wonder that, let alone the bishop, even the players who were with Sui Jing didn't recognize it was Sui Jing at first. At this moment, Anthony also put on a white costume similar to the one on the mural. And now, he was even more similar to the god on the mural. But if anyone pays attention, they will see an excessive and inconsistent gloom between his brows and eyes. Tian Yuxing took advantage of the fact that no one on the stage was paying attention, and secretly moved to sit next to Yin Ci. Is that Sui Jing? Yin Ci turned to look at him and nodded. Yes. Seeing what Tian Yuxing wanted to ask, Yin Ci shook his head, as if he had seen through him. I don't know either. Seeing this, Tian Yuxing couldn't ask any more questions. So he had to sit quietly next to Yin Ci and watch what would happen next. Who is this? The bishop looked at Sui Jing and asked Anthony. This is the person who is here to purify me. You don't need to pay attention to it. Just concentrate on doing your job. The bishop frowned, feeling that this man looked familiar. But seeing Anthony's expression, he didn't hesitate to ask more questions. So he went down to find a seat and sat down. Anthony clasped his hands between his eyebrows and muttered something. Everyone saw bursts of black light around them. And then large plumes of black smoke appeared, surrounding them all. All exits into the hall were blocked by a puff of black smoke. Everyone felt bad. But they found that they were tied to their seats by wisps of black energy, unable to move at all. Lord God, what is going on? Are you lying to us? The bishop asked angrily. What's going on? Anthony put down his hands and watched everyone being imprisoned in place by him, finally revealing his true face. Prince, guess what I want to do? The bishop was so angry that he took a few breaths before looking at Anthony again. You are not the Lord God. Oh! Anthony smiled even more wildly. You actually saw it out. So who do you think I am? You are? The bishop said, looking at Anthony's face carefully, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you Anthony, the youngest son of the Lord God Elvis? Hey, you actually know me. Anthony raised his chin as if with emotion. I thought not many people in the world knew about me. You are not dead? Anthony seemed to know what he wanted to say. How could I die? Apart from the fallen angel bow and the god-killing arrow, there is nothing else in this world that can kill me, Anthony said, sounding resentful. It's a pity that those two things have long since ceased to exist. Otherwise, why do you think Father God couldn't kill me until he died? The bishop silently shut his mouth. He was at a loss now, and didn't want to anger Anthony anymore. It turns out that the person he has believed in for so long is the most sinful devil in the world. Really? Sui Jing said coldly, sending a chill down Anthony's back, who was already feeling very proud. He turned around hastily and asked, My lord, what do you mean? Sui Jing replied without emotion, but there was a hint of interest in his eyes. I have the fallen angel's bow. She paused and lowered her eyes to look at Anthony, as if she was interested. Yes. Do I have the god-killing arrow? Before Anthony could realize what she meant, Sui Jing's left hand transformed into a divine bow made of pure gold, with dense angel carvings carved on the bow arms. Then a golden arrow appeared in his right hand, which was dazzling. Anthony's face suddenly turned extremely pale. He did not expect that this set of bows and arrows would come back to the world. And under such circumstances, Sir, I have nothing against you. It's useless for you to kill me. It's them you should kill? Anthony was a little scared. Could it be that Sui Jing was so bloodthirsty that he wouldn't even let him go? He was seriously injured now. Not to mention Sui Jing had a divine bow in his hand. Even if he didn't, he might not be able to fight. He didn't expect that this half-ascended god would actually have a divine bow. And didn't she become a demon? How could there be an artifact from the gods? My lord, I won't compete with you for anything. After you kill them, everything here will belong to you. You can do whatever you want without any hindrance, Anthony advised as he began to lift the spell. Sui Jing squinted his eyes as if thinking, what you said makes sense. But Sui Jing drew her bow and arrow, aiming at Anthony. I'm not interested in. I just want to see if this fallen angel bow is as powerful as the rumors say. Damn it. Break up, Anthony shouted loudly. He had already broken the spell, and the black smoke blocking the door gradually surged towards the middle, instantly blocking everyone's sight. He wanted to escape now. Whoa! As the sharp wind blew, the god-killing arrows were wrapped in golden light and chased towards Anthony. Unstoppable. Chapter 133 The Merciful Father. Bastard! Anthony yelled, and fell to the ground after being shot down by a golden arrow. Sui Jing took back the hand holding the bow and smiled slightly. The accuracy is okay. She walked down the altar and came to stand in front of Anthony. She bent down and pulled out the arrow stuck in Anthony's body. Sighing with regret, she lightly drew the arrow in a circle around Anthony's heart. And the malice in her eyes could no longer be concealed. It's just a matter of killing him with one blow. You, Anthony gritted his teeth and glared at Sui Jing. Do you even know what you are doing? Of course. Sui Jing replied calmly. Anthony, you don't need to question me when I do things. Anthony was shocked. He now knew that after awakening, Sui Jing probably didn't like others telling her what to do. Could it be that his previous actions completely triggered her minefield? Sir, I didn't mean it. Anthony's face immediately changed. Sir, please think of a way to save me. Sui Jing looked at Anthony indifferently. Anthony, ask yourself, is it really possible to survive after being hit by a god-killing arrow? Anthony was silent. He knew that if he was injured by the god-killing arrow, there would be no way to recover. But he still wanted to try. What if she really had a way? Sui Jing watched with cold eyes. The reason why Anthony could still talk to her now was because the arrow did not hit his vital part. But this did not mean that he still had hope of surviving. Moreover, who knows if Sui Jing missed the vital point intentionally? In the eyes of everyone, he has done many evil things and harmed so many innocent residents and players. And he deserves the current results. Anthony seemed to suddenly realize something. He raised his head and stared directly at Sui Jing's delicate face, his tone full of doubt. Don't you have amnesia? Hearing Anthony ask this, Sui Jing raised his eyebrows. What's the meaning? Stop pretending. Anthony scolded angrily, and immediately took a deep breath. Now he was enduring the pain that was as if his bones were being ripped out, and his marrow was being corroded. Every time he said a word, the pain was getting worse. But he still wanted to ask. Otherwise, he would not be willing to do it until his death. Huh? Sui Jing sneered. It's not that stupid. She knelt down and looked directly at Anthony's face, which was extremely twisted with pain. Does this mean my acting skills are acceptable? But I have obviously succeeded. The double physical and mental blow made Anthony collapse. His tears and snot were almost mushy, and he looked extremely miserable. Although you may want to know the reason. Sui Jing paused. But you have no chance. I hope you can come and listen to me tell this story in the next life. Sui Jing's words were very obviously sarcastic. People like them will not have a next life. Moreover, it was inevitable that he would be killed by the god-killing arrow, and his soul would be scattered. As soon as Sui Jing finished speaking, Anthony suddenly let out shrill screams, and within 10 seconds, he disappeared from the ground. And at the moment when he completely dissipated, they saw from the glass window of the church that a pure golden light pillar suddenly burst out in the direction of the abandoned church in the suburbs. The range of the light pillar was so large that it covered the entire abandoned church. Sui Jing stood up, knowing that the curse on those innocent residents might be about to be lifted. She carelessly touched the wound on her right hand through her sleeve, and she could feel through the fabric that the tooth marks on her arm had disappeared like Anthony's. Sui Jing frowned slightly. Anthony was both an angel and a devil. The change of his identity happened in just a thought. Maybe this is what those two symbols really want to tell them. Thank you, sir, for removing the trouble for us. Thank you, sir. After everything that had just happened, the bishop understood the current situation. He had a group of believers crowded in front of Sui Jing and thanked Sui Jing continuously. You don't need to call me sir. I'm not a real god, Sui Jing said. But you can summon this set of magical bows? The bishop said, pointing to the window painting on the stained glass window behind them. Look, this bow is exactly the same as the one in the hand of the god Muziu. I told you I wasn't. Sui Jing glanced at the bow and arrows in his hand and handed them over. As for this, since you said it's yours, you can keep it. Sui Jing didn't know what was going on. Although she could summon the divine bow just now, she couldn't take it back now, thinking that this was not her thing. It was better to return it to its original owner. Ah? The bishop wanted to refuse, but looking at Sui Jing's determined expression, he had no choice but to take the bow and arrow with both hands. We will take good care of it. After saying that, he called two people to take down the bow and arrows respectively. Yes, Sui Jing nodded, and his merits were now considered complete. The moment she handed over the bow and arrow, Sui Jing's clothes changed back to her own. But what was puzzling was that her hair was still the soft and bright silver. And the length was not shortened at all. She estimated that her hair would probably not be able to change back in a short time. Sui Jing. It's great that you're okay. The players all said in a hurry. You don't know. When we saw you standing up there just now, we were really shocked. Yeah. We thought you really had amnesia. Sui Jing pursed his lips slightly, and a guilty smile appeared at the corner of his eyes and eyebrows. Sorry for making you worry. But according to what the man just said, his plan was obviously very successful. Why weren't you assimilated? Huo Wenchang asked. Thanks to you, Sui Jing said. The blocking agent and antidote you injected into me was a big help. Although she didn't think those potions would really have any effect at the time. It is precisely because of this that the curse has not continued to spread in my body. Really? Huo Wenchang was a little surprised. He scratched his head happily and said, It seems that I really helped a lot. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows without commenting. Sister? Yan Xi whispered, attracting Sui Jing's attention. What's wrong? It's okay. I just wanted to call you. Yan Xi shook his head and forced a wry smile. The moment she found out that Sui Jing didn't remember her, it was hard even for her to describe what it felt like. At that moment, even breathing became extremely difficult. But what she was most afraid of was what accident would happen to Sui Jing. After all, this was beyond everyone's expectation. But she still couldn't help but blame herself. If she had followed him from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Fortunately, Sui Jing was fine and didn't forget her. Sui Jing seemed to have seen through her thoughts and said softly, Yan Xi. When she saw Yan Xi raise his head, there was a subtle sigh in his tone. It's okay. I'm fine. Yan Xi's misty eyes suddenly lit up, and she opened her mouth. But she felt like tears were about to fall. Elder sister. When Sui Jing saw Yan Xi was about to cry again, he sighed softly and walked to her. He took out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Stop crying, little crybaby. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the copy of the Merciful Father. Players are requested to return to the rest area as soon as possible. Congratulations on your successful survival. Now let's calculate the points earned by each player. After the system finished broadcasting, the church door was automatically opened. Behind the door was a vast black void. No different from when they came. Let's go, someone said, walking towards the door. Let's go. Sui Jing looked at Yan Xi. Yeah. Yan Xi nodded. Just when Sui Jing was about to take a step, Yan Xi suddenly grabbed Sui Jing's sleeve. Sui Jing turned to look at her. What's wrong? Yan Xi looked at Sui Jing and bit his lip. Under Sui Jing's gentle gaze, Yan Xi could no longer say anything else. That's it. It's actually pretty good. Yan Xi shook his head gently and said, It's nothing. Some questions that have been buried deep in my heart. The answer is not that important at the moment before they are asked. Chapter 134 Change. Ah! The moment Sui Jing stepped into the resting area, he saw a slender figure rushing toward him with an exaggerated shout. Sister Sui Jing. Welcome. Sui Jing looked at the young girl hanging on him with a speechless expression, and twitched the corner of his mouth. October. Can you let me go first? Ah! The girl then realized that she was hanging on Sui Jing like a koala. She retracted her arm and smiled sheepishly. I'm so excited. I'm sorry. Hee hee. I'm sorry. Sui Jing sighed helplessly, not knowing why the people around him were always so lively. It's okay. It's you. Why are you here? Moreover, she rushed up to Cheng Shiyu as soon as she arrived. It was obvious that she knew that she would appear at this resting place, so she was waiting for her here early in the morning. Sister Sui Jing. Look over there. October pointed at a building not far away. The screen outside the building neatly arranged and continuously scrolled the list of people who were in their respective rest areas this round. And they were also thoughtfully divided into groups. In the past, which dungeon you went to was always random. But this time, the system has even selected the team members for you. I found it as soon as I arrived at the rest area. October proudly raised his chin. Then I discovered that Sister Sui Jing, you are actually in a group with me. This is great. Yeah. Sui Jing didn't want to disturb Cheng Ye's interest, so he had no choice but to agree. But he saw a familiar name on the list. Su Xuan and Sui Jing raised their eyebrows. This is really a fate. Sister. Look. October pointed at the top of the big screen and said, the list of inspectors in the rest area is also displayed there. The names of the inspectors do not appear in a scrolling manner like the players. but directly appear on it at once. There are 4 in total. Sui Jing didn't quite understand. Judging from her previous dungeon experience and her modest experience as an inspector, she didn't know that there were inspectors placed in every resting place. Are there any hard and fast rules this time? Do you need additional staff to handle each rest area? The uneasy feeling in Sui Jing's heart became stronger and stronger. And even she herself didn't know where this uneasiness came from. Sui Jing stared at the not too large area at the top of the screen. And she saw Qi Yun's name. I know. Sui Jing nodded. Have you been to the resting place? Do you want to come together? Oh, I've been there a long time ago. I just came out for a walk. Chung Tintin waved his hand. Sister Sui Jing, please go put your luggage first. Okay, I'll leave first. After saying that, Sui Jing dragged his trolley suitcase and walked towards the rest area. I don't know where to put my luggage now. Since Qi Yun is here, she still has many questions to ask her. This time the rest area is not a hotel, but more like a large B&B. But it also has several floors. Sui Jing put her luggage at the reception desk first, and asked the young girl at the reception desk, Is Qi Yun still here? The little girl looked at Sui Jing. She had never seen Sui Jing before, and the main reason was that Sui Jing had been wearing a hat that covered half of her face from the beginning. Now she was inquiring about the whereabouts of the inspector. It was hard not to suspect that she was no ulterior motives. Are you looking for Q? Are you a player? The little girl asked sternly. Can you bring out your ID and let me see it? If she accidentally puts some strange person into the rest area, she will be finished. Sui Jing looked at the little girl's overly serious expression, chuckled, and handed over his identity certificate. Sure. Thank you for your cooperation. The little girl first checked the ID card and found that it did not look fake. Then she put it on the machine and checked in successfully. It means that she is the player in this resting place. The little girl handed the ID card back to Sui Jing and smiled sheepishly. Sorry. The inspections have been stricter recently, so we have to be cautious. Understood. Sui Jing smiled carelessly. But why is the investigation so strict all of a sudden? What happened? The little girl shook her head. I don't know either. It's said to be an order from the higher-ups, so only the upper-level people should know about it. Oh! The little girl suddenly remembered. Aren't you looking for Q? Here. Just go straight in that direction. The room on the left at the end is Q's lounge. Thank you. Sui Jing thanked him and walked towards Qi Yun's lounge. The little girl behind him whispered softly, It's not hot today. So why are you wearing such a big hat? You're obviously so good-looking. Knock, knock, knock. Sui Jing knocked on the door 3 times. Please come in. Qi Yun's voice sounded in the room. Qi Yun. Even though Sui Jing's memory was recovering, she did not call Qi Yun by her code name like other inspectors, but still called her by her name. Jay? Of course Qi Yun didn't pay attention to this small detail. After all, she was used to calling him by name. She was even more surprised that Sui Jing came to see her. Why are you here? Sit down quickly. Sui Jing sat down on the sofa. I'll get right to the point, she said bluntly. What's going on with those groups outside? Why are there so many inspectors in every rest area now? Qi Yun originally didn't want to tell her. After all, she was also a member of the inspector before. But she has not fully recovered her memory now. But Sui Jing asked. And it seemed like he was hiding something if he didn't say anything. Qi Yun thought for a while, picked out some unimportant content and said, That's it. The system has recently made some noise, saying that it wants to implement a game upgrade reform system. Arrange the players into groups. The number of groups in each resting place varies, and the number of team members no need to wait. They are all randomly selected. Qi Yun covered the glowing red dot on her wrist and continued. But this is not the ultimate goal of the system. Qi Yun paused. Each group will be rated based on the player's performance in the game. If a group's rating reaches the bottom, that group will receive systematic punishment. Sui Jing was stunned. It's really... I was full after eating. What's the punishment? Sui Jing asked. Random. Qi Yun. Seeing that Qi Yun was not going to reveal any other news, Sui Jing called her softly. What's wrong? You know, I don't just want to ask you this, Sui Jing said. I was at the reception desk just now, and the little girl told me that the system has been very strict recently. Did something happen? After hearing what Sui Jing said, Qi Yun's face, which had been lazy and smiling just now, suddenly turned serious. Jay, you have to know that there are some things that you cannot know based on your identity as a player. Even if you were the first inspector in the system, you cannot make an exception. Sui Jing rarely saw Qi Yun look so serious. So she opened her mouth. I know. She also saw the red light that kept flowing out from Qi Yun's fingers since she asked the question. It wasn't until Qi Yun refused to answer her question that the red light disappeared. Only now did she notice that when Qi Yun was the inspector, she was wearing a watch similar to the one she remembered on her wrist. There is also a faint Q on it, which is like a proof of identity and a warning. Chapter 135 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. Okay, Sui Jing said lightly. Then I'll leave first. After saying that, she was about to stand up, but was suddenly stopped by Qi Yun. What? Sui Jing held the armrest of the sofa with one hand and raised his eyes to look at Qi Yun. Qi Yun looked solemn and spoke under Sui Jing's puzzled gaze. What's wrong with your hair? Only then did Sui Jing realize that a small piece of his hair had accidentally slipped out of the gap in his hat. He would never have noticed it if he didn't pay attention. And this happened to be seen by the sharp-eyed Qi Yun. Although Sui Jing said he didn't want to publicize his mutation, he didn't insist on hiding it from others. After all, it's not some hidden secret. Now that Qi Yun has discovered it, what's the harm in telling her? This? Sui Jing frowned and raised his hand to take off his hat. A head of soft silver hair instantly filled Qi Yun's vision. It can be regarded as some residual influence from the previous copy. Sui Jing kept the story short and briefly told Qi Yun about the previous dungeon and the origin of her silver hair. Qi Yun frowned after hearing this, as if she was worried. Is the injury on your hand healed? Okay. Sui Jing was not lying. The wound on her arm had healed, and not even a scar could be seen. What's wrong? Is there any impact? Sui Jing asked. Very bad? No. Qi Yun shook her head. It should be said that I don't know very well. She looked at Sui Jing seriously. Do you feel any discomfort on your body? Sui Jing answered truthfully. No. The behavioral motivations of NPCs in the game are all controlled by the system, even if they have room for free play in the details. The general direction is still set. So what happened to Sui Jing this time was definitely the system's tacit approval. Or even intentional. I rarely see situations where the system involves its own energy in the player itself. Qi Yun thought for a while. But now it seems that nothing out of control will happen for the time being. But just in case, I will try to go to the archives room and look through the records over the years to see if there are any similar situations. Qi Yun sighed helplessly. It's really unheard of. At least she has never encountered such a situation. But, can you enter that place casually? Sui Jing vaguely remembered that the last time Qi Yun was punished as a player was because he checked something he shouldn't. Qi Yun naturally knew what Sui Jing was thinking. This should be possible. I just retrieved the files of special players over the years. As long as there are recorded special circumstances, there is a high probability that they can be found. This is also tacitly allowed by the system. Otherwise the data room would not be established. One time it was because she wanted to check the secrets of the system. But she was discovered. Okay. Sui Jing nodded. At this time, she could only rely on Qi Yun. After all, she was still excluded from the system and could not enter the core area of the system. Then I'll leave first. Well, see you next time. See you next time. Qi Yun's eyes darkened when she saw the closed door. Although she didn't know what the purpose of the system was, it was definitely not a good thing. 3 days later, Sui Jing dragged his trolley suitcase to the gathering place downstairs in the accommodation area. Almost everyone in his team had arrived. Since everyone came earlier, they had to wait until the system started the game. As Qi Yun said, the number of people in each group is different. There were several groups of workers standing downstairs. Since Sui Jing and the others were in Group D, they stood slightly behind. Players in the same group are chatting with each other to pass the unbearable waiting time. Su Suiyan saw Sui Jing at a glance. He walked over quickly, stretched out his right hand, and smiled gently. Miss Sui. Long time no see. Gong Su. Long time no see. Sui Jing politely extended his hand in response. Have you dyed your hair? Su Suiyan asked. It's not surprising that he thinks so. After all, no normal person would think that she was like this in the game. No, Sui Jing replied. She thought her hair was too long, so she went to cut it shorter yesterday. At this moment, the length of her hair just reached the bottom of her shoulder blades. Yes, Su Suiyan said to himself. It doesn't look like it was dyed. In fact, he could tell that Sui Jing didn't want to say more, so he could probably guess something. It should be related to the game. The game is about to start. Players, please get ready. The game is about to start. Players, please get ready. As soon as the system finished speaking, Several carved iron doors appeared in front of the player, with serial numbers carefully marked on the iron doors. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes and walked in first. As usual, as soon as you enter the door, you will be hit by a thick fog, which makes people unable to open their eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Sui Jing found himself standing in a bedroom. The bedroom layout is simple and neat, and the overall layout is pretty good. She walked out of the bedroom and took a rough look at the layout of the house. This is a small apartment with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen. And looking out the window, it seems to be on a relatively high floor. Of course, this apartment does not include a balcony. The surrounding architectural styles are very similar, and it looks like this should be a residential building. And she was in a certain room in a residential building. But she shouldn't be the only one. There should be a teammate anyway. Although it is not impossible to fight alone, it still feels inappropriate. Cough cough cough. Sui Jing heard a clear cough coming from the bedroom opposite her while she was thinking. Click. Sui Jing saw a young girl with a delicate face coming out of the door opposite. However, the girl's face was pale and slightly sick. She probably fell ill before entering the game. It looks soft and weak, as if it will fall over if the wind blows. Low. The girl didn't seem to expect that there would be someone standing in the living room at this moment, and he seemed to be waiting for her. Hello. Sui Jing nodded and responded politely. My name is Feng Jiaxing. The girl smiled shyly, as if she was a little afraid of strangers. Cough. I'm sorry. My bones have not been very good since I was a child, and I get sick all the time. After that, he explained as if he was afraid that Sui Jing would misunderstand. But don't worry. My disease is not contagious. Well, I'm not worried, Sui Jing said. I am Sui Jing. Sui from Suizhu. Jing from Jiajing. Well, let's work hard together. Although Feng Jiaxing is in poor health, he is still positive and optimistic. But why did she always feel that the name Sui Jing was familiar? Did someone tell her about it? At this moment, the small speaker in the living room suddenly sounded a voice that everyone was familiar with. Welcome all players to the Strange Copy community. This round of games is a rules competition. Players must abide by the hard rules of the game and successfully escape from the Strange community without violating the rules. The rules of the game are as follows. Players are not allowed to leave the room within the specified time. Don't trust anyone except the one you live with, even if he looks like you are most familiar with. Do not move or damage any items in the bedroom. Note that it is any item. Please put it back as soon as possible after moving it. Don't trust your eyes too much, but also trust your eyes. Your bedroom will be the safest place, but don't hide in the bathroom. The remaining fragmentary rules will appear randomly throughout the house. Please search carefully. The rules may not all be correct, but can you tell the truth? Just when Sui Jing thought he had finished speaking, the system added, I would like to warn some problem players not to deliberately violate the rules. Can you give them the most basic respect? Hey! Then there was a rustling sound of electricity, and the system was completely silent. What it said? Feng Jiaxing thought about his words. Who is the problem player? Sui Jing's eyebrows twitched, indicating that he didn't want to answer. Have no idea. System, I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 136 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. So are we going to find the remaining rules now? Feng Jiaxing asked. No need for now. Others may not understand Sui Jing's thoughts, but Sui Jing personally believes that since the system has clearly pointed out that this copy is a rules competition, does it mean that in addition to rules, competition is also equally important? It can even be said that it is more competitive? So for now, it doesn't seem that important to find other rules. Thinking of this, Sui Jing was not so anxious. She first comforted Feng Jiaxing with a few words, and then walked towards the door of the living room. What are you going to do? Feng Jiaxing wanted to stop him, but he couldn't. Sui Jing had already walked to the door and put his hand on the door handle. Click. Although the door made the sound of the lock falling, it still was not opened. No matter how hard Sui Jing tried, the door was still tightly closed. Seeing this, Feng Jiaxing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it can't be opened. Sui Jing shrugged helplessly, turned to Feng Jiaxing and said, Let's find the rest of the rules. Feng Jiaxing was a little stunned for a moment. So what was the purpose of opening the door just now? Obviously the rules say you can't go out. Is it just to die? She has also met many strange teammates, and this is the first time she has seen one like this. Okay. Feng Jiaxing nodded in agreement. Then where do we start? Sui Jing thought for a moment and said, maybe the bedroom. The place is small, so it should be easier to find. Okay. Feng Jiaxing agreed, and both of them walked towards their bedroom. Sui Jing came to the bedroom. As she said, the bedroom was indeed not big, and the decoration was simple. The rules clearly stipulate that indoor items cannot be moved or damaged. But since she is asked to look for things inside, it is naturally impossible not to move them. Seeking death? She has always been very good at it. Sui Jing first walked around the bedroom to see where he could hide things. As a result, Sui Jing searched the bedroom and could not find any notes or other items capable of writing. This made Sui Jing a little confused. But she quickly reacted. Whoever told her that the clues must be clearly displayed? The system did not tell her that the rules were written on paper. Another possibility is that there are no so-called rules in her bedroom. It seems that this time she had the first idea. Thinking of this, Sui Jing calmed down. Since she couldn't find it, she stopped looking for it. She didn't really care anyway. She sat casually on the edge of the bed. But her eyes kept searching the room. How should I put it? Although the furnishings of this bedroom were mediocre, she always felt that something made her feel very uncomfortable. Mirror? Sui Jing's eyes were dazzled by the sudden light, which forced her to narrow her eyes temporarily. But her attention was completely attracted by the mirror on the desk at the end of the bed. Logically speaking, no one would want to put a half-length mirror facing the bed. First of all, it is unlucky, saying something about bad feng shui, etc. Although she doesn't quite believe this. Secondly, there are very practical factors. For example, when someone wakes up in the middle of the night, they will be frightened by their own reflection in the mirror. And Sui Jing turned to look out the window. The weather outside was indeed good, with a clear sky, but the location of her bedroom made it impossible for sunlight to come in. How did the bright light that just hit her eyes appear out of thin air? Therefore, there must be something wrong with this mirror. Thinking like this, Sui Jing got up and walked towards the desk at the end of the bed. When she got closer, she realized that the mirror could not reflect a person's image clearly at all. But the strange thing is this. Although it cannot reflect people clearly, the furniture in the room is reflected very clearly in the mirror. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly, a playful smile overflowing from his eyes. Now it's interesting. Sui Jing. Feng Jiaxing shouted outside, thinking he must have discovered something. Sui Jing stood up and walked out the door, closing the door to his room again with a clang. Did you find anything? Yeah. Feng Jiaxing nodded wildly. Look. As she said that, she handed a piece of paper to Sui Jing. You can trust the cleaning lady, who will come on time at 10 o'clock. She will clean your room for you. She is a good person. Please do not refuse her request at will. Anti-cleaning? Sui Jing glanced in the direction outside the door. She couldn't even open the door. So what's the use of asking anti-cleaning? However, Sui Jing did not think about anything else. Although there are true and false rules. Since there is this rule, it is nothing more than the difference between whether they believe it or not. Sui Jing rolled up the note and handed it back to Feng Jiaxing. There's nothing in my room, she said. That's it. Feng Jiaxing thought for a while and said, it's normal. Why don't we look for anything else in the living room and kitchen? Okay. The two began to search the living room and kitchen respectively. Half an hour later, the two of them walked back to the center of the hall with a note in their hands. I have two here. Feng Jiaxing shook the notes in his hand, opened them and read out. Don't wake up easily after falling asleep at night. Even if you are already awake, don't open your eyes. Especially if you realize that there are other people in front of you. Don't waste food. The amount of food in the refrigerator is limited. If it is wasted, there will be no more. Feng Jiaxing said after reading the second article. This one seems to be reminding us that it's nothing special. It's hard to say. Sui Jing said lightly. I have two here too. Let me take a look. Feng Jiaxing took the two notes from Sui Jing's hand. Don't eat food from unknown sources. But don't refuse food provided specifically for you by the property. This. Feng Jiaxing opened another note. You can return unwanted food to the property. But you can't refuse it in front of him and waste the food he gives you. Don't try to anger him. Apart from these, the two found no other rules. It seems that these are all the rules that need to be followed when staying in the community. Feng Jiaxing was a little confused after reading it. This rule is actually easy to understand. But why does the first half of the sentence say he, and the second half becomes it? And it is bolded. Sui Jing sighed lightly. It's not known yet. So we'd better proceed with caution. And in her opinion, The last two rules are actually somewhat conflicting. That's right. Sui Jing suddenly said. I also found this, she said, pulling out a walkie-talkie. Can this be used? Feng Jiaxing asked. It should be okay. After saying that, Sui Jing turned on the intercom. Suddenly, a rustling sound of electricity sounded from the intercom. Hey, does anyone hear you? A clear male voice came from the other side. Anyone there? Someone is there. Feng Jiaxing's eyes lit up, and he excitedly approached the walkie-talkie. Are you a player too? Yes. Yes. Are you two people too? Yes. Feng Jiaxing responded. It seems that we can use this walkie-talkie to talk now. In the copy, mobile phones cannot be used. Although the walkie-talkies have fewer functions and are inconvenient to use, they are better than nothing. At least they can communicate with each other. Chapter 137 Escape from the Weird Community. Sister Sui Jing. Can you hear me? Chung October's cheerful voice suddenly came from the intercom. She probably didn't expect that she and Feng Jiaxing were together. Okay, Sui Jing replied. The advanced thing about this walkie-talkie is that it can identify the approximate location of the speaker, such as which floor he is on. When Sui Jing was speaking, a small 5th floor was displayed on the screen. I heard it. Chung Shiryu was always excited and enthusiastic for some reason. So do we have any plans? Like breaking out the door or something? Feng Jiaxing? Are they all so reckless? Can you respect the rules of the game? Sui Jing looked helpless. This little girl was still too young. Don't take risks first. Let's wait and see what happens, Sui Jing said. Okay. Chung Shiryu's grievances could be heard through the intercom. It's like a child's great plan was unanimously rejected. A little frustrated. In short, everyone please pay attention to your own safety. As soon as Sui Jing finished saying this, the sound of rustling electricity came from the intercom again. It seems that the signal is interrupted. Sui Jing gently placed the intercom on the dining table nearby. It seems like it's foggy outside, Feng Jiaxing said while lying on the windowsill. Sui Jing raised his eyes and looked out the window. The sky was clear just now, but now it was filled with haze. She glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. 9:50. What? Feng Jiaxing also looked at the wall. Isn't it true that the cleaning lady will be here soon? Ahem. Cough. Cough. Of course, Sui Jing said casually. Are you cold? There was no air conditioning in the room, but there was an inexplicable chill. Feng Jiaxing rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and smiled sheepishly. It seems. A little bit. Have you brought any clothes? Do you want to add another one? Sui Jing asked. She felt chilly from time to time even though she was wearing a jacket. Not to mention that Feng Jiaxing only wore a t-shirt. Okay then. Feng Jiaxing agreed. Then let me add some clothes first. After saying that, she walked towards the bedroom. Seeing this, Sui Jing gently pulled out the chair under the dining table and prepared to sit down and rest his feet for a while. Get dressed. Feng Jiaxing walked out of the bedroom wearing a pure white sweater. At this moment, the hands of the clock just pointed in the direction of 10 o'clock. Ding dong. Ding dong. Sui Jing raised her eyebrows. She really wanted to know. Could this so-called cleaning lady really come in? Who is it? Although Sui Jing already knew the identity of the other party, he still asked one more question. Cleaner, please open the door. I'll go in and clean for you. A soft female voice sounded outside the door. Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing looked at each other, and Sui Jing stood up first and walked towards the door. Although I don't know if this rule is true or not, it's not a bad idea to give it a try. She prefers to believe that the system will not make the game a dead end from the beginning. Hello. I'm here to clean. I'll leave after cleaning. She added this as if to dispel their wariness. Sui Jing said nothing and turned sideways to let the cleaning lady in. Guest, where are you going? The cleaning lady turned to look at Sui Jing, who was about to stick one foot out the door, and asked strangely. Sui Jing calmly retracted his outgoing leg and replied without changing his expression. The door is too heavy. I accidentally tripped. The cleaning lady looked at the door that had been opened to the maximum limit, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Haha. Really? Of course. Sui Jing took back his hand and walked back without closing the door. About 10 minutes passed, and the cleaning lady came out with her pile of tools. Your place is still very clean. There is nothing special that needs cleaning at the moment, the cleaner said. I'll be back tomorrow. After saying that, she went out carrying a bunch of cleaning supplies. By the way, someone will probably come to deliver food to you later, so don't eat it. Bang! Sui Jing's eyes twitched when he heard the loud slamming of the door closing. How afraid is she to go out? Her hands are full. And she has to close the door herself. It seems that the barrier on the door should not have existed the moment cleaning showed up. In other words, if you want to go out early, this is the best time. But it is still a bit risky. Sui Jing decided to take it easy first. Reach for the stars. Sui Jing called softly. What's wrong? Did you find anything unusual in the bedroom? Like a mirror or something? Sui Jing asked. Feng Jiaxing shook his head in confusion. No. And there are no mirrors in my bedroom. Except in the bathroom. That's it. Sui Jing lowered his eyebrows. Could it be said that these things are random? Is there anything unusual in your room? Yeah. Sui Jing responded. The mirror in my room? She thought about her words slightly. Something weird. Ah? Feng Jiaxing's eyes widened in surprise. What should I do? The rules say you can't damage anything indoors? Whatever. Sui Jing's idea was very simple. Just take it one step at a time. Okay. Feng Jiaxing glanced at Sui Jing helplessly. This man was too calm. Moreover, she really gave herself an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ding dong at this time. The doorbell rang again. I am the property manager of the community. Before Sui Jing and the others could ask, the person outside the door had already announced his identity. I'm here to bring you food. Can you open the door? Feng Jiaxing asked Sui Jing with his mouth. To open or not to open? Sui Jing stared at the door and thought for 2 seconds, then glanced down at Zhang Huashu on the side of his hand and narrowed his eyes. Open it. Seeing Sui Jing nodding, Feng Jiaxing gritted his teeth and walked towards the door step by step. I'll open it. Feng Jiaxing gestured silently to Sui Jing. Sui Jing nodded, holding the handle of the knife tightly with his right hand. The tips of his fingers were a little white due to too much force. Hello. After the door opened, the person behind the door bowed politely, and then handed the food box in his hand to Feng Jiaxing. This is today's food. Please don't waste it. He didn't even have any intention of entering, and stood outside the entrance very restrainedly. Okay. Feng Jiaxing nodded and accepted the food box. Just as the manager was about to leave, he was stopped by Sui Jing. Wait a minute. Sui Jing put Zhang Huashu back down again before he was unsheathed. She walked to the door in a few steps. Her cold eyes filled with scrutiny. The property seemed not to feel it. Excuse me. Does this young lady have anything else to do? Are you the one who comes to deliver food to us every day? Sui Jing asked. It's me most of the time. The manager replied with a warm smile. But sometimes if I'm too busy and can't leave, my wife will take my place. Then do you personally deliver to every owner on each floor here? Of course. The manager smiled. Anyway, it's just a matter of convenience. And it doesn't take much effort. Sui Jing felt a little disbelieving in his heart, but his face remained unmoved. Then why can't we cook and eat by ourselves? Isn't it easier than if you come to deliver the food? The property owner's expression became extremely serious in an instant, and his eyes stared at Sui Jing motionlessly, as if he wanted to see through her. Chapter 138 Escape from the Weird Community. The atmosphere became a little solid for a moment. After a while, the property manager returned to his original smile. You just need to know that you are safe only if you stay in the room during this period. Once you go out, the property manager said with unclear meaning. That's impossible to tell. Oh, I will come back later to collect the lunch boxes. Please be sure to enjoy all the food carefully. What he said is that I will come back later to check the results, and don't let me see any leftovers. Okay. Sui Jing responded quietly. Go slowly without seeing me off. Before the property manager could say another word, Sui Jing closed the door cleanly. Property, politeness. What about politeness? Congratulations to player Sui Jing for successfully committing suicide. The value of committing suicide is +20. Hearing the sudden sound of the system, Sui Jing, who was completely calm in his heart, curled his lips in pleasure. Feng Jiaxing also heard from others that some players would have some special exclusive tasks. How about seeking death? Is it one of them? What she doesn't know is that uniqueness is unique. But it is not really a task. How do we deal with these things? Feng Jiaxing asked, holding the food box. Sui Jing went through all the rules and cleaning rules in his mind, and what the property manager had said, thought about it and said, let's take out the things first. Okay. Feng Jiaxing responded and opened the food box. Inside is a plate of whole meat, a plate of shredded kelp and 2 portions of rice. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. As soon as Feng Jiaxing finished speaking, he saw Sui Jing standing up and walking towards the kitchen. I saw her opening the refrigerator and taking out a black plastic bag. I didn't know what was in the bag, and it looked heavy. This is... Feng Zhaixing looked confused. Sui Jing did not close the refrigerator door. After she took out this bag of things, there was almost nothing in the refrigerator. Our food. Indeed. The rules say there is food reserved for them in the refrigerator. Feng Zhaixing stared at the unknown object in Sui Jing's hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It can't really be this thing. Is it edible? Yes. Sui Jing nodded. She just found these things when she was looking through the refrigerator. They looked like meat. Sui Jing opened the black plastic bag to reveal the contents. Feng Zhaixing pinched his nose and turned his face to the side. His whole face said that he couldn't bear to look directly. What is that? Is there something wrong with the system? Sui Jing frowned in disgust. Inside the bag was a large pile of white and bloody meat products. It looked like it had just been cut from a living body, and some of the blood had not yet solidified. Not to mention that Feng Zhaixing thought the system was sick. She thought so too. Isn't this just disgusting? After just one glance, Sui Jing threw the big bag of things into the trash can. She glanced at the 2 dishes on the table a few more times. But the more she looked at them, the more she disliked them. So she simply threw them all in together. Is this possible? Feng Zhaixing asked anxiously. It would be terrible if the property manager saw this. Maybe. Sui Jing tied the pocket in a tight knot, and it was impossible to tell what was inside from the outside. After getting everything done, she went back to the bedroom, took out the food she had brought, put it on the dining table, and ate it slowly. Seeing her calm face, Feng Zhaixing saw that it was useless to panic here, so he took out his own food and started eating. After eating, Sui Jing tried to open the door again. Unsurprisingly, the door still couldn't be opened. Sui Jing originally thought that she would put the food box directly outside the door, so that when the management came to recycle the food box, she could just pick it up and leave without opening the door. Naturally, she would not be able to see what was in the trash can inside the house. Feng Zhaixing also tried to move the trash can to a different position and then move it back after the people left. But it often backfired. The trash can seemed to be welded to the ground and could not be moved at all. I have tried every possible method I could think of, but the result still hasn't changed at all. Then, the two had no choice but to give up and let nature take its course. Ding Dong lived up to expectations, and the doorbell rang at the right time. Hello. I'm the property manager, and I'm here to collect lunch boxes. Sui Jing took the lunch box, walked to the door, and opened it. For you. The manager looked at the lunch box that was about to hit his face, and took a step back silently. You don't have to be so polite. I'll take it. Sui Jing looked at him with a fake smile on his face, and no intention of reaching out. His eyebrows sank slightly, and he shook the food box in his hand. Do you still want it or not? I want it. Seeing that Sui Jing seemed a little impatient, the property manager quickly took the food box from Sui Jing's hand, but pretended to glance into the house inadvertently. I saw Feng Zhaixing standing in the house, upright, like a 1,000-year-old pine. No matter how you look at it, it looks like it's blocking something. The property manager's eyes rolled around, and he asked with a grin. Do you mind if I go in and take a look? Sui Jing spoke coldly. Mind? I just think. No. But you? Bang. Sui Jing didn't even say no anymore, and the sound of the heavy door shut instantly cut off what the property manager was going to say next. Sui Jing turned around and saw Feng Zhaixing looking at him with admiration in his eyes, silently giving a thumbs up on his hand. Cow. But what if he forces his way in? After having fun, Feng Zhaixing suddenly felt a little scared. Why didn't he think of this problem just now? He won't, Sui Jing explained. At least not now. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask so many questions. Besides, the rules don't seem to say that you can't refuse the property's request. Right? It seems so. But why not just come in by yourself in the first place? Just like cleaning. Just make an excuse and it'll work. Property. Wasn't it interrupted before it was found? Sui Jing narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured. Perhaps. I haven't found the right opportunity yet. Feng Zhaixing nodded in understanding. Not understanding what opportunity Sui Jing was talking about. I'm going to rest for a while. You can do it yourself. After saying that, Sui Jing blinked and walked to the bedroom, closing the door on the way. Sui Jing said that rest is real rest. There is simply nothing to do now. And there are so few clues. He can only wait for those NPCs to come to him. And there is nothing else he can do besides that. She looked up at the half-length mirror at the end of the bed, and decided not to touch it for the time being. She wanted to see what kind of trouble this mirror would cause. After thinking about it, Sui Jing actually fell asleep. When Sui Jing woke up again, it was already afternoon. She first rubbed her forehead that was aching from sleep, arranged her clothes, and then walked to the window and took a look at the scene outside the window. It was still foggy and gray, and she couldn't see anything clearly. Without a watch, you wouldn't even know the time. Moreover, I don't know when something began to float down from the sky. Is it gray? Just when Sui Jing was trying to identify what was flying in the air, there was a knock on her door. Dong dong dong. Then came Feng Zhaixing's voice, and he was a little anxious. Sister Sui Jing, wake up. Come out quickly. Someone knocked on the door again. Sui Jing frowned, turned around, and walked towards the door. Chapter 139 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. Seeing Sui Jing opening the door and coming out, Feng Zhaixing hurriedly stepped forward. It seems that there has been a knock on the door outside for a while, and I just heard it. But I didn't dare to open the door without permission, so I came to tell you. I know. Sui Jing closed the bedroom door and walked towards the entrance. She couldn't guess who else would come to their room at this time. Who are you? Sui Jing asked, standing about 1 meter behind the door. I'm a cleaner. The person outside the door spoke. I'm here to clean up for you. Please open the door. Cleaning again? Sui Jing frowned slightly. The cleaning lady had only come this morning, so how could she come again in the afternoon? And it's not 10 o'clock. And this guy can't be trusted at all. Sui Jing turned around and looked at Feng Zhaixing. The meaning in their eyes was obvious. The person outside the door was not a real cleaning person, and the door must not be opened. Hasn't it been cleaned already? Sui Jing asked, standing there with no intention of moving. I didn't clean it this morning and missed some spots. Now I'll clean it again. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. No. You can go back. No. I must clean it up. The cleaner outside the door said stubbornly, as if he had to come in today. Then just wait. I will open the door for you early tomorrow morning. After the cleaner heard this voice, the sound of leading footsteps came from the door. Dong dong dong. Open the door. Seeing that Sui Jing wouldn't open the door for her, the cleaner banged on the door, as if she was going crazy. It seemed that she wanted to break the door, but her efforts were in vain. No matter how hard she pounded on the door was still impregnable, and there was no crack. The person outside the door may have realized that she was helpless, and stopped banging on the door. After a while, there was no sound at all. Leaving? Feng Zhaixing glanced at Sui Jing, and saw Sui Jing replying without any fluctuations in his expression. Maybe? There was also a bit of uncertainty in his tone. Sui Jing suddenly realized that she seemed not to have heard the footsteps of the man outside leaving. Then I'll go take a look, Feng Zhaixing said, and walked towards the entrance, wondering if he could see something through the peephole. Before Sui Jing could say anything to stop him, Feng Zhaixing yelled and stepped back. Sui Jing quickly stepped forward to support Feng Zhaixing's unsteady body. Feeling that Feng Zhaixing's whole body was shaking, she gently patted Feng Zhaixing's back and said, It's okay. It's okay. Yes. Yes. Feng Zhaixing was already in poor health, but after being hit like this, his breathing became uneven. Sui Jing helped Feng Zhaixing sit down on the sofa. Speak slowly. Don't rush. There are monsters outside. Feng Zhaixing had not recovered from the shock just now, and his tone was trembling with fear. Monster? Sui Jing narrowed his eyes, took a bottle of water from the side, and handed it to Feng Zhaixing. What kind of monster? Feng Zhaixing took the water, but did not drink it. He squeezed the bottle tightly with both hands to relieve his panic and tension. She swallowed and spoke intermittently. Its head is very big. Its skin is purple-red. And its mouth is also very big, almost reaching behind the ears. You can see a dense row of sharp teeth like shark teeth. Feng Zhaixing carefully recalled the scene he just saw. Its tongue is also very long. Long and red. As disgusting as a snake's tongue. Moreover, he also has many octopus-like tentacles. Feng Zhaixing said. Each tentacle holds a tool, including a hammer, a chainsaw, a steel drill. Feng Zhaixing put down the water bottle and took one of Sui Jing's hands. It's looking at me. It sees me. Sui Jing understood. No wonder Feng Zhaixing was so frightened. It must have been when she went to see the cat's eye that the monster outside happened to get close to the cat's eye and hit her face with a mental critical blow. Don't be afraid. As long as we don't open the door, it can't get in. Sui Jing comforted him. But there is more than one monster here. Who knows who it will disguise itself as and sneak into the room? Wu Qi and Xia Hao in room 603 were declared dead. Wu Qi and Xia Hao in room 603 were declared dead. This sudden news shocked everyone, including Sui Jing. Everyone knew that there would inevitably be casualties in a dungeon. But no one expected that death would come so quickly. How did they die? Sui Jing asked. She knew the system could hear her, and it was just a matter of whether it was willing to answer her question. Zitzi. Suddenly there was a sizzling sound of electricity coming from the system. Wu Qi and Xia Hao put the stalker into the room, causing their own death. I also deeply regret it. Sui Jing sneered. You are so sorry. You wish everyone was declared dead. Stalker. Though? Does it mean the monster just outside the door? Feng Jiaxing became even more frightened when she heard the system's answer. She held Sui Jing's wrist tightly. Even someone like Sui Jing, who is not afraid of pain, felt bursts of pain in his wrist. But in the end, Sui Jing did not take out his hand. Does that mean it will be fine if you don't let them in? Are your settings unreasonable? Now only the system and Feng Jiaxing could hear her. So she simply asked one more question. Although she herself knew that it was highly likely to be impossible. But there is no other meaning. She just wants to discuss the system, even if it is not actually discussed. System, am I a question and answer machine? Ask anything? Why do you want to come here? But it seems that it doesn't dare to say it directly. Probably because it can't maintain its stereotyped image. And it's also afraid of offending Sui Jing after saying it. Who knows what mischief this lunatic will do next? Yes, Sui Jing's stereotype has been ingrained in the system database. Players are requested to complete the game independently, and are not allowed to seek help from outsiders through any channels. All settings of the game are precisely calculated by the system itself. And there will never be any errors. Players are asked to think carefully. Sui Jing was speechless. You have to be the one to deal with the disgusting people. After the system finished saying this, it disappeared as before. But Sui Jing and everyone among the players knew that it was everywhere and monitoring their every move all the time. Hey. Sui Jing lowered his head and looked at Feng Jiaxing, who suddenly laughed out loud, with a confused look on his face. What are you laughing at? I just suddenly felt a little happy that the system was speechless. Feng Jiaxing replied. That's it. Sui Jing smiled gently. Although she didn't understand the point of the smile, it diverted Feng Jiaxing's attention. Huh? I'm sorry. Feng Jiaxing saw that he was still holding Sui Jing's wrist tightly, and quickly let go. The tips of his ears were blushing with shame. It's okay. Sui Jing retracted his hand and moved his wrist. His expression was calm, and he seemed to really not care. On the contrary, after Feng Jiaxing let go, he saw that the circle around Sui Jing's wrist was pinched and turned red, leaving a few fingerprints, which were particularly conspicuous on the porcelain white skin, which made Feng Jiaxing even more embarrassed. Chapter 140 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. Sui Jing walked to the kitchen and walked around under Feng Jiaxing's ashamed gaze, then stuck his head out and asked, Want some dinner? Feng Jiaxing was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't keep up with the sudden change of topic, and finally nodded. Certainly. Sui Jing slipped into the bedroom from the kitchen and took out 2 boxes of buffet steaks and a bottle from his trolley case. At this moment, the warm yellow light in the kitchen shines on Sui Jing, who looks even colder because of his silver hair, making the whole person look more like he has stepped out of an oil painting. Feng Jiaxing always felt a little embarrassed when he saw Sui Jing busy in the kitchen. Can I help you with anything? No need for now. In fact, Sui Jing rarely cooks because she doesn't need to cook by herself in the real world. But when she was young, she often stood by her nanny when she was cooking. And over time, she learned how to cook. In her memory, she probably didn't practice it much, and it was just a theory. Even so, Sui Jing was frying steak very skillfully at this moment, and it was impossible to tell that he was not a good cook. The steak she bought came with its own cutlery, so she didn't go to get the plates and cutlery from the cupboard. She would have to wash them later, so she didn't have to worry about it now. It smells so good. Feng Jiaxing walked to the kitchen in a few steps, and saw that Sui Jing had already plated the steak, and was ready to take it away at any time. Sui Jing's lips raised into a faint smile. The conditions are simple, and we can only deal with it casually. No. Feng Jiaxing waved her hands repeatedly, looking at the excellent-looking steak in front of her. Her mouth was almost watering, and she couldn't even say a word no. Afterwards, Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing took the things out together. When he arrived at the dining table, Sui Jing found 2 bottles of milk packaged in glass bottles on the table. Hee. Feng Jiaxing smiled. I see you've already treated me to steak. And I don't have anything else good. So I'll give you my favorite milk. As if he was afraid of Sui Jing's rejection, Feng Zhaixing quickly promoted. This milk is delicious. I've been drinking it since I was a child. As she spoke, her tone became darker. It's just that because its output is extremely low, many people can't buy it, and it's almost going to be discontinued. Why do you say it's almost a little bit worse? Of course, that was before she entered the game, and it wasn't discontinued. But what's surprising is that the in-game store actually sells this milk. But it's too expensive, and I can't buy a few bottles with my points. I can only buy some from time to satisfy my cravings. Then don't give me a drink. Sui Jing looked at her. After all, it's your favorite milk. You would feel so distressed if you gave it to me. Feng Zhaixing shook his head in disapproval. What you said is wrong. I didn't give you the drink for other reasons. First, you made me delicious steak. And second, because I quite like you. So I am willing to give you the milk. He raised his head pretending to be unhappy. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give it easily. Now that the words have come to this point, Sui Jing can no longer refuse. She had no choice but to sit down and open the milk. But the feeling of drinking milk while eating steak was really strange. Moreover, why is it so clear that Feng Zhaixing's favorite milk is for sale in the system? It seems to be a questionable place. I will have to ask when I have time in the future. How is it? Is it delicious? Feng Zhaixing watched Sui Jing put the milk into her mouth, with obvious expectations in her eyes, wanting Sui Jing to give her positive feedback. It tastes really good. Sui Jing replied truthfully. He glanced at the packaging on the bottle and said, I used to have a neighbor who also liked this milk. That means your neighbor is as classy as me. Feng Zhaixing squinted and smiled. Although she was very frail, her temper was lively. This meal can be regarded as a rare moment of peace and quiet in the chaos of life. It is so precious, yet so luxurious. Okay. It was rare for both of them to have a good meal. Feng Zhaixing stopped Sui Jing, who was about to get up, and volunteered. I'll wash the pot. You just sit down. Sui Jing did not refuse. She first collected all the garbage and threw it into the trash can. Then she checked whether the windows in the living room were locked and prepared to close all the curtains. When she first arrived at this room, she actually thought about whether she could leave through the window. But not long ago, she gave up the idea. Just when she got up from her nap, she saw soot filling the window. She intuitively felt that it was not a good thing. So she threw a piece of toilet paper and went out to test it. As a result, the moment the toilet paper was touched by the powdery soot, it instantly turned into a pile of powder, which was quickly blown away by the wind and blended into the outside environment. In the kitchen after Sui Jing cooked, except for some oil stains in the pot, even the stove was very clean. So Feng Zhaixing didn't spend much time taking care of and cleaning the kitchen. After she came out of the kitchen, she found Sui Jing standing by the window in a daze. She initially thought Sui Jing wanted to jump out of the window, but this shocked her. After all, this was the 5th floor. Sister Sui Jing, what are you doing? Feng Zhaixing remained calm on his face. But in fact, he quickly walked to Sui Jing and stood next to her. Nothing. Sui Jing responded calmly. Just draw the curtains. Everyone knows that it will be dangerous outside at this moment, and there is a high probability that they will not rush out recklessly. Right? What's more, for now, no one can get out. Therefore, Sui Jing did not plan to tell Sui Jing what she discovered now. She would wait until tomorrow morning to see if the intercom could reconnect to the signal. It would be best to remind everyone. It's hard to say that some impulsive players won't end up dying in vain. It's okay. Sui Jing turned to Feng Zhaixing and said, Go and have a rest. It's quite late. Be safe at night, and don't catch a cold. If you need anything, just call me, she instructed. Okay. Feng Zhaixing saw Sui Jing's serious expression, and knew that this matter should not be underestimated. However, the rules say that you must not wake up in the middle of the night. This requirement is really confusing. I'll pay attention. Yes. Sui Jing nodded lightly, took Zhang Wanshu, and walked towards the bedroom. Sui Jing is someone who can be particular about something. So since she still has the conditions to take a shower, she simply rinsed it off. After washing up, Sui Jing sat on the bed bored. Maybe she slept a little too long this afternoon. But she didn't feel sleepy at all now. She got out of bed and took out a book from her trolley case to pass the time. She couldn't sleep too deeply tonight. She hadn't figured out what was weird about that mirror yet. As he watched, Sui Jing felt a little tired, and his eyes felt a little sore. She was just about to put down her book and get ready to go to bed, when she saw something flashing in the mirror at the end of the bed. But when she took a closer look, there was nothing in the mirror. Normally, Sui Jing might have thought that he had made a mistake. But now, Sui Jing's eyelids drooped slightly, and he put the book back into the mezzanine of the trolley case. After doing all this, Sui Jing turned off the lights, lay quietly on the bed, and closed his eyes, preparing to fall asleep. After a while, Sui Jing's dense and soft breathing sounded in the room, and it seemed that he was completely asleep. Chapter 141: Escape from the Weird Community. In fact, Sui Jing did not completely fall asleep. She always maintained a certain degree of vigilance about her surroundings. If she really slept to death like that, there was no telling what would happen. Drowsily, she seemed to feel that something suddenly appeared in the bedroom, because she heard a gentle dragging sound on the floor, as if something was rubbing on the ground. Sui Jing pricked up his ears and tried to identify the direction of the unknown object through the movement of the sound. But this thing was extremely cunning, and its movements were flexible and changeable, giving Sui Jing no chance to judge at all. After a while, Sui Jing felt a thin layer of shadow covering his eyelids. There used to be a small lamp in her room, but now there was no light in front of her eyes. She could clearly feel that there seemed to be a gaze staring directly at her. Sui Jing really couldn't guess what this thing wanted to do, so he had to stay still and watch its changes. The strange thing opened two big eyes, like light bulbs, and kept scanning Sui Jing's face, probably to confirm whether she was really asleep or pretending to sleep. Sui Jing didn't expect that this strange thing was quite clever. It bent down and got close to Sui Jing's neck, trying to judge whether she was awake through Sui Jing's breathing. Under normal circumstances, if a person is awake and feels a strange figure next to his bed, there is a high probability that his breathing will be disordered for a moment. But it underestimated Sui Jing after all. The moment it lowered its head, Sui Jing didn't even bother to twitch his eyelids, not to mention his breathing disorder. The strange thing probably thought that Sui Jing was really asleep, so it slowly backed away. Sui Jing could hear the rustling sound of it slowly leaving. Then, there was the sound of the door opening, as if heading in the direction of Feng Jiaxing. Click. Oh, you are quite polite, and know how to close the door. Now I just hope that Feng Jiaxing is asleep, and doesn't wake up suddenly. Otherwise this matter will not end well. But this strange thing is quite scientific. It didn't teleport over, but moved slowly over. Sui Jing lay on the bed, and paid careful attention to the movement in the opposite room for a while. But after all, there was a corridor across the room. She could only judge whether the monster had attacked her by whether she heard Feng Jiaxing's voice. Although Feng Jiaxing's body was very weak, Sui Jing felt that she had an unusual intelligence in her bones, and she could still deal with it even if she woke up now. I guess there won't be any big problems for the time being, right? Sui Jing waited for a long time, but did not hear any strange noises. He thought that the strange thing had probably left. She originally wanted to open her eyes and check the situation around the bedroom, but her instinct prevented her from taking action immediately. There was no guarantee that it wouldn't suddenly kill another person. Anyway, it's not too late to talk about anything tomorrow. After thinking about it like this, Sui Jing slowly became a little sleepy. As a result, before she fell asleep completely, she felt another strange feeling. Today is the party for you ghosts. Isn't it? Isn't it over yet? Sui Jing didn't want to care about it at all. Let it go. As long as he didn't kill her, he could do whatever he wanted with her. Thinking like this, Sui Jing really gradually fell into sleep. Ding ding ding. Sui Jing's eyes hadn't been fully open yet. She reached out to touch the mobile phone on the bedside table, opened her eyes slightly, and checked the time. She sat up quickly, washed herself, and opened the curtains. At this time, the weather outside was sunny, just like yesterday when they first arrived. Completely different from the foggy and soot-filled scene later. It's only 7:30 in the morning, but almost all the players are already awake. When Sui Jing opened the door, he saw Feng Jiaxing walking out of his bedroom. Good morning, Sister Sui Jing. Feng Jiaxing greeted with a smile, looking like he didn't know what happened last night. Morning, Sui Jing responded politely. The two quickly reached an agreement on the breakfast issue and decided that it would be okay to just have something simple. During breakfast, Sui Jing kept trying to restart the walkie-talkie placed on the table. But no matter how she fiddled with it, the walkie-talkie was always in a state of no signal. Is it broken? Feng Jiaxing watched as Sui Jing fiddled with it for a long time without success. He picked up the walkie-talkie and looked left and right, then put it back on the table and looked at Sui Jing and asked. Not necessarily. Sui Jing shook his head, thought for a while and said, maybe it's not time yet. Feng Jiaxing was a little confused by her rambling words, but he quickly came to his senses. You mean this walkie-talkie has a time limit? Sui Jing nodded. Probably. It's just a guess. And she can't be completely sure. Feng Jiaxing let out a long sigh. I hope so. Otherwise we players will not only be separated, but we won't even have a communication tool. Just as Sui Jing was about to speak, the walkie-talkie transmitted a different frequency sound than when there was no signal before. There's a signal. Feng Jiaxing jumped in front of the walkie-talkie. Can anyone hear me? Is anyone here? Sui Jing raised the corners of his mouth helplessly. There's no need to be in such a hurry. We have to wait until the signal is fully connected. Feng Jiaxing coughed twice in embarrassment. Excited? A little too excited? Someone. A clear male voice came from the intercom. Is everyone here now? They should all be alive. Right? The intercom came with the voices of people responding one after another. Except for the 2 players who died at the beginning yesterday. Everyone else is still intact. Did anyone encounter anything special last night? Sui Jing recognized Su Xuan's voice. It seems not. The other players seemed to be sleeping deeply, and had no idea what happened last night. I don't know either. I'm telling you. I saw that scary monster yesterday afternoon. Feng Jiaxing recounted the story about the monster pretending to be a cleaner yesterday afternoon with added detail. It seems that her recovery ability is quite good. She was so scared yesterday. And today she dared to scare others with this matter. As expected, some players felt very frightened after listening to Feng Jiaxing's narration, and claimed that they would be very careful. Otherwise, my fate will probably be like the 2 people yesterday. Feng Jiaxing squinted and smiled. Her goal was achieved. Sui Jing, do you have any other discoveries? Su Xuan asked on the intercom. Yes, Sister Sui Jing. Do you have any ideas? Chung Tian echoed. The 2 of them asked, turning everyone else's attention to the player living on the 5th floor. At this moment, everyone agreed that this person named Sui Jing must be very powerful. Otherwise, why would these 2 people be queuing her? Sister Sui Jing? Feng Jiaxing looked at Sui Jing with gleaming eyes and handed her the walkie-talkie. With a look like sister. You are great. You are the best. Sui Jing took the walkie-talkie and said quietly. Now that you all know almost everything about yesterday afternoon, then let me briefly state what happened last night. Chapter 142 Escape from the Weird Community. Shortly after I fell asleep last night, I felt an unknown creature enter my room. Then it stood in front of the bed for a long time, and then opened the door and walked towards another bedroom. Sui Jing paused and continued. Anyway, I think this monster should be a must experience in the game. You probably all slept very deeply last night, so you didn't notice it. Others, you call this a gaming experience? Hearing this, an anxious voice came over the intercom. Really? What should we do? Yes, we escaped while sleeping yesterday. But what if we suddenly woke up in the middle of the night? Since you know about this, it means you were awake at the time. So you must know what to do. Right? Sui Jing thought for a while, and said, as long as you don't let it know you're awake, it should be fine. When Sui Jing said this, he made some basic judgments based on his own experience last night. But there is no guarantee that it is completely correct, and everyone must remain calm at all times and make the best judgment for themselves in the most urgent situation. But I still think everyone should stay a little vigilant at night. Sui Jing pondered for a while. After all, none of us can guarantee that the same unknown creature will come every night. Right? She had just thought about it, and was not going to tell them about the 2 occurrences of unknown objects in her bedroom for the time being. After all, everyone's room probably has some differences. If I tell them now, it might be self-defeating. Others on the walkie-talkie immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and echoed. After Sui Jing finished speaking, everyone added some precautions and hung up the intercom. It's only around 8:30 now, so there's still plenty of time before the cleaning crew starts cleaning again. When Feng Jiaxing didn't know what to do, he saw Sui Jing take out a machine about half the size of a palm from the pocket of his coat. What is this? Feng Jiaxing asked. Video projector, Sui Jing said, pressing the small switch on the machine. I turned on its video recording function before going to bed last night, trying to see if I could record everything that happened that night. Let's go and see if there's anything we're interested in recorded. She stood up and tried to find a place in the house that was more suitable for playing the projection. She walked to the sofa and locked her eyes on the wall directly in front of the sofa. This wall is relatively wide and complete, which is suitable for projection. Sui Jing placed the projector on the coffee table in front of the sofa and turned on the machine. When a faint light and shadow was projected on the wall, Sui Jing went to close the curtains that had just been opened. After doing everything, she and Feng Jiaxing sat on the sofa and waited for the projection to play. This projector does not require a signal to play normally, which is why Sui Jing carries it with him. After the picture appeared, it can be found that when Sui Jing placed the projector, it was facing the end of the bed, and it was still at a wide angle. At first, the video was peaceful, and Sui Jing's very light breathing could only be faintly heard. Sui Jing stepped forward and doubled the speed of the video. After about an hour, what they wanted to see finally appeared. I only saw a black thing suddenly appearing in the corner of the bedroom. The thing had no regular structure, like a dark cloud, but two eyes the size of light bulbs, and a picture suddenly appeared on the cloud. The mouth is so wide that you can vaguely see the scarlet tongue in the mouth. The cloud in the corner began to grow larger, and it stopped expanding until it was almost as high as a person. As Sui Jing guessed, since it had no legs or skeleton, it was indeed crawling on the ground. Finally, something moving appeared in the room, so the instrument changed its direction with the movement of the clouds. Yeah! Feng Jiaxing screamed, after Yun Duo stood beside the bed. His huge body cast a huge shadow on Sui Jing's face. But Sui Jing didn't react at all, as if he had completely fallen asleep. If Sui Jing hadn't known that she was completely conscious at the time, just looking at this scene, she would have almost been fooled by herself. Yun Duo saw that Sui Jing didn't move at all, and lowered its obscure head in disbelief. The upper part of the cloud slowly came to Sui Jing's cheek, and stayed there for a long time. Its big eyes stared at Sui Jing's face, trying to capture the slightest bit of different expressions. However, it was disappointed after all, so it had no choice but to stagger out of Sui Jing's bedroom and walk towards Feng Jiaxing's room. The projector followed the movement of the clouds and turned almost a circle. When the clouds completely disappeared within its monitoring range, it returned to its original viewing angle. Feng Jiaxing clicked his tongue after reading it. Sister Sui Jing, you are too calm. Did it go to my room? Feng Jiaxing pointed at the black cloud in the projection and asked with lingering fear. Yes. Sui Jing nodded, not knowing how long the black cloud stayed in Feng Jiaxing's bedroom. Fortunately, Feng Jiaxing patted his chest soothingly, thanks to his heavy sleep last night. After all, not everyone has Sui Jing's determination. Sui Jing stared at the projected content casually. She was more concerned about what would appear in her room next. There's more? Feng Jiaxing saw that Sui Jing didn't intend to turn off the projection immediately, so he knew that there should be a follow-up. Sui Jing nodded. It shouldn't take long. After all, she wasn't completely asleep when the second guest appeared. This is... After a while, Feng Jiaxing looked at the things in the projection, and his jaw almost dropped. A squirrel? Sui Jing. What else could she say? No. Do you really not feel ridiculous about the system? All I can say is wish it good luck, and hope you are really okay. Yes. A squirrel with brown fur, about the size of a newborn baby, actually appeared on the projection screen. However, what is puzzling is that this squirrel actually walked out of the mirror at the end of Sui Jing's bed in a slow, step-by-step manner. Sui Jing's face turned cold, and she knew there was definitely something wrong with that mirror. What does it want to do? Feng Jiaxing looked at the squirrel walking around the room with a confused expression. He first went to rummage through Sui Jing's suitcase, then opened the mezzanine and took out a book. There was more than one book in Sui Jing's suitcase, but the one he held happened to be the one Sui Jing had just put back before going to bed. It took the book and ran to the bedside to sit down, and actually started reading. I don't know if it understands it. After a while, it put the book back again. Even the position was exactly the same as before. Sui Jing frowned slightly. No wonder she didn't find any trace of tampering in the bedroom this morning. After putting away the book, the squirrel went to the bathroom again and came out after a while. During the video recording, the squirrel did many things that may seem nonsensical to others. But Sui Jing knew that the squirrel was imitating her every move. All these things it did were things she did before going to bed. It's just that the order may have changed a bit, but the general trajectory of the action is the same. Until finally they saw the squirrel slowly walking to the projector, its two dark eyes staring at the infrared light spot in the center of the projector. For some reason, Sui Jing felt that it seemed to be mocking. Before Sui Jing could understand what it meant, the projector was turned off with a snap. Moreover, The light point probe inside this device was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. So Sui Jing safely placed it on the bedside table. Sui Jing's eyelids drooped slightly, wondering if this squirrel had discovered this thing and was spying on it. Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing were a little stunned when they looked at the white wall that had returned to its original state. Now they didn't know what happened next. Feng Jiaxing and Sui Jing looked at each other. Feng Jiaxing suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She subconsciously rubbed her arms, but found that she had inadvertently gotten goosebumps all over her body. Chapter 143: Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. In any case, this is definitely not good news for them. If there is a creature in the game with an IQ that far exceeds the average IQ of other monsters, then it will pose an immeasurable threat to the players. TSK. Sui Jing put away the video projector with an expressionless expression. In this case, this equipment is actually of no use. The only thing that doesn't make sense now is whether the squirrel discovered the existence of the video recorder with its own consciousness, or whether it just imitated one of Sui Jing's actions. Dong dong dong. Feng Jiaxing glanced at Sui Jing and whispered, "It's cleaning." Sui Jing glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was exactly 10 o'clock. "I'll open the door." Sui Jing casually put the projection device back into his pocket and walked towards the entrance. Through the peephole, Sui Jing could clearly see that the person outside the door was indeed the cleaning lady who came to their room yesterday. But out of caution, Sui Jing still asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a cleaner," the person outside the door replied. "I just came here yesterday." Sui Jing pondered for a long time and let the cleaner in. When he saw the cleaner stumbling into the house with a lot of cleaning tools, Sui Jing asked, "These, must I take them with me?" "Of course," Baojia said righteously. "Otherwise, how can I clean the room? If you accidentally make a mess, how can I clean it up properly?" After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Sui Jing in disgust. Sui Jing didn't care about Baojia's attitude towards her. After all, what she just asked was just to test Baojia a little bit. But she did grasp the key point of Baojia's words. She wasn't talking about the mess they made, but the mess they made. So, she is here to collect the corpses for players like them? Isn't it? Look! Look! The cleaning lady walked around the rooms and walked to the living room, pointing at the trash cans with a frown on her face. "Can't you be a little more tidy? Why do you throw everything into the trash can? Where can we put the garbage if we don't put it in the trash can?" Sui Jing asked rhetorically. "And aren't you a cleaner? If you don't do this, who will?" The cleaning lady opened her mouth. It seems to make sense, but she was still stubborn. "Then you can't throw this kind of thing directly into the trash can. Can't you wrap it up? Isn't this already tied? How else to wrap it up and get us safe?" The cleaning lady seemed to be holding her breath. "Look, they're all so bad." Sui Jing couldn't see what was in the trash can now. He could only tell by looking at the cleaner's expression that the things in the trash can had a smell. And the smell was not bad. But why didn't she smell it at all? She turned sideways and looked at Feng Jiaxing. Feng Jiaxing, who was standing behind her, immediately understood what Sui Jing meant and shook her head, saying that she didn't smell anything either. This is strange. Could it be that their sense of smell has failed? It's true. Young people are so lazy nowadays. The cleaning lady murmured while using clips to take out the trash cans and put them in a transparent basket she brought. The moment the garbage was put in, the basket seemed to have its own consciousness and began to chew the pile of discarded food. After the plastic bag was bitten, Sui Jing finally understood why the cleaning lady said that to them. Sui Jing felt her sleeves being pulled once again. She looked down at Feng Jiaxing's hand holding hers, and then moved her eyes up to her face. She found that her face was already very pale, and she looked different from the fake cleaner she saw yesterday. His demeanor was exactly the same. Sui Jing said nothing and returned his gaze to the transparent basket. As they could see, the basket was filled with raw meat of unknown species, dripping with blood. In addition, there are some hairs from various animals. And it looks like there are probably human hairs as well. There were even maggots squirming inside at this moment. No wonder the cleaning reminders and rules remind them not to eat the food here. If they really eat it, there's no telling what will happen. It didn't take long for the cleaner to dump all the garbage into the basket. The basket is also very powerful, and it can eat all the garbage in an instant. That's right. Just eat. Because Sui Jing saw with his own eyes that when the basket had destroyed all the food, a big and long tongue protruded from the bottom of the basket, dancing crazily in the basket. Daojia patted the basket impatiently and scolded. "It's over. It retracted its tongue and completely regained its composure. After the cleaners finished cleaning up, they turned around and saw Feng Jiaxing grabbing Sui Jing's sleeve tightly. She chuckled and comforted. Don't be afraid. Although it is a little greedy. If you don't provoke it, it will not eat people casually. Uh-huh. Feng Jiaxing laughed dryly. Doesn't this still mean that it can eat people? And is this what she is afraid of? What? Sui Jing frowned as he watched Baojia stretch out a hand towards him, not knowing what she was going to do. Remuneration? The cleaning lady replied matter-of-factly. I helped you clean the room. Shouldn't you give me some benefits? No. You are a cleaner. Shouldn't you clean the room here? Your leaders don't care about salary? As if she saw what the two of them were thinking. The cleaning lady took back her hand and smiled. Although I am the cleaner here, I can't clean up such things. She pointed to her backpack. You have to pay extra. Isn't this a profiteer? Feng Jiaxing whispered. Miss, what did you say? Baojia seemed to have heard Feng Jiaxing's muttering, and looked at her with a smile and asked. I mean... Feng Jiaxing looked embarrassed. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Sui Jing gently pulled the held hand and moved it slightly, interrupting Baojia's questioning. What do you want? This is not the real world. And cleaning is definitely not about money. She must have other motives. This lady is very smart. Baojia quickly ignored Feng Jiaxing and said to Sui Jing. I know you may not have what I want. And if you do, you may not be willing to give it to me. Why don't you do something for me? It's an equal exchange. But Feng Jiaxing was cut off by Sui Jing just as he was about to speak. Can. Refreshing person. Baojia smiled more and more happily. You know, I'm a backpacker. I can't just eat these things. After all, it's not very clean. The cleaning lady said with a look of disgust. But there are a lot of bottled water in the refrigerator in the property room. That kind of water has a restorative effect on my backpack. It's just that he is stingy. He only gives me 1 bottle every month. No matter what I say, he is not willing. If you give me an extra serving, my baby will lose his appetite. After that, she even touched her backpack as if she was distressed. Is there water in his refrigerator? Sui Jing asked. Yes. It's all right. You can just bring a bottle back, the cleaning lady said. Then why don't you go by yourself? Sui Jing did not agree immediately. Isn't it the same if I take it or take it from you? This is different. The cleaning lady waved her hands repeatedly. If you go get it and get caught, you'll just die. I can't even die. She actually said it with a sincere face. Sui Jing twitched the corner of his mouth speechlessly. Why? Your life is life. But her life is not life. However, Sui Jing has always been unafraid of trouble. And if they refuse this matter, they won't get much good results. Fine. Then which one of you is going? The cleaner asked. Don't have to go to both? No. What a goal for 2 people. You can go alone. The cleaning lady still felt that she was very considerate and shook her head proudly. Sui Jing, I also want to thank you. I'll go, Sui Jing said. Sister Sui Jing, it's better for me to go. Feng Jiaxing couldn't bear it. She heard that there was a high probability that one of them would die. How could Sui Jing be allowed to risk his life to protect himself? Sui Jing glanced at her reassuringly. Don't worry. I know what's going on. You should be careful in the room and protect yourself. After saying that, she turned back to the cleaning lady. But I can't get out? Take this. The cleaning lady handed Sui Jing a pure black bracelet. This bracelet can keep you safe outdoors. But the limit is 1 hour. If you don't come back successfully within an hour, the bracelet will lose its effectiveness, and you will never come back. Before Sui Jing had time to figure out what the inability to come back meant, the cleaning lady handed her a card similar to a room card. This is the property's key card. His room is in room B4 on the 2nd floor. Chapter 144 Escape from the Weird Community. Go now. The cleaner kept urging, which made people feel very anxious. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows. Are you so anxious? What about you? Sui Jing was a little surprised when she saw that Baojia still hadn't left. She didn't worry about Baojia staying alone in the same room with Feng Jiaxing. I'll go out with you. Baojia rolled her eyes, clearly seeing Sui Jing's little thoughts. You should leave quickly. Okay. Sui Jing took the room card, put on the bracelet and opened the door. The barrier that had been extremely strong most of the time disappeared completely in front of her. She moved freely through the door and into the hallway. She turned around slightly and found the cleaning lady waving at her from behind, telling her to leave quickly. She glanced past the cleaning lady and shifted her gaze slightly. landing on Feng Zhaixing's face behind the door. Feng Zhaixing nodded, signaling Sui Jing to rest assured. Sui Jing turned his gaze back, briefly placing his eyes on both sides of the corridor as he walked, observing the layout of the corridor. There are rooms on both sides of the corridor, with an elevator on one side and ordinary stairs on the other. There are stairs and an elevator near each end. The room where Sui Jing and the others were located was on the side containing the elevator. She was just about to turn around and ask the cleaning lady which one was safer. But at this moment the corridor was empty, and the cleaning lady, who had obviously gone out together, disappeared without a trace. Sui Jing sighed lightly. It seemed that he had to rely on himself for some things, although there were unknown risks. She finally decided to take the elevator downstairs. Sui Jing went to press the elevator button, but found that the elevator did not move at all. The next second, a piece of paper full of words appeared on the elevator door. Sui Jing glanced at it, and found that it was the elevator usage rules. She didn't have time to read the rules now. The bracelet was only set up for an hour, and there was no telling what accidents might happen next. If you can't enter the room then, it will be more of a loss than a gain. So Sui Jing took out his mobile phone and took a photo of this rule, and then walked towards the opposite staircase. There are no other rules on the stairs, except that the opening hours of the stairs are from 7:30 in the morning to 10 o'clock in the evening, and the corridor door will be locked during the rest of the time. Sui Jing walked towards the second floor with light steps. The corridor was extremely dark, without even a light. Sui Jing didn't bring anything else except her mobile phone and a long knife. But even if she did, she wouldn't turn on the flashlight now. First, she is still in an unknown state. Although the rules of the stairs are very simple, there may be other hidden rules that she has not triggered yet. It wouldn't be good if the lights attracted other people at this moment. Secondly, although it was dark in the corridor, it was not so dark that I couldn't see anything at all. And for Sui Jing, she believed that in this environment, not turning on the lights was actually more beneficial to her. Sui Jing reached the second floor cautiously. She first listened at the corridor platform to see if there was any other movement outside, and then cautiously walked out of the corridor. The property's room is B4, which is on the side where the stairs are. Sui Jing moved quickly and vigilantly along the wall. Unlike what she imagined, room B4 was not on the side of the corridor near her, following the room number. It was on the other side, and on each side, there are 20 rooms. Sui Jing frowned slightly, feeling that he was a little unlucky. She sighed resignedly and moved towards the other end step by step. When he was about to reach the end, Sui Jing finally saw the door with the house number B4. She also saw a large white piece of paper taped to the door, with a handwriting written on it that the property owner had left. Please contact me later if you have any questions. Sui Jing took out the room card and pressed it lightly on the door lock sensor. The door clicked, and the sound of the door lock being unlocked was heard. Seeing that the door was open through a small gap, Sui Jing opened it gently and walked in. The purpose of her coming here was just to make a deal with the cleaning staff and take out a bottle of water from the refrigerator in the property that the cleaning staff needed. Nothing more. Sui Jing quickly walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and found a pile of sticky and thick black liquid in glass bottles. It didn't look like a good thing. Sui Jing took out a bottle from it. Looking at the black liquid on her hand, she felt that the cleaning was really lax. You call this water? Sui Jing was about to leave without wasting any more time, but he found a rule sheet on the table in the living room. Sui Jing's footsteps suddenly stopped, and after struggling with her thoughts, she took a photo of the rules on the table. Woo 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 woo. Sui Jing had just put a hand on the doorknob when he heard a faint whimpering sound coming from inside the house. Is there anyone else in the house? This was the first thought that came to Sui Jing's mind. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. She was not prepared to meddle in other people's business when the situation was unclear and her life and death were limited. She gently twisted the doorknob, but the person inside seemed to confirm that there was indeed someone outside, and the sobbing became louder, as if trying desperately to attract Sui Jing's attention. Sui Jing quickly walked to the door and closed it gently. Her eyebrows darkened slightly, as if she was a little worried. She quickly walked to the corridor closest to her. The moment she ducked into the corridor, the elevator door on the opposite side opened with a ding. The person who walked out of the elevator was the property manager. Besides him, there was another person following behind him. After the two got out of the elevator, the man behind him walked towards the other end of the corridor, and he also walked towards his room. The property owner swiped his card to enter. The moment he opened the door, he felt as if someone had entered his room. Woo 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 woo. The whimpering in the room sounded again, seemingly more urgent than when Sui Jing was in the room just now. The real estate agent didn't pay attention to it immediately, but instead walked towards the place where the refrigerator was placed. He opened the refrigerator and quickly counted the number of bottles in the refrigerator. Looking at the sudden empty bottle, the manager smiled slightly, as if he was not very angry. It seems like a disobedient bad boy has been in my room? As he spoke, he went to his bedroom again. The moment he opened the bedroom door, the sobbing in the room stopped. However, what is shocking is that on the bedroom floor is crawling a beautiful woman with the body of a snake and the tail of a snake. The woman had emerald hair, red eyes, fair skin, and was truly beautiful. However, she was lying weakly on the ground at this moment, her mouth sealed with a roll of cloth, and her waist was tightly restrained by an iron chain as thick as a thumb. When the snake girl saw the property manager coming in, her eyes were filled with light. Just like a pet that she had kept for a long time suddenly saw its owner who had been away for a long time. The property owner tore the cloth off her mouth, and Snake Girl could still only whimper. But it was clearer than before. Are you saying someone has come in? The property manager gently touched the woman's face with a gentle smile. Wu Snake Girl closed her eyes and rubbed his palm, whimpering softly with enjoyment. At this moment, she was like a docile small domestic dog. That's it, the manager smiled more gently. Even his tone was a little tired. However, something unexpected happened suddenly, and the property suddenly exploded. The hand he was caressing the snake girl's face slid down her face, and suddenly caught the snake girl's neck, and his eyes turned red. Then why didn't you trick him into staying here? Why? The snake girl kept shaking her head, but couldn't say anything. Only big tears fell down. The property manager was stunned when he saw her crying. He loosened his hand on Snake Girl's neck, gently wiped away the tears on Snake Girl's cheeks, and coaxed softly. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper. It's not your fault. That person must have been too cruel to save you. But you must deceive him to keep him next time. Okay? The vicious Sui Jing didn't know about this. The Snake Girl nodded fearfully, and carefully wrapped her tail around the property owner's arm. The property manager smiled when he saw this, and gently stroked the tip of her tail to coax her. Be good. Be good. The Snake Girl slowly closed her eyes, and did not notice the dark light flashing in his eyes at this moment. Chapter 145 Escape from the Weird Community. When Sui Jing came to the door of his room, he knocked lightly. Zake Sing Sing. Please open the door. Immediately, Sui Jing heard footsteps coming from far and near from the room. However, the footsteps stopped immediately at the door, and there was no sound of opening the door immediately. Are you Sui Jing too? When Feng Zhaixing asked. Sui Jing roughly guessed what happened during her absence. I am. Before Feng Zhaixing could ask anything, Sui Jing kept his words as short as possible. I went to help the cleaners get something. You should be able to see the bracelet on my hand through the peephole. Feng Zhaixing really saw the bracelet on Sui Jing's hand through the peephole. It looked like the one given to her by the cleaning lady. She was silent for a few seconds and did not answer immediately. She thought she was still wary of Sui Jing standing outside the door. Sui Jing took the time to continue speaking. You invited me to drink your favorite milk yesterday. You said you bought it after entering the game. Hearing this, Feng Zhaixing's eyes lit up, and he gently opened the door. Sui Jing took advantage of this moment and quickly slipped in. Sister Sui Jing, is there no accident? Feng Zhaixing saw Sui Jing taking off her bracelet and placing a bottle of sticky black liquid on the dining table. Almost, Sui Jing said calmly, as he looked at the countdown on his bracelet that still had nearly half an hour left. I almost got caught just now. The moment Sui Jing disappeared into the corridor, he actually heard the sound of the elevator. So she quickened her pace upstairs to prevent anyone from catching up faster than her. But this time she was lucky. If it had been slower, it might not have been a problem that could be easily solved in a short time. Ah? Feng Zhaixing explained. How so? Sui Jing lowered his brows and thought for a moment, then picked out some key points and roughly described to Feng Zhaixing what had just happened. You mean there are other people hiding in the property's room? Feng Zhaixing seemed a little unbelievable. What does he want to hide? It's hard to tell yet. Sui Jing didn't want to speculate on others with the worst possible intentions. But when he thought about it carefully, the whimpering in the property room just now was indeed a bit strange. The owner of the whimpering sound could clearly detect whether there was someone else in the house. And when she found out that the stranger was about to leave, she not only did not stop whimpering, but wanted to make a louder noise. There are two possibilities for this. First, she thought that people outside did not hear her cry for help at first, and wanted to make more noise to attract the attention of people outside. However, this method is very risky, and it is even more fatal to strangers outside. She should not know that once discovered by the property management, the person who rescued her would end up like her even if it was the best. The second is a worse possibility. She is trying to lure other people in the house to come to her through her cry for help. Her whimpering is not a cry for help, but a temptation. When she discovered that Sui Jing had no intention of paying attention to her, the owner of the sobs became anxious. She was so eager to keep Sui Jing that she didn't realize how poor her performance was. Now it seems that this matter is full of doubts. Sui Jing knew that she had to investigate this matter deeply, and she could not let others keep her in the dark. But it's not possible now. We must find a suitable time. What about you? Sui Jing looked at Feng Jiaxing. Did something happen? Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted like this when she knocked on the door just now. Is someone pretending to be me? Sui Jing asked. Yes. Feng Jiaxing nodded seriously. Not long after you left, a man pretended to be you and knocked on our door. I saw you going out at that time, so I was going to wait for you in the living room. After all, you didn't have a room card, so you would definitely need me to open the door later. But you just went out for a while. Who is it? Feng Jiaxing heard the knock on the door outside and was about to get up to take a look. Sui Jing. Sui Jing's cold voice came from outside. Sister Sui Jing, are you back so soon? Feng Jiaxing talked to Sui Jing as he walked. He also seemed to be puzzled by Sui Jing's movements so quickly. Yes. Sui Jing answered outside the door. I came back as soon as possible. After all, it's not easy to stay out for too long. After Sui Jing said this, Feng Jiaxing was ready to open the door for her. However, the moment her hand touched the doorknob, she became vigilant. She suddenly thought of the scene where the monster pretended to be a cleaner, and the rules that said not to trust your own eyes too much. The hand that had just put it on the doorknob was retracted again, and Feng Jiaxing looked outside through the peephole. The person outside the door looked indeed Sui Jing, and even the expressions in every detail were almost exactly the same. However, the bracelet that the cleaner gave her before going out was not on her wrist at the moment. The cleaning lady said that if they go out without wearing the bracelet she gave them, they will die in an instant. However, Sui Jing standing outside at this moment is still alive and well. Feng Jiaxing couldn't help but beat her heart. She swallowed nervously, but she still had to maintain her composure on the surface. That's right. Do you want me to get the things you took back? Feng Jiaxing could clearly feel that the fake Sui Jing outside was obviously stunned. After a while, she answered, Oh, I got it. Please let me in. Feng Jiaxing blinked, a little gloating. Yo, this guy is starting to get anxious. Can you show it to me first? Feng Jiaxing asked. I'll show it to you when I get in. You open the door first. The fake Sui Jing outside the door continued to coax, hoping that Feng Jiaxing would open the door for her. Feng Jiaxing became more and more certain that this was not the real Sui Jing. After all, with Sui Jing's face, she really couldn't imagine what it would be like to be anxious. Oh! Feng Jiaxing responded nonchalantly. Then I won't watch it. Just when Sui Jing thought Feng Jiaxing was going to open the door for her, she heard Feng Jiaxing's footsteps walking away. Hey! Why are you leaving? When the people outside the door saw this, they were helpless. She couldn't break in directly, so she could only stamp her feet angrily. Feng Jiaxing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the noise outside finally disappeared. At this moment, Feng Jiaxing discovered that Sui Jing was still wearing a long knife, but the fake one was not there. Is this knife very important to Sui Jing? Thank you for your hard work. Feng Jiaxing, who was dazed, heard Sui Jing suddenly say such words. And then he came back to his senses and shook his head repeatedly. I didn't do anything. If it's hard work, you should work harder. Sui Jing smiled and did not refute. I also found some other things during this trip, Sui Jing said, just as Feng Jiaxing was about to ask what it was. He saw Sui Jing take out his mobile phone and open the photo album. This is the elevator manual. Sui Jing pointed to the first photo, pointing to the second photo. I found this in the manager's room. I took a rough look and found that it should have something to do with the manager himself. I initially judged that most of it was his work and rest schedule. Chapter 146 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. Sui Jing walked to the coffee table in front of the sofa with a glass bottle in one hand, took out the projector from his coat pocket again, and played with it on his mobile phone. Finally, The photos on Sui Jing's mobile phone were projected on the wall. Please do not use the elevator at will. Feng Jiaxing looked at the projected photo and read according to the text on it. Please follow the elevator usage rules carefully. The rules are as follows. The elevator is only open after 12 noon and closes at 3 a.m. You cannot use the elevator during the rest of the time. The elevator is guarded by dedicated elevator attendants. In case of emergency, you can ask the elevator attendants wearing yellow overalls for help. Remember, elevator attendants only have yellow overalls. There is no weight limit for each elevator, but there is a limit on the number of people allowed. The maximum limit is 7 people. If you find that the elevator does not announce that it is overloaded, but there are more than 7 people in the elevator, leave the elevator immediately. If the elevator suddenly stops on a certain floor, please confirm whether it is the floor you clicked on. Otherwise, please do not go out. If you observe something strange in the elevator mirror, please pretend you didn't see it and don't take it too seriously. When the elevator shakes violently and the elevator door is opened, please do not panic. Do not move. And quickly click the emergency button in the elevator. This community has only 15 floors in total and does not have a negative floor. If the elevator stops on the negative floor, please do not go out. Close the elevator door immediately and go up. Please do not share the same elevator with the property owner. If you meet the property manager while waiting, please leave immediately and reject his request to ride together. It seems that this is all the elevator rules. Feng Jiaxing said after reading it. Sui Jing nodded and said, although we don't seem to be able to use these rules now, it's better to remember them first. But does the original rule say that we can reject the property's request? Feng Jiaxing asked, pointing to the last rule. Will this rule conflict with the original one? No, Sui Jing said. At first I just said I couldn't refuse the food he gave me, but I didn't say I couldn't refuse his request. It seems so. Feng Jiaxing thought for a while, and then said, but we can't anger him. Sui Jing's eyebrows were raised, and his arrogance almost showed through his eyes. But the rules don't say he will be angry. Feng Jiaxing was stunned for a moment, as if that was what happened. This was found in the property room. Sui Jing switched to the next photo. There is no title on this photo, just like a timetable with some times and events written on it. 7 o'clock 11:30 go out to randomly check the number of people in each room and the indoor conditions. 11:31 12 o'clock lunch. 12:01 1300 hours feed the pets. 14:01 1600 hours go out to buy food. 16:01 1500 hours taking care of pets. 15:01? Why is there nothing at the back? Feng Jiaxing looked at the blank line at the back and expressed that he didn't quite understand. I don't know. Sui Jing still looked calm. Probably during this period, he is completely free and not bound by the rules above. Hey, there is another line at the bottom. Feng Jiaxing read it carefully and read. High-quality pets need meat to get the corresponding nutrition. Please don't forget this. Is he reminding himself? Feng Jiaxing asked. Probably. Sui Jing looked at the word pet on it and frowned in discomfort. If she remembered correctly, this time period seemed to be the time when the property management company came to deliver meals to them. Moreover, the word pet appears twice, but the first time it is marked with double quotes. But the second time it is not. This is most likely implying something. She suddenly remembered that she had actually asked the property manager yesterday if it would be troublesome to deliver meals every day. But the property manager said that it was not too much trouble. So, in fact, only players like them need to deliver so-called meals. Are no one living in other rooms? Moreover, this rule never mentions the property owner's wife. But yesterday the property manager personally admitted that he has a wife. She didn't see anyone else in the property room. Could it be that his wife also went out? Judging from the current situation, these details are full of things that are wrong. When I went to the property management room just now, I didn't see him keeping pets or anything like that. Sui Jing said. Of course, it may also be because I only stayed in the living room for a while and didn't check other rooms. Is it possible that the pet it mentioned is not a pet in the normal sense? Feng Jiaxing asked. Of course. Sui Jing nodded in agreement. It's obvious from the above. Even we are considered his pets. But we are probably a little different from the pet in his house. Feng Jiaxing said. Sui Jing did not answer immediately, but recalled the whimpering he heard in the property room for no reason. She was a little suspicious now. Was the sound really made by humans? Or is that thing the property's pet? Furthermore, she now had to wonder whether the cleaning staff's purpose in sending her to the property room was just to help her get this bottle of liquid. Or is it to let them discover more things they don't know and get more useful information? Could it be that the cleaning staff is helping them? But how does she know that she will succeed? What if she fails? What should I do with this thing? Feng Zhaixing looked at the black liquid on the table. The property manager might come to deliver food to them later. She thought that this thing must not be discovered by the property manager. You have to hide it first. Well, let's put it away first, Sui Jing said. Open the drawer under the tea table and put the glass bottle in. Wait until tomorrow to tell the others the rules. Sui Jing responded softly. And the two of them sat in silence on the sofa for a long time. Seeming a little idle, Sui Jing sighed softly in his heart. As soon as he stood up and turned off his phone, there were knocks on the door at the entrance. Sui Jing walked slowly to the door and looked out with peep eyes, and found that it was the cleaning lady standing outside. I'm here to get my things. Open the door and hand it over to me, the cleaning lady said bluntly. Sui Jing couldn't tell for the moment whether she was really cleaning, so he didn't open the door immediately. Come back tomorrow. In any case, cleaning at 10 o'clock must be safe. As for this now, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. She just can't be let in anyway. In the final analysis, it's not far behind. I'm not lying to you. I gave you your bracelet. The cleaner continued outside the door. I know. That's not important. Sui Jing's tone was calm, without any fluctuation at all. But please come back tomorrow. You are so stubborn. The cleaning lady was furious for a moment, and left quickly and speechlessly. Is it really cleaning? The door of the community room was not very soundproof, so Feng Zhaixing naturally heard their conversation. Maybe? Sui Jing shrugged indifferently. But even if she is real, after all, it is already far past 10 o'clock. So asking her to come back tomorrow is actually the safest way. Just as Sui Jing turned around to leave, he heard the knock on the door again. Sui Jing sighed helplessly, and saw the property owner and a beautiful woman standing outside through the peephole. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows and asked, What's up? I'm here to deliver lunch to you. Could you please open the door? The property manager said. Sui Jing raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. It was indeed past 12 o'clock. He came here at about the same time yesterday. What's more, it exactly matched the time according to the rules she found in the property room today. But this time she brought one more person with her. Sui Jing narrowed his eyelids slightly and remained silent for a while, then slightly bit his eyes, revealing a hint of subtle cunning in his beautiful eyes. Chapter 147 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. Thank you. A slightly delighted voice from the property owner sounded outside the door. Sui Jing put his hand on the doorknob and opened the door enough for a person to pass through. Just give it to me. She was about to reach out and take the food box from the hand of the beautiful woman behind him, but she saw that he had quick eyes and hands to block them both. Can this owner help us go in and have a look? The property manager smiled warmly and did not look offensive at all. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, a hint of teasing appearing in his eyes. Oh, what would you do if I said it was not convenient? Sui Jing could clearly feel a flash of stasis on the manager's face after she said this. What's even more puzzling is that the body of the beautiful woman behind the property owner trembled slightly, as if she was scared. The owner is joking. If it's inconvenient for you, we won't go in, the owner replied, still pretending to be polite. Humph. Sui Jing chuckled with unknown meaning and stood slightly to the side to make way for others. Come in if you want. The property manager didn't seem to expect that Sui Jing would suddenly change his attitude. He didn't know what kind of trick Sui Jing was playing. He hesitated for a moment, neither advancing nor retreating. Forget it if you don't come in. Seeing this, Sui Jing pretended to close the door, since he was unwilling to give her the food box. She was happy not to clean up these dirty things. Yeah. I'm coming in. The property manager used one hand to block the door that was about to be closed, and said with a low smile, After finishing this series, I felt something was wrong. I felt like I was being taken away by the woman in front of me. The property manager walked into the house with a sullen expression on his face, and the beautiful woman behind him followed him cautiously. Sui Jing always felt that this woman was a little afraid of property management. She closed the door gently, saw the property manager standing in front of the sofa, and walked over. She walked up to the beautiful woman and wanted to take the food box from her hand again, but saw that the woman still refused to give her the things. And there was actually a trace of fear in her eyes. Afraid of her? Sui Jing calmly retracted his hand, pretending that Quan didn't see him, and walked to the other side to stand still. But she couldn't figure out why this person was afraid of her. Could it be She looked at the property manager's profile and saw that she looked nothing like him. Right? What's your name? The manager sat down on the sofa politely, smiled and looked at Feng Jiaxing, who was walking over, and asked. Feng Jiaxing was a little stunned. She glanced at Sui Jing in panic. Sui Jing nodded slightly, and then Feng Jiaxing answered. Feng Jiaxing. Feng Jiaxing? The manager chuckled. It's a good name. You don't look very old. The property manager asked again. How old are you? Now Feng Jiaxing became more and more panicked. She always felt that the property manager's eyes were sticky when he looked at her, which made her extremely uncomfortable. So she looked at Sui Jing, who was standing behind the property, and asked her for help with her eyes. Are you checking your household registration? Sui Jing walked slowly to Feng Jiaxing's side. It's not a good habit to ask a lady her age. Why? You can't see young girls? The property manager was choked. But it was difficult to say anything. He could only cough twice and smile to relieve the embarrassment. I haven't asked yet? Sui Jing said, looking at the woman beside him. You haven't introduced me yet. Who is this? Oh! The property manager then realized that he had not introduced the woman who had been standing beside him. It seemed that no one asked, and he would not take the initiative to tell her. She is my wife. After the property manager said this, Sui Jing unexpectedly noticed that the woman's cheeks were stained with a thin layer of red. Sui Jing blinked unconsciously, as if he had seen something strange that he shouldn't have seen. By the way, what exactly do you want to do when you come into our room? Sui Jing asked. You don't just want to sit here and chat with us, do you? I'm just going to come in and see if you have any shortcomings, especially if there's not enough food. The property manager replied grandly. Sui Jing snorted coldly. Of course she knew what the real estate agent wanted to do when they came in. His eyes had been looking around since he came in, just wondering if he could find the bottle of black liquid he'd lost from her. Really? So do you think we are missing something? At present, it seems that there is no such thing. The property manager ignored the sarcasm in Sui Jing's tone and motioned for his wife to put down the food box in her hand. His wife followed suit and placed the food box on the coffee table. The property manager smiled with satisfaction and said, To be honest, I smelled a very familiar smell in your room, which made me reluctant to leave. As he said that, the property manager casually opened every drawer on the coffee table, and one of them was exactly what he had just said, a place to leave bottled water. Moreover, these words seemed to be addressed to Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing, but his eyes were fixed on Feng Jiaxing. Sui Jing naturally noticed his little movements and the malicious look in his eyes. She turned around and asked Feng Jiaxing to sit back, then turned to the property manager and said, Really? Let's go then. That's not necessary. You are the owners of this room now. The property manager's eyes dimmed. He clearly felt that the smell here was the strongest, but found nothing. After that, he wanted to take his wife out, and Sui Jing wished they would get out immediately, and it was best not to show up again. Oh! The two of them walked to the door, but the property manager seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Sui Jing and said, There seems to be a thief in our community recently, so you should be careful. If you find anything new, you must tell me in time. If that little thief dares to steal again, when I catch the little thief, I will make his life worse than death, the property manager said through gritted teeth. Looking at Sui Jing, then his normal face returned. Sui Jing knew that his words were both a warning and a threat. Then you have to work harder. Sui Jing was not frightened at all. After all, she was not frightened. But don't you have any security guards here? If anything is stolen, why don't you send more people to guard it? The property manager pursed his lips, seeing that the woman in front of him was really helpless. He had no choice but to slam the door and leave. When Sui Jing saw them leaving, his eyes, that were still smiling just now, turned cold. Sister Sui Jing, tell me, did they find anything? Feng Jiaxing stood up and asked after seeing them leaving. Yes. Sui Jing responded softly. I have discovered everything in the property management just now. You'd better be careful. He has already hinted very clearly. Unfortunately, he did not find definite evidence. Otherwise, they still don't know what they will encounter at this moment. Sui Jing looked in the direction of the entrance hall with a dark and unclear look in his eyes. He thought for a moment and then spoke softly. There seems to be something wrong with his wife. Chapter 148 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. Why do you say that? Not to mention that during this period, the property manager has been trying to avoid physical contact between me and his wife. Even she herself has consciously stayed away from me, Sui Jing explained. And the way she looked at me. Sui Jing shook her head slightly and said, "It's really surprising." Feng Zhaixing frowned. "But it's strange. As a game NPC. Why is she afraid of players? I don't even know about that." "Forget it." Feng Zhaixing was in a very good mood. "Don't worry about things you can't figure out. Anyway, what is supposed to come will come." Sui Jing nodded in agreement. "You're right. Attention, players. Attention, players. The game map has been updated in real time. The game map has been updated in real time." As soon as the conversation between the two ended, a familiar mechanical sound came from the small stereo in the living room. "Map updated?" Feng Zhaixing glanced at the stereo in confusion and asked, "What's the meaning?" But she didn't need to wait for her to ask this question. The announcer had already begun to explain on its own. Players' action locations are no longer limited to their own rooms. During the game, players can leave the shelter area, but the activity area is limited to apartments and the like. They are not allowed to leave the apartment without permission. Otherwise, they will be responsible for the consequences. What it means is that they seem to be able to go out now, but they are still trapped in a larger floor. During this time, be sure to keep your vital signs alive, and try to find clues about escaping the community as much as possible. Wish y'all good luck. After the system finished saying these words, it disappeared as before. For a moment, the room was filled with a deserted silence. Just gone? Feng Zhaixing's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Otherwise it tells nothing. Sui Jing remained silent, but her eyes looked around nonchalantly. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in her eyes. I saw her walking straight towards the entrance, and then peeling off a piece of A4 paper on the door. "Look!" Sui Jing brought the paper to Feng Zhaixing, and saw several new rules suddenly appearing on the paper. "Huh?" Feng Zhaixing muttered dissatisfiedly. "Why are there still rules? There are so many. My brain is overloaded." Sui Jing looked at Feng Zhaixing's helpless expression, smiled helplessly and said, "Be content. After all, these rules are clearly given to you. There are not so many truths for you to distinguish from falsehoods." "That's right." Feng Zhaixing thought of this, and was instantly resurrected with full health. "Then let's take a look. I saw in the rules that there are new rules for apartment buildings. As follows. Players are advised not to leave the room between 1400 hours and 1600 hours in the afternoon. Players must return to the room before 2200 hours at night, because only your room is absolutely safe. Players should not leave the apartment without permission or go to the first floor of the apartment. Otherwise, they will bear extremely serious consequences. There are no public toilets outside the corridor. If you see a public toilet at the end of the corridor, don't worry. The lights in the corridors are all voice activated. So please tread lightly after dark. It is normal for shadows to appear under lights. But if you notice your shadows acting strangely, try to avoid the lights. The rooftop of the apartment has been closed, and players will not be able to access the rooftop. Players should not enter the rooms of other staff at will. If they enter accidentally, please leave quickly within 15 minutes. If the player fails to leave within the time limit, please find a safe place to hide until you have the opportunity to leave again. Do not confront staff. It is extremely rude. If you see strange creatures in your apartment hallway, please ignore them. They are not yet domesticated and may harm you. The rules found by players before must also be followed carefully. The new rules this time do not conflict with the previous rules. But something strange is that there are two O-shaped symbols marked with red paint on the lower right corner of the paper. Sui Jing put the paper on the coffee table and said, "This rule seems simple and nothing special." But what she didn't finish was that these rules set limits everywhere. But she still subconsciously felt that some of these rules could be tested a little. In other words, some of these rules do not need to be followed. On the contrary, you can still try to explore the wind. The reason she didn't tell Feng Zhaixing was that it was just her speculation, and she didn't want to let others take risks with her without obvious evidence. Yes. Feng Zhaixing nodded in agreement. It's just that these two circles are a bit strange. After all, this symbol was not found in the previous rules. Is it possible that this has any special meaning? Sui Jing pursed his lips and said, "Probably. I guess the system won't do useless work." "Then, are we going out now?" Feng Zhaixing asked hesitantly. Unexpectedly, Sui Jing answered very decisively. "Not going for now." "Oh." Feng Zhaixing didn't ask why. Since Sui Jing didn't want to go out, she didn't plan to go out today. Not to mention that it was already afternoon. There were still many things that I didn't understand in this room alone. "Huh?" Feng Zhaixing seemed to have seen something, staring in the direction of the window. Sister Sui Jing. There seems to be something there. Feng Jiaxing. He walked to the window, pointed to the edge of the window, and said to Sui Jing. These seem to be 4 cards. Sui Jing glanced sideways, stood up from the sofa, and walked over there. Here. Feng Jiaxing picked up the card and handed it to Sui Jing. Sui Jing took the card and looked at it. The back of the card has a complex texture of black and gold. Black is the background and gold is the embellishment. The overall look is like a golden flower blooming on the mostly black background of the card. Flowers. The front is wrapped with gold rim around the edge of the card. In the middle of each card is a red circle that almost occupies the entire card surface. Above the circle is printed a delicate little man with a nose and eyes. This is for us, Sui Jing said lightly, pulled out 2 cards, and handed them to Feng Jiaxing. These 4 cards are exactly the same. I guess they have some special function. What will that do? Feng Jiaxing raised the card and looked at it carefully under the light. But he didn't see anything special at all, although Sui Jing was staring at the cards in his hand. His mind was racing rapidly. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth rose imperceptibly, as if she had discovered something interesting. But she still didn't say anything and only gave Feng Jiaxing a few instructions. You must keep these 2 cards well, and don't lose them. Of course I know that. Feng Jiaxing smiled, then opened the zipper on his pocket and put the card in. Sui Jing smiled slightly and put the card into the pocket of her coat. Chapter 149 Escape from the Weird Community. The manager returned to the room, grabbed the collar of the beautiful woman who had been following him just now, half dragged and half pulled her into his own bedroom. Trash. The manager threw the woman on the floor, and the woman immediately changed her appearance, becoming the original appearance of a human body with a snake's tail. Woo! Woo! The snake girl's eyes revealed unconcealable horror and fear, and even her tail was curled up into a ball, shrinking tightly. Are you afraid of her? The manager looked down at the snake girl curled up on the ground indifferently, and said in a sinister tone, Tell me. She's just a shameless little thief who doesn't know how to live or die. What is it about that woman that you should be afraid of? Huh? The snake girl couldn't speak, so she could only shake her head. But she couldn't explain anything. Oh, I forgot. The property manager seemed to have just come to his senses. He slowly squatted down and looked directly into the snake girl's red pupils. You can't speak anymore. Actually, I quite like the sound of your voice. But it's a pity, the property manager said, pretending to be sorry, and actually tried to pull Snake Girl's wrist. The snake girl folded her hands tightly in front of her, trying to avoid being touched by the property, because she knew clearly that if the property manager wanted to touch her at this time, he must have thought of some new way to torture her. Huh? The property manager sneered and retracted his hand. Under Snake Girl's frightened gaze, he actually did nothing more. Then write it to me and tell me why, so that I will continue to love you. The property manager pretended to be hypocritical. He seemed very confident that the snake girl would continue to forgive him this time. Forgive his cruelty, his indifference, everything about him. However, what he didn't expect was that even if Snake Girl really did forgive him, she would want to tell him something. But as to why Snake Girl is afraid of Sui Jing, Snake Girl herself doesn't know the answer. Or perhaps, her mood towards Sui Jing at that time was not that of fear. The Snake Girl wrote I don't know on the ground 1 stroke at a time. The property could no longer be installed, and there was a gloomy look on his brows. He stared at the 3 words on the floor for a long time, and suddenly laughed nervously. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll let you go for now. After I catch all those people, I'll see if you know it or not. I just hope they don't die casually. I really like her face and white hair. It would be so beautiful if it were dyed with other colors. At night, after Sui Jing finished washing, she sat quietly on the bed in the bedroom for a while. During this period, she kept staring at the half-length mirror without looking away. Suddenly, Sui Jing stood up, walked to the half-length mirror without squinting, turned the mirror upside down on the table without hesitation, took out a blanket from the suitcase, and walked out. Congratulations to the player for successfully committing suicide. The value of committing suicide is plus 20. The death value has reached 100. Please start drawing props. Sui Jing sighed lightly. She was really risking her life on this possibility every time. Sister Sui Jing, why did you come out? Feng Jiaxing had not yet entered the room. He looked at Sui Jing hugging a thin blanket and expressed that he did not understand this bizarre operation. I can just sleep outside tonight, Sui Jing said, and sat down on the sofa. Judging from this posture, He really planned to spend the night in the living room. Why? Feng Jiaxing asked. Can't you sleep in your room? Maybe. Sui Jing looked directly into Feng Jiaxing's eyes and said every word. I moved the mirror in the room. Feng Jiaxing's eyes widened, and he shouted directly to Sui Jing without caring about any etiquette. Are you crazy? Don't the rules say you can't touch anything in the bedroom? Cough, cough, cough. Due to being too excited, Feng Jiaxing couldn't breathe for a while and started coughing non-stop. Sui Jing was not angry, but sighed helplessly, stood up and handed her a bottle of water, helping her calm down. Don't be so angry if you're not feeling well. Don't worry. I moved the things, and they won't threaten your safety. She had the nerve to joke, let alone whether she was safe or not. Is that what I mean? Feng Jiaxing's eyes widened angrily. I'm worried something will happen to you. Sui Jing smiled calmly. What can happen to me? Besides, aren't there rules that are true and false? I just want to see if this one is true or false. And as you saw this morning, other things came out of the mirror in my room. Then you risk your life. Feng Jiaxing simply hated him. How can you just do something you're not sure about? I'm sure. Sui Jing's tone was quite innocent. She was a little confused by what she said. Now she felt that Feng Jiaxing was the older one. How sure are you? How confident can you be? Are you so confident? Feng Jiaxing originally thought that as she said this, Sui Jing would be able to back off a little bit. But he didn't expect that Sui Jing would actually tell her with a serious face. 30%. I'm 30% sure. Nothing less. Not more. You Feng Jiaxing was a little angry. Is this the point? Why doesn't this person listen to advice? Whatever. It is moot anyway. So there is no point in talking about it now. You're not going to die. Are you? Feng Jiaxing asked vaguely. He had just finished training Sui Jing. He was still a little embarrassed, and suddenly regretted his previous impulse. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes and smiled. Won't. Don't smile so proudly. I don't care about you. Feng Jiaxing was as angry as a puffer fish. Sui Jing immediately regained his cool and cold look and said softly, no smile. Feng Jiaxing rolled his eyes speechlessly. Just hold it. I saw that you were smiling with crooked eyebrows just now. And you were quite happy. Is it necessary to take this kind of risk? Is there no other way? Feng Jiaxing asked this, just hoping that Sui Jing would think it over carefully next time. But little did he know that this was the result of Sui Jing's careful consideration. Sui Jing obviously understood the meaning of Feng Jiaxing's words. She pursed her lips. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of seriousness. I want to try. She didn't have to take this risk. Although she kept trying to commit suicide. She didn't really want to lose her life like that. But if she didn't take this risk, would she be safe and pass the level successfully? But the video they watched this morning told her clearly. This is impossible. As long as she is still in the game. She cannot continue to tolerate it. Besides, who could tell her that if she didn't move the mirror, the squirrel would really pose no threat to them? Feng Jiaxing looked at Sui Jing's face carefully, trying to find a trace of shrinkage and timidity on her face. But she didn't find it after all. She only saw fearlessness and calmness in Sui Jing's eyes. Okay then. Feng Jiaxing had no choice but to compromise. If you really encounter something at night, you must wake me up. Of course. Sui Jing nodded. But only Sui Jing himself knows whether he will really wake up Feng Jiaxing. Then I'll go to bed first. And you should go to bed early. Okay. Sui Jing responded softly, and watched Feng Jiaxing return to the room. Sui Jing leaned on the sofa again, put the blanket on his legs casually, caressed Zhang Wangshu a few times and murmured, Tonight, you will be the only one with me. Chapter 150 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. Ms. Supervision. We meet again. Sui Jing stared at the beautiful man speaking in front of her. According to the system, the expression on her face was always cold and without any fluctuation. Sui Jing secretly rolled his eyes, knowing that he had only met him a week ago. Why are you here again? I heard that you were injured when you went on a mission today. I just wanted to come over and have a look. How are you? Is it serious? Sui Jing took the hand hanging at his side behind him, and said in a calm tone. It's just a minor injury. Don't worry about it. Go back. Dr. Song. Ms. Supervision. Song Huaixing was about to say something, but had to shut her mouth the moment she received Sui Jing's slightly suggestive look. Okay. Then I'll go back first. Then keep this medicine and remember to use it. After saying that, Song Huaixing took out a tube of ointment from his pocket and put it on the table. Then opened the door and left go out. After the person left, Sui Jing stretched out the hand hidden behind her back and picked up the slender ointment. She looked at the shallow scar on the back of her hand that looked like it had been lightly scratched by a sharp instrument. She shook her head helplessly. It's hard to make a trip for him. After all, she didn't care much about this minor injury. A few days later, the inspector's accommodation area. Ms. Supervision. Are your injuries healed? Sui Jing was on his way back to his apartment when he met Song Huixing, who had just returned from an unknown control center. As soon as Song Huixing saw her, he walked quickly to her. Sui Jing originally didn't want to tell him more. After all, within the entire area of the inspector's accommodation, the system surveillance was stricter than anywhere else. But looking at Song Huixing's worried eyes, she couldn't just ignore him. She sighed in her heart. Beauty was indeed misleading. I'm fine. After saying that, Sui Jing raised his hand and gave Song Huixing a look, before adding another sentence. Your ointment is very useful. Song Huixing saw that the scabs on the back of her hands had fallen off, leaving only a faint trace of pink. And he knew that she was not lying this time. Do you have any other tasks later? He knew that most of Sui Jing's jobs were randomly assigned, so it was troublesome to see her. I finally met her today, so I wanted to ask, what if she was free today? No. Sui Jing replied truthfully. Today, she did not find anything unusual in the copy she was monitoring. In comparison, she was indeed much more relaxed today than in some previous times. That Song Huixing struggled for a long time before continuing. Are you going to visit my apartment? Sui Jing looked at Song Huixing in confusion. You mean a tour of your apartment? Song Huixing now wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl in. How could he say such a thing? But now that he had said it all, Song Huixing had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to lie. Yes, I purchased a batch of flower seeds some time ago, and now they are all blooming. I want to take you to see them. After he finished speaking, he stared straight at Sui Jing with both eyes. He looked extremely nervous, fearing that Sui Jing would reject his request. Sui Jing sighed softly and said, Lead the way. You agreed? Song Huixing was still a little unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, Sui Jing would not go to his apartment. He would always go to Sui Jing's apartment to find her. Yes. Sui Jing responded lightly. If there were others here, they might still be able to see the hidden smile in Sui Jing's eyes. Sui Jing opened her eyes suddenly, and she seemed to hear a rustling sound coming from her bedroom. The sofa in the living room happened to have its back to Sui Jing's bedroom door. If she wanted to know what was going on in her room, she could only turn her head and look. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Sui Jing still felt that she could not defeat me. It's better to move. The rustling sound rang in Sui Jing's room for a while. Then suddenly there was no movement. Suddenly, Sui Jing heard the sound of something being broken in her room, followed by a series of footsteps getting closer and closer to her. Sui Jing still closed her eyes, wanting to see what the I was that rolled out of her room. Despite this, her hand hidden under the blanket still tightly grasped the handle of Zhang Wanshu's knife. Sui Jing resisted the urge to open his eyes, and tried to control his expression not to reveal any flaws. But the man in front of him was too bold. His fingers first touched Sui Jing's face, then moved from the eyes to the bridge of the nose, and finally stopped at the lips. Ugh! Sui Jing couldn't bear it anymore. What the hell is this guy so brave? Zhang Wanshu took out his sheath and pointed it towards the face of the person in front of him. She opened her eyes and stabbed the man with a long knife in her hand at lightning speed. The man took a step back, turned sideways and easily dodged Sui Jing's attack, and seemed to be quite able to do so with ease. Just when Sui Jing was about to stab him a second time, the man hidden in the darkness spoke. Long time no see. Why are you so angry when I first come up? Don't you miss me? The man paused and continued. My supervisory lady. Sui Jing frowned, a bad premonition welling up in his heart. Who are you? With a snap, the lights in the living room were turned on, and Sui Jing naturally saw the face of the person in front of him clearly. The face in front of him was a familiar face, but Sui Jing's brows furrowed even more. Why? The supervisor lady doesn't recognize me? Sui Jing's eyelids twitched. Then he quickly adjusted the expression on his face and spoke softly. Song Huixing. It's rare that Miss Supervisor still remembers me. Song Huixing smiled and wanted to take a step closer to Sui Jing. Don't move. Sui Jing's expression was calm, and she still didn't put down the long knife she held. Not to mention that she knew that Song Huixing had now become an NPC in the game, and Song Huixing would never use this tone with her. Say, glib and even more shameless. So the question now is, how did he appear? The fake Song Huisheng tilted his head and looked at Sui Jing with innocent eyes. What's wrong? Why are you here? Sui Jing asked. Fake Song Huisheng raised the corners of his lips and replied. Of course it's because you miss me. Sui Jing's eyebrows twitched and he hesitated to speak. The hand holding the handle of the knife tightened again and again. No. I couldn't bear it. Sui Jing took a breath and pursed his lips. The slightly drooped upper eyelids suddenly lifted up, and his cold gaze was like a sharp blade piercing straight towards the fake Song Huisheng, who was pointed at by the long knife. She stared at that extremely beautiful face, which became extremely oily due to the inappropriate expression. Sui Jing pursed her lips. No. She couldn't bear it anymore. In an instant, Sui Jing slashed with a long sword in his hand. After fighting with him for several rounds, Sui Jing raised his eyebrows. The moment the fake Song Huisheng stepped back again, Sui Jing leaned on the back of the sofa, turned over, and walked quickly to his bedroom. Fake Song Huisheng didn't realize why Sui Jing suddenly gave up attacking him. The moment he saw Sui Jing running towards his bedroom, he seemed to suddenly understand something and hurriedly chased after him. What do you want to do? Fake Song Huisheng's voice suddenly became louder. He stared at the mirror in Sui Jing's hand and said harshly, You put it down. TSK. Sui Jing said lightly, the tip of his brows becoming as cold as frost and snow. She carefully examined the cracked mirror in her hand, and seemed to understand something. You came out from here? If I say no, would you believe it? I don't think so. Sui Jing nodded. Okay. Sui Jing walked and moved to the window with the mirror. Since she didn't sleep in the bedroom today, she didn't close the window in the room. Outside the window, it was as dark as ever, with smoke and ashes of unknown origin floating in the air. Chapter 151 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. You have only two choices. Say it, or don't say it. Sui Jing held the mirror and gently placed it on the windowsill, his words full of threats. If she moved her hand even an inch further, the mirror would fall out of the window and be placed in a place of no return. Fake Song Huisheng gritted his teeth. Although he had thought about snatching the mirror from Sui Jing's hand before, Sui Jing was too close to the window, and he was not sure. Moreover, nothing can happen to the mirror. Huh? Are you so sure that that mirror can threaten me? Even though the fake Song Huisheng's mind had gone through 1,000 changes, his face became calm after a moment of panic. However, he didn't know that his poor acting skills were no longer visible in Sui Jing's eyes. But she didn't care. It was just part of the plan. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows and raised a sarcastic smile. But his tone was light. To be honest, I wasn't sure at first. What do you mean? Fake Song Huisheng suddenly had a bad suspicion. What did the woman in front of him want to do? Humph. Sui Jing snorted coldly. But if this mirror isn't so important. A strong paranoia flashed across her eyes. Then you come and kill me. I can't pose any threat to you anyway. Can I? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Of course not. I naturally believe you can kill me. Sui Jing looked calm, but his words were not surprising. But, do you really dare to bet? I bet you can really kill me. As long as you don't kill me, the one who dies will definitely be you. Huh. You are really arrogant. Sui Jing's words successfully angered the imposter. He now wants to ensure the safety of the mirror and kill Sui Jing, both of which are not easy. When Sui Jing saw this, he did not take any action. He still leaned gently against the window and remained unmoved, looking at the counterfeit as if he was not involved. An idea flashed through fake Song Huisheng's mind, and his keen sense of survival made him feel that something was wrong. The moment he wanted to stop, he felt as if he was imprisoned and unable to move at all. What did you do? The fake Song Huisheng was extremely angry. He had never suffered such a secret loss before. But this time, he had truly seen the sinister nature of people's hearts. TSK. Sui Jing pretended to be surprised. In the eyes of others, this exclamation contained extremely malicious intent. You almost saw it. A little smarter than you thought. You fake Song Huisheng was about to get angry, but found that as long as he made any big movements, the restraints on his body would become stronger. It hurt so much that a lot of veins popped out on his forehead. At this point, he had to force himself to calm down. He took 2 deep breaths, looked at Sui Jing with gloomy eyes, and his voice was hoarse. What exactly did you do to me? Change back. Sui Jing said coldly. What? Fake Song Huisheng wondered if he heard it wrong, or else why Sui Jing didn't answer his question, but said something without beginning or end. Sui Jing lightly raised his eyelids. his cold gaze peeking out from under his thin eyelids, and impatiently repeated word by word. Change back. After this, the fake Song Huixing realized that Sui Jing wanted him to change back to his true self. Not to steal his current face. Haha, the fake Song Huixing seemed to have discovered something interesting and novel. Instead of changing back immediately, he started teasing Sui Jing. Miss Inspector, don't you like my face? Sui Jing pursed her lips, although her memory was still fragmented. Based on her long-term observation and practice, she found that most NPCs in the game actually had their own thoughts and consciousness. I don't know if it was set up like this from the beginning, or if some uncontrollable unexpected factors gradually appeared in the game. Maybe they have seen too many players. Not only can they feel the player's emotions, but they also have their own consciousness and emotions. It's just that this part is too small for them, so it seems too insignificant. However, their memories seem to be constantly refreshed, retaining only a small part that is not complete. Even if they have their own consciousness, it will not have any major impact on the game. Their behavior has generally been set, and will not be easily changed unless there is a major failure in the system itself. Although Sui Jing is very puzzled by this phenomenon, she has no way to investigate this matter now. If she wants to completely understand all the useful information about the game, she must become an inspector again. Get an opportunity to re-enter each observation center. Sui Jing looked at the fake Song Huixing, who looked helpless, but actually sighed mockingly. She put the mirror on the windowsill, and walked calmly towards the fake Song Huixing. When she was about half a meter away from him stopped. She ignored fake Song Huixing's defensive and bewildered eyes, and smiled softly. She smiled very softly, as if she could be blown away by the evening breeze outside the window, making it difficult to hear clearly. But the fake Song Huixing actually heard it. Not only that, this weak chuckle actually caused a trace of cold sweat to break out on his back. The corners of her eyes and eyebrows were slightly raised, but there was no smile in her eyes. They were as cold as the eternal ice fields. Ah! The fake Song Huixing cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. His two bound hands could only hold the crook of his knees awkwardly. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead, and his whole body became hideous due to the sudden severe pain. Sui Jing squatted down and looked down at the man in front of him. You must have been in the game for a long time, right? Fake Song Huixing bit her lip and glared at Sui Jing, not intending to answer Sui Jing's question. Sui Jing didn't care and continued talking on his own. Since you already know that I am the inspector, why don't you be more obedient? So what about the inspector? As long as you are not the chief inspector, you can't do anything to me. Besides, you are no longer the inspector. You are just an ordinary person, fake Song Huixing said disdainfully, seeming to still see it not as good as Sui Jing's little trick. Sui Jing heard this and did not refute. She thought for a while, then nodded suddenly, as if she agreed with what he said. You're right. I'm not the inspector now. I really don't have any better way to deal with you. However, it is still easy to make you die silently here. How dare you? Fake Song Huixing seemed to be in a hurry and threatened. If you dare to kill me, you won't even be able to escape from this copy. Sui Jing knew that each copy would have a clue-type NPC. Under normal circumstances, it was best not to kill this kind of NPC easily. Otherwise it would be easy to lose a certain amount of clues. But after all, it was not impossible to kill him. And Sui Jing had no feeling about it. It's just a clue NPC. Not worth mentioning at all. Sui Jing seemed not to care about the threat contained in his words, and remained unmoved. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether we can escape or not. The most important thing now is how do you want to die? You can't kill me. Fake Song Huixing wanted to step back, but he couldn't move freely. He had to whisper and beg for mercy. Let me go! Whatever you want to know. As long as I know it, I will tell you without reservation. No need, Sui Jing said lightly. Why don't you tell me why you were killed in the most painful way? And I will grant your wish. Sui Jing could have tolerated him for a while, but he kept holding Song Huixing's face, which made her a little unhappy. It doesn't matter. She can guess what she wants to know. The effect is the same with or without this counterfeit. Madman! Madman! Let me go! Fake Song Huixing shouted as pitifully as a slaughtered pig. I'll give you another chance. Sui Jing's patience almost ran out. She pulled out Zhang Huashu and placed it on his neck, saying coldly, Change back. I change. I change. The counterfeiter was immediately frightened to the point of confusion, and he was so panicked that he didn't know what the world was. Sui Jing clearly saw that the face of this thing gradually blurred. and finally turned into a human-shaped brown mud-like thing with a nose and eyes. But the distribution and shape of the facial features were all messy. And it didn't look like it should appear on a face at all. So ugly. Sui Jing's eyelids twitched slightly. And he couldn't bear to look at it a second time. Clay figurine, well, now I don't even have the most basic respect. Chapter 152 Escape from the Weird Community. I want to ask you. Have you been staying in this place since you were born? Sui Jing didn't ask the clay figurine what she wanted to know as soon as she came up. It wasn't hard to guess anyway. Instead, they changed the topic and started chatting. So what? The clay figurine still looked unconvinced. But the deformed face and deformed facial features were still extremely funny. It's nothing. Sui Jing didn't care. Walked to his bed and sat down. Just asking. Her being so calm made the clay figure feel uncomfortable. He didn't understand why Sui Jing asked such a nonsensical question. But Sui Jing was just testing. She wanted to know whether the NPCs in the dungeon would randomly refresh after playing the game again and again, or whether they would remain the same. Do I have a problem too? The clay man suddenly said. This made Sui Jing a little surprised. Under such circumstances, he could still turn his back on the guests. And he was quite courageous. Did he make something wrong? Did he expect Sui Jing not to do anything to him? Sui Jing raised her eyelids and glanced at him casually. Tell me, since you are the inspector, why are you here again? Sui Jing thought for a while and felt that there was nothing she couldn't say. If she couldn't say it, the system would have warned her long ago. I just made a mistake. The clay figure looked sideways at Sui Jing as if he didn't believe it. Absurd. What mistake did you make that would cause the inspector, who is the spokesperson of the system, to be punished like this? Sui Jing snorted lightly. Spokesperson? To be honest, she really doesn't know what mistake she made to be kicked out of the system, or even erased from all her memories. But instead of telling the clay figure, she asked, why not? Now, won't the system also allow inspectors who have made mistakes to enter the game? For example, like Ji Yuan? Do you think I'm stupid? The clay figure sneered. I appeared by reading your dreams, but your dreams are not only incomplete, but also very confusing. Even I can tell that your memory has been seriously damaged. Sui Jing glanced at it, as if it wasn't very smart. This has nothing to do with you. Sui Jing didn't want to talk to him, because it was meaningless. The clay figure was choked by Sui Jing. He was about to retort, but suddenly he was stunned. He looked at Sui Jing's delicate and beautiful face and blurted out, You? Me what? The clay figurine squinted his eyes and carefully scanned Sui Jing's facial features, and his voice was so low that it seemed like he was mumbling to himself. Looks familiar? When Sui Jing heard what he said, he didn't take it to heart. He just raised his eyes and carefully looked at the appearance of the clay figurine, then shook his head slightly. Not impressed at all. I know you. The clay figurine suddenly became excited, almost shocking Sui Jing. You are one of those chief inspectors. Have we met? Sui Jing suddenly became interested. The clay figurine seemed to really know her. The clay figurine no longer had the arrogance it had just now, and the whole man suddenly became depressed. Never seen it. Sui Jing snorted lightly and said, Do you think I'm easy to fool? Huh? I really haven't seen it. The clay man was almost driven crazy, and he kept wailing. I only saw you from a distance once. At that time, the dungeon tasks had been completed, and you brought a group of inspectors to finish the work for the weak players. In fact, it was said to be a group, but in fact Sui Jing only brought 3 or 4 people with him. Weak. Sui Jing narrowed her eyes. She didn't like this description very much, so Sui Jing wanted him to continue. I was hiding in the mirror. Logically speaking, as long as I don't show up in the mirror, people outside can't see me. The clay figurine also recalled it seriously. But when you walked in front of me, you stopped suddenly. You stared at the mirror for a few seconds, and then said to another person, This mirror is too ugly. Can you change it? Speaking of this, the clay figure actually felt aggrieved. I don't know how you can tell that I'm ugly. After all, although the appearance of this mirror is simple, it really doesn't match ugliness. Sui Jing helplessly raised her forehead. But she didn't expect that there seemed to be no difference between her before she lost her memory and now. Then another person said, It's okay. Isn't this just an ordinary mirror? Don't pick it. After saying this, the other person walked out of the room. Only you remained in front of me. The clay figure thought for a while, but still did not continue to speak. When your fingers lightly slide across the mirror, I can feel the faint murderous intent in your eyes even through a layer of glass. After a while, You were called out. I only heard someone calling you Jay. So, this is how you know my identity? Sui Jing asked. Yes. The clay figure nodded. I know that in the system. Only the first batch of chief inspectors are codenamed by letters. Other inspectors introduced later are numbered by numbers. And your code name is very famous in the game, the clay figure said. Famous? Sui Jing was a little confused. Why? The clay figure hesitated and did not dare to speak, even though his facial features were integrated into his entire face. Sui Jing could still see the embarrassed look on his face. For most of us, inspectors are not scary. And even some chief supervisors are not scary, because they will hardly take the initiative to interfere in our life and death. After saying that, he raised his eyes to look at Sui Jing and opened his mouth several times. Not even half a syllable was uttered. Sui Jing understood. You mean that I will actively intervene in your life and death? The clay figure let out a long sigh. There are also stories about you that have been spread among us. Most of the people who mention you are just those adjectives. Say yes first. Don't hit me. The clay figurine also wanted to ask for a gold medal to avoid death. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a sharp knife in the eye. Sui Jing said nothing. Just looked at him lightly. I said it. I said it. The clay man lost his dignity without moral integrity. They all say you are a madman, a god of murder, and inhumane. After saying that, he shut his mouth tightly because he thought so too. Huh. Sui Jing couldn't tell whether he was angry or not. She looked straight at the clay figure. You know a lot. But let them say whatever they want. As for you, you look useless. Sui Jing stood up and walked towards the clay figure step by step. No. The clay figurine was simply shocked. Why are you trying to burn bridges across rivers? It's a shame that I've talked so much with you. Because we have been chatting for so long. Please spare me this time. The clay figure really didn't dare to anger Sui Jing anymore. Ever since he found out that she was Inspector J, he had become humbled. Quite a few. After all, he now knows that this woman in front of him cannot be messed with. She can do anything unexpected and is a veritable madman. I didn't ask you to chat with me. Sui Jing's words were even more sarcastic. But since you said so much, I'll let you go in a dignified way. After saying that, Sui Jing rummaged through the suitcase and found a long length of rubber rope. She pulled the end of the rope into a loop. And while the clay figure was unable to move, she tightly tied the rope around his neck. Let me go! Let me go! The clay figure kept struggling and begging for mercy. And the restraints on his body continued to tighten. I can tell you whatever you want to know. You can tell me how I got here. Sui Jing grabbed the rope around him and dragged him to the window. Tell me, can you still go back into the mirror? This, the clay figure said incoherently. The mirror is broken and I can't go back. Really? I didn't lie to you. Yeah. Sui Jing responded lightly. Then there's no way. After saying that, Sui Jing stepped onto the inside of the windowsill, lifted the clay figure up with both hands, and the clay figure was thrown out of the window. The moment he touched the soot that filled the sky outside the window, he instantly turned into a charred skeleton. The whole process was so fast that he didn't even cry out the last cry. Crack at the moment when the clay figurine died tragically. The mirror on the windowsill also shattered, and it was completely impossible to put it back together. Sui Jing watched the miserable state of the clay figure with cold eyes, remaining unmoved. Instead, he found a place to secure the other end of the rope and let the clay figure's scorched bones sway outside the window. Chapter 153 Escape from the Weird Community. Sui Jing clapped his hands casually and looked at the chaotic results in the bedroom, but couldn't help but sigh. Although he was bound to die no matter what, he shouldn't have changed into Song Huaishan to lie to her. He will die faster this way, even if she really doesn't remember anything. She closed the window again, leaving only a gap big enough to pass through the rubber rope hanging the clay figure's bones. After this experience, all that was left of the clay figure was a charred black body, as if it would turn into ashes if touched. But this also made Sui Jing truly realize how dangerous the outside environment was. But now that the main big trouble in the bedroom has been solved, let the rest be left to chance. Sui Jing covered her mouth and yawned. The bedroom was still a bit messy, and she still didn't want to sleep in it. She might as well wait until it was cleaned up tomorrow. Thinking like this, she finally decided to go to the sofa and make do with it all night. So, she bent down and picked up the long knife that had been placed on the ground because her hands were not free, and walked lightly towards the living room. The moment she reclined on the sofa and closed her eyes, She remembered for no reason some of the remaining details of her unfinished dream before the clay figurine arrived. However, at least at this moment, she knew clearly that the dream was her real memory, not a beautiful picture that remained in the dream alone. "How's it going?" Song Huaisheng brought Sui Jing to the front of his apartment. He saw that the courtyard of his apartment was filled with roses of all kinds, which were extremely gorgeous and romantic. "Did you build all these fences yourself?" Sui Jing's focus was always so different. "Yes." Song Huaisheng raised his chin proudly, and then he straightened his expression before speaking. "No, I didn't ask you to come here to look at the fence." Sui Jing chuckled. "I know." She just felt that building such a large fence was a big project. It must have taken a long time, and it was obvious that he really put thought into this matter. "Very beautiful," Sui Jing said softly. "Really?" Song Huaisheng clearly caught the faint smile hidden in Sui Jing's expression. He quietly moved closer to Sui Jing. "Then do you like it?" The ambiguity hidden in the words was almost ready to be revealed. Song Huaisheng. Sui Jing called him softly for some reason, but did not add any other content. But Song Huaisheng immediately understood the helplessness behind her words. He sighed helplessly in his heart, and could only pretend to be calm. Who made them the supervisors? Their every move will be closely monitored by the system. If the relationship between two inspectors is too close, they will be severely warned. Otherwise, the system is not very courageous. But there are quite a lot of things going on. He raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. "It's their honor to be liked by you. If you don't like it, forget it. It's just a joke. This is the rose I planted just for you. As long as you feel happy, my efforts will not be in vain. These flowers are so beautiful. Everyone will like them. But Miss Supervisor won't take them seriously." Even though Sui Jing knew that he was acting for the system, the moment she heard him say this, Sui Jing still frowned uncontrollably. Song Huaisheng spoke carelessly, but his eyes never left Sui Jing. The moment he noticed Sui Jing's frown, he felt as if his heart was being grasped tightly by an invisible hand, making him breathe hard. "But since Miss Supervisor also thinks they look good, why not take some back with you?" Song Huaisheng said. Sui Jing shook his head. "No need. They are blooming fine. Why bother to take them off again?" "Okay." Song Huaisheng no longer pressed. "I saw him take out a round-bellied porcelain vase from the grass, and inside it was a rose that was all white from petals to stamens. Then take this." Song Huaisheng reached out and handed the porcelain bottle to Sui Jing. "This rose itself was about to die, but I saw that it was so dazzlingly white, so I thought of cutting it off and raising it, just in case it survives. Then I watered it casually every day, and it actually regained its vitality." Song Huaisheng's tone was very calm, as if he was describing an ordinary thing. But the moment Sui Jing took the porcelain bottle, she knew Song Huaisheng was lying. Sui Jing didn't believe that the rose could bloom to such an extent that no one took good care of it. Sui Jing didn't expose his little thoughts, raised his head, and said something to him. "Thank you for the rose. It's beautiful. See you later." "See you another day, Miss Supervisor." Song Huaisheng stood among the gorgeous rose flowers. Her figure was elegant and upright, full of nobility. However, his appearance became extremely beautiful, and his whole figure seemed to blend into an exquisite oil painting. Sui Jing did not look back, so no one but herself knew how soft her eyes were looking at the rose in her hand at that moment. It's not like just looking at a flower. What's in your eyes is as tiny as stars. Is the little bit of love hidden deep in your heart. Rose flowers are beautiful. I like them very much. There are thousands of roses in the world, but you are the only white rose in my heart. Sui Jing raised his arms to cover the bits of light in front of his eyes, and sleepiness followed him. She finally remembered why on the surface there had been no breakthrough in their relationship from beginning to end. To put it another way, even if they both liked each other, under strict surveillance, their love for each other gradually turned into a secret that could not be revealed. The system will not allow unnecessary and useless feelings between two humans who should exist under its control. Especially at that time, they were not yet completely convinced and trusting of the system, and they still harbored their own petty thoughts that were not known to others. But the system doesn't care. It always thinks that one person can't make any big waves, no matter how powerful and ambitious he is. But if there are two such people together, the meaning is completely different. If there are two, there will be three. The system will never allow such a thing to happen. It must maintain the internal stability of the system and ensure that each inspector inside is an independent individual who cannot cooperate with others. Only by isolating every uncertain factor that may potentially threaten the system. Can the security of the system itself be maintained to the greatest practical extent? Sui Jing thought about it, and felt that his thoughts were gradually becoming blurry. The whole person gradually fell into a deep sleep. Do you like him? The system has been silent since Sui Jing returned to the apartment, until it saw Sui Jing placing the porcelain vase containing white roses on the glass stand in front of the bedroom door. It couldn't help but ask. Of course. Sui Jing answered unexpectedly. She felt that the system was obviously lagging, and when she seemed to want to say something, she continued, "Why wouldn't you like such a beautiful flower? You know, I'm not asking you this. The sound of the system is mechanical and cold, without any emotion." "Then what do you mean?" "You understand." After a long moment of silence, Sui Jing sighed. "What answer do you want to hear?" "Naturally negative." "Then I don't like it." Sui Jing didn't really want to talk to it. She knew that the system was most likely testing her, and if it really had evidence, it wouldn't be here to question her nicely. Since there is no evidence, Sui Jing naturally does not have the time to deal with it. Chapter 154 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. "You are lying," the system said firmly. "Whatever you think. What on earth are you thinking about? You knew you shouldn't have anything to do with him." Sui Jing walked to his bedroom door coldly, and touched his watch on the smart lock. Identification successful. The door lock has been opened. Sui Jing gently pressed the door handle, and opened the door into a narrow passage only for her to pass through. "I'm afraid this has nothing to do with you." After saying that, there was a click, and the bedroom door was locked again from the inside. System, hello. What about human manners? What about the most basic respect for it? Can you let it finish? Players Qin Yuan and Mi Feng are declared dead. Players Qin Yuan and Mi Feng are declared dead. Sui Jing raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows, slowly opened his eyes, and sat up from the sofa. She lifted the blanket covering her legs and looked at the clock on the wall, where the hands had just crossed 7 o'clock. I don't know what these two people did. Today's game has just begun, and a life was lost in vain. Feng Jiaxing didn't know whether she was awake or not. Anyway, it seemed that there was no sound in her room yet. Sui Jing stood up and walked towards the bathroom in the bedroom. She had to wash up first. Otherwise she would still feel a little uncomfortable. After washing up, Sui Jing took a piece of paper from the open suitcase and wiped off the water stains on his hands. When Sui Jing walked to the living room, he saw Feng Jiaxing standing in front of the sofa with a numb face, as if he had suffered some major disaster. Sui Jing didn't even realize when he walked out of the room. "What's wrong?" Sui Jing asked casually when he saw this. And through the tissue, he just wiped his hands into the trash can. Feng Jiaxing suddenly raised his head after hearing Sui Jing's voice. You. After holding it in for a long time, Sui Jing didn't know what Feng Jiaxing wanted to say. She looked at Feng Jiaxing with a strange look on her face and asked, "Me what?" "It scared me to death." Feng Jiaxing finally recovered. "I saw how messy the ground was. I thought. Think I'm dead too? Bah. Who said such unlucky words?" Feng Jiaxing waved his hand. "But what exactly happened last night?" Sui Jing didn't care. "It doesn't matter. It's just a little trouble. Not too troublesome. Anyway, she wasn't the one who died in the end." It seemed that she had no intention of telling Feng Jiaxing the details of what happened last night. Feng Jiaxing naturally noticed it, and stopped asking further questions. "Did you hear the death report just now?" Feng Jiaxing skillfully changed the subject. "Heard it." "Then how did they die?" They seemed to be very curious about this question. After all, what trap did they trigger in such a short period of time? "I don't know," Sui Jing answered truthfully. "But do you think they are really dead?" Feng Jiaxing's eyes widened, indicating that he couldn't keep up with Sui Jing's thoughts. "What do you mean? Are they not dead? But didn't the system just declare death? Could the information announced by the system still be false? Who knows?" Sui Jing raised her eyes slightly, and did not answer directly. But there was no trace of amusement hidden in her eyes, making her look like she was watching a good show that was about to begin. Players Qin Yuan and Mi Feng are resurrected. Players Qin Yuan and Mi Feng are resurrected. The sound of system machinery resounded in the room and persisted for a long time. It foreshadows just how ridiculous this thing is. "Look!" Sui Jing smiled as if he expected it. "Aren't they alive again?" Judging from the look on his face, Feng Jiaxing's mental activity at this time should be overwhelming. She couldn't figure it out. Feng Jiaxing blinked blankly. "You already knew this?" Sui Jing pursed her lips, as if she was attracted by Feng Jiaxing's expression. She shrugged slightly and pretended to avoid talking. Who knows? Hee. Feng Jiaxing approached Sui Jing with bright eyes. Good sister. Just tell me. If I don't know, I will always feel itchy in my heart. Sister. Just tell me. As she spoke, she pinched the corners of Sui Jing's sleeves with both hands and shook them slightly. Sui Jing lowered his eyebrows and looked at Feng Jiaxing's hand holding his sleeve. A hint of helpless stiffness flashed across his face. Feng Jiaxing keenly caught the slight discomfort in Sui Jing's expression, and he understood it in his heart. So she let go of her hand as if inadvertently, then raised her right hand and waved it in front of Sui Jing's eyes. Elder sister? What's wrong? Can't you tell me? Sui Jing looked back and shook his head. Do you remember those 2 cards we both got? Yeah. Feng Jiaxing nodded and took out the 2 cards from his pocket. You asked me to keep them safe that day, so I kept them close to me. Is there anything wrong with them? No problem, Sui Jing said. Not only is there no problem, it can save your life. Before Feng Jiaxing could react, Sui Jing continued to explain. If my guess is correct, these 2 cards represent our 2 lives. If the cards are used up twice, then our lives will be over. However, she always felt that these 2 cards were a little weird, and she always felt that saving their lives was only one of the purposes, and there must be others. Utility. Although Feng Jiaxing believed that Sui Jing would not lie to her, this was just her guess after all. But Sui Jing naturally knew her concerns. If someone told her out of thin air that she had 2 lives and could be resurrected after death, she would most likely not believe it. We'll know the answer if we ask. As he said that, Sui Jing turned on the switch of the walkie-talkie placed aside. After a rustling sound of electricity, the intercom rang with noisy voices. There were probably multiple people talking. The screen showing the floor column on the intercom kept flashing, and it was unclear who was speaking. After a long time, when the intercom was almost quiet, Sui Jing started to speak. Are Qin Yuan and Ni Feng still there? Where are the people? Are you going to speak? Yeah. Are you still there? How are you doing now? How on earth were you killed? What happened to you? Hey. 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 The intercom started to be noisy again. Sui Jing was not in a hurry, and just waited quietly for the others to finish. When the intercom became quiet again, Sui Jing heard a weak male voice coming from the intercom. I am here. Are you Qin Yuan or Mi Feng? Sui Jing asked. Mi Feng. The voice was weak, as if it was very weak. How are you doing now? Even without asking, Sui Jing could tell from their voices that their situation was probably not optimistic. But in order to better understand the situation, Sui Jing asked one more question. Very bad, Mi Feng replied. We felt like our whole bodies were falling apart in pain. But from the outside, there were almost no signs of injury. We can't move now. If we move even a little bit, it will cause 1,000 times more pain. Qin Yuan has already fainted from the pain. Hearing this, Sui Jing tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie. It seemed that their situation was more serious than she imagined. Chapter 155 Escape from the Weird Community. Are you in the room? What's the room number? Sui Jing asked. She had to go and see the situation first. If they really ignored it and left Mi Feng and the others to their fate, it was very likely that Qin Yuan and Mi Feng would die. In room 614, Mi Feng replied. Sui Jing had basically figured out the layout and arrangement of the rooms in the apartment during his previous trip, except for the room numbers on the 2nd floor, which are divided into 2 room numbers, A and B. The room numbers on the other floors are named with Arabic numerals. Okay, Sui Jing responded. We'll be there soon. Sui Jing. Su Xuan's voice came from the intercom. I have some painkillers here. Bring some and see if they come in handy. We are in room 514. Okay. 514 is on the same floor as them, and is just below room 614. It's just that Sui Jing and the others are relatively closer to the corridor. So if they want to pass by Su Xuan's room, they still have to walk a while. Sui Jing turned off the intercom temporarily and turned to look at Feng Jiaxing. Do you want to come along? I want to go. Feng Jiaxing nodded. She doesn't want to be protected by others all the time. She can also protect herself. And with her accompanying him, he might be able to take care of him when he needs help. But Sui Jing pursed his lips and hesitated to speak. I won't hold you back. Feng Jiaxing thought Sui Jing was hesitating whether he could take her with him, fearing that she would bring trouble to him. Unexpectedly, Sui Jing smiled faintly and said, I'm not afraid that you will hold me back. It's just that it might be dangerous outside, Aren't you afraid? Feng Jiaxing shook his head. I'm not afraid. What's more, even if I am afraid, I can't stay in the room and pretend not to know anything. Seeing this, Sui Jing stopped refuting her. What she said is true. Everyone has to go out sooner or later anyway. And there is no way out if you stay in the room all the time. And who can guarantee that it will be foolproof in the room? Why do you think the two people who died that day disappeared in the room? Besides, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as Feng Jiaxing followed her and didn't touch things he shouldn't touch, Sui Jing could always keep her alive. Then let's go! Sui Jing put the sword on his waist, held a walkie-talkie in one hand, and gently opened the door with the other hand. Before leaving, Sui Jing turned back to make sure there was nothing in the room that would trigger the rules. She had already taken the bottle of water that the cleaning lady wanted from her bedroom and placed it on the dining table. If the cleaning lady could get in, she would be able to take the bottle of water smoothly. But if she can't come in, she will have to come back tomorrow. Anyway, she won't be waiting in the room all the time. 514 is on the opposite side. Right. Feng Jiaxing stood at the door and looked at the house number of their room and said, Yeah. Sui Jing walked straight towards 514 after going out. Although the corridor seemed calm now, staying outside for a second longer would increase the risk. She had just told Su Suan that he would leave the medicine at the door, and she could just go and get it herself. Otherwise, there would be strange creatures pretending to be them later, and they would be easily in danger if they couldn't tell the real thing from the fake one for a while. The two of them walked to the door of 514 together and found that a small bag of medicine had been placed at the door. It seemed that Su Suan had divided some from his share. Sui Jing picked up his pocket and stood at the door and said something. We've got it. Please be careful. She knew that the two of them were listening, so she walked straight towards the stairs without waiting for Su Suan and Cheng Yeye to answer. Since it's only one floor high, there's no need to take the elevator. Dong dong dong. Mi Feng. We are here. Can we still open the door? Feng Jiaxing knocked on the door and asked. Are you serious? Mi Feng seemed to be a little unconscious, and it was difficult to say a complete sentence. It's true, Sui Jing said. Now they have to dispel Mi Feng's wariness first. So she turned on the intercom and spoke into the intercom. Feng Jiaxing and I are already at the door of 614. There was silence behind the door for a while, and then Sui Jing heard the sound of mossing. The door clicked open from the inside. Mi Feng's face was pale, and he only relied on the door handle to support the entire weight of his body. Come in. His eyelids drooped weakly, and it was obvious from the surface that he was in low spirits. Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing closed the door again after entering. Sui Jing and the two walked inside, only to see Chen Yuan slumped on the sofa, his brows furrowed tightly, and it could be seen that he was enduring unimaginable pain. Look, this is our current situation. Mi Feng sat back and said weakly. Sui Jing looked up and down Mi Feng's physical condition, and there was no sign of injury on his appearance. He just didn't know if there was any damage inside his body. However, there are no medical machines here, so there is no way to conduct accurate physical examinations. Sui Jing opened the bag and took out the painkillers inside. She glanced at the instructions briefly before handing the pills to Mi Feng. Take the medicine first. By coincidence, Feng Jiaxing had already received 2 glasses of water and brought them over. Will this work? Mi Feng stared at the pills in Sui Jing's hand with some doubts. After all, they weren't really hurt. You have to try it, Sui Jing said, and handed the pills to Mi Feng. Okay. Mi Feng took the pill and swallowed it in one breath with warm water. Give him a pill too. Sui Jing motioned to Mi Feng to put the pill into Chen Yuan's mouth, thinking that Chen Yuan was already unconscious and there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to swallow it even if he was given water. I simply let him take it without drinking water. She had seen Su Suan's pills in the shopping mall in the rest area. In fact, they didn't need water and they would melt in the mouth, but they might taste a little bitter. After a while, Sui Jing saw that Mi Feng's expression seemed to have recovered a little. How does it feel? Mi Feng felt it carefully. It seems, it really doesn't hurt that much anymore. Although there is still a slight pain. It is much better than before. Sui Jing lowered his eyes and glanced at the medicines placed on the coffee table. But he didn't expect them to be so effective. Great. Feng Jiaxing cheered. Hey, Chen Yuan seems to be awake too. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Jiaxing finished speaking, Chen Yuan's eyelids trembled. And then he slowly opened his eyelids. His Chen Yuan breathed softly, rubbed his temples, and sat up with difficulty. I'm actually still alive. I thought I was going to be hurt to death. Almost, Mi Feng said angrily. If Sui Jing and the others hadn't arrived in time, you would have been hurt to death. Ah? Qin Yuan seemed to have just noticed two people standing here, and quickly thanked Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing. Thank you very much. Feng Jiaxing waved his hand. You're welcome. Everyone helps each other. No need, Sui Jing said lightly. His Qin Yuan took another breath of air. Just when Sui Jing thought he was feeling uncomfortable again, he suddenly said something. This is too cold. Sui Jing seemed a little confused, and she looked at Mi Feng calmly. Is there some disease in his brain? Mi Feng and Feng Jiaxing, you don't use this roundabout way of swearing. Do you? Mi Feng glared at Qin Yuan slightly awkwardly, then turned to Sui Jing and said, Maybe, your brain hurt just now? Yes. Sui Jing seemed to accept this statement, and did not go into details further. She placed the turn on walkie-talkie on the coffee table, and continued to ask, What happened to you? Alas, Mi Feng sighed. Here's the thing. Chapter 156 Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. I woke up earlier than usual this morning, and left the room after washing. When I walked to the living room, I saw Qin Yuan sitting motionless at the dining table. No matter how I called him, he didn't respond. Qin Yuan, did you get up so early too? Why are you ignoring me? I didn't offend you either. Right? Mi Feng was a little depressed. How could someone sit on a chair and sulk early in the morning? Qin Yuan? Mi Feng stepped forward and patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder. Don't move. Qin Yuan's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were unblinking and filled with strange red bloodshot eyes. Mi Feng looked at his hand that was patting Qin Yuan's shoulder. He obviously didn't see anything, but he felt a slippery patch under his hand, as if he had touched the skin of some creature. This frightened him, and took a few steps back. You? What's wrong with you? Qin Yuan looked like he wanted to answer his question, but was unable to speak. Duh. What sound? I saw Qin Yuan trying hard to tell Mi Feng to hide quickly with his eyes, but it was too late. Mi Feng wanted to escape. As soon as he turned around, he felt his collar being picked up. Let me go! Let me go! Mi Feng kept struggling, but to no avail. He was then lifted out of the window, and the force holding him behind him suddenly disappeared. He was thrown from the 6th floor alive. When I opened my eyes again, I looked like just now, Mi Feng said. Then did you see what threw you down? Sui Jing asked. I didn't see it. Mi Feng shook his head in panic. It grabbed me from behind, and I couldn't see anything. I know. Qin Yuan, who had been silent since Mi Feng opened his mouth, suddenly spoke up. You know? Sui Jing looked at him, and saw Qin Yuan lowering his head with a solemn expression. His hands were clasped tightly together, indicating that he was not in a very calm mood right now. Yes. I know. Qin Yuan was not as lively as he was at the beginning, and he continued. It came out because of me. Why do you say that? I was woken up by a nightmare in the middle of the night yesterday. I couldn't fall asleep again no matter what. So I got up and went to the toilet. Qin Yuan paused, as if he didn't know where to start. Sui Jing and others did not rush him, but waited patiently for what Qin Yuan would say next. But on the way to the bathroom, I accidentally broke the celadon vase in the bedroom. Qin Yuan said. My sleepiness disappeared without a trace in an instant, because I remembered clearly that the rules said that you cannot move or damage items in the bedroom at will. I didn't fall asleep again all night. I'm afraid that something bad will happen. Qin Yuan's face turned ugly, as if he had lingering fears. As a result, I sat on the bed and waited for a long time. But nothing happened. I just thought that maybe the rule was fake and was lying to us. Feng Jiaxing glanced at Sui Jing and then said, It's not fake. Qin Yuan glanced at Feng Jiaxing in surprise and smiled. Of course not. When I let my guard down and was about to fall asleep, a monster suddenly appeared in front of me. Qin Yuan described. Its body is like a thick rotten tree. Its limbs are full of cracks, and its trunk is wrapped with long green vines. I can't see its specific features clearly, but its rotten head is covered with green moss, as fresh as if it had grown just now. Feng Jiaxing was surprised and said, You can still remember it so clearly? Qin Yuan smiled bitterly. It's not that I remember it clearly, but the appearance of this monster is exactly the same as the monster I dreamed about in the nightmare I had before I woke up. It can be said that it is exactly the same. Sui Jing lowered his eyelids and thought for a while. According to what Qin Yuan said, every monster actually appeared based on the dreams of the players in the room at that time. She herself dreamed of Song Huaixing. So the monster turned into Song Huaisheng. But after all, it is not the real Song Huaisheng. So it still has a real ontology. The monster Chen Yuan dreamed about had its own specific shape. So the monster that appeared was highly consistent with the one in his dream. Feng Zhaixing asked again. Then how did you come back to life again? Here. Chen Yuan took out the same card as Sui Jing and the others. This is a life-saving talisman. Thanks to it, we have a chance to come back. After Mifeng was thrown downstairs, I was also killed. When we both woke up again, we found ourselves sitting on the floor. Suddenly, I felt a little hot in my pocket. So I took out the card. One of them instantly burned to ashes in my hand. Both of us have long speculated that these two cards most likely represent resurrection. But we didn't expect to use them so quickly. Chen Yuan was a little regretful. And after the cards disappeared, our bodies began to suffer severe pain. I guess this is probably the price of doing it again. Chen Yuan sighed and glanced at me Feng apologetically. In the end, this time it's my fault. It's true. Feng Zhaixing looked at Sui Jing with admiration in his eyes. Then the porcelain bottle you broke should still be there. Right. Although Sui Jing was asking him, he didn't mean to question it. How do you know? Chen Yuan asked in disbelief. It is indeed still there. After we were resurrected, I went to the bedroom to take a look, and the porcelain bottle was placed on the bedroom table. What kind of porcelain vase is it? Sui Jing asked one more question. Chen Yuan made a gesture. It's the most common kind of porcelain vase with a wide mouth and a round belly, with a white background and blue lines. Seeing that Sui Jing had no expression on his face, Mi Feng was a little curious. Any questions? Sui Jing shook his head gently. No. Just when Mi Feng wanted to continue asking, Sui Jing said, You guys have a good rest first. We have some things to do. After saying that, Sui Jing winked at Feng Zhaixing, and Feng Zhaixing immediately understood. Yes. We have something urgent to do. You guys have a good rest. We are leaving first. Oh. Okay then. You should also pay attention to your safety. Mi Feng waved to the two of them and watched them go out of the room. After some distance away from 614, Feng Zhaixing asked, Sister Sui Jing, did you discover something? Otherwise, why would you leave suddenly after staying so well? The two of them have a problem, Sui Jing said with a deep frown. What's the problem? Feng Zhaixing looked really confused. Sui Jing sighed and explained. Do you know why I asked them if they still had the porcelain bottle? The position where we stood happened to be facing the doors of the two bedrooms. And coincidentally, their bedroom doors were not closed. Feng Zhaixing still didn't understand. So? I could clearly see the placement of every item in their room. But I couldn't find the porcelain bottle he mentioned. However, I saw a porcelain bottle on the cabinet at the door of the room behind the sofa. Oh, Feng Zhaixing's eyes suddenly lit up. I know. That's why you asked what the porcelain vase looks like. So you can verify whether the porcelain vase is the one Chen Yuan said. Sui Jing nodded. So, he clearly said that the porcelain bottle was placed in his room. So why did it appear outside? He has already died once. There is no way he would be stupid enough to tamper with things in the room again. Unless Sui Jing paused. He's not afraid of so-called monsters at all now. Then why is he no longer afraid? Chapter 157 Escape from the Weird Community. It seems that Chen Yuan does have a problem. And the problem is not small. Feng Zhaixing affirmed. But, Feng Zhaixing frowned and held his chin with one hand as he thought. Then why do you say Mifeng also has a problem? I don't think there's anything wrong with Mifeng's words. Actually, I wasn't sure at first whether there was something wrong with Mi Feng, Sui Jing said. However, when I asked him whether he could clearly see the face of the person who hurt him, his micro-expression was a little strange. His first reaction when he heard my question was not to think, but to be surprised. His jaw was slightly open, and his hands subconsciously rubbed each other. This shows that in addition to being surprised, he was also a little nervous. Sui Jing's voice was cold, and his words were clear and coherent. If he really didn't see what hit him, then he had nothing to be nervous about. Feng Zhaixing felt that he couldn't get around it, and he already had goosebumps all over his body. Then why did he lie to us? Sui Jing's hand in her pocket repeatedly rubbed the two cards. Suddenly, she paused, looked up at Feng Zhaixing, and affirmed, Is there something wrong with the card? Stuck? Feng Zhaixing wondered if he heard wrongly. But Mifeng said that they survived because of this card? Is it possible that what he said is all lies? You also said before that this card has the effect of a life-saving charm? That's not true, Sui Jing said. It's a mixture of truth and falsehood. It may not all be false. After all, if he was lying from beginning to end, this wouldn't be the only flaw he would reveal. Then what's wrong with this card? Feng Jiaxing asked. Suppose we think that Mifeng's statement that he was thrown off the 6th floor is true. Then we can follow this clue and make inferences. Sui Jing explained. He fell down from the 6th floor. But he didn't die. He had one less card. Isn't it like I said before? That card can at least resurrect people again. But that's it for people being resurrected. So why can a porcelain bottle that has been broken long ago be restored to its original state? Feng Jiaxing suddenly had an idea. In other words, the ones who are resurrected are not necessarily Mifeng themselves, but someone else. Sui Jing nodded. To be more precise, it's not called resurrection, but possession. And what's attached to Qin Yuan and Mifeng's bodies is most likely the monster caused by the broken porcelain bottle. Indeed, this can explain why the two of them lied to us. Qin Yuan and Mifeng are no longer in their bodies, Feng Jiaxing said with a serious face. But there's another thing I don't quite understand, Feng Jiaxing said. Sui Jing raised the corners of his lips slightly. You are asking, why are both of them possessed when there is only one monster? Yes. Yes. Feng Jiaxing nodded wildly. Sui Jing looked straight into Feng Jiaxing's doubtful eyes and asked lightly, who told you there was only one monster in their room? Feng Jiaxing was shocked. And for a moment, he didn't know how to answer Sui Jing's question. Yes. How could she be sure there was only one monster in their room? But how did Sister Sui Jing know? Are there any details that she didn't notice? Sui Jing looked at her and knew what she was thinking. So he spoke. Did you notice what Mifeng said when he told us what happened before his death? Before death? Feng Jiaxing frowned and thought carefully. Suddenly, her brows relaxed. He said that when he touched Qin Yuan's shoulder, he felt the smooth skin. Yes. Sui Jing nodded. That's where the details are. I understand. Feng Jiaxing suddenly realized. Those two resurrection cards can indeed revive the cardholder again. But his body is no longer his soul. Their bodies have been occupied by other creatures. Sui Jing nodded. That's right. Sui Jing had just solved the problem that had puzzled her for a long time in room 614. They had already found out the weirdness of the two cards. But at first, the pain of the two of them didn't seem to be fake. Why? Feng Jiaxing asked. Who knows? Sui Jing shrugged slightly, indicating that he did not know. Maybe the human body rejects the invasion of other creatures. But these are no longer important. People cannot be resurrected after death. The most important thing for us now is to find a way to leave here. This is also to avoid more deaths. That's right. Feng Jiaxing agreed with Sui Jing's statement. But I've wanted to say it for a long time. There is insufficient light in this corridor, and it's pitch black. This light is still flickering on and off. It's almost blinding my eyes. Sui Jing pursed his lips and did not comment. Feng Jiaxing had no choice but to continue. Then where are we going next? Sui Jing thought for a while. You should go back to your room first. I have something else to do. We will make other plans when I come back after finishing it. You want to act alone again? Feng Jiaxing was worried. How about I stay with you? No need. As if to appease Feng Jiaxing. I won't act on my own. Feng Jiaxing was speechless and choked. If you don't call this an unauthorized act, then what do you call an unauthorized act? But she couldn't stop Sui Jing from letting her go. So she had to compromise. Okay. I'll go back first. And you should pay attention to your safety. With that, Feng Jiaxing walked towards the stairs. After Feng Jiaxing left, Sui Jing's slightly gentle expression just now turned cold. Her voice was cold, but there was a hint of laziness. Come out. You've been hiding for so long. You're not tired. Just as Feng Jiaxing said before, the voice-activated lights in the corridor began to flash continuously again. And if you listen closely, you can hear the sound of electric current in the air. After flashing for an unknown number of times, the lights in the corridor suddenly went out. In an instant, darkness almost filled the entire corridor. It was still daytime outside, but here it was almost impossible to see anything. After Sui Jing finished speaking, there was still no movement in the corridor. It was quiet with only the occasional sound of wind blowing in from the window at the end of the corridor. When did you discover me? Sui Jing did not answer, but asked, how much did you hear? Everything. That voice actually answered Sui Jing's question obediently. It's your turn to answer my question. How did you find me? He snorted instantly. The corridor is only so big, so it won't be difficult to find you. Bold. The voice shouted angrily. Then calm down. I don't understand. Why did you call that girl away first? Are you so confident that you can survive from my hands alone? Sui Jing said disdainfully. Although I may not have much confidence, I'm sure it's more than enough to deal with you. The voice suddenly fell silent. What do you mean? Literal meaning. Don't you understand? Sui Jing pretended to be regretful. Did you break your brain? Sui Jing paused, and a smile with unknown meaning appeared at the corner of his mouth. Should I call you Mi Feng? Chapter 158 Escape from the Weird Community. The blade quickly scratched the side of Mi Feng's neck, but he dodged it. He grinned and said, You're going to kill someone so soon? It's most reassuring if you're dead, Sui Jing said coldly, turning the direction of the blade and striking out quickly and hard towards Mi Feng's head. The sword wind was sharp and whirring. TSK and now Mi Feng. No. To be more precise, the monster possessing his body is not weak at all, and he has dodged Sui Jing's attacks several times in a row. But Sui Jing was not an ordinary person after all. After dozens of back and forths, Mi Feng gradually fell behind. Wait! Wait! Mi Feng watched as the tip of Zhang Wangshu's knife suddenly reached his throat. If Sui Jing took another step forward, he would definitely die due to the carotid artery being cut. Any last words? Sui Jing glanced at him, not wanting to give him any more time to say a word. I want to tell you, Mi Feng stared at Sui Jing, trying to find any flaw in Sui Jing. However, Sui Jing didn't seem to be very interested in what he said. But seeing that Mi Feng seemed to have a plan in mind, she wanted to see what Mi Feng was capable of. So she pretended to be a little interested, slightly lowered the long knife in her hand, and asked tentatively, What did you say? I said. Seeing that Sui Jing relaxed a little, Mi Feng rushed towards the wall at an incredible speed. Sui Jing snorted coldly, raised his wrist lightly, and threw Zhang Wangshu forcefully in the direction of Mi Feng. The sound of the blade cutting through the air could be heard more clearly in the darkness. She is the sound of the blade piercing the flesh. It was also accompanied by the sound of slight movement of the body's torso. Sui Jing walked steadily to Mi Feng in the darkness. At this moment, the lights in the corridor began to flicker intermittently again. TSK. Sui Jing looked at the pool of red blood on the ground and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I'm sorry. I missed the mark. Sui Jing knelt down and looked down at Mi Feng, who was still trying to struggle. Originally, I wanted to kill you with one stab, and it would be considered a neat stab into the main artery in your neck. But it turned out that it was too dark in the corridor, so a slight mistake is normal. I'm really sorry to have caused you such serious injuries for no reason. When Mi Feng saw Sui Jing, he squatted beside him. He stopped moving his injured body and glared at Sui Jing fiercely. Kill if you want. Where does all this nonsense come from? Huh? Sui Jing sneered and slowly pulled out Zhang Wangshu's blade from under Mi Feng's shoulder. She drew the knife very slowly, and Mi Feng could feel the blade slowly moving inch by inch inside her body. He almost fainted from the pain. Fortunately, Zhang Wangshu was very sharp. Otherwise, if it had been a blunt weapon, the pain would have been even more unimaginable. After Sui Jing pulled out Zhang Wangshu, he glanced at the sticky blood on the blade with disgust, then looked at Mi Feng, with a nasty smile on his lips. How do you feel? It should be very comfortable, right? Cough cough. Mi Feng was so out of breath that he vomited a mouthful of sticky blood. Kill me. Don't get anything you want to know from me. He no longer wanted to resist, and gave up on himself. This obvious gap between the enemy and ourselves has made it impossible for him to see a slim chance of survival. Seeing this, Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. Okay. As you wish. She didn't want to get anything from him anyway. Just an insignificant abandoned child. Zhang Wangshu inserted it straight into Mi Feng's heart. The thick red color spread from his heart, and a gorgeous flower bloomed. A flower that bloomed next to death. After Mi Feng died, his body, like some previous NPCs, gradually became transparent until it completely disappeared. Even the blood stains on the corridor disappeared completely. Sui Jing stood up, took out a plain white handkerchief from his pocket, wiped Zhang Wangshu clean carefully, and put it back into the scabbard. She reviewed what had just happened again. Of course, the fighting scenes are nothing to review, not to mention being crushed in all directions. It can be considered an easy win. However, she did not use all her strength. So logically speaking, the moment Mi Feng realized that he had distracted her attention, he should try to counterattack again. But what is surprising is that besides not having any desire to attack, he also wants to escape. But why didn't he run away towards room 614, but turn around and walk towards the wall? Wall? Isn't that a dead end? Ordinary people can see that Mifeng's behavior is a bit weird. But no one would think that he was frightened, and that's why he panicked. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Sui Jing's cold gaze gradually shifted from the ground to the wall closer to her. What's so weird about this wall? From its appearance, it looks no different from an ordinary wall. Sui Jing seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his drooping eyelids slowly raised. She raised her right hand and slowly stretched it towards the wall. The moment it touched the wall, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly and undetectably. Sui Jing's thin lips parted slightly. Glass, container, or barrier. The wall feels more like glass than cement. In addition, if you hit it with a little more force, it will feel like water covered with a thick layer of water. Plastic film. But the strange thing is that if it is not a wall in the ordinary sense, then why its appearance and characteristics are no different from ordinary walls. Suddenly, Sui Jing seemed to see a strange black shadow flashing through the wall. However, vaguely, one can still tell from the outline that there is a high probability that it is a person's figure. She immediately felt wary. She never doubted that she might have been deceived. Sui Jing held Zhang Wangshu's knife handle tightly with one hand, while his eyes kept searching for the flashing black ghost in the wall. Sui Jing stood there for a few minutes, and the black ghost did flash back and forth several times. But it had no intention of coming out or attacking Sui Jing. Sui Jing stared at the wall and suddenly remembered something. There was no sign of her on the wall, although the voltage in this corridor is unstable, causing the lights to flicker on and off. It always lights up sometimes. But when there was light, her own shadow was not projected on the wall. If we say that the shadows of objects and people cannot be reflected due to the material of the wall. But just now when Mifeng was still standing here, his shadow was actually projected. Sui Jing pursed his lips, although the possibility was not very high. But she felt that the black ghost running around in the wall could be said to be her own shadow. As stated in the rules, it is normal for shadows to appear under the light. So if she has no shadow now, doesn't it mean that the dark shadow is actually her own shadow? But now her shadow accidentally has its own consciousness. Probably. Can you say that? System, the logic genius is none other than you. However, this seems to be the case. Thinking of this, Sui Jing found that things seemed to have become interesting. Since it was her own shadow, she was a little curious. If she could kill her own shadow, could she still be alive? Really want to try it. She raised her eyebrows slightly. And suddenly, her whole person exuded a paranoid and arrogant madness from the inside out. Chapter 159 Escape from the Weird Community. Sui Jing observed for a while longer, then suddenly put Zhang Wanshu back into the scabbard, pinned it back to his waist, and gently rubbed the wall a few more times with his free hands. She has now roughly figured out the frequency of flashes of black ghosts. Now she just had to wait patiently for the black ghost to pass by her eyes again. This time she was going to hit it right. Anyway, this wall is not made of cement bricks. It shouldn't take too much effort to break a gap in it, right? Boom! Sui Jing gathered all his strength in his fists and slammed them against the wall. What surprised Sui Jing was that the wall did not crack and create a hole as she imagined. Her arm smashed a hole in the wall and passed through it smoothly. Although the first touch of the wall was magical, her entire arm felt like it was wrapped in a slippery, rubbery substance. But Sui Jing still subconsciously caught the black shadow that was about to flash past. Caught? Sui Jing gritted her teeth. She didn't know where she grabbed hold of, and she dragged the black shadow out with all her strength. The black shadow kept struggling in her hands, but Sui Jing was very fast and dragged it out of the wall in a moment. Paw! Sui Jing casually threw the black shadow to the ground. Seeing that he was being pulled out, the black shadow stopped struggling. The sky is big and the earth is big. The best thing is to save your life. After all, it could clearly see how Mi Feng was killed just now. But what it never expected was that the woman who caught it was an absolute lunatic. Sui Jing saw that it was very aware of current affairs, so he couldn't help but take another look at it. Sui Jing had already discovered it from the moment she grabbed it. Rather than saying it is a black shadow, it is better to say that it is actually a humanoid creature wearing a black cloak. Sui Jing didn't know whether it was a human being, but judging from its appearance, it did look like a person. Look up, Sui Jing said, but she was not sure whether it could understand human language. The truth is always surprising. The black figure raised its head obediently, so Sui Jing naturally saw clearly the familiar face hidden under the cloak. Just as Sui Jing had expected, the unknown creature sitting in front of her now had a face exactly like hers. The only difference is that the fake product's hair color is black. Sui Jing looked at it as if he were looking at his former self. This feeling is very, or even 100% weird. Sui Jing snorted dissatisfiedly, seeing that there was someone who looked exactly like him. And it could even be said that they were exactly the same. It's really not a wonderful experience. Is it possible that the monsters in this dungeon like to steal other people's faces? Don't you have a face? Last time it was Song Huaisheng. This time it's her turn. Can you change back? Sui Jing knelt down, feeling that it was a little weird to talk to his face. Yeah. The imposter who was slumped on the ground nodded repeatedly, fearing that if he responded any slower, he would be killed mercilessly by Sui Jing. It immediately changed back to its own appearance. Sui Jing twitched the corner of his mouth weakly, looking at the person who at least had a hair color difference just now, but now could be said to be a copy and paste, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this not as good as staying the same? But Sui Jing also figured it out. After all, it was her own shadow and setting. In this way, it didn't seem to be a big problem if it looked the same as her. Whatever. Sui Jing sighed silently. Then he said to the black shadow, "Do you want to survive?" "Yeah." The imposter nodded desperately, seemingly not wanting to die at all. Although Sui Jing didn't understand at all why they, as NPCs in the game, were so afraid of death. "Then do you have anything you can give me?" Sui Jing said quietly. "Just use it in exchange for your survival." The black shadow stared at Sui Jing with wide eyes, his mouth slightly open, and an expression of disbelief on his face. "Is this the legendary robbery? Don't make such stupid expressions on my face," Sui Jing said coldly. It was always particularly awkward to watch his face make some expressions that would never appear on his face. Haiying quickly closed his mouth. He was about to shake his head and say that he didn't. But when his eyes received Sui Jing's cold gaze, he hesitated. "Yes, there is. But, just what?" "Nothing." Black Shadow shook his head and rolled his eyes internally. What else could it be? Of course, it cannot be handed over to people with unknown origins. But does it dare to say it? Of course you don't dare. Haiying's face was full of willingness, and he took out a card from his cloak and handed it to Sui Jing. Here you go. Hide. There are only 2 words written on the front of the card. It looks like it should be a skill card or prop card. What do you mean? Sui Jing looked at the card calmly and asked. This is a skill card. Black Shadow replied. Those who own this card can have the ability to become temporarily invisible for 2 hours. Once the user actively cancels the skill during use, it cannot continue to be used regardless of whether the use time has expired. Moreover, this card can only be used in this copy and cannot be taken outside. Well, it appears to be a one-time thing. How to use it? Sui Jing asked. Write the user's name on the card, and then light the card. The card will take effect immediately. Black Shadow replied. Sui Jing nodded, indicating that he understood. Suddenly, she raised her eyes and looked at the Black Shadow again. Only one? No more. The black image was choked. It had never seen such a shameless player. Originally, this card was for the player to find on their own, but she got it through irregular means. Not only was she not grateful, she even asked herself if she still had it. Don't go too far as a human being. These NPCs also have dignity. However, the disparity in strength was too great. The shadow dared not speak out in anger, wishing to send this giant Buddha away quickly. Sui Jing said nothing, but looked like he didn't believe it. Okay. The fake Black Shadow had no way to deal with her, so he had to take out another identical card tremblingly. There's only one last one left, and it's really gone now. Okay. Sui Jing stood up and looked at the Black Shadow with lowered eyebrows. You can go now. After all, she is not such an inhumane person. Really? The fake Black Shadow was surprised and happy. It didn't expect that Sui Jing was actually willing to spare its life. Sui Jing blinked. What? You don't want to leave? No. The fake Black Shadow quickly got up from the ground. Leave now. Because the wall where it was before was smashed by Sui Jing. It ran towards the opposite wall. He was afraid that Sui Jing would change his mind later and not want to let it go. When it goes back, he must tell others that they must walk around if they meet anyone who looks like it. But don't run into them. It just got stuck in the wall. How come it was caught out of nowhere? How unlucky. Sui Jing chuckled, put the card in his pocket, and prepared to walk downstairs to his room. His Sui Jing suddenly frowned, and the blood on his lips also faded in an instant. She supported the wall with one hand and touched her forehead with the other hand. But in a moment, there was already a trace of cold sweat dripping from her forehead. Chapter 160 Escape from the Weird Community. Waves of needle-like pain came from his forehead and temples, forcing Sui Jing to temporarily close his eyes. The veins on the back of her jade-white hands, which she rested on the wall, were bulging, and the knuckles of her slender fingers were also vaguely white due to excessive exertion. Sui Jing kept adjusting his breathing, trying to calm down his too rapid heart rate. After a moment, she forced herself to open her eyes and walk toward the stairs step by step, holding on to the wall. Even under these circumstances, she was reluctant to take the elevator. One is because she is too weak now. If something unexpected happens in the elevator, she may not be able to even do the most basic self-protection. Secondly, the distance was only one floor, so she wasn't in so much pain that she couldn't even walk this far. In fact, even a player with a strong will and amazing physical fitness like Sui Jing would feel extremely tortured when suffering such pain. When she walked to the door of her room, she could clearly tell that the clothes on her back were almost soaked. Dong dong dong. Sui Jing almost used all his remaining strength to knock on the door. Pick stars. Boom! Before she even had time to call out Feng Zhaixing's name, her vision went dark and she fell down in the corridor at the door. Well? Sui Jing slowly opened his eyes, but he always felt that his eyes were still foggy, and he couldn't see anything clearly. So she closed her eyes again, and it took a while before she opened her eyes again. In her last moments before she fainted, there was only one feeling left in her body. A large amount of information from all directions, and all kinds of information was continuously poured into her mind. But she failed to receive any effective information. Maybe it was because the amount of information sent to her brain was so large and complicated that her brain was completely overloaded. So she finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Sui Jing's first reaction, when he woke up, was to raise his hand to touch his forehead, and found that his brain no longer had the previous intense pain and impact of information. She lowered her eyes and looked at her other hand covered by the blanket, and then realized that she was lying on the sofa in their room. Feng Zhaixing, on the other hand, was lying on the other side of the sofa and fast asleep. On the coffee table were the medicines she brought back, and a pot of boiling water that had been boiling for a while, with steam still rising from the spout. It seemed that Feng Zhaixing helped her to the sofa, and boiled water to watch her wake up. Just as Sui Jing was about to gently lift the blanket, he accidentally disturbed Feng Zhaixing, who was lying on the edge of the sofa. Feng Zhaixing rubbed his eyes, and found that Sui Jing had sat up. Judging from his face, he should have recovered a lot. Sister Sui Jing, are you feeling better? Just now she heard someone calling her name outside the door, and then she heard a thud. This startled her, and she found Sui Jing lying at the door, looking pale and sweating profusely. The fright in my heart was not much lessened. Sui Jing calmly avoided Feng Zhaixing's hand that reached out to touch her, and said calmly, I'm fine. Don't worry. Feng Zhaixing smiled, naturally took back his empty hand and said, That's good. Why did you faint outside? Did you run into some trouble? Were you attacked? In Feng Zhaixing's mind, the only possibility was that Sui Jing accidentally met a super powerful monster NPC in the game, and she had not yet won. So the situation was so bad. No, Sui Jing denied. It's because of my body. Have I been unconscious for a long time? Sui Jing asked. Fortunately, less than 3 hours. Feng Zhaixing looked at the clock hanging on the wall and replied, Thank you, Sui Jing said, lifting the blanket and standing up. I'm going to change my clothes first. The sticky feeling on my body was really uncomfortable. After saying that, Sui Jing walked towards his room. But he didn't notice Feng Zhaixing's doubtful eyes. Feng Zhaixing pouted. She always felt that there was something strange about Sister Sui Jing, who woke up after fainting. But I can't say much about it. Feng Zhaixing sat down on the carpet, supported his chin with one hand, and rolled his eyes, thinking seriously about what was wrong with Sui Jing. Alas, Feng Zhaixing put down his hand with a depressed look on his face. She really couldn't think of anything else. Huh? Feng Zhaixing's eyes lit up. She seemed to have thought of it. Sui Jing's state seems a bit familiar now, especially when they met on the first day in the game. Even worse, now her whole body was filled with an ethereal but cold mist, and it was obvious that she didn't want others to get close to her. But overall she behaved very politely, and her indifferent and distant politeness was vividly reflected in her. The reason why she didn't notice it at first was because she saw that Sui Jing was not a particularly warm and outgoing person. However, After getting along for a long time in the past 2 days, she occasionally found that she still had a lot of emotions under her cold appearance. Have a gentle heart. But now, it's hard for her to find that little bit of tenderness and closeness from her body. As if she suddenly changed back to that person who kept strangers away. But after all, she didn't know Sui Jing well. And she didn't know what kind of character Sui Jing was. But the few minutes he spent with her made Feng Jiaxing feel a little strange. Feng Jiaxing shook his head, patted his face again, and muttered, "No. No. Feng Jiaxing. Stop thinking about it. This must be your illusion. You must have not slept well in the past 2 days, and you are crazy. It must be because Sister Sui Jing just recovered from a headache and her emotional state is not very stable." Feng Jiaxing convinced himself. That must be the case. After saying that, she nodded affirmatively. However, does Sister Sui Jing have a headache? Why haven't I heard her mention it before? What are you doing? When Sui Jing came out of her bedroom, she saw Feng Jiaxing talking to himself alone, which made her wonder if there was something wrong with Feng Jiaxing's mental state. Sister Sui Jing ignored her, and she just said it was her own illusion. No. No. Feng Jiaxing waved her hands repeatedly. She did not dare to tell Sui Jing that she thought there was something wrong with her brain. Sui Jing glanced at her lightly and stopped pursuing the matter. She took out a teacup from under the coffee table and placed it on the coffee table. He took out the 2 resurrection cards from his pocket, took out his lighter, and lit the corners of the cards. The card ignited with dazzling fire in her hand. She threw the card into the teacup, and it was burned clean in a moment. Here you go. Sui Jing handed the lighter to Feng Jiaxing and said, "Just take my word for it and burn them. Burn, burn, burn." Feng Jiaxing quickly took the lighter and imitated Sui Jing, putting the cards in the cup and burning them. After all, she now knows that these 2 cards are not good things. It's okay if she dies. After death, her body will be invaded by other monsters. This is what she can't tolerate the most. Huh? Feng Jiaxing noticed something on the dining table that seemed to light up out of the corner of his eye. It seemed like something flashed. Sui Jing glanced sideways and said, as if he had expected it, "That's the rule." Huh? Feng Jiaxing walked quickly to the table and picked up the sheet of new rules for the apartment building. The 2 red circles that originally existed at the bottom of the paper had disappeared, leaving only a faint trace of burning.